Chapter 597. A desperate counterattack. Ji Ying had completely lost consciousness, powerless and succumbing to the blood pool, her exquisite visage pale as parchment, her breath faint, her body fully submerged. Thousands of goblins surged beneath the water, their sharp fangs biting into her flesh. Just as she was on the brink of being torn apart, a circular barrier suddenly materialized around her. This barrier, translucent like a bubble, was surrounded by serpentine currents of electricity that crackled violently upon contact with the blood pool, swiftly spreading across the surface and generating fierce electric shocks that instantaneously repelled the goblins clinging to Ji Ying. This bubble-like barrier extracted Ji Ying from the blood pool, propelling her like an arrow towards the gate, where it shattered upon reaching the threshold, depositing her into Chen Zhi's embrace. In those fleeting seconds of reprieve, Chen Zhi managed to summon the last vestiges of energy within him, crafting a rapid barrier that rescued Ji Ying. However, as she collapsed into his arms, she was already in a state of unconsciousness, her body drenched in crimson liquid. It was impossible to discern whether the blood was from her wounds or the tainted pool. But her arms hung limply, her face ashen from excruciating pain, her brows furrowed in distress, evoking deep sympathy. A pang of anguish surged within Chen Zhi. Yet he swiftly quelled that emotional impulse, understanding that succumbing to feelings at such a moment would be the height of folly. From the instant they entered the realm of the dead, everyone had been acutely aware that death lurked at every corner, and injury was an inevitable fate. Now, however, they stood upon solid ground, while throngs of goblins raced towards them from one direction. The terrain was decidedly favorable for Chen Zhi's team. Their immediate task was to annihilate these immensely powerful goblins without leaving a trace. The goblins struck by the lightning had only been momentarily stunned. Upon realizing Ji Ying's escape, they collectively erupted in fury, leaping from the blood pool in a dense mass, charging towards Chen Zhi outside the gate. Embracing Ji Ying, Chen Zhi stood resolutely, unflinching as the goblins approached like arrows. When they reached the designated position, he expressionlessly stepped back 2 paces. Behind him, a row of blue-clad warriors knelt, all raising their left arms, the mechanical devices on their wrists aimed at the advancing goblins. Having previously encountered these bovine creatures on Wind Peak Mountain, Chen Zhi was not naive enough to believe they would not appear in the underworld. These beings possessed a structure distinct from humans, with robust bones and immense strength, making direct confrontation a perilous endeavor. Yet, every creature has its vulnerabilities. With ample time, one could ascertain its weakest points and strike decisively. Since battling the proliferating goblins on Wind Peak Mountain, Chen Zhi had retained some of their severed limbs, subsequently delivering them to Professor Liao's research department for examination. Even though these goblins are a product of second-generation breeding among humans, their combat prowess and physical resilience pale in comparison to that of purebred goblins. However, their biological structure remains identical, and any physiological traits observed in them undoubtedly manifest in their purebred counterparts. While on Windy Peak, Chen Zhi discovered that although the goblin's skin was tough, their blood bore a fatal weakness. It appeared as a viscous black substance, reeking pungently, reminiscent of petroleum, and exhibited heightened flammability. After the laboratory technicians extracted and studied samples of this goblin blood, they identified its primary chemical components as 512 hydrocarbons and cycloalkanes, which possessed significant combustibility and explosive potential. Once the temperature exceeded 427 degrees Celsius, the blood would ignite almost instantaneously, revealing that the goblins' greatest vulnerability lay in their fear of fire. Biological experts noted that organisms with such blood possessed unimaginable strength, thriving in ecological environments vastly different from the surface world. The flammable nature of their blood necessitates a robust protective layer. Thus, the skeletal structure of these beings is destined to be harder than steel, while their skin, akin to bulletproof armor, radiates a chilling aura that extinguishes ordinary flames before they even make contact. Furthermore, inference from the specimens of the derivative goblins suggests that if purebred goblins possess even purer blood, their skin would be even tougher, making it exceedingly difficult for specialized ammunition to penetrate. However, this resilient skin has a natural nemesis: high-purity control stones. Through extensive experimentation, technicians found that with sufficient purity and sharpness, weaponry could effortlessly pierce this biological armor. Chen Zhi returned from the immortal valley of Changbai Mountain with a chain made of high-purity control stone. most of which was utilized to reinforce the long swords of himself and Fat Wei. A smaller portion was crafted into weaponry for the warrior's gauntlets, intricately designed by Indian craftsmen with multiple functionalities. The most vital feature was the ability to launch control stone metal wires, the cores of which were entirely composed of control stone, with the exterior coated in control stone essence. The hooks at the tips of these wires were made from high-purity control stone, remarkably sharp. The era has evolved. The advancement of the human world has surged forward. And it is not solely deities that wield spells. Humans possess their own form of magic, which is science. Now is the time for these legendary creatures, the bull-headed and horse-faced, to experience the consequences of human ingenuity. Just as the roaring goblins were about to pounce at the entrance, the warriors adjusted the metal gears on their gauntlets to the red position, aimed at the oncoming goblins, and pressed the switch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gleaming control stone metal wires shot forth towards the goblins. Despite their formidable skin, they stood no chance against the hooks of high-purity control stone, which pierced through effortlessly. At that moment, the warriors pressed the red button on their wrist guards, and a surge of heat erupted from them, causing the temperature of the metallic wire to soar, glowing a fierce crimson. The intense heat rapidly infiltrated the blood of the goblins, igniting it in an instant with a searing temperature of 500 degrees Celsius. Those goblins pierced by the metallic wire exploded, transforming into fiery figures as a conflagration erupted among their ranks. The other goblins, startled by the sudden flames, seemed to comprehend the dire situation upon witnessing their burning comrades. They ceased their advance, encircling the flames instead, their dark, slate-like skin beginning to emanate a significant chill that swiftly quelled the inferno, threatening to extinguish the fire at any moment. Meanwhile, the blue-clad warriors leaped forward, synchronously soaring into the air, arms directed toward the thousands of goblins below as they pressed the blue button. In an instant, countless silver needles shot forth from their wrist guards. These needles, though diminutive, were razor-sharp and coated in high-purity control stone, descending like a torrential rain upon the gathering goblins, piercing their skin. As their dark blood spilled forth, the flames erupted once more, engulfing all the goblins in a blaze. Chapter 598. A Desperate Counterattack. Part 2. Thousands of goblins ignited, the ferocious flames rendering the gates a fiery red. The blood of the goblins transformed into thick, black smoke, billowing skyward and choking the air. Amidst the roaring flames, a few fortunate goblins, untouched by the silver needles, emerged. These creatures, clearly sentient, recognized the futility of saving their comrades engulfed in fire. The remaining goblins' eyes blazed with fury, their nostrils flaring as they gasped for breath. Their eyes glimmering with uncontrollable rage, charging at Chen Zhi's team like vengeful demons. According to Chen Zhi's prior strategy, Qin Yang began to release a pink mist capable of obscuring vision. This haze cloaked Chen Zhi and his companions, while still allowing them to see, effectively disorienting the goblins within its grasp, facilitating a methodical dismantling of their ranks. The pale pink smoke gradually spread, enveloping the vicinity and shrouding the remaining goblins within its veil. Chen Zhi approached the hiding spot of Qin Yang, carefully placing the unconscious Ji Ying there and conjuring a protective barrier around her using a fierce spell, ensuring that none could approach her except for Chen Zhi. Subsequently, everyone gathered together. Chen Zhi drew forth the slaughtering deity, waving it in the air, prompting the others to unsheath their weapons as they ventured into the mist. A brutal melee is imminent, a clash between them and the goblins in close combat. In this fierce struggle, fairness prevails, as everything hinges on strength. It is a matter of survival. Either you perish or I do. Upon witnessing Ji Ying's injury, Chen Zhi's heart was ignited with fervor, his blood boiling with rage. Leading the charge into the smoke, he vowed to reduce these goblins to mere fragments. As the group dispersed, a goblin charged towards Chen Zhi, its left side singed by flames. Upon spotting Chen Zhi, it let out a thunderous roar and lunged, overpowering him with an irresistible force. At that moment, Fat Wei's massive blade soared through the air, striking the goblin's left neck, embedding itself within its throat. The goblin's bones proved too resilient, and although the blow did not cleave it in two, the pain compelled the creature to release Chen Zhi. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zhi rolled away and thrust his weapon, the Slayer, into the goblin's eye, piercing through its bovine skull. The gargantuan body thrashed a few times before falling still, its blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Zhi in defiance. Soon after, several more goblins emerged from the smoke, and a desperate struggle ensued. The battle raged for approximately 20 minutes, with Chen Zhi's slayer dancing through the air, orchestrated in harmony with his team, severing goblin necks one after another. The dying goblins howled like demons, their blood-red eyes glaring through the mist, amidst the overwhelming stench of blood. Madness and fervor splattered into the air, mingling with the dark ichor. In that moment, fear was forgotten, as they were all immersed in a pool of blood, their minds singularly focused on the act of killing. Although Chen Zhi and Fat Wei lacked finesse in martial arts, their weapons provided them with a decisive advantage. It was then that Chen Zhi appreciated the utility of the twisted ribbon Ji Ying had gifted him for his weapon's hilt. It proved invaluable. As the viscous blood coated the hilt, the ribbon generated significant friction, preventing the long blade from slipping from his grasp. As the pale pink smoke gradually dissipated, all the goblins lay defeated, the ground littered with their viscous black blood and mangled flesh. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei were drenched in blood, their bodies marred by claw marks, with a significant chunk of flesh bitten from Chen Zhi's right leg. The warriors bore severe injuries as well. Yet Chen Zhi's team emerged victorious, with every member surviving the ordeal. For men, victory is an exhilarating sensation, more intoxicating than the finest spirits. Covered in blood, they raised their long blades to the sky, silently proclaiming their triumph and reveling in the joy of their conquest. As the smoke cleared, the flames extinguished, unable to endure the chill of the climate. Beyond the gates lay a grassy expanse surrounded by endless darkness, the grass towering above waist height, resembling strands of plastic. Afterward came the time for healing, for their injuries were grievous, with nearly everyone suffering from significant blood loss. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei were in the most dire condition. Had it not been for the protective gear, they would not have survived the ferocity of the recent goblin onslaught. We took a moment to rest, retreating into the thicket as Chen Zhi instructed everyone to conceal themselves among the grass. Their bodies were smeared with blood, and their work attire was torn and tattered. After a brief cleansing of their faces and wounds with fresh water, they sprinkled medicinal powder onto their injuries. The organization's medicinal powder worked wonders. Though it contained restrictive substances that temporarily dulled the sensation of pain, not signifying that the wounds had healed. Chen Zhi applied a substantial amount of rapid healing powder to the bite on his thigh, subsequently consuming a considerable quantity of analgesics to alleviate the anxiety induced by the pain. Qin Yang had already retrieved the fast-acting powder, and after Chen Zhi dispelled the barrier, he applied the powder onto Ji Ying. Gradually, Ji Ying began to regain consciousness. A seasoned warrior, her will was remarkably resilient, and she soon became aware of her surroundings. However, her left arm had suffered a severe dislocation, rendering it completely immobile, compounded by her significant blood loss, which would hinder their journey ahead. Chen Zhi supported her from behind, allowing her to lean against his chest. Gui Dao tore open Ji Ying's sleeve and, using his bare hands, reset her bone. The warriors often undertook missions together and possessed experience in treating their comrades' injuries. Gui Dao's movements were swift yet forceful. With a twist of Ji Ying's arm, a sharp crack echoed, causing her to wince, yet her arm was realigned. Chen Zhi then bandaged her shoulder and sprinkled hemostatic powder over her wounds, administering pain relief medication as well. "We don't have much time left," Chen Zhi declared to his team. "I know this may seem harsh, but we cannot afford to rest any longer. Our time is too precious. We must press onward. If my estimations are accurate, the palace of the underworld king lies not far ahead. I have a distinct feeling. The spirit stones are right there." Chapter 599. Moving forward, Chen Zhi understood that uttering the words to advance might sound somewhat callous at that moment, yet in truth, he was the one suffering the most physically. He had just exerted himself continuously in the blood pool to maintain an enormous barrier, escorting the entire team to the gate while enduring the weighty assaults from thousands of goblins. The extent of this energy expenditure had thoroughly drained his body. The recent brutal battle had been sustained solely by the remnants of his willpower. Now, fatigue gripped him like invisible iron pincers, holding his eyelids tightly shut, leaving his mind in a state of exhaustion, on the brink of slipping into unconsciousness at any moment. Chen Zhi was now filled with trepidation. He feared that if he continued to rest, his body would succumb to lethargy, plunging him into an irreversible state of unconsciousness. Should that occur, his team would be left without a leader in this unpredictable realm of Fengdu, where unforeseen perils awaited them. Their mission in the netherworld would be doomed to failure, and all would meet their demise here. Therefore, Chen Zhi resolved to persevere. As soon as Chen Zhi finished speaking, Ji Ying rose, brandishing her long blade. Though her work attire was tattered and riddled with bites, she had bound her injured left arm and torso with bandages, allowing her to walk unaided. "Let us proceed, Chief. We are untroubled," she declared. Her determination deeply moved Chen Zhi. He was acutely aware that Ji Ying was the most severely injured among them. She had valiantly resisted the onslaught of numerous earth spirits, sustaining grievous wounds, including a dislocated shoulder and damage to her arm. Even though the ghost blade had managed to realign her joint, her left arm was rendered incapable of exertion. Yet, all her suffering seemed invisible to Ji Ying. Such is the essence of a warrior. They can wholly relinquish their own needs, placing the mission above all else. They are individuals imbued with a profound sense of duty. Their greatest strength often stems from an indomitable will, a will that can withstand pain and fear, transforming them into beings forged from extraordinary resolve. As Ji Ying stood, all the warriors rose to their feet. They had wrapped their bodies in bandages infused with quick-acting remedies, resembling mummies, yet none displayed any inclination to retreat. "Let us move forward. I shall take the lead," Fat Wei said with a grin, propping his blade against the ground. "But let me make it clear. My arm was injured earlier. Those wretched earth spirits gnawed at my tendons, and now my left hand is immobile. I cannot wield the spotlight anymore. Let the blade accompany me as I carve our path." "Understood." The ghost blade sheathed his long sword and patted Fat Wei's shoulder. The ghost blade was in the best condition among the group, for his speed was unparalleled. During the skirmish with the earth spirits in the haze, they could not even catch a glimpse of him, leaving him largely unscathed. He gallantly assumed the role of the vanguard, while Ji Ying, due to her severe injuries, found herself positioned in the middle of the group alongside Chen Zhi. As the team readied themselves and prepared to set forth once more, Chen Zhi found he no longer needed to rely on the map of the Yellow Springs in his mind. A powerful intuition surged within him, a directional sense towards a precious spirit stone. This sensitivity to spirit stones had been an innate gift, strengthening since he ascended as the leader of the Jiang clan. Chen Zhi had previously tested this ability within the organization. He could now sense spirit stones within a 3-kilometer radius, and if within 500 meters. He could even discern their specific attributes and size. At that moment, he was resolutely certain that the location of a spirit stone lay just 3 kilometers ahead. The team swiftly advanced through the dense undergrowth, where the grass was remarkably resilient and predominantly withered, tangled amidst a thicket of weeds. Some grass stalks were adorned with tiny thorns, as rigid as iron rods, causing a slight sting upon contact with their skin. After navigating this overgrown area for some time, they began to discern various fragments of stone sculptures scattered among the grass. These fragments, all of black stone, were evidently remnants of larger sculptures, exhibiting exquisite craftsmanship. The surfaces bore long-standing traces of soot, reminiscent of the incense marks found on deities' offerings in the mortal realm, suggesting that a temple-like structure lay not far ahead. Indeed, after a brief distance, they stumbled upon an abandoned temple. Modest in size, the temple was constructed entirely of gleaming black stone, its design strikingly unconventional, lacking both doors and walls. Instead, it was encircled by a ring of colossal stone columns, with an extraordinarily tall stone deity statue at its center. The temple was desolate, overrun with weeds, appearing to have fallen into neglect for many years. Yet, the stone deity remained upright, despite numerous fractures and a battered base. It was still discernibly a fierce and proud figure. Unlike any that Chen Zhi had encountered before, this imposing statue depicted a robust upper body of a human. Adorned with opulent decorations around its neck, its countenance exuding an aura of sanctity and inviolability. With long hair cascading over its shoulders and a sword raised skyward, it embodied the visage of a valiant warrior, starkly contrasting the bloodthirsty representations found in human lore. Before the statue stood a large black stone incense burner, embellished with vibrant glass beads that shimmered brilliantly. Tall incense sticks, several meters high, were inserted into the burner, indicating the elevated status of the fierce deity within this realm of Fengdu. Qin Ying noticeably observed this detail, her gaze fixed upon the proud statue, her eyes momentarily glimmering. Yet she remained silent and did not linger. As they passed the temple, the grassland ahead came to an end, and they found themselves on a hillside. Gazing downward into the valley below, they beheld a small town shrouded in darkness. Though termed a town, it contained only a sparse collection of buildings, merely over 100 in number. However, at the heart of this town stood a magnificent palace, constructed entirely of pitch-black stone bricks, soaring into the clouds. Reminiscent of the divine palaces from mythological tales. Its intricate interior was adorned with a roof covered in multicolored glazed tiles that radiated a dazzling brilliance. The entrance to the palace resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous creature, while two statues with green faces and tusks, brandishing iron hammers, stood sentinel at the flanking towers. Most astonishingly, a small mountain floated directly above the palace, its unique form resembling a massive rectangular block suspended in midair, surrounded by swirling mists, creating an ethereal ambience of a divine realm. Chen Zhi stood on the hillside, gazing forward with a sense of elation. He recognized that the grand palace before him was none other than the palace of the King of Hell. Chapter 600. The palace of the King of the Underworld. Chen Zhi took out his telescope and gazed ahead, where a magnificent and colossal palace emerged, partially veiled in wisps of azure smoke and mist. It appeared as though draped in a delicate gossamer, reminiscent of a palace from a fairyland, igniting the imagination. Yet, an ominous aura emanated from the palace, causing those on the hillside to hesitate in trepidation. Surrounding the palace of the King of the Underworld was a cluster of over 100 edifices. The town featured several broad streets, exuding a sense of vastness. The structures resembled residential buildings, yet they were imposing, with grand halls and pavilions of high caliber, cloaked in darkness, devoid of any flicker of light. According to the records, those residing at the foot of the palace of the Emperor of Fengdu were the noble, ghostly citizens. Legends of these specters were scant in folklore, with only fleeting mentions in the archives of the Jiang family's library, indicating their rarity and peculiar nature. To this day, no records have elucidated their origins or appearances, nor have they revealed the span of their lifespans. Through the lens of the infrared telescope, the entire town lay shrouded in pitch darkness, devoid of life or illumination, a true ghost town of death. Let us proceed. The king's residence lies below. Everyone, tread carefully. Chen Zhi lightly waved his hand, signaling the descent. After a lifetime of struggle, we finally approach the lair of the King of Hell. How exhilarating! Fat Wei exclaimed, bursting with enthusiasm as he leaped down the slope, prompting the entire team to hasten downwards. The slope was gentle, and they swiftly reached the town. Upon descending, they found themselves on a broad, gleaming road paved with black stones. At first glance, it resembled an ordinary street, yet a subtle, ineffable difference hinted at its otherworldly nature. The thoroughfare was expansive, with thick slabs clearly intended for the passage of enormous beings, though overgrown with wild grasses, which concealed the dark edifices nearby. As they proceeded along the main road, an eerie silence enveloped them. Not a sound could be heard, not even the whisper of the wind. This was a chilling and shadowy town, devoid of warmth and light. The path extended before them, yet each avenue branched into numerous winding alleys, varying in width, leading into pitch-black recesses that seemed to conceal unspeakable secrets, instilling fear at a mere glance. On either side stood towering houses, constructed from black stone, with a meticulous design, yet an oddly primitive aesthetic reminiscent of prehistoric dwellings. Despite the passage of time, these structures remained robust, with only a few windows and doors showing signs of decay. The walls and roofs remained largely intact. However, the dark stones bore an unmistakable growth of orange-red substances, while rampant wild grasses and nameless vines clung to the walls, creating a desolate and foreboding atmosphere. The group continued along the main road towards the palace of the King of the Underworld, which loomed prominently ahead, its sheer size unmistakable. They advanced swiftly, soon arriving at the heart of the ghostly city, the palace of the King of the Underworld. The Palace of Hades, when viewed from a close distance, appears even more magnificent and towering, reaching into the clouds. To everyone's astonishment, this grand ancient palace is suspended in midair, constructed entirely from dark blue-black stone bricks. Each piece is polished to perfection. The architectural structure of the palace is exceedingly intricate, far beyond the capabilities of modern building techniques. Surrounding the palace are numerous guard towers and side halls, along with many tightly sealed side doors, each bearing large seals adorned with ghostly inscriptions, glowing with an ethereal light, as if warning that this place is off-limits. Before the grand entrance lies a stone-carved beast's mouth, its view obscured by swirling mists. Yet, the square in front of the gate is remarkably spacious, featuring a circular altar rising several meters high, entirely crafted from black stone. It is vast, with a 100-tiered stone staircase leading directly to the top of the altar, and behind it, a passageway leading into the palace itself, to enter the Palace of Hades. One must pass through the altar. Let us proceed. Everyone, exercise caution. This place feels ominous. Be wary of anything that might move, Chen Zhi advised, waving his hand to signal everyone towards the altar. As the group ascended the steps, they noticed that the stairway's dimensions were perfectly suited for human passage. Upon reaching the midpoint, they were taken aback to find over a dozen human-shaped corpses, transparent like crystal, sprawled haphazardly across the steps. Though entirely transparent, their internal organs and blood vessels were distinctly visible, and their forms were remarkably perfect, as if crafted by divine hands. At first, Chen Zhi believed these figures to be crystal sculptures, but upon touching one, he immediately realized they were soft, and his hand sank into the transparent skin. An odd sensation akin to grasping the power of another realm. It was then that Chen Zhi noticed, up close, that each of these bodies lacked a heart in their chests. What on earth are these? Fat Wei cautiously navigated around the transparent corpses, whispering, "Are these things human? They look like jelly." Yet their forms were undeniably more aesthetically pleasing than humans. "They are not human. They are spirits," Qin Yang suddenly interjected, her eyes sparkling with an extraordinary brilliance upon seeing these entities. Spirits are the primal souls of the highest deities, the greatest secrets of all ancient gods, in essence. These are the souls of the divine. How do you know this? Chen Zhi immediately turned to Qin Yang, with the rest of the group following suit, their expressions filled with skepticism. In Chen Zhi's memory, Qin Yang's understanding of the divine realm was not significantly greater than his own. The ancient texts she had encountered were merely those provided by Lord Leopard from their organization, while Chen Zhi had perused far more extensive materials in the library. It seemed impossible for Qin Yang to possess knowledge that eluded even him. "I do not know. It feels as though I have just awakened," Qin Yang replied, as if coming to a sudden realization. "I do not know how I recognize these beings, but upon seeing them, I instinctively know what they are." Qin Yang's expression was imbued with sincerity, tinged with a hint of panic, as she perceived the changing countenance of those around her, including the ever-trustful Pang Wei. "Let us proceed," Chen Zhi remarked indifferently, casting a fleeting glance at Qin Yang without uttering another word. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's command, the others turned and continued onward. However, the warriors distinctly altered their positions, encircling Qin Yang and ensnaring her in the very center of the group. As they ascended the altar, they reached the summit, where a circular platform, several zhang in diameter, was adorned with intricate and bizarre designs. These swirling patterns evidently comprised segments of incantations, some inscribed in the primordial script of divine texts, while others were in ghostly script and other unknown languages. At the center of the platform, 4 orbs of ghostly fire floated, each positioned at the cardinal points. Within the flickering flames sat a translucent figure, unmistakably a woman, her form exquisitely sculpted, resembling a masterful piece of art, her head bowed in silence. Chen Zhi observed that, unlike the earlier apparitions, this ethereal form possessed a pulsating transparent heart within its chest. Chapter 601, The Palace of the Underworld, Part 2. Is this entity alive? Pang Wei inquired softly beside Chen Zhi. Uncertain, Chen Zhi replied, his gaze fixed on the gently throbbing heart within the translucent figure. He contemplated reaching out to touch it, but ultimately withdrew his hand, shaking his head slightly. Let us not concern ourselves with these matters. We shall continue on our path. There may be more ahead, so let us tread carefully and circumvent it. With a wave of his hand, Chen Zhi signaled for everyone to steer clear of the translucent figure and advance onward. Before them lay a steep stone staircase ascending towards the heavens, extending towards the grand palace of the underworld. Wisps of mist enveloped the midpoint of the staircase, shrouding the entire palace from view. As they ascended the steps, they indeed encountered several more translucent corpses, all female and perfectly formed. Upon reaching the staircase's midpoint, they traversed through the swirling clouds, and as they beheld the near visage of the palace of the underworld, they were profoundly struck by its majesty. "This is truly astonishing," they murmured. Even Pang Wei, who had grown accustomed to ancient tombs and regal edifices, found himself unable to contain his awe. All halted in their tracks, gazing in wonder at this magnificent marvel. The grandeur and sanctity of the great hall were beyond comprehension, its resplendent splendor defying description. Previously obscured by mist, they had been unable to glimpse even a fraction of its magnificence, yet now, standing before the palace of the underworld, they were utterly captivated by its enchanting vista. The grand entrance of the palace was arched, measuring more than 6 zhang in diameter. Above the doorway hung a colossal stone plaque, resplendent with colors that shimmered like divine gifts, prominently displayed against the black palace. Inscribed in ancient divine script were the 3 illustrious characters, Palace of the Underworld. Beneath their feet lay a staircase of thousands of stone steps, ascending at a steep angle, flanked by bottomless abysses. The faint sound of flowing water echoed from the depths. Looking upward, they beheld a celestial dome, shimmering with radiant, ethereal light, a translucent barrier of glass-like brilliance. Above them, a vast, imposing mountain floated over the palace, its sheer grandeur instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression, rendering them as insignificant as tiny beings encroaching upon the realm of giants. Yet, what truly astonished all was not the magnificence of the palace, but the vivid imagery displayed upon the luminous dome above. The glassy surface was alive with swirling, colorful specters, mountains and rivers, figures of men and beasts, and even deities. Amidst the flowing lights, Chen Zhi glimpsed many fantastical creatures he had never seen or heard of, as well as ancient humans donned in various attires, engaged in hunting and farming, living out their myriad existences. He also observed ethereal beings with perfectly sculpted forms, their garments billowing as they drifted through the skies, wielding divine powers. All the images appeared strikingly real, and behind them loomed a colossal, indistinct shadow. This shadow, with long hair billowing into the air, obscured the sky, its immense form enveloped in blue flames, emanating a chilling darkness that sent shivers down their spines. Although the face of this shadow remained obscured, Chen Zhi felt an undeniable certainty that this formidable figure was none other than the deity of death, the emperor of the underworld, Fengdu. Let us proceed. The ghost blade roused the group, who had been captivated by the celestial spectacle. They then quickened their pace, ascending rapidly. Their speed was remarkable, and they swiftly traversed the multitude of steps, reaching the end where a semicircular grand door awaited them. This door, meticulously carved from a single slab of black stone, was both ancient and unadorned, devoid of any lavish embellishments or carvings, yet it exuded an overwhelming majesty. In the center of the door, a narrow gap allowed passage for one person. As they rushed toward the door, they passed through the gap and entered the grand hall. The moment they stepped inside, an unusual aura surged toward them from within, a formidable presence that instilled a deep-rooted fear, causing them to hesitate before what lay ahead. The hall was shrouded in darkness. They adjusted their spotlights to illuminate their surroundings. The floor was laid with large, neatly arranged black stone tiles, patterned in a diamond formation. The interior space of the hall was vast, with the walls on either side standing several dozen yards away, while the ceiling soared into obscurity. They could only discern rows of spiral staircases ascending on both sides. At the heart of the hall stood a towering stone platform, atop which resided an extraordinarily massive throne. This throne, as grand as a mountain, was sculpted from a single colossal block of black stone, rising high into the darkness of the hall's ceiling, its enormous armrests seemingly stretching into infinity. Standing beneath this monumental throne, Chen Zhi and his companions felt as minuscule as ants. Orange, it seems there is someone down there. Fatway suddenly directed his spotlight toward the base of the throne, whispering to Chen Zhi. Upon hearing Fatway's words, everyone immediately drew their weapons. Chen Zhi directed his flashlight forward and soon discerned that amidst the surrounding darkness at the foot of the throne, there were several smaller thrones, each crafted from precious metals and adorned with gold and jewels. It appeared that figures were seated upon these thrones, though they were shrouded in a haze. Having entered the underworld, the group had long since relinquished any notion of fear. To express trepidation towards ghosts would be utterly naive. They advanced, guided by their flashlights. But as they neared, a chill swept over them. To their horror, they discovered that the thrones were occupied by human corpses, each belonging to a woman clad in exquisite garments. Adorned with jeweled crowns and dressed in red bridal attire, the bodies were desiccated, their ribcages exposed. Each had been impaled by a large wooden stake, which penetrated their bodies and emerged at their necks, forcing them to remain seated upon the thrones. Strangely, their faces appeared remarkably fresh, as if preserved by some unknown means, their features vividly painted with thick makeup. Yet, despite this facade, the agony etched upon their contorted faces could not be concealed, a chilling testament to the torment they had endured in life. Each corpse was shackled by heavy iron chains, thick as a thigh, binding them to their thrones. Chen Zhi counted a total of 9 thrones, matching the number recorded in the ancient scrolls of the Western Qi royal city. This was the fate of the princesses sent to wed. It was no wonder they fought desperately against such unions. Chen Zhi murmured, glancing back at Qin Yang, who had already witnessed the ghastly scene. Her complexion had turned ashen, her lips quivering, yet she ultimately lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Behind the thrones stood a closed door, presumably leading to the inner sanctum of the palace. At this juncture, Chen Zhi's intuition had sharpened. He was certain that within a radius of approximately 500 meters lay a substantial spirit stone, imbued with fire attributes and abundant energy, precisely what they needed for their barrier. Chapter 602, The Underworld Palace, Part 3. Chen Zhi cast a glance toward the door ahead. Situated to the left rear of the thrones, it likely served as the entrance to the palace's interior. At that moment, his sense of the spirit stone intensified. The spirit stone lies within this 500-meter range. Let us proceed through the front door. We must search every corner of the palace. Understood. The others responded in unison, moving forward. Just then, the atmospheric pressure within the hall shifted, a wave of air rippling through, as though they were being compressed in midair. The entire space began to tremble, and Chen Zhi's mind momentarily clouded, the world around him descending into chaos. At this moment, Chen Zhi seemed to hear the piercing screams of countless women, followed by the anguished wails of men. The sound was excruciatingly tragic, as if it could shatter one's eardrums, instilling a profound sense of sorrow within him, akin to plummeting into an abyss of despair, with darkness pressing down upon him like a towering mountain, leaving him breathless. No agony in the world could compare to this. The weight of it even stirred within Chen Zhi an impulse for self-realization in that very moment. "Chief, are you all right?" Ji Ying called out from behind, gently supporting Chen Zhi. "I'm fine." Chen Zhi immediately snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously to suppress the inexplicable emotions that had engulfed him moments before. He was bewildered by the source of the oppressive sensation, feeling as though he had momentarily connected with a specific time within the hall. Turning to observe the others, he noticed that everyone was regarding him with peculiar expressions, suggesting that he was the only one who had been lost in reverie. Chen Zhi gazed forward. The great door behind the throne remained firmly shut, and the suffocating atmosphere there intensified, as if warning him to stay away. "Open the door," Chen Zhi commanded the warriors behind him. At his behest, goblins and several blue-belted warriors promptly advanced, using their shoulders to brace against the door, employing a coordinated effort to push it open. The door was not particularly heavy, and with the warriors' collective strength, it soon creaked ajar, just as Chen Zhi and the others reached the threshold. As he stepped to the entrance, Chen Zhi was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of hatred, a tide of loathing that seemed on the verge of materialization. This hatred surged forth from profound suffering, a vehement desire to annihilate everything. Since acquiring the ability to perceive such energies, Chen Zhi had grown accustomed to encountering various auras, each reflecting the myriad emotions of humanity. Particularly within the realms of the underworld, he had often felt an immense atmosphere of resentment and sorrow. Yet, the terrifying intensity emanating from beyond the door was unlike anything he had ever encountered, stirring within him a sense of aversion, making him reluctant to step inside. "Chief, it seems there is a Qi presence within," Ji Ying whispered in his ear. Her words struck a deep chord within Chen Zhi. Qi was the hallmark of martial artists who had reached the pinnacle of physical prowess, an extraordinary force that safeguarded the body from harm and enhanced the potency of one's strikes. Chen Zhi had frequently observed this Qi in warriors of a caliber akin to Guo and Ji Ying, distinguished by their red belts. Could it be that warriors were trapped inside? His mind raced back to the 6 blue-belted warriors who had vanished by the banks of the Wangchuan River. As described by Ji Ying, they had inexplicably disappeared, leaving their weapons behind, an unusual occurrence for warriors. Chen Zhi dared not indulge in further speculation. He could not afford to hesitate, for their objective was crystal clear: to swiftly locate the spirit stones. "Let us go," Chen Zhi commanded quietly, as Peng Wei and Guo leaped ahead, illuminating the path with their flashlights. Upon the opening of the grand door, a modest stone hall was revealed. devoid of any furnishings or decor. At the front of the hall stood an inky black doorway, flanked by a row of iron railings, reminiscent of a prison's confines. With no other passage in sight, Chen Zhi approached the iron railings for a closer inspection, noticing a black and gold padlock affixed to them, an archaic dual-key lock, requiring a special key for access, its core gleaming with a polished sheen. Chen Zhi exchanged a glance with the ghost blade, who stepped forward, unsheathed the killing blade, and with a swift, silent sweep, severed the iron railings entirely, allowing the dark entrance to emerge unobstructed. "Let us go," Chen Zhi whispered to the group, as the entire party ventured into the depths of the shadowy doorway. Upon entering, they found themselves in an elongated parallel corridor extending ahead, shrouded in profound darkness. The group cautiously advanced along the passage, and after traversing approximately 100 meters, they entered a stone chamber. This chamber starkly contrasted with the eerie decor of the underworld palace, as everything within was remarkably pristine. Ethereal smoke danced in the air, creating a dreamlike ambience, while the sturdy stone walls glimmered with radiant red stones, intricately carved with exquisite details. A closer examination revealed that the chamber was devoid of any seams. Crafted entirely from a single massive block of red stone, an almost unbelievable feat strangely, at the very center of the chamber stood a stone platform laden with sumptuous delicacies. The food, bizarrely, consisted of large, bloodied white meats, and the wine was an inky black, its aroma pungent and overwhelming. This scene was nothing short of surreal. Continuing along the corridor, they encountered several more chambers, each similarly adorned yet distinct in their specifics. Some contained no food, while others featured peculiar beds. Yet despite their thorough search, they found no trace of spirit stones. As they proceeded, another stone chamber emerged ahead, noticeably larger than the others, filled with various arrangements. The walls displayed an odd relief sculpture, its rough craftsmanship obscuring clear interpretation. However, Chen Zhi squinted at it, sensing that the imagery depicted giants hunting humans. In the center of this chamber lay an expansive space, where an incense burner wafted fragrant smoke, concealing something enigmatic within. Qin Yang silently recited a few incantations, dispersing the smoke. When the obscured object was finally revealed, it startled them. On the ground sat a giant, nearly 3 meters tall, with white hair and beard, eyes closed in repose. His elongated neck bore sharp fangs, devoid of eyes, while his muscular shoulders and disheveled hair cascaded down. Clad in black and gold armor, a living giant indeed. Chapter 603. The cocoon. The sight of this living giant startled everyone, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps, weapons at the ready for an imminent attack. Yet, after a prolonged period of poised anticipation, they observed that the giant remained seated, eyes still closed, utterly motionless, showing no signs of awakening. After a prolonged stalemate, the rotund Wei could no longer contain himself and whispered into Chen Zhi's ear, "Pray tell, is this entity human or spectral? If it is human, let it speak. If it is a ghost, let it rise to engage in combat. What purpose does it serve to sit there motionless? However, I must assert, based on my extensive experience, that this creature is certainly not a rice dumpling. I know, perhaps it is nothing at all," Chen Zhi murmured, peering intently ahead. Before him, wisps of azure smoke coiled around the colossal figure, each hair on its body remarkably distinct. Despite its imposing presence, an unsettling void surrounded it, as though only a mere wisp of air lingered in its stead. Furthermore, Chen Zhi discerned that although the giant possessed a robust physique and fierce countenance, adorned with masculine traits such as an Adam's apple, its chest was pronounced, and various subtle features suggested a feminine morphology. Just as Chen Zhi had previously surmised, the unique ecological conditions of Fengdu City likely resulted in the existence of hermaphroditic beings within this realm of the underworld. In the early 1970s, a German scientist had postulated a theory regarding such biological phenomena. He speculated that prior to the advent of human civilization, Earth may have been home to a perfect hermaphroditic species capable of surviving in temperatures as low as -200 degrees Celsius, possessing a brain capacity comparable to that of humans. These beings, devoid of gender distinctions, could reproduce autonomously, implying a lack of love and familial bonds, rendering their society cold and unfeeling. Similar to humans, they relied on liquid to transport nutrients within their bodies, equipped with formidable digestive and immune systems, indicating a physical prowess many times that of humans. Thus, the scientists concluded that, should such beings exist, they would be a remarkably powerful species, lacking human vulnerabilities while possessing strengths unattainable by mankind. With no familial ties, their desires would be reduced to mere hunger and the instinct to kill. However, this species has remained a mere hypothetical construct, never truly recognized by the biological community. Yet, it is said that some esteemed collectors possess invaluable artifacts from that civilization, suggesting the validity of this hypothesis. It appears that such hermaphroditic beings truly exist in this world. Every civilization indeed harbors its own grand narrative. Chen Zhi sighed inwardly, turning to address the group. All that surrounded them was an illusion. These phenomena were too novel, the smoke swirling yet devoid of scent. If my conjecture is correct, what we currently perceive is not genuinely existent, or rather, it may not be real within our current temporal and spatial context. The spectacle before us might be a glimpse into the past, perhaps 10,000 years ago, or even further. The place where we stand must have once appeared differently, yet our eyes are unable to perceive it. What shall we do then? Wei inquired anxiously. This is not a question. After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he requested a piece of yellow paper from Qin Yang, bit his fingertip, and inscribed a symbol upon it. He then placed the yellow paper on the ground, enveloping the entire room with a fierce curse barrier. Now let us see what this place truly is, Chen Zhi proclaimed, swiftly reciting a few incantations before placing his finger to his lips and exclaiming, "Break." As Chen Zhi's voice echoed, the air swirled violently, a tempest sweeping through the entire room, stirring up clouds of dust and a pungent odor that left everyone feeling lightheaded. The airborne particles made it nearly impossible to keep their eyes open. When the whirlwind subsided and the dust settled, the group cautiously wiped their faces and peered ahead, only to be taken aback in astonishment. Before them lay a room that was no longer the pristine stone chamber they had once seen. It had fallen into a state of ruin. The decor was dilapidated and petrified, with peeling wall panels revealing an icy chill and a hint of dampness. The space was riddled with petrified mold, resembling a quintessential haunted house. The androgynous giant from before had vanished, and in the center of the room, a row of objects, wrapped in cloth strips, hung from the beams. These elongated forms, swathed in white fabric like mummies, dangled from the ceiling, resembling colossal silkworm cocoons from a distance. "What are those things?" Fat Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. After a moment of observation, he turned to Chen Zhi and remarked, "Orange. I can't shake the feeling that there are people inside." Fat Wei's words echoed Chen Zhi's own thoughts. The tightly wrapped cloths had taken on a human shape, with the heads down and arms folded, hanging upside down in this desolate, ancient stone chamber, creating a visually terrifying scene. Just as Chen Zhi hesitated on whether to approach, he suddenly noticed one of the cloth cocoons tremble slightly. This caused a ripple of alarm among them, as they all realized one crucial fact: whatever was inside the cocoon was alive. At that moment, Ji Ying leaped up in excitement, and she, along with Ghost Blade, rushed forward simultaneously, swiftly severing the cloth cocoons from the ceiling. Ji Ying moved with remarkable speed, and upon lowering the cocoon, she used a dagger to slice through the layers of fabric. As the strips were torn away, they revealed the 6 blue ribbon warriors who had gone missing by the banks of the Wanchuan River. Among these 6 blue ribbon warriors, 5 were completely unresponsive, while the one who had stirred slowly opened his eyes under Ghost Blade's gentle shaking. When he caught sight of the group, he suddenly erupted into a frenzied shout. His face contorted in terror, eyes wide, and froth spilling from his mouth. In Chen Zhi's mind, warriors had always represented unwavering strength of will. Even under tremendous torment, their spirit would remain unbroken. Yet, the sight of this blue ribbon warrior in a state of utter hysteria, devoid of any sense of honor, was nothing short of distressing. "Pull yourself together." Ji Ying vigorously shook the warrior, calling out loudly in an attempt to restore his sanity. However, the blue-clad warrior had completely lost his mind, frantically yelling with bloodshot eyes, "Hurry! Hurry! He is coming!" Chapter 604. The unexpected corpse. Wishing my female readers a joyous holiday. You are all my goddesses, and I shall forever cherish you. The sight of this blue-clad warrior undoubtedly instilled fear in everyone. In a desperate bid to quiet him, Gui Dao, with no other option, pressed a pressure point at the back of his neck, causing the warrior to collapse limply to the ground, silent at last. Ji Ying checked the pulses of several other warriors. Fortunately, they still had faint signs of life, albeit extremely weak. There were no scars or signs of struggle on their bodies, yet their palms bore a slight darkness. What could they have endured in the past hours that left them defenseless? There are many more rooms inside. Let us explore, Guo suggested as he and several other warriors each carried an unconscious comrade, making their way deeper into the passage. Soon, they encountered a new stone chamber, significantly larger than the others, resembling a grand hall. The surroundings were in disrepair, with numerous cocoons hanging from the ceiling, identical to those seen earlier. Yet these appeared even older, suspended like stone carvings, motionless. Chen Zhi's team had now assembled completely, even if there were still people inside the cocoons. They were not members of Chen Zhi's team, and judging by their appearance, it was unlikely any survivors remained. Logically, they should continue forward without wasting precious time here. Yet Chen Zhi felt an inexplicable urge that concealed within those cocoons lay something unexpected that warranted investigation. Fat Wei grew increasingly anxious, his thoughts consumed with concern for his cousin's safety. Chen Zhi exchanged a glance with Guo, who ascended to the ceiling with ease, gently lowering the cocoons to the ground. As the cocoons landed, Jiying stood guard, while Guo deftly used his dagger to cut through the hardened fabric, which had become rigid over time, resembling stone. At last, as Guo severed the last of the bindings, human corpses emerged from within. To Chen Zhi's astonishment, these bodies bore no signs of decomposition or blood, but rather an abnormal bluish-black hue, as if they had been entombed in an oxygen-deprived environment for an extended period. What shocked Chen Zhi further was the robust physique of the corpses, clad in the military short coats typical of warriors, each adorned with a blue wristband. They are warriors. Chen Zhi could scarcely believe his eyes. He reached out to feel the pulse of these samurai. They were undeniably deceased, their arteries hardened. Had it not been for the chilling and peculiar environment, their bodies would likely have long since decayed into oblivion. Chen Zhi lifted the eyelids of the corpses, discovering that the irises had turned a milky white, while the eyelids remained pitch black. "This is dark sorcery," Qin Yang remarked from beside him. "Such witchcraft is malevolent, not something an ordinary shaman could wield. However, we have encountered this phenomenon before. Do you remember?" Her words sparked a memory within Chen Zhi. He recalled the case from the previous year, when he assisted Mu Zishi in searching for her first love. In the courtyard of that girl's home, they had discovered a form of witchcraft. At that time, Chen Zhi had been baffled by the presence of such a formidable sorcerer in a small city, completely outside the organization's surveillance. The organization had conducted an investigation for some time without uncovering anything. In retrospect, perhaps this dark sorcery had been lurking around Chen Zhi all along. Chen Zhi examined the palms of the warriors. They were stained black, identical to the others. "Are these warriors members of the organization? Do you recognize them?" he asked, glancing back at Ghostblade and Jiying. Jiying was also visibly taken aback, but Ghostblade's face was ashen. "Do you know them?" Chen Zhi pressed Ghostblade. Ghostblade nodded slightly, but remained silent. "Oh dear, you're making me anxious. If you know them, then just say who they are." Fat Wei could no longer contain his impatience, urgently prodding Ghostblade for answers. At that moment, Ghostblade's eyes began to cloud over. He lowered his gaze to the corpses beneath him, and, after a long silence, spoke. "I do know them. When they were alive, I was merely a white belt warrior. They are the ones who perished alongside my father when he entered the divine tomb over a decade ago." "What?" Chen Zhi was taken aback by Ghostblade's revelation. He was already familiar with the excavation of the divine tomb, which had taken place long ago. Although he did not know the exact date, he was aware that the warriors of the organization generally lived slightly longer than ordinary people, and shamans even longer. It was said that Ghostblade was merely a boy who had just earned his white belt at that time. The organization had launched a large-scale excavation operation to seek the Fire Spirit Stone, dispatching a significant number of prominent personnel, including Chen Zhi's uncle, the former head of the Jiang clan, and Ghostblade's father, the chief red belt warrior. Accompanying them were dozens of powerful demigods. However, the outcome of that operation was tragically grim. Aside from a few who escaped, including Ghostblade, his father and the majority of the esteemed warriors perished within the divine tomb, and none of the accompanying demigods survived. As for Chen Zhi's uncle, he sustained severe injuries during the mission and, upon returning to the library, was left physically and mentally shattered, never to venture outside again. Following the failure of that mission, the organization has maintained a profound silence regarding the matter, imposing an internal prohibition on mentioning the fallen warriors from that time. It is said that the leader, from that moment onward, abandoned the grand excavation of the divine tomb. However, how could the spirits of those warriors, who perished then, now manifest in this realm of the dead? Is it truly, as the legends suggest, that this underworld serves as the abode of lost souls? After death, do they come here for absolution? As everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the corpse, an imperceptible sound suddenly emerged from behind. But it was far too faint to escape the keen ears of the warriors, prompting them to turn around immediately. In that fleeting moment, Chen Zhi discerned a vague silhouette lurking in the shadows of the corner. Upon perceiving that shadow, his worldview was instantly overturned, leading him to question whether specters indeed existed in this world. Chapter 605. The departed before him stood a visage marred and distorted, hunched and enveloped in a shroud of darkness, its features utterly indistinct and devoid of hair, exuding an aura of eerie strangeness rather than mere grotesqueness. Chen Zhi's conviction that this figure was a ghost stemmed from the disconcerting lightness of its form, as if it bore no weight, appearing semi-transparent and levitating above the ground, with its eyes rolled back, a characteristic only attributed to the deceased. In that moment, Chen Zhi noticed a tattered red wristband protruding from the figure's wrist. "Who are you?" Chen Zhi shouted at the apparition before him, yet the shadow flickered in the darkness and vanished, as if it were an ethereal presence. The group recoiled in shock at the sight of the shadow. Despite having mentally prepared themselves for any crisis upon entering the underworld, the notion of ghosts was altogether different. And until now, no one had definitively established their existence. At that instant, Jiying instinctively took a step back, and Chen Zhi clearly observed a profound expression of fear etched upon her face, indicating a deep inner turmoil. "Do you recognize that shadow?" Chen Zhi turned to gaze solemnly at Jiying. "I." Jiying's lips quivered as she spoke, but she quickly regained her composure and turned to Chen Zhi. "Reporting to the clan leader, I am acquainted with that shadow. He was once a red band warrior within our organization and perished during the Divine Tomb mission over a decade ago." "What?" Jiying's revelation solidified the group's suspicions regarding the identity of the shadow. They knew Jiying to be a person of meticulous speech, whose words were always objective and precise. If she claimed that the figure they had seen was a corpse, it confirmed that they had indeed encountered a ghost. Just as uncertainty enveloped them, Chen Zhi inquired, "What kind of person was this red band warrior? Please summarize his story." "Certainly." Jiying nodded and began to recount the life of the red band warrior. His original name was Tai Ichi Wu Ti Suo, but due to the complexity of his surname, he was simply referred to as a Su. Aso was once a formidable figure within the organization, distinct from the other warriors. For he was not a descendant of the Ji clan, but a demigod of mysterious lineage. The majority of the warriors in the organization were human, while only shamans were demigods. Thus, Aso stood as the sole demigod warrior among them. His physical prowess had reached an unparalleled zenith, ranking just below the formidable father of the Ghost Blade and Jiyang as a prominent red belt warrior. As a result of his demigod bloodline, he possessed an innate ability to wield shamanic arts. It is said that during significant battles, Aso adeptly fused shamanic abilities with his physical techniques, earning glorious accolades for the organization. In that era, the organization was deemed invincible, bolstered by the unquestionable abilities of great warriors like the father of the Ghost Blade, Jiyang, and Aso, alongside the formidable Jiang clan shamans, leaving the dark faction in obscurity. The great warriors of Aso's generation were revered almost as mythical beings within the organization. However, the ill-fated expedition to excavate the Divine Tomb resulted in a catastrophic failure, claiming the lives of two of the organization's most exceptional red belt warriors. The father of the Ghost Blade and Aso perished within the tomb, inflicting a grievous blow to the organization. Simultaneously, the previous patriarch of the Jiang clan, who was also Chen Zhi's uncle, sustained severe injuries and never departed from the western Qi royal city, while the designated heir, Jiang Li, Chen Zhi's uncle, was assassinated. Consequently, the organization fell into disarray, and the dark faction gradually emerged from the shadows. It was precisely due to the demise of these two red belt warriors that the young warriors, Ghost Blade and Jiying, had the opportunity to ascend to red belt status. This transpired long ago. If that shadow we just witnessed was indeed Aso, he has been deceased for over a decade. Could it truly be a ghost? Fat Wei, listening nearby, expressed a hint of skepticism. Having spent years sifting through graves, he had encountered zombies aplenty but had never seen a true ghost. Zombies are material entities that can be explained, while the concept of a spirit post-mortem is an entirely different notion. Is it possible? What if he never died in the divine tomb? And you all mistakenly believed him to be dead? Fat Wei inquired. Impossible. Jiying shook her head. It is likely that Ji Ling has informed you. The promotion system within the organization is profoundly sacred and not subject to human manipulation. There can only ever be 5 red belt warriors coexisting in the organization. And a new red belt warrior can only ascend when one of them has perished. When the news of the deaths of these 2 red belt warriors reached us, Ghostblade and I noticed our armbands had changed color overnight. We were taken aback, but this unequivocally confirmed the death of these 2 individuals. And there is no need for any doubt regarding this matter. Are you implying? Fat Wei began to perspire, casting a sideways glance at the dark corner. Are you suggesting that what we just saw is the ghost of someone who died over a decade ago? Yes, it is undoubtedly the spirit of Warrior Aso. There is no other possibility. Ji Ying asserted with conviction. A ghost, you say? Chen Zhi pondered deeply, furrowing his brow upon hearing Ji Ying's words. Chen Zhi is not a person devoid of reverence. He is aware that countless mysteries abound in the world, many of which defy explanation. However, when it comes to ghosts, Chen Zhi's understanding remains rather nebulous. In truth, he does not subscribe to the belief that spirits exist after death. With his eyes closed, he once more attuned himself to the aura of the spirit stone. Since entering this place, the energy emanating from the stone has been overwhelmingly potent, without a doubt. A substantial fire attribute spirit stone lies within. Yet, its exact location eludes him. It could be ahead, to the sides, or even above and below. Their sole task now is to explore every corner of this palace, and at this moment, the greatest fear is encountering aggressive obstacles. Blade, Chen Zhi commanded softly. I care not what that entity is. Find it within 10 minutes. Yes, Ghost Blade responded affirmatively, gesturing for several blue-clad warriors to follow him as they darted into the passage like shadows, vanishing into the darkness. Chen Zhi and the others remained in the stone chamber, waiting as time ticked by. Each passing minute heightened their anxiety, as Ghost Blade and his companions remained silent. The only sound was that of the injured Ji Ying, who stood guard to ensure their safety. To preempt any unforeseen incidents, Chen Zhi summoned a protective barrier, enveloping them all. After 9 minutes, a blue-clad warrior returned, reporting, Patriarch. The entity has been located. Please follow me. Chapter 606, The Deceased, Part 2. By my word, they truly can capture a ghost. Fat Wei exclaimed, utterly astonished and scarcely able to believe his ears. Chen Zhi and the others promptly followed the blue-clad warrior deeper into the passage. They retraced their steps, making a turn before swiftly entering a vast stone cavern, not merely a chamber, but a gap in the center of the chamber. Surrounding the fissure was a chaotic arrangement of stones, encircling it entirely. The translucent specter they had glimpsed earlier was now curled up within the crevice. Its eyes still rolled back, its body hunched and grotesque, with a face marred and expressionless. Ghostblade and several blue-clad warriors stood nearby, wielding long blades at a cautious distance. The scene was chilling. The spirit appeared horrifying, its limbs contorted unnaturally, with feet twisted in the opposite direction, as if its tendons had been severed, rendering it motionless. However, as Chen Zhi approached, the specter suddenly turned its head, its vacant gaze locking onto him. After a moment, it parted its lipless mouth, emitting a rasping sound. Have you two perished? Upon hearing these words, everyone exhaled in relief, since it could articulate. It seemed this entity was indeed a living being, at least partially so, not merely a ghost. Yet, its appearance was undeniably peculiar. Its form was predominantly translucent, allowing Chen Zhi to glimpse its internal organs and skeletal structure. Moreover, Chen Zhi clearly observed that his heart was no longer beating. This was not surprising, for they had all consumed the precious spring water upon entering, and since that moment, everyone's hearts had ceased their rhythmic pulsation. Yet, the state of this individual was exceedingly peculiar, resembling a disembodied soul in a state of suspension. Most crucially, he was utterly incapable of engaging in any form of communication. Also, warrior, I am Ji Ying. Do you remember us? Ji Ying and Gui Dao repeatedly spoke to him, invoking the names of numerous individuals from their organization, but also remained unresponsive. In the ensuing moments, regardless of how Chen Zhi and his companions inquired, or how Gui Dao and Ji Ying asserted their identities, even going so far as to reveal the red bands upon their wrists, also exhibited no reaction. His eyes rolled back, leaning grotesquely in the crevice like a terrifying corpse, silent and indifferent to their presence. Ultimately, they resigned themselves to abandoning any attempt at communication. Time was of the essence, and Chen Zhi discovered that the timer on his wrist had malfunctioned, the digits frozen in place. Strangely, all the timers had ceased functioning simultaneously. Such an occurrence was far too coincidental to be mere happenstance. Yet, Chen Zhi had no time to ponder these anomalies. His mind was singularly focused on the imperative task of locating the spirit stone. Just as they prepared to depart, a sudden sound reminiscent of wind rushing through the palace's interior reverberated, as if the very air within was being siphoned away. Soon, Chen Zhi realized that the surrounding darkness was deepening. Although the palace had been shrouded in darkness, the intermittent presence of luminescent wisps had allowed for some visibility. Now, however, those glowing vapors had been completely drawn away, and the temperature plummeted, leaving behind an impenetrable blackness, illuminated only by the faint beams of their flashlights. This place is truly sinister. How has it become so dark? If it continues like this, we might genuinely encounter a ghost, Fat Wei lamented, only to promptly cover his mouth, recalling how his ominous words had proven eerily accurate throughout their journey. It was best to remain silent. Upon witnessing the changes in their surroundings, Chen Zhi quickly instructed everyone to activate their flashlights, concentrating their beams to illuminate their party and prevent anyone from becoming lost or disappearing in the encroaching darkness. Now, the environment was utterly obscured, with the path ahead shrouded in impenetrable obscurity. Nevertheless, they had to hasten to search for the spirit stone. If it was not found within the palace's chambers, they would have to ascend to the upper levels. Chen Zhi's mind raced, calculating the urgency of their situation. As for the half-corporeal warrior also, there was no time to concern themselves with him. They would leave him here temporarily and devise a means to extract him once they located the spirit stone. The specific circumstances could be deliberated upon later. As Chen Zhi was on the verge of leading his team into the foreboding darkness ahead, the figure beside him, who had remained as still as a corpse, suddenly seized Chen Zhi's arm with startling strength, rendering him unable to break free. At that moment, Chen Zhi turned his head slightly and, for the briefest instant, witnessed Asawa's eyes flicker back to life. Asawa subtly shook his head at Chen Zhi before instantly reverting to his previous state, slumped against the wall like a lifeless body. This fleeting expression lasted but half a second, visible only to Chen Zhi. Yet, from that singular gesture, Chen Zhi was unequivocally convinced of one thing. Asawa possessed rationality and was exceedingly alert. The reasons behind Asawa's reluctance to communicate with them were complex. One possibility being his distrust of someone within the group. His earlier action of grasping Chen Zhi's arm evidently served as a warning, indicating that proceeding further was perilous. In a bid to mitigate any potential dangers, Chen Zhi began to chant incantations, exhaling a stream of energy as he wove a protective barrier within a 2-meter radius around himself. As the barrier expanded, Chen Zhi noticed, having overlooked it before, that the chaotic assortment of stones surrounding Asawa bore faintly etched incantations. Though the inscriptions were crude and indistinct, Chen Zhi could sense that they were spells designed for creating a barrier, arranged in a formation reminiscent of mystical strategies. In other words, this crevice constituted a barrier crafted by Asawa himself. The purpose of this barrier must be self-preservation, but why has he ensconced himself within this crevice? Chen Zhi pondered as the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him, and he commanded, "Everyone, quickly move into the crevice." As his voice echoed, his incantation spiraled and enveloped the crevice firmly, ensuring that all members of the team, including the unconscious blue-robed warriors he had just rescued, were now within the protective confines of the barrier. At that very moment, the temperature in the room plummeted, with the thermometer on their left arms registering a rapid decline, soon triggering an alarm. They watched in astonishment as a thin layer of ice swiftly formed on the floor and walls, while the encroaching darkness intensified, threatening to engulf them. Chen Zhi gestured for everyone to extinguish their flashlights, leaving only the faint beam from Fat Wei's flashlight to illuminate their surroundings. As this transpired, the atmospheric pressure dropped, and an oppressive tension settled over them. In the depths of the darkness, they beheld an astonishing sight. Strange transformations unfolded upon the frost-laden walls as shadowy figures surged forth, resembling a swirling mass of darkness that coalesced into a distinctly human shape. The figure within the wall grew increasingly larger until it ultimately smashed through a crack, emerging from within. This was a giant, towering over 2 meters, yet unlike the robust giant seen earlier, this one appeared somewhat smaller, its body completely hunched, obscuring its visage. Its flesh was grotesquely fused together, resembling a flayed individual struggling to extricate itself from the wall. It was evident that this giant possessed hermaphroditic traits. But its head was slightly distorted, shoulders unnaturally sloped, and limbs grotesquely deformed, moving in a manner reminiscent of a zombie. The onlookers were rendered speechless, frozen within their protective barrier, while Fat Way's searchlight remained unwavering, casting a beam straight ahead. In the dim light, they beheld the terrifying giant slowly approaching. The creature sniffed around the room like a colossal canine, sensing something amiss, drawing closer through the fissure. When the searchlight finally illuminated its face, all present were confronted with an appalling visage. The countenance was half-rotten, devoid of eyes, its skeletal mouth gaping wide, with rivulets of viscous fluid trickling down. The skin was a dark, bluish hue, having sloughed off and petrified, resembling layers of scales. It seemed captivated by Fat Way's spotlight, advancing directly towards them. Chen Zhi gently nudged Fat Way, who cautiously adjusted the light switch, plunging the surroundings into darkness. In the profound blackness, the outline of the giant was obscured, yet its presence was palpably felt, mere centimeters away. They could even discern the sound of it swallowing, their nerves taut with fear, utterly reliant on Chen Zhi's barrier for safety. The giant, confined outside the barrier, ceased its movements after a prolonged attempt to enter. An eerie silence enveloped them. Devoid of even their heartbeats, they believed the giant had departed. Just as they prepared to switch the light back on, an unsettling noise echoed in their ears. The sound was akin to a hard object scraping against the wall. A dreadful realization struck Chen Zhi's mind. Moments later, the excavation noise intensified, as if the giant was impatiently hastening its efforts. Recognizing the creature's cunning intent to burrow its way in, Chen Zhi immediately activated the searchlight and silently directed his internal energy into the soil beneath, aiming to seal off the space below. When the light flickered back to life, Chen Zhi was horrified to see a large hole had been excavated at the edge of the barrier, the hunched giant pressing against it, its enormous claws reaching inward toward them. "Damn it! This creature is truly tenacious," Chen Zhi muttered, preparing to unleash a thunderous spell to repel the giant. Just then, a Su suddenly leaped forward, covering Chen Zhi's mouth with a swift motion, preventing him from uttering a sound. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Asso endeavored to maintain equilibrium, firmly restraining Chen Zhi's body, ensuring that the spotlight on his arm remained utterly still, devoid of any tremor. As if nothing stirred within the confines of the barrier. Beneath the feeble glow of the spotlight, everyone beheld the shadowy claw of the creature encroaching into the barrier, slowly reaching out towards them. Yet, the edge of the barrier was littered with an array of stones inscribed with incantations. When the massive claw made contact with these runes, a sharp crack echoed, followed by a wretched scream as the claw writhed violently before retreating swiftly, a plume of white smoke emanating from the runic stones. In the ensuing minutes, the claw repeatedly probed within, only to recoil upon touching the inscriptions. After several attempts, the interior of the palace began to tremble, resonating with the sound of heavy footsteps. The giant ceased to extend its claw, suddenly rising alert. Upon spotting a shadow at the entrance, it erupted into a frenzied roar. At that moment, several larger giants surged forth from the darkness, crashing upon it with a resounding thud, causing Chen Zhi's barrier to shudder violently. Alarm surged within Chen Zhi. A sense of dread washed over him, for the might of these beings was overwhelming. As the giants toppled the smaller one, they mercilessly rained down blows upon it. The brutality was unrestrained, and soon its body was shattered, devoured by the towering figures. In that moment, under the dim light, every eye widened in horror, fixated on the savage assault as the smaller giant was consumed entirely, the process gruesome in its intensity. Eventually, the giants withdrew, leaving behind a cacophony of roars and the weighty sounds of their footsteps, accompanied by the visceral echoes of their attacks and feasting, an unimaginable display of sheer power. It was only after a considerable time that the darkness outside gradually fell silent. At last, the tension eased, and they sank to the ground, relief washing over them. What in the world are these creatures? They are utterly terrifying, Fat Way gasped, his face pale as he sat on the ground, panting. It was then that Asso, who had been eerily silent like a corpse, suddenly spoke. They are the former masters of this place, the ghost folk. Our purpose here is to serve as their sustenance. Chapter 608. The cage from which one can never escape. After Aso, the warrior, struggled to articulate these words, he leaned back against the rocky wall. His eyes, having seemingly fallen out, bore a resemblance to those of a human, yet his face remained grotesquely mutilated, rendering it difficult to gaze upon. Aso warrior, have you returned to your senses? Ji Ying inquired immediately. How did you end up in this place, and how did you become this way? Yes. Aso nodded slightly at Ji Ying, his speech labored after a prolonged silence. Each word articulated carefully. I have not spoken in a long time. Warrior Ji Ying, please escort everyone out. I have matters to discuss privately with the clan leader within the barrier. How did you know I am the newly appointed leader of the Zhang clan? Chen Zhi expressed evident surprise upon hearing Asua's words. I am well aware, for I am also a demigod, and my abilities are rather unique. I maintained a close connection with the previous leader of the Zhang clan. Thus I am quite familiar with all affairs pertaining to your clan. It is easy for me to discern your origins. You must be Chen Zhi, am I right? I have often heard your distant cousin mention you. Asua stated with deliberate clarity. Everyone, please exit. Chen Zhi commanded, turning back to nod reassuringly at Ji Ying. Consequently, all departed through the opening, awaiting outside, as Chen Zhi meticulously reconfigured the barrier to prevent any sound from escaping, before finally addressing the translucent Asa against the wall. Asa, if you have anything to say, you may speak freely now. Do you suspect there is a spy among my ranks? I cannot say for certain, but caution has been the reason for my survival thus far, Asua replied, his bloodied visage revealing eyes still bright, glancing toward Qin Yang outside the barrier. That woman is indeed a demigod of the Ao Hen lineage, correct? Yes, Chen Zhi affirmed, leaving no room for concealment. That demigod is unlike us. Her divine bloodline is exceptionally unique, historically regarded as our adversary. Moreover, within her, there exists a segment of sealed memory, which I can now perceive. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi felt a mental jolt. Although Lord Leopard had previously harbored suspicions regarding Qin Yang's hidden memories, such notions had remained unsubstantiated until now. With this newfound certainty, her identity became exceedingly suspect. Chen Zhi did not turn to regard Qin Yang. Instead, he continued to focus on Asua. Can you be certain of this? Indeed. My abilities allow me to perceive the origins of divine blood and the concealed energies within, Asua replied with conviction. Chen Zhi lowered his head, pondering for a moment. Can you discern the contents of those sealed memories? No, Asua shook his head. While I cannot see the specifics of the sealed memories, I have hunted members of the Ao Hen bloodline before. Those demigods are exceedingly cunning, and regardless of age or gender, each is formidable. That woman appears far too weak. This is abnormal. You must understand, when a person's memories are sealed, it obscures their true essence. Once those memories are unsealed, she may transform into an entirely different being, perhaps even malevolent, potentially becoming one of our foes. Hearing this, Chen Zhi fell into silence once more, at which point Asua continued. However, what you need to consider now should not revolve around this. After stating this, Asua gestured to his own translucent form with a twisted arm. What you ought to be concerned about is not becoming like me. You must have noticed my body is now in a semi-transparent state, devoid of weight. It will not be long before I completely vanish. What has caused this condition? Chen Zhi inquired. And how did you arrive in this place? Pardon my candor, but as I understand it, you should have perished during a mission over a decade ago. The warrior Asua stated calmly, his gaze unwavering. Indeed, in that endeavor, my body had, in a sense, already succumbed to death. My heart ceased its rhythmic beating long ago, devoid of any metabolic response. My flesh reduced to a state of decay and petrification. My continued existence is solely a consequence of a divine curse. And it was the harbinger of death who brought me here. The harbinger of death? Are you referring to the king of the underworld, Fengdu? Does he still walk among us? Perhaps. I cannot say for certain, but the entity I encountered was undeniably formidable, Asua articulated with deliberate precision. It was evident that Asua possessed remarkable mental fortitude. Despite enduring prolonged adversity, his thoughts remained remarkably clear. When he recounted the past, a tremor tinged his voice. Over a decade ago, we were commanded to excavate a divine tomb. I undertook this mission alongside another warrior clad in red, the father of the Ghost Blade. Many lives were lost during that undertaking. We encountered a powerful arcane assault within the tomb, resulting in the demise of the majority. The aftermath was chaotic, and the survivors, shrouded in darkness, lost their very essence. The demigods who accompanied us were immensely powerful. Yet I heard their anguished cries echoing through the shadows, a sound more terrifying than anything I have ever encountered. Subsequently, I was brought to this place. He truly resembled a harbinger of death, or perhaps something akin to it. I could perceive a swirling black energy enveloping him, not concealed, but visible to the naked eye. This dark aura shrouded him entirely, and I could not discern his visage, only the pungent scent of sulfur emanating from him. As a demigod, I possess a heightened sensitivity to divine presences, and I sensed a profound connection between him and the ghost city of Fengdu. I understood that his power far surpassed that of mere physical practitioners like myself. Yet, for reasons unknown, he chose not to end my life. He merely pointed at me, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself here, alongside several other warriors. These were among the finest fighters in our ranks. Upon regaining consciousness, he stood before us, and the intensity of his presence is something I shall never forget. He presented us with a choice, to betray our organization and align with him, or to embrace death. It was the dark faction, Chen Zhi silently pondered. Then turned to the warrior Asawa. Ultimately, you chose death, did you not? Yes, Asawa affirmed with a solemn nod. Thus, I was left in this place, which I later discovered to be a veritable purgatory. You have witnessed the monstrous entities that roam outside. Those colossal creatures appear at intervals, their strength overwhelming. In my current state, I am utterly incapable of resisting them. They exist in an eternal state of hunger, akin to zombies, devouring one another, yet their numbers remain unchanging. Throughout these interminable years, I have employed ancestral sorcery to ensconce myself within these crevices, disguising my appearance to resemble theirs, thus securing my survival. Chapter 609. The Eternal Prison, Part 2. After recounting his experiences, the Aso warrior's narrative sparked a palpable doubt within Chen Zhi. He pondered the conspicuous inconsistency. What of the other warriors? Why had none of the comrades who had accompanied him to this place been condemned alongside him? Furthermore, why had he not sought to escape? I have heard of your capabilities. With your agility, you could have easily fled the palace during the intervals when the ghostly residents were absent. Even if confronted by an assault, your swiftness would have enabled your escape. You need not doubt me, the Aso warrior replied, gesturing toward his thigh. Have you not noticed? The tendons in my leg have been severed. I can only shuffle along the wall, utterly devoid of strength, merely a cripple. Even if the ghostly inhabitants did not attack me, fleeing from this place is utterly impossible. At that moment, as I and the other warriors chose death, I helplessly witnessed my companions being suspended, tormented, and brutalized. I was powerless to intervene until they succumbed to their torturous fates. He wrapped their lifeless bodies in cloth and hung them from the beams. Strangely, he did not take my life. Instead, he severed my tendons and left me behind, uttering as he departed, "As a demigod, since you have chosen to side with humanity, remain here and serve as sustenance for my ghostly subjects." He never returned. Since that day, although I have employed sorcery to shield myself from being devoured by the ghostly beings, my body has grown increasingly translucent and my strength wanes. I suspect it will not be long before I completely vanish. I understand, Chen Zhi replied, a solemn nod accompanying his words. I apologize for my earlier doubts. One final inquiry. The father of goblins accompanied you to the divine tomb, did he not? If, as you assert, all the warriors who chose death have perished, their bodies hanging there, what became of goblins' father? Why have we not seen his remains? I do not know, the Aso warrior murmured, shaking his head. goblins' father was the strongest among us. Since I regained consciousness, I have not laid eyes upon him. However, the Aso warrior fixed a serious gaze upon Chen Zhi, an unmistakable intensity glimmering within his chaotic eyes. Never doubt his loyalty. He is the warrior I have revered most in my lifetime. I see. Chen Zhi nodded quietly. We shall revisit these matters upon our return. The pressing concern now is our swift departure. I have observed that resisting those ghostly beings is no trivial task. Their strength is formidable, and it would be unwise to confront them directly. Moreover, our time is limited given my current physical state. You need not worry about time. The Aso warrior interjected. Have you not realized? Since your arrival, time has ceased to flow within these walls. In this vast palace, there exists no concept of time. No time. Does that mean all time belongs to me? Upon hearing Asawa's words, Chen Zhi was taken aback, only to be swiftly enveloped by a wave of joy. If this were indeed the case, he could rescue them soon. Chen Zhi retracted the barrier, summoning everyone back into the crevice. He understood that goblin was undoubtedly eager to learn about his father's situation, while Peng Wei had been restless since earlier. His anxiety palpable as he failed to locate his cousin among the silken cocoons. Although Chen Zhi empathized with their feelings, discussing such sensitive matters at this juncture was imprudent, as it would only exacerbate their emotional turmoil. He succinctly conveyed the situation relayed by the Osawa warrior to the others, deliberately obscuring certain sensitive details, and urged them to refrain from dwelling on extraneous thoughts. Instead, they were to focus all their efforts on eliminating these formidable ghostly beings and seeking out the spirit stones for a swift escape. The Osawa warrior harbored deep suspicion towards Qin Yang, forbidding her from entering his barrier. Once Chen Zhi confirmed that Qin Yang indeed possessed sealed memories, his trust in her waned. During their strategic discussions, they positioned her at a distance, employing smoke to obscure the entrance. Subsequently, Chen Zhi discreetly instructed a blue-belted warrior to monitor Qin Yang's behavior. Henceforth, should she display any abnormal actions, even the slightest, her life would be forfeit. Qin Yang likely sensed the shift in Chen Zhi's demeanor, yet she refrained from elaborating. Standing at the periphery of the group, while silently conjuring wisps of blue smoke to shield them, as they collectively devised a plan to depart, Chen Zhi first sent goblin to assess the giant footprints left behind, to gauge the number and strength of the ghostly inhabitants. He also evaluated the capabilities of his own team. The Osawa warrior was incapacitated, his strength no longer a factor. Currently, the most formidable attackers were goblin and Jiying, followed by the 5 blue-belted warriors, along with Chen Zhi's spellcasting prowess. goblin examined the giant footprints and reported to Chen Zhi that there were nearly 100 giants present, their strength exceedingly formidable, estimated to be 3 to 4 times that of a blue-belted warrior. Victory would only be attainable through coordinated assaults. Individual attacks would lead to immediate demise under their overwhelming power. At that moment, Chen Zhi discovered remnants of organs within the remains of the diminutive giant that had been devoured. Utilizing a magnifying glass, he scrutinized the fragments of flesh. Though not well versed in biology, he observed that the fibrous tissues were remarkably large under magnification, revealing visible cells to the naked eye. If his conjecture held true, the reason the giants within the palace continued to engage in mutual combat without diminishing in number was that these cells possessed the ability to regenerate, perpetuating a relentless cycle. However, the giants appeared devoid of rationality, resembling zombies, yet exhibiting swifter and more ferocious attributes than the undead. Thus, the only viable option is to eliminate all the malevolent spirits in one fell swoop, ensuring they lack the opportunity to regenerate, thereby granting sufficient time to locate the spirit stones and subsequently depart from this place. In the ensuing period, Chen Zhi devised a meticulous plan, one fraught with peril, yet the sole alternative. This strategy hinges upon the premise that Chen Zhi's magical energy must be fully restored. After the arduous battles endured, Chen Zhi found himself utterly drained, and this place lacked the resources akin to the Jiang family's library, devoid of a water pool to rejuvenate his magical prowess. The singular recourse lay in slumber. Fortunately, time here stood still, alleviating his concerns regarding its scarcity. Now, it was imperative for Chen Zhi to indulge in a deep sleep, for when his magical energy was wholly replenished, it would be time to confront the malevolent spirits in a decisive battle. Chapter 610. The Annihilation of Malevolent Spirits. Yet, slumber proved more elusive than anticipated, as the precondition for sleep is a tranquil mind, and the surroundings must be secure. The ghastly spirits, resembling zombies, sporadically roamed this space, their search for sustenance rendering them terrifying and leaving one perpetually on edge. Although Oso's incantation could stave off the spirit's intrusion, the increasing number of individuals within the crevice had evidently attracted their attention. Despite the spirit's fear of the runes etched upon the stones, they incessantly clawed and gnawed at the gaps, emitting low growls that threatened to unravel one's sanity. Under such circumstances, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to find repose. Despite Chen Zhi's overwhelming fatigue, with his eyelids persistently drooping, he could not maintain the soundproof barrier in his slumber. The horrific sounds from outside invaded his consciousness, rousing him repeatedly just as he began to drift into sleep. He felt as though the malevolent spirits could pounce upon him at any moment, akin to a thorn in his back, rendering him incapable of entering a state of rest. After enduring this torment multiple times, Chen Zhi's neural pathways ignited with excruciating pain. His brain throbbed at his temples and the back of his head, causing intense discomfort in his eyes and skull. The analgesics for his wounds began to wane, and the agony from his injuries heightened his sensitivity. Curled in a corner, he shut his eyes, sensing his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Ji Ying suddenly enveloped him from behind, her form soft and comforting like a blanket, encasing Chen Zhi. She gently covered his ears with her hands, and in an instant, he felt the world around him descend into silence. Ji Ying was indeed an enigmatic woman. In battle, she exuded an aura of ferocity akin to a vengeful spirit. Yet now, the warmth radiating from her presence seemed capable of melting away all that existed in this world. Chen Zhi felt his heart thaw, her hands soft as cotton, her hair cascading over his face like fine silk. Ji Ying's voice whispered in his ear, "I am right behind you. Trust me, you are safe. Sleep peacefully." The words of Ji Ying had an extraordinary effect. Chen Zhi, immediately buoyed by her reassurance, felt his racing mind gradually regain its composure. Enveloped in Ji Ying's warm aura and inhaling her captivating fragrance, he slowly drifted into a profound slumber. This sleep, however, was remarkably restorative. Chen Zhi did not even dream but remained in a deep, steady sleep, as his wounds healed and his magical energy flowed back into his body. When he awoke, he found Ji Ying resting against him, her head nestled on his shoulder, also asleep. Yet Ji Ying was ever vigilant. At the slightest movement from Chen Zhi, she stirred awake. "Are you awake?" Ji Ying's voice was extraordinarily gentle, her smile sweet enough to intoxicate. She delicately withdrew her hand from near Chen Zhi's ear, a position she had maintained throughout his slumber, despite the discomfort it caused her recently injured shoulder. "How long did I sleep?" Chen Zhi inquired, glancing at Ji Ying's bandaged shoulder. "I'm not sure," Ji Ying replied, shaking her head. "Our timer has stopped, but I possess a keen sense of time. You have slept for at least 11 hours. Such a long time." Chen Zhi silently calculated the cost of his spellcasting during that period. He had gleaned insights. The broader and more dynamic the spells he employed, the greater the toll they exacted. However, after 11 hours of deep rest, he felt his magical energy fully restored. Now, he could once again weave powerful spells capable of soaring into the sky or ensnaring an entire village within a barrier. Upon sitting up, Chen Zhi noticed that the others had not slept. They were resting in the crevices of the rocks. However, their considerable numbers had drawn the intense attention of the malevolent spirits, who relentlessly attacked their position. During this interval, several of the stones inscribed with spells had been shattered, and it would not be long before the remaining stones were completely destroyed, allowing the giants to break through the crevice and tear them apart, leaving them without a refuge. The group was clearly tormented by the relentless assaults from the spirits. Under the continuous barrage, their emotions were taut with tension, and it was disingenuous to claim they were not fatigued. The warriors displayed signs of agitation, weary of hiding and preferring to confront the spirits in a desperate struggle. Under normal circumstances, the warriors would be at a significant disadvantage against the spirits, who vastly outnumbered them and possessed unnatural strength, leading to a likely defeat. However, that scenario was no longer feasible, for Chen Zhi had awakened, and his next plan was to ensure the complete eradication of these mindless spirits from this world. As Chen Zhi emerged from the crevice, the surrounding air began to stir, and the currents within the palace started to retract, just as in many instances before. If the air were to flow backward at this moment, and the luminous mist in the atmosphere gradually dissipated, the entire palace would descend into darkness, signifying the imminent appearance of the specters. Chen Zhi swiftly assigned tasks to everyone, instructing them to take their positions and prepare themselves. He then invoked a powerful incantation, enveloping the stone chamber entirely, leaving only a narrow, dynamic gap at the entrance. Once everything was in place, Chen Zhi suddenly heard the sound of the walls crumbling, followed by the heavy footsteps resonating in the vicinity, accompanied by low growls, converging towards him. He understood that the immensely powerful specters were about to manifest. As had occurred previously, the phantoms soon materialized in the darkness, their pale, grayish faces appearing ghastly under the spotlight. Upon seeing Chen Zhi and his companions, the specters erupted into rage, quickly crowding at the entrance, roaring as they lunged into the chamber. Chen Zhi's incantation tightly encompassed the interior of the stone room, and to prevent the specters from assaulting the barrier, He instructed the Asso warriors to inscribe magical runes on the ground surrounding the barrier, deterring the specters from approaching. Thus, all the specters congregated at the narrow entrance. Once everything was prepared, Chen Zhi turned to the others and shouted, "I will let one in now. Everyone be cautious. Let's first test if we can withstand it. If it becomes too overwhelming, retreat immediately into the crevice." "Understood," everyone responded. Chen Zhi relaxed the air currents in his hand, and the entrance of the barrier opened a gap sufficient for one specter to enter. Chapter 611, The Slaughter of Specters, Part 2. Chen Zhi's barrier split open a gap just wide enough for a specter to enter. As the specter rushed in, he promptly sealed the gap behind it, preventing any other specters from following. This seemingly simple process required considerable control. Chen Zhi had now become adept at intricately weaving the dense strands of his incantation into slender chains, manipulating them into various shapes with ease, akin to the dexterity of his own fingers. After allowing one specter to enter, he swiftly sealed the gap behind it to prevent it from being ruptured by the weight of other specters. This was not as effortless as it might sound. Once the specter charged into the chamber, it immediately realized it could attack everyone. Its stone-like, grayish visage became more frenzied with excitement, drooling greedily from the gaps between its teeth as it fixated upon its prey. It was evident that this specter existed in a state akin to that of a non-biological living entity, perhaps resembling the so-called zombie form. It possessed no intellect, no fear, and acted solely on instinct, a true living dead. However, this creature was clearly ravenous. Upon beholding the living beings before it, it instinctively lunged to bite, moving with astonishing speed. As it lunged at a blue-belted warrior, the warrior swiftly sidestepped, and Chen Zhi could distinctly observe that, given the warrior's speed, evading the demon was an arduous task. It was nearly caught by the demon's claws. However, after missing its target, the demon instinctively rebounded, turning back to seize the warrior once more. Just as its claws were about to make contact with the warrior's head, the demon realized that its body had become immobile. This demon had been ensnared tightly by Chen Zhi's fiery curse chains, rendering it completely motionless. During the brief moment of preparation, Chen Zhi had laid an intricate series of fiery curse traps upon the ground, creating a labyrinth of tightly woven curse chains within the seemingly modest stone chamber. These chains, interconnected like a seamless net, formed a three-dimensional barrier. The moment the demon stepped into one of these traps, the chains would instantly rise into the air, securing the demon's body within like a grand glass tank. Upon realizing its confinement, the demon erupted in fury, emitting a rhythmic sound akin to a furious lament, the language utterly incomprehensible to Chen Zhi. At that moment, the demon raised its massive fist, radiating a blue luminescence, and struck the barrier with a thunderous blow, producing a resounding clang that reverberated ominously, causing Chen Zhi's heart to skip a beat as the barrier trembled violently. Damn it! This creature is indeed no earthly being. Its strength is overwhelming, Chen Zhi thought, now convinced that if this demon were to roam the human realm, it could easily crush a tank with a single blow. Such incredible power would pose an absolute threat to human society. This entity must not be allowed to persist, he resolved, swiftly altering the airflow to reinforce the chains binding the demon, while leaving its head and neck exposed. Quickly, now, Chen Zhi called out to the ghostly blade. At that moment, the ghostly blade soared into the air, sweeping its long knife across, striking the demon's neck. Gritting its teeth, the ghostly blade exerted force, and with a flash of lethal light, the demon's head rolled away. At last, Chen Zhi exhaled in relief, loosening the barrier as he watched the headless demon's corpse thud to the ground. The ghostly blade sheathed its long knife, tenderly inspecting the blade, which was cool as water and glimmered with a chilling clarity. It was likely the only divine blade capable of severing spirits within this realm. Meanwhile, outside, the other demons appeared to sense the unfolding events within, their eyeless heads crowding together in a frenzy, becoming increasingly agitated as they recklessly battered against the barrier, straining Chen Zhi immensely. I must act swiftly. Their strength was overwhelming, and it was imperative to eliminate them all within 20 minutes. After Chen Zhi spoke, he retracted the flow of energy, intending to let another ghostly inhabitant in. Just then, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, as a tremendous force surged forward. The ghostly inhabitant, whose head had just been severed, abruptly sprang up from the ground and lunged at Chen Zhi with astonishing speed, catching him off guard and pinning him to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Chen Zhi could see nothing clearly. He merely felt as if he were being crushed by a mountain, while the zombie-like head reformed from its neck, bearing a maw filled with sharp teeth that lunged towards his throat. At that instant, Chen Zhi could not muster the energy in his hands. It seemed he was about to meet his end. Just then, Jiying unexpectedly seized the ghostly inhabitant by the head, employing an irresistible force to lift the ghost soldier. It was evident that Jiying was exerting herself greatly, her veins bulging as she struggled to lift the ghostly figure. After channeling her energy into her right leg, she executed a spinning kick, which resulted in a loud crash as she was violently rebuffed, landing heavily on the ground. While the ghostly inhabitant was kicked away from Chen Zhi. Seizing the opportunity, several Blue Belt warriors immediately pounced on the ghostly inhabitant, desperately attempting to restrain it. However, even the collective strength of 5 Blue Belt warriors proved insufficient to contain it, and it was poised to leap up again. At that moment, the ghostly blade descended, plunging its long knife into the chest of the ghostly inhabitant. To their astonishment, the chest area was remarkably soft, and the blade pierced effortlessly, releasing a surge of black mist. The ghostly inhabitant trembled for a moment, its muscular structure gradually withering, until it finally collapsed, motionless. Chen Zhi, wary of complacency, immediately summoned his energy to seal the ghostly inhabitant back within the barrier. Everyone watched in silence as it remained completely still within the confines of the barrier, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Its weakness must lie in the heart, the ghostly blade remarked, retracting its long knife. We shall attack its heart when the time comes. Understood, Chen Zhi replied, wiping the blood that had trickled from his lips due to the force of the impact. Now that they were aware of the vulnerability, they would proceed to eliminate each one systematically. Chapter 612, The Slaughter of Ghostly Inhabitants, Part 3. At that moment, the exterior of the barrier reverberated with a thunderous roar as the ghostly inhabitants seemed to sense their impending doom, descending into utter madness. They struck violently against Chen Zhi's barrier, their power beyond imagination. Under immense pressure, the barrier trembled perilously as the ghostly inhabitants' heavy blows threatened to shatter it. Chen Zhi's energy chains were disrupted more than once by the force, causing blood to seep from his mouth and nose. Yet, he swiftly resumed channeling his energy, methodically repairing the outer layers of the barrier that had been battered. Over the past year, he had frequently practiced and mastered the fierce incantation, achieving an unparalleled command of its power. His magical strength was formidable, making it no easy feat to dismantle his barrier. Chen Zhi continued to employ the method he had just used to vanquish the specters, bringing them into the stone chamber one by one. He then confined these apparitions within a barrier, leaving only their hearts exposed, ready for the ghostly blade to pierce through. While this process may seem straightforward, it was, in reality, quite intricate. The movements of the specters were erratic and exceedingly swift. If they did not fall into the trap of the fierce curse, they posed a grave danger once they lunged at a person. All the warriors effectively placed their lives on the line as bait to lure the specters into the snare. Ultimately, they discovered that despite the formidable exterior of the specters, their existence relied on a dark gas emanating from within their hearts, akin to a potent sorcery sustaining their lives. Once this sorcery dissipated, the specters would cease to exist. The area between their heart and 2 fingers represented the most vulnerable point of their bodies. Although the warriors' long swords were not as lethal as the ghostly blade, they were still renowned weapons of the era. Eventually, not just the ghostly blade, but all the warriors were able to pierce through the specters' chests with their long swords. In time, Chen Zhi even dared to release 2 or 3 specters at once, swiftly sealing them with the fierce curse, allowing the warriors to strike them down. The specters' chests appeared hollow. Once pierced, the dark gas would surge forth, causing the specters to collapse instantly, their muscle tissue disintegrating into a heap of desiccated bones. From the exterior, these specters seemed akin to the impermanent ghost, remnants of a long-dead past, resurrected by sorcery. One by one, the specters were introduced and subsequently dispatched. Throughout this series of assaults, the most arduous task fell upon Chen Zhi, who manipulated the barrier. The room was filled with the dense chains of the fierce curse, exceedingly difficult to control, and the attacks from the specters outside grew ever more intense. Eventually, beads of sweat cascaded down Chen Zhi's forehead, and his lips became stained red with blood from the vibrations of the battle. The inscriptions on the ground, written by the Isao warriors, had been utterly shattered, and in the later stages, it was solely Chen Zhi's barrier that sustained them, which was now battered and fragmented by the frenzied specters. In the final moments, Chen Zhi fully opened the barrier, releasing the last few specters, who, now agitated and roaring like beasts, charged wildly at the group. Everyone collaborated to eliminate the final specter, bringing this cage fight to an end. As the ground became littered with desiccated bones, Chen Zhi felt as though his heart might burst. He immediately collapsed onto the ground, closing his eyes to allow the fatigue to gradually dissipate. He released his tightly clenched fists, and the fierce curse within the room shattered, all remnants of energy evaporating into thin air. In the wake of the battle, everyone was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. The harrowing 20 minutes had left their nerves taut, and many warriors still clutched their long swords, uncertain if the ordeal had truly concluded. After a brief respite, the blue-clad warriors gathered the desiccated remains of the ghostly denizens, laying them upon a vast expanse of burning paper, which they subsequently set ablaze. The acrid scent of the flames was reminiscent of scorched grass roots. As the remnants of the ghosts were reduced to ashes, it was likely that this method would prevent any possibility of their resurrection. Chen Zhi did not wish to linger any longer in this place, even though time held no sway within the palace of Hades. He was acutely aware of the figure described by the Yasuo warrior, the one who had escorted him here, a being reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. Once the bodies of the ghostly inhabitants were dealt with, the group assisted Yasuo in exiting to another chamber to view the remains of the fallen warriors. The blue-clad warriors still in a state of unconsciousness had to be carried out, but there was little they could do for the deceased warriors who had perished during the excavation of the divine tomb. After all, death was final, and they were unable to transport their bodies. Yasuo knelt over the corpse of his comrade, his head bowed in profound sorrow, yet he shed no tears. With his own hands, he meticulously arranged the bodies, cutting their hair to keep close to his heart. In the end, he laid the burning paper over his comrades, using the fierce flames to grant them peace. Once these tasks were completed, Chen Zhi commanded a thorough search of every corner of the inner hall. He instructed them to examine even the minutest details, every nook and cranny, every corner of a table, leaving no stone unturned. He was certain that the spiritual stone resided in this vicinity, a significant fire attribute stone, yet he could not pinpoint its exact location. They searched the inner hall for an extended period, inspecting each room and the spaces behind every stone wall. Fatway even excavated behind the walls. Yet they found no trace of the fire spirit stone. Logically, this stone should have appeared as a gleaming gem, vibrant and radiant, easily noticeable even beneath a layer of dirt in such darkness. However, there was nothing luminous to be seen within the entire inner hall. Having confirmed the absence of the fire spirit stone, Chen Zhi made the decision to leave the inner hall and return to the main hall, ascending the palace's cloud staircase to search for the stone above. If the fire spirit stone was not within the palace, the only plausible location would be above. With this resolution, they each took turns carrying the unconscious blue-clad warriors and proceeded toward the main hall. Chapter 613. The Divine Rest of the King of Hades. As they traversed through the stone chambers back to the main hall, the atmosphere remained shrouded in darkness. The solemn hall was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Wisps of luminous azure smoke danced in the air, resembling serpents coiling and undulating in the shadows, casting a flickering light that imparted an air of mystery throughout the hall. In the center of the grand hall stood the magnificent throne, towering like a mountain amidst the vastness of the chamber. At the foot of the throne, a circle of smaller thrones surrounded it, where the unfortunate princesses, bound by fate, remained seated. Their corpses were starkly illuminated by the wandering light, and although their once vibrant faces were heavily adorned with makeup, they still emanated a haunting sorrow. Even after thousands of years, one could almost hear their anguished cries echoing within the hall. All present averted their gaze, too fearful to meet the eyes of the princess's remains, as if a mere glance could awaken the deepest primal fears within their souls. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Chen Zhi instructed his team to collectively switch on their searchlights, scanning the palace above for a while. The palace was encircled by several ladders leading upwards, shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern the details above. The entire palace resembled a vast atrium, with layers of structures barely visible. The ladders, winding and rugged, clung to the walls like slender white dragons in the shadows. Once Chen Zhi assessed the surrounding terrain, he led the group towards the most conspicuous ladder behind the throne, which appeared to have the least twists and turns, making it somewhat easier to traverse. As they approached, they discovered that the long ladder was constructed entirely of pristine, glistening stone, over 2 meters wide, allowing 2 individuals to ascend side by side. However, the angle of the steps was exceedingly steep, inclined nearly 70 degrees, making the climb arduous and perilous, with no handrails for support. Recognizing the difficulty of this ascent, Chen Zhi decided to leave the Aso warrior and Qin Yang behind to tend to the unconscious blue ribbon warriors, assigning 1 blue ribbon warrior to remain as a sentry, ready to respond to any unexpected situations, particularly to keep an eye on Qin Yang. Once this arrangement was complete, Chen Zhi's team began the treacherous ascent, step by painstaking step, up the slender ladder. The white stone steps, as smooth as jade, posed a significant danger as they climbed, especially at greater heights, where a sudden dizziness could send one tumbling down, resulting in a catastrophic fall. After climbing for a while, they ultimately realized that the entire palace was structured like a series of cylindrical towers, with layers of circular halls above, steeped in darkness. Upon entering the hall via the ladder and illuminating it with their searchlights, they were met with a breathtaking sight. The hall was vast, seemingly endless, adorned with resplendent architecture that exuded a sacred solemnity, and treasures glimmered enticingly. This was indeed the grandeur of the underworld palace, as Fat Wei exclaimed in astonishment. It was evident, as he remarked, that what had appeared unclear from below was, in truth, a treasure trove of magnificence that took one's breath away. In ancient Chinese mythology, the underworld is considered the most enigmatic realm, where souls undergo reincarnation through 6 paths: the heavenly path, the human path, the Asura path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. Among them, beings in the Asura path enjoy great blessings and long lifespans, not greatly differing from those in the heavenly realm, thus earning the epithet flying celestials. The depiction of the cycle of reincarnation has elicited a myriad of interpretations across the world, with Tibetan Buddhism offering its own mystical insights. Yet, here in the grand palace of the underworld, one seems to catch a glimpse of the so-called 6 realms of reincarnation. This magnificent hall is divided into 6 ascending tiers, each layer a dreamlike realm, with many elements suspended in the air. Within the void, endless treasures abound, dazzling the eyes and evoking a sense of being immersed in a surreal dream. As the observers explore these stratified chambers, they encounter sights unseen by the mortal eye: peculiar plants drifting in the air, rare and exotic treasures, artifacts, and armaments. In the corners of the hall, they even behold desiccated corpses resembling humans, clad in strange garments, their forms and limbs closely akin to those of humanity. However, upon closer inspection, Chen Zhi discerns subtle differences in the appearance of these bodies, with each layer housing distinct corpses and diverse styles of artifacts. It appears that within these 6 tiers, there exist 6 different races, with the evolutionary sophistication increasing as one ascends. The corpses on the first tier often possess tails, reminiscent of crawling creatures, while those higher up exhibit forms increasingly akin to humanity, reaching a state of near perfection on the uppermost level. Here, the bodies are flawless, adorned with flowing, abundant hair, their skin largely intact and translucent, while their ethereal garments evoke divinity. Each tier also features a suspended lake, at the center of which lies a floating altar. Upon this altar, a radiant deity stands, its pedestal encrusted with a variety of gemstones, intricately carved with mythical beasts. Amidst the misty waters surrounding the altar, the true visage of the deity is discernible: the Emperor of Fengdu, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, clad in armor and wielding a spear, his 3 eyes solemnly gazing forward. Indeed, as the legends proclaim, within the city of Fengdu, regardless of status, all revere this singular deity, while all other beings are mere servants of the King of Hell. The Emperor of Fengdu holds an unparalleled position in this underworld realm, Chen Zhi mused. With a decisive gesture, he commanded, "Let us proceed. Remember, not a single detail must be overlooked." Upon receiving the order, all rushed into the hall. The expanse of this chamber is vast, its layout intricate, filled with countless extraordinary treasures that leave one in awe. Everyone strives to resist the allure of these wonders, for their sole objective is the search for spiritual stones. However, locating these stones in such a place proves exceedingly challenging. Unlike the inner sanctum, this area is awash with luminous artifacts, and they have unearthed countless red gemstones. Yet, upon Chen Zhi's examination, he determines that none of these are spiritual stones. At this moment, Chen Zhi is engulfed by an overwhelming urgency. He feels an inexplicable pressure, as if time is slipping away. A profound sense of foreboding compels him to expedite the search for the spiritual stones, lest calamity befall them. His feeling for the fire spirit stone grew increasingly intense, as though the stone were right before his eyes, yet it remained invisible to him. Chapter 614, The Divine Abode of the King of the Underworld, Part 2. After searching all the grand halls, they remained empty-handed. Their eyes were beginning to blur, and ultimately, they ascended the cloud ladder directly to the rooftop. Upon entering the rooftop, they seemed to have stepped into another realm, unable to discern whether the place they occupied was real or illusory. The majestic sky above them was awash with vibrant hues, while the pitch-black heavens pulsated with countless luminous currents. Numerous clusters of spiritual light gathered above, twinkling like stars. They felt as though they were ensconced in a dream. Yet what stirred their hearts most was the awe-inspiring vista before them. The rooftop was an endless expanse of black desert, where the dark sands melded seamlessly with the ebony horizon, creating a scene of extraordinary grandeur. Amidst the black desert lay an enormous suit of armor, buried within the sands, its exposed portion resembling a colossal dark specter. Beside the armor stood a colossal spear, gleaming with a deep black sheen, inscribed with an abundance of ghostly script and adorned with gold and jewels. Under the light, it shimmered brilliantly, akin to a divine needle piercing the desert and reaching the heavens. The spear's design was remarkably unique, reminiscent of the celestial weapons described in ancient myths, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, identical to the spear held by the statue of the Emperor of Fengdu they had seen earlier. The weapon of the god of the underworld, Chen Zhi gazed at the armor and spear shrouded in darkness, silently reflecting upon it. He raised his gaze upward, the black desert stretching infinitely before him, the sky filled with fleeting images and wisps of glowing azure mist. These tendrils entwined, resembling a celestial dragon soaring across the heavens, while a rectangular mountain continued to hover above them. For reasons unknown, the floating mountain exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure, its solemn and majestic aura instilling a sense of trepidation that deterred them from approaching. Under this overwhelming sensation, they felt an instinctive urge to retreat in fear. Chen Zhi fixed his gaze upon the rectangular mountain, his thoughts a chaotic whirl, when an absurd notion struck him. The spirit stone must be nearby. If it could not be found within the entire palace of the underworld, could it be that the stone was? As he pondered this, he suddenly turned to Fat Wei and asked, "Fatty, what does the shape of that mountain above us resemble? What else could it resemble but a coffin?" Fat Wei replied. In truth, even before Chen Zhi posed the question, Fat Wei had been staring up at the floating mountain for quite some time, observing it intently. A flicker of intrigue in his eyes. The mountain was enveloped in a thin veil of cold air, reaching up to the heavens and delving into the clouds. Its edges were remarkably sharp, composed entirely of dark stone, covered in moss-like growths, and entwined with vine-like plants, suspended in the air like a celestial peak. At first glance, it undoubtedly appeared to be a towering peak suspended in the air. However, upon closer inspection, the edges of the mountain were unnaturally uniform, and the width remained consistently identical from top to bottom, as if it had been meticulously sliced with a knife, which inevitably aroused suspicion. "Fat Wei," Chen Zhi inquired, "do you think that mountain could be?" Just then, Fat Wei turned to Chen Zhi and replied, "Orange, I had considered this earlier. The entire shape of the mountain is exceedingly peculiar, so perfectly aligned that it resembles a coffin. Could it possibly be the grand coffin of the old King Yin? Yet, I later pondered whether our imagination was running too wild. No matter how colossal King Yin might be, it would be impossible for him to be this enormous. If he truly were, we might as well abandon our search, for we would never be able to ascend." "Not necessarily," interjected Gui, who had silently been listening to their conversation. "That long spear extends skyward, towering high enough to serve as my staircase. If I can reach the pinnacle of the spear, I will be quite close to that mountain. The mechanical bracers on my arms can emit nearly 3,000 meters of metallic wire. If the remaining distance falls within this range, I can shoot the wire to the base of the mountain and then ascend along it. Is that even feasible?" Chen Zhi gazed at the lofty mountain suspended in the sky, his heart filled with hesitation. The peak appeared like a shadow hovering in the air. Although it seemed to be within arm's reach, it was, in reality, exceedingly distant. The spear towered higher than an entire building, and scaling it by hand would be perilously risky. I shall attempt it. You all provide cover for me, goblin declared, waving his hand to the warriors. Several blue-belted warriors swiftly followed him to the base of the spear. That spear truly resembled the legendary stabilizing needle of the sea god, both thick and lofty, radiating a mystical aura as it pierced the clouds, firmly anchored to the ground below. Crafted entirely from black metal, the spear was inscribed with intricate ghostly scripts, all depicting the duality of yin and yang, featuring numerous indentations that could serve as footholds for climbing. Goblin pressed his hand against the ghostly inscriptions to test them. The metallic surface of the spear, though cold to the touch, was not sticky. After ascending a dozen meters without issue, he waved his hand downward. Then, with a powerful thrust of his legs, he embraced the spear and swiftly ascended, his speed remarkable. Before anyone could fully comprehend what was happening, he had already vanished into the clouds above. Thus, everyone awaited Goblin below, time slipping away slowly as anxiety gripped their hearts. They were uncertain whether Goblin was faring well above or if he might encounter some peril. Chen Zhi's eyes remained fixed on the pinnacle of the spear, anxiously awaiting Goblin's return. After a while, a shadow flickered against the dark sky. Goblin's figure reappeared at the top of the spear, his legs and arms clinging to it as he quickly descended. Upon landing, he retrieved an object from his person and approached Chen Zhi. I was right. After the ghost blade finished speaking, he handed a crimson object to Chen Zhi. Upon receiving it, Chen Zhi discovered it was a freshly struck red stone slab, likely once embedded in an ornate frame. The slab resembled a bat, its vibrant hue akin to blood, adorned with intricate engravings and inscriptions, although the details were indistinct. From a distance, it appeared like a blossoming flower. Chen Zhi produced his magnifying glass, illuminating the fine carvings, which primarily featured unfamiliar ghostly scripts alongside depictions of celestial beings in dance. The folds of their garments were meticulously carved, yet their faces were devoid of eyes. However, at the center of the red slab, several divine characters stood out prominently. In the primordial realm, may the god of the underworld rest eternally. Chapter 615. The coffin of the underworld god. This slab, inscribed with divine script, completely validated the group's earlier conjectures. While it could not confirm whether the mountain was indeed a colossal stone coffin, it at least affirmed two significant points. First, the floating peak above was certainly not a naturally formed mountain. It had been shaped and carved by external forces, and the decorative slab was linked to the underworld sovereign, Fengdu Emperor. Second, based on the content of the slab, it appeared that the underworld sovereign had long since perished, yet his remains were likely preserved within that mountain, suggesting that the entire floating mountain could very well be a divine coffin. The spirit stones that Chen Zhi and his companions were searching for might be nestled within this celestial tomb. Chen Zhi had previously witnessed the coffin of the nine-tailed celestial fox, and still vividly recalled its grand magnificence, its scale and height comparable to a skyscraper, albeit smaller than what loomed before him now. The mountain overhead was overwhelmingly vast. If this were indeed a gigantic coffin, one could only imagine the enormity of the underworld sovereign's corpse. Such thoughts, however, were not on Chen Zhi's mind. He was consumed by an intense sense of urgency. Feeling that time was slipping away, his singular focus was to locate the spirit stones at all costs, even if it meant traversing through perilous terrain, for they might be located there. With the objective clear, the next task was to devise a means of ascent. They currently stood on the apex of the underworld palace, surrounded by a hollow center and an endless expanse of black desert. They had ascended via a cloud ladder, and here, there were no reference points or ascending steps. The only aid available was the underworld sovereign's spear, thrust into the desert sands. According to the description provided by the ghost blade, as he ascended the length of the spear, he found that its tip was approximately 2,000 meters away from the hovering mountain above. After shooting a metallic wire to the base of the mountain, he pressed the retraction button and, propelled by the wire's tensile force, soared upwards. Upon landing on the mountain's surface, he beheld a decorative array of stripes, adorned with gemstones and intricately carved stone slabs. He pried one of the red stone slabs loose, noting that many more were present. Utilizing the spear's height as a springboard and leveraging the wire's pulling power to ascend was undoubtedly an excellent method. However, scaling such heights unaided was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, requiring the agility of a warrior. Furthermore, an essential piece of equipment for this endeavor was the mechanical gauntlet worn on the arm. after leaving one blue-belted warrior to care for the Asso warrior below. Only 4 blue-belted warriors and Ghost Blade possessed the mechanical gauntlet, while Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Ji Ying lacked such gear. Yet, Chen Zhi needed to ascend, for he was the only one capable of sensing the precise location of the Spirit Stone. After deliberating for some time, it was decided that Fat Wei and Ji Ying would remain below while Chen Zhi and the warriors would ascend to search for the Spirit Stone. Although Chen Zhi did not have a mechanical gauntlet, he could utilize a barrier bubble to reduce his weight on the final stretch, allowing Ghost Blade to pull him upwards with a metallic wire. Once their plan was established, they gathered at the base of the spear of the underworld, whose sharp tip glinted in the desert, protruding from the sand. The spear's shaft shimmered with ethereal light, exuding an icy chill. Led by Ghost Blade, the warriors grasped the spear and began to climb, stepping onto the uneven patterns etched into its surface. As Chen Zhi gazed up at the towering spear, he realized that the irregular, ghostly markings provided the best footholds for the ascent. However, the spear was entirely vertical, making the climb a formidable challenge. Having allotted himself 10 minutes to recover his magical energy, Chen Zhi attempted to ascend a few steps. The metal surface of the spear was exceedingly slick, making the climb quite arduous. Silently, he recited incantations, weaving a fierce spell into a barrier enveloping his body to alleviate his weight. He conjured swirling currents of air into chains, fastening the barrier chains to the spear as he continued to climb. Thus, even when exhaustion rendered him incapable of climbing further, he would not plummet. Moreover, the chains interacted, allowing him to utilize their anti-gravity properties to pull himself upwards with each segment of the ascent. In this manner, although Chen Zhi lacked the physical strength of Ghost Blade and the other warriors, he kept pace without lagging behind. They continued to ascend, and when Chen Zhi's thigh muscles had grown so fatigued that he could no longer feel them, they finally reached the pinnacle of the spear. Here, a flat metallic surface awaited. As Chen Zhi gazed down, a wave of dizziness washed over him, standing atop a long pole. The sensation was indescribable, the height was staggering, and Fat Wei and Ji Ying below had diminished to mere specks. Surrounding them was a dense shroud of dark clouds, with luminous currents swirling about, rendering the celestial phenomena above all the more vivid. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chen Zhi perceived his own shadow dancing briefly across the heavens, only for it to vanish, leaving him to question his own vision. However, moments later, he beheld numerous other silhouettes, some familiar, others strangers, and even figures that ought not to be present in that realm. The sight of these apparitions knotted Chen Zhi's heart into a chaotic tangle, as his mind raced uncontrollably through various thoughts, including the doubts that had plagued him recently and the origins of his persistent headaches. All these matters suddenly coalesced into a single thread, instilling a sense of trepidation. For he knew that delving too deeply into these reflections might trigger another bout of pain in his head. But now was not the time for such contemplation. Their foremost priority was to ascend the towering mountain above. Chen Zhi steadied his thoughts and retrieved his binoculars, gazing up at the suspended peaks overhead. They stood at the pinnacle of a spear, where the wind howled fiercely, rendering it difficult for them to stand upright amidst the swirling clouds that bore a great weight, as if the heavens themselves were poised to unleash thunderous wrath. As they drew nearer to the floating mountain, its vastness obscured the sky, rendering the mountain's precise form indistinct. Yet through the lenses of his binoculars, Chen Zhi discerned that the base of the mountain was strikingly uniform, evidently shaped by human hands, an impossibility for natural formation. At its foundation lay numerous engravings, adorned with vibrant decorative patterns, exuding an air of opulence. Centrally located was a conspicuous fissure, a straight line cleaving the mountain in two. Though unversed in the art of tomb raiding, Chen Zhi recalled hearing Fat Wei mention that any coffin must possess a gap in its center, one that cannot be sealed too tightly, lest it become inaccessible. Thus, upon observing the pronounced fissure, Chen Zhi's intuition affirmed that this mountain was indeed capable of opening, suggesting that it was hollow within. This colossal mountain, suspended in midair, harbored the divine coffin of the god of the underworld. Chapter 616. The Coffin of the Underworld, Part 2. While Chen Zhi and Gui Dao were surveying the terrain, a sudden, counterclockwise tempest arose in the sky, accompanied by the howling winds. Dark clouds thickened overhead, and in an instant, a silver flash of lightning cleaved the sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder that reverberated above them, a cacophony that seemed intent on shattering them to pieces. This is bad. Lightning is imminent. We must ascend immediately. Chen Zhi shouted to everyone. Well versed in the art of wind and thunder spells, he understood the power of lightning all too well. Such phenomena travel with astonishing speed, and in an environment laden with metal, electrical conduction would occur instantaneously. Being struck by lightning was an exceedingly perilous situation. Standing atop a metal pole, they would undoubtedly become the prime target should a bolt descend. Moreover, they found themselves at such a great height above the ground that a leap downward would certainly result in fatality, with no refuge in sight. Onward! Shouted the phantom blade to the group, as the warriors swiftly activated the mechanical gauntlets on their right arms, pressing metallic buttons. 5 slender metallic filaments shot upward, embedding themselves deeply into the rock face. Simultaneously, ominous clouds encircled them, accompanied by flashes of lightning that surged like serpentine silver streaks, crackling ominously as they approached. Hurry! Chen Zhi called out, reciting an incantation while conjuring a circular bubble of air, enveloping himself just as he had saved Jiying, lifting him aloft. He then grasped the hand of the phantom blade. Upon seizing Chen Zhi, the phantom blade flicked his wrist, retracting the metallic filaments swiftly, and all were propelled skyward along the wires, soaring towards the peak above. Almost at that very moment, a lightning bolt struck precisely where they had just stood, followed by a cacophony of thunder that split the sky, like slashing blades, frantically aimed at them. The filaments moved with remarkable speed, and amidst the lightning's fury, they ascended to the mountain's base, where they clung tightly to a narrow crevice for stability. Countless bolts of lightning lashed out, resembling fiery serpents charging towards them. Chen Zhi quickly expanded his barrier, encircling several warriors and himself, shielding them from the onslaught. At that moment, the phantom blade and the warriors plunged their daggers into the crevice, which was adorned with colorful gemstones and slabs. The warriors deftly pried away the decorative stones, soon dislodging a slab that revealed a hole large enough for a person to pass through. Outside, the tempest raged, with blinding lightning racing across the sky, and the thunderous roars shook the very air, tightening hearts and unsettling the heavens. Chen Zhi felt as though his mind had turned numb from the vibrations, rendering him unable to discern the phantom blade's words. Then, he observed the phantom blade gesture, prompting the warriors to enter the hole one by one. Finally, the phantom blade waved at Chen Zhi, signaling him to follow, and Chen Zhi promptly retracted the barrier and dove into the opening. Once inside the mountain, the thunderous clamor outside gradually diminished, and clarity returned to their minds. They discovered that the diameter of the hole was less than a meter, leading straight into the mountain's interior. The confined space actually facilitated their ascent, as the warriors clawed their way up the stone walls with great haste. Chen Zhi trailed behind, channeling airflow beneath his feet to counteract the pull of gravity, striving to match the speed of the warriors and not lag behind. After climbing for several minutes within the crevice, they finally reached the exit, with the warriors emerging one after the other. Chen Zhi was the last to ascend. The ground above is remarkably level, and this must be the very heart of the mountain, a vast, desolate expanse. As everyone switches on their searchlights and gazes into the surroundings, they find nothing but an abyss of darkness. Looking upwards reveals an impenetrable void. This place diverges entirely from Chen Zhi's expectations. Instead of witnessing a colossal divine corpse, he is met with an emptiness devoid of all form. Despite the disorienting blackness, Chen Zhi's sensitivity to the spirit stones is more acute than ever. With each nerve in his body pulsating with intensity, he is certain that the spirit stones lie just above. There are indeed spirit stones above us, and not just one. Chen Zhi confidently informs goblin and the others. After pondering Chen Zhi's words for a considerable time, goblin gazes upwards, but the height is daunting, shrouded entirely in darkness, leaving them unaware of how far they must ascend. The hollow nature of this space offers no footholds to aid their climb. Even with the knowledge of the spirit stones above, they remain uncertain about how to reach them. Chen Zhi contemplates this dilemma as well. Though his barrier creates a bubble that can float momentarily, it requires a force to propel it, rendering it unsuitable for use as a helicopter. After a brief discussion, they opt for a rudimentary yet effective method. They sprint in a chosen direction and finally locate the stone wall within the mountain. The warriors then shoot their metallic wires toward the rock face and, employing the previous technique, retract the wires to gain leverage for their ascent. They continue this process, segment by segment, climbing higher, while Chen Zhi utilizes his barrier bubble to alleviate gravity, following the strength of goblin. Although this method proves somewhat laborious, it is both safe and effective. They ascend the stone wall incrementally, and after an indeterminate duration, Chen Zhi senses that the energy sustaining his bubble is on the verge of depletion, and even the blue-belted warriors exhibit signs of fatigue. Just then, a brilliant 7-colored light emanates from the center of the darkness above. Chen Zhi quickly instructs everyone to remain still and retrieves his infrared telescope to peer ahead. Upon discerning the source of the radiant glow, a tremor of excitement courses through him. Suspended within the darkness are several colorful spirit stones, their brilliance resplendent. However, at the center of these stones hovers an exquisitely crafted red stone coffin, roughly the size of a standard human coffin. The surface of the coffin is adorned with intricate carvings, presenting a level of craftsmanship that renders it a masterpiece, gleaming a vivid crimson and radiating an enchanting light. Chapter 617. The Spirit of Fengdu. Could that be the divine coffin of the king of the underworld, Fengdu? It appears rather small, akin to that of an ordinary person. Chen Zhi muses, his initial reaction upon observing the glowing red coffin through the telescope. In his mind, the body of the Emperor of Fengdu is undoubtedly colossal, a towering figure of immense stature, as evidenced by the scale of the blood pool. Had he entered the mountain of the divine coffin and encountered a colossal divine corpse towering like a mountain, it might not have surprised Chen Zhi. However, he did not anticipate that the resplendent small coffin before him was not significantly larger than an ordinary coffin. Yet, the instinctive pull towards the spirit stones grew stronger within him, filling his heart with a unique warmth and sense of satisfaction that evoked an overwhelming desire for possession. There, Chen Zhi exclaimed, pointing towards the darkness above. The spirit stones are right there. Let us ascend. Upon hearing his words, the others were instantly invigorated, and they climbed with all their might. Soon, they beheld the spirit stones suspended in midair, along with the red coffin floating among them. However, the distance to the rock wall was far too great, visible yet unattainable. Goblin attempted to shoot a metal wire towards the floating coffin, but Chen Zhi stopped him. After gauging the distance, he advised, "I will levitate using a barrier bubble and drift over bit by bit. You all stay here and wait for me. That coffin is extraordinary. Do not act recklessly." "All right," Goblin replied, "be careful." Silently, Chen Zhi summoned the subtle currents of energy within him, weaving them tightly into a spherical form. He expanded this energy into a bubble around himself, allowing his body to hover in the air, then gradually maneuvered the currents forward towards the cluster of spirit stones. Initially, the endeavor progressed smoothly. His bubble floated gently until he reached the center. At that moment, he felt the immense pressure of the abyss beneath him and reminded himself not to look down. Striving to maintain his composure and balance while drifting slowly towards the dazzling array of spirit stones. The brilliance of the spirit stones was blinding, a kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled the senses. When Chen Zhi finally made contact with the floating stones, an overwhelming sense of fulfillment surged within him. There were approximately 20 spirit stones of varying hues, vibrant and diverse, including the exceedingly rare reddish golden stone, a type associated with the consolidation of wealth, known only from ancient texts. Possessing even one such stone would ensure immense wealth, allowing one to remain idle at home while fortunes flowed in. There were also cerulean water spirit stones, orange-red earth cycle stones, and glaring green stones, yet their sizes were rather ordinary. As Chen Zhi surveyed the collection of spirit stones, disappointment washed over him as he realized none were the fire spirit stone he sought. My intuition cannot be wrong. There should be a large fire attribute spirit stone here. The question is, where? He lifted his gaze to the glowing red coffin ahead, inexplicably sensing that his subconscious was persistently urging him regarding a certain matter. The coffin is exceedingly perilous. You must not open it. Chen Zhi's bubble attempted to drift forward, but he immediately felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, akin to a barrage of arrows, compelling him to retreat. His bubble suspended in midair, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, his entire being had begun to tremble violently, his teeth chattering involuntarily. This was the most primal response of the body to imminent danger. His physical form began to resist the commands of his mind, unwilling to advance. Chen Zhi had no choice but to bite his tongue, reciting a spell silently, channeling the energy within him to reinforce the external barrier bubble, lest his body convulse and he plummet from the sky, powerless. Once assured of the bubble's stability, Chen Zhi refrained from immediately approaching the crimson coffin. Instead, he hovered near the circle of spirit stones, plucking them one by one. These spirit stones were extraordinarily precious, as his fingers brushed against them. The smooth essence flowed from their surfaces into his heart. Chen Zhi felt a profound affection for the spirit stones emanate from his very blood, akin to the love one has for their own child. Furthermore, he possessed an innate ability to discern their properties, classifications, and uses, understanding the effects achieved when these stones were combined. Even if he were to grind them into powder and mix them, he could ascertain the composition therein. Given ample time for contemplation, Chen Zhi could wield the power of the spirit stones to create countless transformations, altering the aura of both humans and animals, reshaping destinies, and even transforming the world itself. This was a natural gift, perhaps akin to what they say of Jiangxia's lineage, the most potent ability to alter fate through spirit stones. One by one, Chen Zhi plucked the resplendent stones from the air and stowed them in his treasure pouch. Once all the spirit stones were collected, he secured the pouch tightly on his back and turned his gaze towards the crimson coffin. At a distance of several meters, he finally discerned the exquisite form of this magnificent sarcophagus. Unlike an ordinary coffin, it resembled a rectangular box of vibrant red, carved from stone and adorned with intricate patterns of celestial beings, auspicious clouds, and mythical beasts. The faces of the celestial figures were devoid of eyes, and among the mythical creatures, there was only one, the fierce beast with a human head and a lion's body, depicted in a manner that radiated sanctity, standing upon auspicious clouds. The entire coffin was strikingly vivid, redder than the deepest coral of the ocean, resembling a drop of fresh blood in the pitch-black darkness. A perfect masterpiece bestowed by the heavens. Although the surface of the coffin was crimson, the source of its radiant red light emanated from within. In the center of the upper part of the coffin, a dazzling orb of red light shimmered brilliantly, captivating the eye with its vibrant hue. Chen Zhi's heart began to race, an innate sense of awareness whispering to him that this was indeed the fire spirit stone. Yet, to seize it, he must first unlock the coffin. Chapter 618. The red coffin is within reach. One final step. Go. Chen Zhi commanded his body repeatedly in his mind, but his rigid limbs trembled uncontrollably, his form reluctant to approach the crimson coffin, as if what lay within was the most terrifying entity in existence. He would rather descend into hell than draw closer. Through his persistent efforts, the bubble of his protective barrier began to obediently advance. Yet as he neared within 5 meters of the red coffin, a sharp force suddenly pierced through his barrier. The bubble shattered in an instant, causing Chen Zhi to plummet from the air. In that moment, a metallic claw swiftly ensnared his left arm, suspending him in midair. Dazed and disoriented, Chen Zhi looked up to see that his savior was Guidao, who had deftly caught him with metal wire just as he began to fall. As Chen Zhi glanced back at the crimson coffin, he noticed a fissure had inexplicably formed along its edge. "Don't move," Guidao signaled softly from above. At that moment, Chen Zhi beheld the red coffin slowly opening, revealing a dark crevice pulsating with flickering shadows and swirling air. Beneath the blood-red stone coffin, numerous shattered talismans cascaded down, their ancient inscriptions seemingly sealing away a slumbering demon for millennia. After a considerable time, the crevice began to close once more, though it still left a narrow gap. Enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. As they remained suspended in the air for what felt like an eternity, Chen Zhi signaled to Guidao, who pressed a button and retracted the wire, gradually pulling Chen Zhi upwards. As he ascended, he noticed that all the warriors had drawn their long swords, fully on guard. Bracing themselves against the rocky wall, their expressions tense as they gazed ahead. Since the moment the crimson coffin had cracked open, an overwhelming aura of danger had surged forth from its opening, engulfing the air around them. The palpable sense of threat gripped everyone's nerves tightly. Its potency was staggering, inducing a profound sense of dread that silenced them, each individual instinctively holding their breath, paralyzed by an innate fear that surged from the depths of their being, as if a long-buried terror within humanity had finally been unleashed. Chen Zhi observed 2 blue-banded warriors crouched against the rock face, trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, deep within the mountain, they resembled mere ants beneath an immense firmament, utterly insignificant against the vastness of the encroaching darkness. They remained frozen against the rock, no one daring to move further. To claim that Chen Zhi felt no fear at this moment would be a falsehood, under such immense pressure. Every heart is shrouded in profound dread. Yet inexplicably, Chen Zhi's resolve surpassed that of the warriors around him. His yearning for the fiery spirit stone encased within the crimson coffin was so intense that it quelled all his fears, even that of the underworld king. Goblin remained silently fixated ahead, and after a prolonged silence, he turned to Chen Zhi. "Did you see what was inside the coffin when you were down there?" he inquired. "No," Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head, "but I distinctly saw the glow of the fiery spirit stone. I must go again." A flicker of hesitation crossed Goblin's face, an expression Chen Zhi had never witnessed before. Having known Goblin for so long, he had never perceived a hint of fear in his eyes, yet now, the hesitation was palpable. After a moment of silence, Goblin spoke, "You may go, but it is perilously dangerous. Use a bubble to send me over. If danger arises, my speed exceeds yours." "No." Chen Zhi immediately rejected Goblin's suggestion. The bubble of the barrier was exceptionally unique. To float such a long distance, Chen Zhi himself had to maintain the airflow within the bubble. Should he attempt to transport Goblin and an unforeseen event occur, he would be unable to bring Goblin back, sealing his fate. Moreover, Chen Zhi sensed that the fiery spirit stone possessed a sentience of its own. If he did not venture forth himself, the stone would not be easily obtained. "I will try once more," Chen Zhi declared to Goblin. "You keep a close watch on me from behind. Once I open the coffin and secure the spirit stone, I will immediately send it to you via airflow. Should any mishap occur, do not concern yourself with me. Prioritize the spirit stone." His expression was grave as he spoke. Once finished, he transferred the 20-odd colorful spirit stones from his pouch into Goblin's and created a thin barrier around Goblin's pouch. Observing Chen Zhi's actions and then gazing at his face, Goblin fell silent for a moment. "Very well. Go ahead. Rest assured, I shall protect you." Chen Zhi nodded in acknowledgement, reciting the incantation once more to summon the fierce airflow, weaving it into a bubble shape. This time, the airflow was denser, providing greater buoyancy. The bubble began to drift forward slowly, and Chen Zhi floated within it, gliding toward the crimson coffin. However, as he approached within 20 meters of the coffin, small wounds erupted on his scalp, akin to those inflicted by tiny blades. Blood trickled down his neck, causing the bubble's barrier to quiver incessantly. Chen Zhi's entire body trembled violently. His mind felt as if it would explode. The sensation of terror reached its zenith, with his brain incessantly warning him to retreat. Chen Zhi once endeavored to master a method for controlling his fear. He chose a singular objective to contemplate, avoiding the phantoms of terror that invaded his mind. Yet, at that very moment, regardless of his attempts to evade, the dread within him magnified exponentially. Chen Zhi felt as if he might succumb to this overwhelming fear. He steadied the tremors coursing through his body, repeatedly murmuring incantations, channeling a substantial flow of energy. Despite the tumultuous quivering of the air bubbles, he resolutely pressed onward. Ultimately, inch by inch, he drew nearer to the crimson coffin. As his hand grazed the surface of the red casket, a chilling sensation surged through him, accompanied by a magnificent aura that instantly enveloped Chen Zhi. His own energy dissipated, leaving him bereft of self, vulnerable to the formidable presence that could rend him apart at any moment. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zhi forcefully pushed the lid of the coffin. With a sharp crack, the crimson cover swung open, revealing an astonishing sight. Inside the red sarcophagus lay a completely transparent corpse, perfectly mirroring the size and form of a human, yet unequivocally not human. Rather, it appeared to be a divine entity of sheer clarity. The physique was so exquisite that it evoked a sense of inadequacy within Chen Zhi, as if he were witnessing the most beautiful miracle on earth, unmarred by the slightest flaw, an embodiment of the quintessence of creation. The corpse possessed male characteristics, starkly contrasting with the eyeless beings encountered in the underworld. This body exuded vitality, its skin glistening and transparent like a delicate gel membrane, with every detail of its organs and limbs seemingly sculpted to perfection, positioned in immaculate proportions akin to the golden ratio. Even the most skilled sculptor would find it impossible to recreate such a flawless figure, let alone conceive of its unparalleled beauty. The male corpse boasted a cascade of jet black hair, each strand exquisitely refined, devoid of any curl, flowing over its body like a dark waterfall. The figure lay completely bare, arms crossed over its chest. Yet, this transparent visage bore a striking characteristic. It possessed 3 eyes, one more than the typical human. This feature mirrored the effigy of the Emperor of Fengdu. The two eyes were firmly shut, while the third eye on its forehead was adorned with a small silver talisman inscribed with incantations, glimmering like foil and no larger than a cigarette pack. The mouth of the male corpse was agape, cradling a magnificent fire spirit stone. This stone, the size of a fist, was an exceptionally rare specimen among spirit stones, radiating vibrant hues and crystalline brilliance, akin to the very essence of flame. Chen Zhi could sense the immense fiery power contained within it, pulsating before his eyes like a blazing inferno, embodying the essence of a true sun. Chen Zhi's heart brimmed with joy. An insatiable longing surged within him to embrace the spirit stone. His desire to possess it was overwhelming, an uncontrollable urge that he could not suppress. The flickering flames of the stone ignited the latent potential in Chen Zhi's blood, enhancing his energy beyond what it had been moments prior. A power derived from the magnificent spirit stone. He understood that once utilized in a barrier, the immense power of this stone could sustain the fire attribute of the barrier for centuries, even millennia, allowing them to rest easy without fear of its collapse. Yet, Chen Zhi refrained from acting impulsively, for the figure holding the spirit stone was none other than the transparent body of the great deity, Emperor Fengdu of the underworld. Before the formidable presence of this divine being, Chen Zhi felt his own aura dissipate. His body trembled uncontrollably, his limbs unable to respond, his arms seemingly too heavy to lift. He resisted the urge to seize the fire spirit stone immediately, his mind racing, eyes darting to explore the interior of the coffin. The coffin stood over 3 meters tall, slightly longer than that of an ordinary human. Its inner walls were adorned with exquisite carvings that resembled floating murals. On the sides, shadows of mountains and rivers were intricately etched, detailed as though they were lifelike photographs. Atop the coffin, a celestial design of sun, moon, and stars was formed from colorful pearls, contrasting sharply with the grandiosity of the underworld. Within this small coffin, every carving depicted the myriad wonders of the universe. Intricate patterns that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye, merging the essence of all creation into a breathtaking tapestry. Amidst this celestial realm lay the flawless, transparent body of Emperor Fengdu, peacefully slumbering among the world's wonders. The rush of air around him made Chen Zhi's head spin. He felt as if he were trapped in an isolated space, immobilized before the Emperor's body. Despite his efforts to move, his own aura had been entirely consumed, rendering him as rigid as stone, insignificant like a mere grain of sand beneath the Emperor's overwhelming presence. After numerous futile attempts, he resorted to biting his tongue, allowing the blood to flow down his throat, stimulating his body's nerves. Just as his tongue neared destruction, a trickle of his fierce energy finally emerged, slowly wrapping around his right arm. In that moment, Chen Zhi realized he could move his right arm. Without hesitation, he lifted it forward, grasping the fire spirit stone held between the corpse's lips. Upon contact, he felt the stone's surface, smooth and cool, while the energy within burned like an inferno, a force potent enough to upheave the very fabric of the world. With gritted teeth, Chen Zhi summoned every ounce of strength within him to forcibly extract the fire spirit stone from the corpse's mouth. The moment the spirit stone rested in his palm, he felt its power coursing through him, revitalizing his aura, lifting the bonds that had restrained him, and allowing him to move freely once more. Just as Chen Zhi was overwhelmed with joy and prepared to place the fire spirit stone into his treasure pouch, he instinctively glanced ahead, and in that instant, every hair on his body stood on end. He witnessed the golden talisman affixed to the forehead of the Emperor of Fengdu suddenly fall away, its radiant gold flickering out in an instant, consumed by a blaze of blue flames. Subsequently, the third eye of the Emperor, which had remained tightly shut, flung open with a jolt. Chapter 620. Death. It was an eye of deep blue, resembling the vast cosmos, distinctly unlike a human eye. The fibers within this eye were densely packed, with dual black pupils that shone brighter than the most luminous of glass beads, rendering all gems pale in comparison, breathtakingly radiant. As Chen Zhi beheld that eye opening, he felt an immediate paralysis enveloping him, yet he experienced no fear, no pain, only a sensation of life slowly drifting away from him. His mind suddenly slowed, the last remnants of consciousness delivering but one message: death. This message of death crashed upon him like an unrelenting ocean wave, awakening an acute realization within Chen Zhi. Simultaneously, Countless razor-sharp gusts of air surged forth from the crimson coffin, a force starkly different from his intense curse, overwhelmingly powerful and densely packed, akin to a rain of swords. Instantly piercing through the bubbles of energy surrounding him. No longer able to hover, Chen Zhi plummeted to the ground. The knife-like gusts relentlessly pursued him, penetrating his entire being, his arms, thighs, chest, and head, all struck by this formidable force. He heard the sickening sound of his bones shattering, intense pain flooding through him, as his consciousness began to fade. Yet, in that fleeting moment, as the last vestiges of his strength waned, he did not attempt to shield himself. Instead, he swiftly enveloped the fire spirit stone within a barrier of his fierce curse, concealing its aura and radiance, and hurled it into the air, transferring it to the hands of the ghost blade. As he watched the gleaming fire spirit stone soar upward, the ghost blade darted like a meteor and grasped it just in time, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Upon witnessing the stone safely in the ghost blade's possession, Chen Zhi relinquished his final attachment. He understood that the ghost blade and the warriors were now escaping through the shadows with the spirit stone, while his paramount task was to draw the attention of the king of the underworld, concentrating all his might upon himself, thereby granting the ghost blade and his comrades the precious time they needed to flee. And was the body within this crimson coffin truly the Emperor of Fengdu? In Chen Zhi's recollection, he should have long since perished, a deity that had already succumbed to death, yet remained so formidable. It seems that humanity's understanding of the divine is painfully inadequate. From that moment, Chen Zhi plummeted rapidly from the sky, channeling all his remaining fierce curses in an upward assault. Yet, his strength was negligible against the sharp currents descending like a rain of swords from above. Though it successfully drew the attention of the formidable forces above, numerous bones in Chen Zhi's body were struck, and excruciating pain pierced through him like 1,000 arrows. At last, he beheld the transparent corpse slowly emerging from the crimson coffin above, its eyes tightly shut while a third eye was wide open in fury, suspended in midair. Its ethereal form radiated an overwhelming brilliance, dazzling to the point of disorientation. Countless blade-like currents erupted from the body of the Emperor of Fengdu, embodying the unfathomable power of the underworld deity. Meanwhile, the ghost blade and several blue ribbon warriors had vanished from sight. During the fleeting moment of opportunity that Chen Zhi had fought for, they had swiftly descended into the darkness, fleeing from the mountain of the divine coffin. The blade-like currents relentlessly surged towards Chen Zhi, who felt his consciousness gradually detach from his corporeal form. The pain faded into oblivion, and he sensed his soul gently separating from his body. Gazing at the resplendent figure in the sky, an unparalleled tranquility enveloped him. Was this the true power of a deity? A weight settled in Chen Zhi's heart, extinguishing all thought. He witnessed the majestic force above descend like the sun plummeting from the sky, immense enough to obliterate the very base of the mountain of the divine coffin. At that moment, Chen Zhi's body was left bloodied and mangled. As the stones cascaded downwards, he saw his own form fall from the mountain of the divine coffin, gliding past the spear of the underworld deity, plummeting through the vast heights towards the black desert below. The resplendent underworld deity shimmered once more, unleashing a blinding sphere of light that descended with a deafening explosion. Debris and rubble erupted into the air, utterly demolishing the platform of the underworld palace, while the black desert rose in a tumultuous cloud, cascading down from the fissures. Chen Zhi's body tumbled alongside the sand. He understood that this time, true death was finally upon him. The ghost blade and the blue ribbon warriors were preoccupied with safeguarding the fire spirit stone, while the colossal force above bore down upon him, overwhelming and lethal, an inexorable power that no one could withstand, nor could anyone rescue him. From such a great height, his body would be reduced to a pulp upon impact. Yet, as Chen Zhi fell from the heights to the very bottom of the underworld palace, a swirl of mist suddenly enveloped him. He descended into a realm of soft pink clouds, which embraced him like thick cotton. Despite his plummet from the heavens, the clouds cushioned his weight entirely. Chen Zhi bounced gently within the mist before finally settling down securely. Meanwhile, Qin Yang embraced Chen Zhi's back amidst the swirling mist, the delicate pink fog she conjured enveloping him in a protective cocoon. At that moment, a radiant orb, as formidable as the sun, descended with thunderous force, illuminating the surroundings in a blinding white haze, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Concurrently, torrents of air, akin to a rain of swords, cascaded downwards, obliterating the majestic throne of the underworld king into countless fragments. Under the immense pressure, Chen Zhi sensed Qin Yang's arms trembling uncontrollably. Her ethereal pink mist was utterly inadequate to withstand such overwhelming power. She could only cling tightly to Chen Zhi from behind, compressing the pink fog into a spherical shape. Together, they closed their eyes within the mist, bracing for the impending onslaught that threatened to reduce them to mere dust. However, an unforeseen miracle unfolded. The sharp currents, descending like a rain of blades, vanished just mere centimeters above Qin Yang's head. The colossal force, reminiscent of a falling sun, dissipated entirely above her, while the ground of the underworld palace was obliterated, leaving behind deep imprints in the earth. Within these profound recesses, against all odds, Chen Zhi and Qin Yang miraculously survived. Chapter 621. The Descent of the God of the Underworld. As the mist enveloped the surroundings and dust danced in the air, normalcy returned following the disappearance of the sun-like orb. Yet, the underworld palace lay in ruins, and Chen Zhi's body bore multiple fractures. He struggled to maintain control over his emotions, resisting the overwhelming agony that threatened to shatter his spirit. His immediate desire was to rise, to ascertain the safety of the ghost blade and the warriors, to discover if they had successfully escaped, and to see whether the hovering god of the underworld had pursued them. Yet, reality allowed no room for contemplation. As he strained to rise from the ethereal fog, a resounding crash reverberated through the air, as if a heavy object had plummeted to the ground, its weight akin to that of a cannonball. The earth trembled beneath him, sending a sharp pang through his eardrums, and instantly, a ringing filled his ears. Amidst the hazy smoke, Chen Zhi beheld the three-eyed god of the underworld, Emperor Fengdu, who had landed heavily several dozen meters ahead. His eyes were tightly shut, his hands crossed over his chest, resembling a lifeless form. Yet, his third eye was wide open, fiercely fixed upon Chen Zhi, emanating an overwhelming aura of intimidation that could send one's soul spiraling into despair. It was the embodiment of divine power, an undeniable force that made Chen Zhi feel as though his very heartstrings were being shattered. He found himself devoid of the courage to move. Surrounded by scattered grains of sand and shattered stones, the scene was one of utter devastation. The entire palace of Hades had been annihilated. Yet, amidst the ruins, Chen Zhi discerned several warriors concealed behind the crumbling walls, along with Ji Ying and Fat Wei. Fat Wei was drenched in blood, appearing gravely injured. It was likely that without Ji Ying's protection during the recent explosion on the rooftop, he would have perished from the fall. However, amidst the chaos, Chen Zhi still had not caught sight of the ghost blade. The formidable currents of the Lord of the Underworld continued to swirl around, their immense force reducing anything they touched to mere fragments. Curiously, the power of the King of Hades seemed to navigate around a swirling mass of pink mist, avoiding any incursion, as if it feared harming Qin Yang. Within the protective embrace of this mist, Chen Zhi felt remarkably secure. His body rose and fell within the vapor as he silently recited incantations to maintain the circulation of energy within him, sensing that the life force which had recently departed was gradually returning. Once again, Chen Zhi found himself capable of controlling his body. Yet the excruciating pain from his fractured bones rendered him nearly incapacitated. He dared not move his limbs with abandon, instead casting his gaze towards the Emperor of Fengdu ahead. The Emperor stood motionless upon the ground, evidently a corpse. There was no sign of movement in his limbs, his eyes tightly shut. And apart from the third eye upon his forehead, the rest of him exuded an aura of lifelessness. However, Chen Zhi noted a curious transformation occurring within the Emperor's translucent form, as if it were slowly being imbued with color. His skin, once transparent, began to regain opacity. And most astonishingly, the Emperor's body was visibly expanding at an alarming rate. "Be cautious," Qin Yang suddenly grasped Chen Zhi from behind, whispering in his ear. "That is the essence of the Lord of the Underworld. The essence is the primordial soul of the highest deity, representing the very spirit of the Lord of the Underworld. He must have been sealed away by an overwhelming force, imprisoned to death, yet the essence of a deity is eternal. If the seal is broken, the essence will re-emerge. He is now rapidly absorbing energy from his surroundings, converting all things into energy that he draws into himself. The more energy he absorbs, the larger his form will become. Perhaps he will eventually grow as vast as this underworld, and that would be catastrophic. And then what?" Chen Zhi inquired softly, gazing at the ever-enlarging figure of the Emperor of Fengdu. Will he be resurrected? Upon returning from death, will he still be a deity, or? I do not know. I cannot even comprehend how I am aware of these matters, Qin Yang replied, shaking his head softly. But I know that we must eliminate his essence now. Otherwise, once he has absorbed enough energy and his form has grown to the size of a mountain, our demise will be inevitable. Although Qin Yang's words were shrouded in ambiguity, Chen Zhi believed them wholeheartedly. When Qin Yang had saved him moments ago, there had been no hesitation. She had risked her life, just as she had during their previous missions. Qin Yang remained a loyal comrade, unequivocally not a traitor. However, for reasons unknown, Qin Yang appeared to possess an extraordinary understanding of the circumstances within the underworld. The so-called spirits of the divine, which Chen Zhi had witnessed firsthand, were not as flawless and formidable as the Emperor Fengdu, who seemed to embody the very essence of the cosmos. Chen Zhi pondered silently. If this deity existed in a state of death, what magnitude of power would they wield if alive? As Qin Yang had articulated, should the body of the Emperor Fengdu continue to expand until it resembled a mountain, they would find themselves utterly incapable of locating a point of attack, rendering them unable to vanquish him or escape the underworld with the spirit stones. The moment the Emperor Fengdu descended into the palace of the underworld, Chen Zhi despaired as he noticed the timer on his work uniform's sleeve pulsating once more. Time here had resumed its normal flow. Instantly, Chen Zhi's nerves tightened. Every second counted, and they had no time for hesitation or fear. Prior to entering the underworld, Chen Zhi had prepared for every conceivable crisis, devising strategies to harness the combined strength of the warriors to bind colossal beasts to the ground, as well as employing modern technology to pierce the tough hides of the earth's spirits and incinerate their blood, thereby capturing them en masse. Moreover, he envisioned the body of the Emperor Fengdu potentially in a mutated state, akin to the mountain god, but the Emperor's power was beyond human reach. If they could not annihilate this deity entirely, they would need to seal him temporarily, granting them the time to escape with the fire spirit stones. The pink mist of Qin Yang evaded all assaults from the Emperor Fengdu, providing Chen Zhi the opportunity to rapidly regain his energy. Within his body, a substantial flow of energy began to brew, gradually weaving into a vast net. Chapter 622, Trepidation. At this moment, Chen Zhi's lower body was gravely injured, with multiple fractures rendering him immobile. Leaning weakly against Qin Yang's shoulder amidst the mist, he relied entirely on her protective shroud. The air currents of the Emperor Fengdu swept mercilessly across everything that dared obstruct him, shattering massive walls into fragments. The places to conceal themselves dwindled, and visibility around them grew increasingly clear. Fat Wei and the warriors crouched behind the stone walls, paralyzed with fear as the aura of death emanated from the Emperor Fengdu. Yet, no matter how frenzied and destructive the currents of the Emperor Fengdu became, they did not disturb the pink mist of Qin Yang in the slightest. This mist shielded Chen Zhi from the Emperor's fierce onslaught, allowing his energy to swiftly recover. Chen Zhi bit his tongue, silently cultivating a torrent of intense, cursed energy within his body. Gradually, he wove this energy into a finely crafted net, its intricate chains crisscrossing densely, encasing the upper half of the divine sealing incantation. Subsequently, Chen Zhi deftly flipped his hand, gently lifting the grand net into the air, swiftly advancing forward under the cover of mist, before abruptly hurling it towards the Emperor of Fengdu. Attack! Chen Zhi shouted amidst the clouds, directing his voice towards the warriors lurking in the shadows. This was the intended form of assault. As per the plan, Chen Zhi aimed to cast this net, imbued with the upper incantation of the function spell, upon the Emperor of Fengdu. The upper incantation primarily served to bind and suppress, temporarily controlling the Emperor's aura. However, Chen Zhi was acutely aware that with the Emperor's formidable strength, he would inevitably shatter this net. Yet, if he could gain just a fleeting second, the warrior's control metal lines would ensnare the Emperor of Fengdu tightly. Once the Emperor was trapped, Chen Zhi would immediately slice open his palm, pressing his blood against the head of the underworld king, reciting the complete incantation of the function spell to seal him. Although the incantation lacked its final phrase, its potency should not be underestimated. Chen Zhi vividly recalled the agony that Bai Qian endured when the function spell flayed her skin and stripped her bones within the tomb of the celestial fox. His power now far surpassed that time, enhanced further by the direct force of the Jiang bloodline, making it feasible to immobilize the Emperor of Fengdu for a duration. This would afford them ample time to escape from the underworld. Once they emerged, Lord Leopard and Mu He would detonate heavy explosives within the passageway leading underground, obliterating everything and subsequently sealing the entrance with advanced technology. After retrieving the Fire Spirit Stone for their organization, they would then address the aftermath of this predicament. However, Chen Zhi could never have anticipated that his meticulously woven net of fierce incantations would dissolve like scattered feathers, completely vanishing in that realm of death before even reaching a mere 10 meters from the Emperor of Fengdu. This revelation astonished everyone, as Chen Zhi's fierce incantation net dissipated. The warriors who had emerged from the shadows swiftly retreated back into obscurity. According to the plan, their primary offensive condition hinged upon Chen Zhi's fierce incantation net successfully restraining the Emperor of Fengdu, thus masking his aura, thereby granting the warriors an opportunity to strike. Yet now, the scheme had crumbled with alarming ease. The Jiang clan's sorcery, long regarded as the most formidable within the organization, had evaporated before the Emperor of Fengdu like a wisp of smoke, leaving no trace behind. The Emperor stood unmoving, his form flawless and statuesque. Yet Chen Zhi noticed his skin gradually returning to a more normal hue, with dark scales beginning to sprout along his arms, his physique expanding incrementally. Strangely, aside from the luminous third eye on his forehead, his facial features remained unchanged, still resembling a lifeless corpse. Yet for reasons unknown, Chen Zhi perceived a hint of a sinister smile at the corners of the Emperor's lips. Upon realizing the failure of their plan, all the warriors quickly retreated to safety, concealing their brilliance and hiding within the shadows. At this moment, the ominous aura of the Emperor of Fengdu expanded rapidly, enveloping the surroundings in a suffocating sense of dread. The stench of death drew ever closer, inching toward everyone present. The warriors, concealed behind the remnants of crumbled walls, cautiously peered forward, their eyes betraying their mounting fear as this chilling essence approached. Chen Zhi understood that the current circumstances left no room for further delay. The aura of the god of the underworld could siphon energy and would soon claim the lives of all. He yearned to rise and command the warriors to resume their battle, yet he quickly discovered that any exertion sent excruciating pain coursing through his legs. Just as he attempted to stand, he collapsed once more. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Fengdu loomed ahead, growing at an astonishing rate. What had been a form akin to that of a human now towered at 4 or 5 meters high. As Qin Yang had previously indicated, should this deity truly absorb the powers of the underworld and continue to swell, he would eventually become as formidable as a mountain. When that time came, mounting an attack would be akin to scaling the heavens. Furthermore, given the speed at which the Emperor's aura spread, it was likely that they would succumb to its lethal embrace before they could even strike. Immediate action was imperative, and everyone needed to galvanize their spirits without the slightest hesitation. The most significant obstacle lay in the fact that, following the dissolution of Chen Zhi's fierce incantation, the warriors could not dare to attack amidst the lethal aura, thus denying Chen Zhi the necessary respite. However, if only he were granted the opportunity to press his hand to the Emperor's forehead and complete the divine sealing incantation with the blood mark of the Jiang clan, the Emperor's godly corpse could undoubtedly be sealed. Just as Chen Zhi's heart burned with urgency, Ji Ying emerged from behind a broken wall, slowly advancing while gradually unwrapping the bandage from her left shoulder. Having sustained an injury to her left arm, she had not utilized it since, and Chen Zhi realized that if she were to remove the bandage now, she would be compelled to wield her injured arm's strength. She must intend to leap into the air, necessitating the use of both arms to maintain her balance, indicating that she was preparing for a combined assault as a warrior. Indeed, as Ji Ying stepped forth, goblin emerged from the shadows, brandishing his long blade. The pouch of treasures that had once adorned his person was now absent, presumably entrusted to the hands of trusted warriors, and his sword had been drawn. The expression on goblins face was grave, embodying the determination of one ready to face death in a final stand. Chapter 623. A call to battle the god of the underworld. The deathly aura of the Emperor of Fengdu surged throughout the hall, threatening instant demise to any human who ventured too close. Yet, Gui Dao and Ji Ying moved with remarkable swiftness, navigating through the currents of death with deft agility, avoiding contact with the malevolent essence. Upon reaching the Emperor of Fengdu, their shadows suddenly vanished, only to reappear on the deity's shoulder as Ji Ying executed a somersault, her leg, imbued with qi, delivering a powerful kick to the emperor's shoulder. The force was palpably immense, severing the very air around Ji Ying, creating a chasm through which the ghost blade suddenly emerged. As his figure materialized, his blade descended with astonishing swiftness. The speed of the ghost blade was unparalleled. Chen Zhi had never witnessed such a rapid flourish of the blade, akin to a tempest, a battalion of blades unleashed, rendering even the shadow of the sword invisible, transforming into a myriad of shimmering blade silhouettes. The blade light fell like lightning, instantaneous and overwhelming, sealing off all surrounding space. The body of the Emperor of Fengdu was engulfed in this radiant onslaught. The aura of slaughter surged fiercely, gradually suppressing the deathly energy emanating from him. Once the Emperor's aura was subdued, it was the moment for Ji Ying to launch her true attack. She had summoned every ounce of her qi, her physical prowess reaching an extraordinary zenith, her strength formidable. Concentrating all her power in her legs, she executed a sweeping kick aimed at the Emperor's head, striking him squarely. The impact resounded like a thunderous clap, Ji Ying's leg crashing against the Emperor's cranium. In this moment, all the blue-clad warriors seized the opportunity presented by the dissipating aura. Leaping forward, their mechanical bracers targeted the Emperor's massive form, poised to ensnare him with metallic wires the instant he faltered, intending to bring him down. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi had Qin Yang mobilizing a veil of pink mist for his concealment, while he floated within a bubble of fierce incantation, maneuvering closer. Drawing forth a blade, he inflicted a cut upon his own palm, blood flowing profusely. He awaited the moment the Emperor fell to the ground, ready to pounce and place his hand upon the Emperor's head, reciting the incantation to seal him to the earth. Just as they prepared for the assault, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Under Ji Ying's vehement onslaught, the Emperor's body remained utterly motionless, even repelling Ji Ying's formidable force. Given Ji Ying's strength, she could have easily sent a train flying, yet her power struck the Emperor's corpse only to be met with a resounding backlash. As Ji Ying landed, she rolled to the ground, immediately clutching her knee, her expression contorted, teeth clenched to stifle any cry. Chen Zhi discerned that her leg had been shattered. In the wake of Ji Ying's failed attack, the deathly energy radiating from the Emperor erupted once more. All warriors dove into Qin Yang's mist, concealing themselves to evade the encroaching death. Ji Ying rolled into a corner, and Chen Zhi observed her pallid visage, beads of sweat cascading down from her brow. The human patella is one of the most sensitive areas to pain. If his conjectures were accurate, Ji Ying's knee must be utterly fractured, an agony beyond the endurance of ordinary mortals. Yet, she gritted her teeth in silence, her gaze fixed intently ahead. It was then that everyone noticed that the Emperor of Fengdu, once motionless as a corpse, had ceased to remain so. After incessantly absorbing power, the great Emperor of Fengdu now towered at an imposing height of 5 to 6 meters. His tightly shut eyes gradually opened a narrow slit, from which a viscous black liquid flowed, resembling dark tears, evoking an aura of terror. His mouth slowly widened, ultimately resembling a gaping black abyss, from which he let out a resounding roar directed toward the heavens. This roar was a sound of astonishing decibel levels. As it erupted, the eardrums of everyone present throbbed painfully, as if their very brains might shatter from the intensity. Chen Zhi and his companions hastily buried themselves in the mist surrounding Qin Yang, yet they could distinctly sense the horrifying sound shattering the stones beneath them, accompanied by the ominous cracking of walls and debris, as if all existence were on the brink of dissolution beneath that thunderous cry. In that moment, Chen Zhi's greatest concern was for Ji Ying and Peng Wei. He had witnessed Ji Ying rolling into a corner, her energy utterly depleted, leaving her defenseless against the deafening roar. As for Peng Wei, he was equally helpless against such a formidable sound, which had the potency to render a person deaf, or even shatter their very consciousness. Chen Zhi yearned to break free from the mist, but reason held him back. He understood that any action would be futile. Even if Ji Ying and Peng Wei had perished outside, he could do nothing to aid them without sacrificing his own life. He clasped his hands over his ears, feeling the agonizing sensation of his bones fracturing intensify. After what felt like an eternity, the terrifying sound finally ceased. Emerging from the mist, Chen Zhi found an eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. The corpse of the great Emperor of Fengdu still loomed before them, now nearly 7 meters tall. His facial muscles contorted into a horrific visage, the black liquid staining his entire form, and his mouth agape, resembling a vast black hole, yet he stood motionless. Chen Zhi hurriedly sought the fates of Peng Wei and Ji Ying, only to discover they had vanished without a trace. At that moment, two immensely powerful human auras appeared behind him. Chen Zhi swiftly turned around, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of two figures. One was Ji Yang, the chief red belt warrior of the organization, and the other, an elderly man with a mask, his hair as white as snow. The mask concealed the left side of the elder's face, revealing deep scars on his left cheek and the absence of his left eye, while the remaining eye sparkled with determination and an indomitable regal spirit. Beside them lay the unconscious forms of Peng Wei and Ji Ying, enveloped in a formidable energy that shielded them all from the prior onslaught of sound waves. At that moment, the familiar voice of the elder resonated like a thunderous bell. Jiangqing, we must seal this malevolent entity today, otherwise, we shall never know peace henceforth. I express my gratitude to the friends who have generously supported me in the past 2 days. To those who have contributed, I sincerely thank you. 160,639. Mu Ning Yizhou, 160592, 200. I can't even type all the names. 160-8611, 500, 19726. Hong Yuan, 161,516, 500, 200, 161738, 500, 11601, 1000. Feng Yunli Ming, 500, 090968. Dulong, Nanku E. Ming, 2000, 820, 161,168, 500, 161738, 500, 1000, 1000, 1500, 090902 1152 53968, 160-809-152920-837, 160-315-110-358-611, 500, 500, 500, 1000, 300, 500, 500, Wei Tuo, 112656788. If I have missed anyone, please contact me and let me know your intentions. I truly appreciate everyone. For those without a nickname, please create one so that I may recognize you. As a token of my gratitude, I present you with a heartfelt love song, one that I cherished in my youth. Brush off the dust from my shoulders, I revive my weary spirit. The road ahead may be fraught with obstacles. Perhaps I must journey alone for a while. I have long grown accustomed to solitude, with few to care or inquire. Even if no one dedicates their youth to me, at least I still possess a semblance of truth. Brush off the dust from my shoulders, I revive my weary spirit. The road ahead may be fraught with obstacles. Perhaps I must journey alone for a while. Do not mock my sentimental nature. Do not judge a hero by their successes or failures. Each person's journey is unique. Yet I carry lofty aspirations within my heart. Chapter 624. The Divine Sealing Vessel. Chen Zhi felt a rush of excitement upon witnessing the leader and Ji Yang. He understood their capabilities. They represented a pivotal turning point in the current battle. Ji Yang was the chief red belt warrior, while the leader was the former chief red belt master of the organization, a figure of great renown. Their past victories were spoken of in hushed tones within the organization, akin to living legends. Chen Zhi had once overheard a shaman recount tales of how the leader frequently partnered with Ji Yang in their youth. Their power and speed complemented each other perfectly, allowing them to accomplish many unimaginable feats, even slaying war dragons. This was the source of the dragon's blood on Chen Zhi's blade. Though these were mere whispers in private, they carried a significant degree of credibility. Chen Zhi understood that, for warriors, strength was never measured by quantity or age. Their honors stemmed solely from their martial prowess. Even 100 exceptional blue band warriors could be vanquished by a single strike from Ji Ying. The disparity in abilities among warriors was significant. One red band warrior could potentially match the strength of 100 blue band warriors. The ranking of the red bands was not to be taken lightly. As the chief red band warrior represented the pinnacle of the organization's martial strength, their capabilities unfathomable and immeasurable. At that moment, the familiar voice of the leader resonated like a thunderous bell. Jiangqing, today we must decisively seal this malevolent entity, otherwise, we shall know no peace henceforth. After declaring this, he approached with Ji Yang, bringing Ji Ying and Fat Wei along. undeterred by the ominous aura ahead. Upon hearing the leader's words, Chen Zhi felt a flicker of confusion in his heart. A malevolent entity? Was this how they referred to the god of the underworld? To speak of sealing the underworld deity for eternity was rather audacious. Yet, Chen Zhi's subtle shift in thought seemed to be perceived by the leader, as if he possessed the uncanny ability to read minds, able to discern the fears that resided within. Humph. The leader, with his weathered visage, scoffed disdainfully. His advanced age was evident in his snow-white hair and the iron-like resilience of his face, deeply etched with wrinkles. Though slightly hunched, he exuded vitality, his voice booming like a bell, reverberating with authority. Gods! Ha ha ha! The leader burst into laughter, his rebellious demeanor directed at the imposing figure of the emperor of the underworld before them. These so-called deities are merely self-proclaimed. They rely on their immense power, viewing us mere mortals as insignificant insects, consuming our flesh, belittling our bodies and spirits. What are they but man-eating fiends? 5,000 years ago, with the aid of the divine Jiangshang, we vanquished these brutal deities one by one. Today, we can achieve it once more. Jiangqing, do not harbor fear. You are a descendant of Jiangshang, bearing the blood of the Jiang deity. All gods kneel at your feet, and you need not fear this malevolent entity. Following this, I will join Ji Yang in bringing it down, and at that moment, you must use the Jiang family's sealing incantation to bind it. Failure is not an option. Should this malevolent being return to the earthly realm, it will be unstoppable. The methods prepared by Ping Er and Mu He will be utterly ineffective. It will surely rise again, bringing devastation upon the world. Chen Zhi, do you understand? This was the first instance the leader directly addressed Chen Zhi by name. Chen Zhi was aware that the sealing incantation lacked one final line, the most crucial one for sealing the god of the underworld completely. Though he lacked absolute confidence, for reasons unknown, he still responded, yes. The leader nodded slightly and continued, from where did this malevolent entity emerge? There must be a vessel that once contained it. We must locate that vessel and seal it once more. A vessel? At this moment, Chen Zhi suddenly recalled that when he first beheld the appearance of the emperor of Fengdu, it was within a crimson coffin. The internal structure of that coffin was rather extravagant, adorned entirely with intricate micro-carvings depicting mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars, essentially condensing the entirety of the universe into that red sarcophagus. The arrangement within the coffin was evidently designed according to a formation, seemingly harnessing the essence of the sun and moon to seal the underworld deity. Furthermore, at that time, a silver talisman was affixed to the third eye of the emperor of Fengdu, and when this talisman fell away, the body of the emperor emerged from the coffin. Perhaps the crimson coffin served as the vessel of the seal, and it was only after the destruction of the silver talisman that the emperor of Fengdu was roused once more. I recall that the monk Dan Shi had once mentioned that several centuries ago, an upheaval occurred in the underworld, during which the king of the underworld had already perished, allowing Dan Shi to escape. The colossal female giant that Chen Zhi and his companions encountered on the Naiha Bridge, pierced through the chest by a long spear, bore a grotesque visage of death, indicative of a fierce battle fought prior to her demise. It is possible that a grand war transpired in the underworld centuries ago, instigated by a formidable force that led to the sealing of the deity and the slaughter of all beings therein. However, the precise details of that time, the instigator of the conflict, and the reasons behind it are now shrouded in mystery. As Qin Yang had just articulated, the mountain of the emperor of Fengdu has long since vanished. He was imprisoned alive and perished ages ago. With the disappearance of his colossal form, only the essence of the deity remained, preserved in this realm. Since essence is eternal, it is believed that someone had placed the essence of the underworld deity within that redstone coffin, sealing it within and obscuring the divine eye with a silver talisman to prevent the resurrection of the deity's essence. The so-called emperor of Fengdu before them was no longer a living being. It was merely the corporeal remains condensed from the residual essence of the deity. Yet, even in this skeletal state, it possessed the formidable power to devastate the heavens and the earth. It is unfathomable who had vanquished the living emperor of Fengdu and sealed him here. However, one thing is certain. The vessel used to seal the underworld deity must indeed be that redstone coffin. It undoubtedly possesses a powerful capacity for containment, capable of imprisoning the essence of the deity within. If the leader and Ji Yang could indeed defeat the deity and return the body of the emperor of Fengdu to the red coffin, perhaps With Chen Zhi's Jiang family divine blood and the sealing incantation, it may truly be possible to re-imprison the Emperor of Fengdu, regardless of the outcome. This remains the only viable course of action. Chapter 625. The strongest partnership. The leader and Ji Yang stepped into the midst of Qin Yiyang's fan club, where Ji Yang placed the unconscious Ji Ying and Fat Wei amidst the haze. The leader appeared to harbor a strong aversion to Qin Yiyang, casting a disdainful glance her way, opting not to engage with her fan mist. Ji Yang, using his thumb, gently tapped the space between Ji Ying's brows, and the two of them instantly regained consciousness. Ji Ying, alert and vigilant, immediately reached for her knee, which throbbed painfully from a prior fracture. With great effort, she managed to sit up and then saw her father standing before her. "You have performed admirably," the leader remarked approvingly, nodding towards Ji Ying with a steady tone. He then turned his gaze towards Goblin and the other warriors. "I have witnessed your fearless spirit. You are all true warriors, and I hold you in great esteem. Shortly, I shall join forces with warrior Ji Yang to vanquish that malevolent entity. Subsequently, you must bind it securely and assist the clan leader of the Jiang family in sealing it, without fail." Yes, the warriors, invigorated by the leader's presence, felt a surge of courage, their reverence for him eclipsing any fear of death. "Ji Ling, go retrieve the sealing vessel," the leader commanded Gui Dao. "Yes." Gui Dao responded promptly, rising from the mist, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings until they alighted upon a glimmer of crimson amidst the rubble in the corner. That was the red stone coffin, which had tumbled down with the collapse of the divine coffin atop the mountain, now lying amidst the debris, easily overlooked. With agility, Gui Dao leapt forth, weaving through the miasma of death, and revealed his mechanical wrist, launching a metallic wire. The shimmering wire sliced through the air, embedding itself within the ruins, securing the red coffin firmly. With a swift tug, Gui Dao effortlessly drew the coffin from the wreckage and lifted it into the air. Chen Zhi promptly summoned a stream of airflow, enveloping the red coffin within a bubble of fierce incantation, gently guiding it down before them. All of this transpired beneath the watchful eye of the Emperor of Fengdu, who remained unresponsive, merely absorbing energy and growing larger. As Chen Zhi had surmised, the Emperor had devolved into a mere shell, devoid of any emotions or consciousness. Perhaps a vestige of primal instinct lingered within him, prompting him to avoid confrontation with Qin Yiyang, the princess by marriage, while disregarding the lowly human beings akin to ants. The essence of divinity is far too intricate for humanity to fully comprehend. As the red coffin was presented before Chen Zhi, he meticulously examined its interior, employing a magnifying glass to scrutinize the intricate details. Indeed, the patterns within the coffin were interwoven, arranged according to an archaic formation reminiscent of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, yet distinctly primitive, not resembling the trigrams familiar to the present day. It is said that the 8 trigrams originated from Fuxi, encompassing 64 transformations. Initially, it should have comprised 16 trigrams. During the Yin and Shang dynasties, however, these trigrams divulged too many celestial secrets, prompting the divine to erase half of them. Even now, the remaining 8 trigrams are incomplete. To comprehend even a fraction of this knowledge is a remarkable feat. Consider Zhuge Liang, who, with a rudimentary understanding of the trigrams, successfully strategized for Liu Bei, securing his dominion. Liu Bowen, only grasping a third of them, aided Zhu Yuanzhang in establishing the foundations of the Ming dynasty for 4 centuries. Yet, it is said that only Jiang Ziya could truly unravel the mysteries of the original 16 trigrams of Fuxi. It is said that in days of yore, he wielded the 16 trigram formation with unparalleled finesse, exhibiting a capricious nature that could turn the void itself, realigning all things from their original courses and dismantling any barriers or restrictions with remarkable prowess. Now, through the lens of Chen Zhi's magnifying glass, the intricate microsculptures within the coffin reveal exquisite landscapes and celestial bodies, yet their arrangement encompasses profound and intricate divination and formations, the subtleties of which are challenging to articulate. This crimson coffin, having plummeted from such a height, exhibits no signs of damage upon its carvings and patterns, indicating that it was forged with exceptional durability, still capable of serving its sealing purpose. At this moment, the leader approached Chen Zhi, crouching down to caress the surface of the crimson coffin with his aged hands. In a hushed tone, he addressed Chen Zhi, "Jiang Qing, We as mere warriors possess only brute strength, yet we shall strive with all our might. Even if it costs us our lives, we shall vanquish that malevolent entity. Ultimately, it rests upon your divine incantation, Jiangqing. But, leader, Chen Zhi, gazing at the elder's weathered visage, finally spoke, you have forgotten the final line of our Jiang family's divine incantation. Suddenly, the leader placed his hand over Chen Zhi's, and from the roughness of his palm, Chen Zhi instantly felt the weight of the elder's formidable presence. Though merely human, he exuded the regal aura of a king. Unperturbed even by the collapse of Mount Tai before him, I believe that the divine Jiangshang will ultimately assist us. He will stand by humanity's side, the leader declared with an indifferent tone as he rose to his feet. Then, from his sleeve, he deftly withdrew a short dagger. Chen Zhi had witnessed many warriors wielding various long swords, yet this was his first encounter with such a short blade. This dagger measured less than a meter in length, significantly shorter than the long swords of Gui-Dao and Jiying, yet its design was peculiar. It was a curved blade with a pointed tip, reminiscent of the royal weapons of Mongolian nobility, appearing like the fangs of a monstrous beast from the side. The leader unsheathed the dagger, and instantly, a fierce aura emanated. With spiritual energy surging wildly, the formidable blade's presence seeming capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth. The curvature of the blade shimmered like silver, resembling a crescent moon's teeth, sharp enough that one glance could draw blood, and a mere flick could shatter all things. The leader grasped the curved dagger in reverse, lowering himself to gaze intently at the emperor of Fengdu, who, after a lengthy period of energy absorption, now towered dozens of meters high, his form a gray-white colossus resembling an immense stone statue. At this moment, the leader turned to Jiyang, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a low, gravelly tone. Let us go, old chap. We shall test our mettle. To Chen Zhi's surprise, Jiyang's usual stern demeanor melted away, revealing a rare smile upon his face. Chen Zhi had never witnessed such a transformation in Jiyang. The creases at the corners of Jiyang's eyes radiated joy, and his gaze was imbued with excitement. This evoked an inexplicable illusion in Chen Zhi, making him feel as though both Jiyang and the leader had suddenly regained their youth, resembling individuals in their 20s, much like Chen Zhi, Gui-Dao, and Fat Wei in their present state. Chapter 626, The Pinnacle of Human Martial Power at the Leader's Summons. Jiyang unsheathed his obsidian long sword from his waist. The scabbard was polished to a gleaming black, adorned with intricate dragon patterns, exuding an exquisite beauty. Yet it harbored boundless malevolence. Jiyang and the leader strode forward side by side, approaching the ominous presence of Emperor Fengdu, which continuously emanated an aura of death. Even the microorganisms in the air succumbed, falling lifelessly around them, plunging everything into a chilling silence that sent shivers down the spine. However, as the leader and Jiyang advanced, they exhibited no trace of trepidation. They did not require the protective mists conjured by Qin Yiyang. Instead, they harnessed the robust energy cultivated within themselves to envelop their bodies. Their aura was transparent, resembling an ethereal flame, burning fiercely and suppressing the surrounding deathly atmosphere. Chen Zhi had once heard Gui-Dao mention that practitioners of body cultivation, upon reaching a certain threshold, find their physical training at its zenith, unable to ascend further. The ultimate barrier, however, is a psychological breakthrough, an understanding and application of qi that transcends human limitations, representing the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet, it is precisely this final hurdle that determines the fate of a warrior. Most are unable to penetrate their psychological barriers and grasp the essence of qi. Much like the father and son, Fu Yuan, who had long since honed their bodies to the peak of perfection, they ultimately failed to shatter the final barrier, dying without ever achieving the rank of a red belt warrior, left with regrets. Gui-Dao also revealed to Chen Zhi that when human martial training reaches its apex, one can wield qi, unleashing unimaginable strength, bringing humanity closer to the divine. Thus, it has been said since ancient times that martial practitioners are impervious to malevolent forces. Legend has it that when the patriarch Bodhidharma secluded himself in the mountains to practice martial arts, no insects or serpents dared enter his cave for miles, and even demons, spirits, and deities refrained from approaching him, an embodiment of the ultimate capabilities of a martial arts master. At that moment, the leader and Jiyang advanced together. their burning chi coalescing into an imposing force field that gradually pushed back the sinister aura of the underworld. The deathly energy encircled them, yet dared not draw near. For the first time, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his humanity, realizing the formidable strength that resided within. The figures of these two individuals ahead epitomized the zenith of human martial prowess. As they drew within 10 meters of the underworld deity, their forms suddenly vanished in a flash, moving with such speed that the mind struggled to comprehend. As everyone struggled to locate their leader, they suddenly discovered him standing beneath the left leg of the god of the underworld. Towering over 20 meters, the deity resembled a massive skyscraper, emanating a chilling mist that was steeped in an aura of lethal death, evoking tremors of fear. Positioned at the foot of the god, the leader gazed defiantly upwards, his entire being ablaze with energy that formed an expansive protective circle around him. At that moment, he spread his legs and adopted a horse stance, swinging his arms to channel the energy within. In an instant, the dense energy surrounding him surged and collided, creating a tumult of wind and clouds, with dust swirling and countless fragments of stone soaring through the air. The leader's figure danced amidst the energy, moving with the swiftness of lightning, his power growing ever more formidable and concentrated. Ultimately, all his strength converged in his arms. With a single hand gripping his blade, he thrust forward with tremendous force, exclaiming a fierce battle cry. Instantly, the surroundings illuminated as if it were day, and a powerful surge of energy erupted. The leader's blade struck forcefully at the joint of the god of the underworld's calf. With a sharp, resounding impact, the calf trembled slightly, evidently affected by the blow. Yet the god remained as immovable as a mountain. Nonetheless, this single strike left everyone astounded. During the earlier clash between the ghost blade and Zhi, they had witnessed the goddess' unmatched strength, his form seemingly unshakable. Yet, the leader's strike had caused even the god to sway. A thrilling revelation that even such a divine and powerful being was not entirely invincible, that there existed humans capable of unsettling him. At that moment, the leader leaped into the air, his curved blade swirling in his grasp. The energy emanating from his arms shone with the brilliance of sunlight as he launched fierce assaults on various pressure points of the god's lower body, targeting the knees, thighs, and humerus. Chen Zhi observed with clarity that the leader's might was extraordinary. Wherever his blade passed, it left deep, broad gashes, starkly different from the previous attacks by the ghost blade and Zhi, which had lacked precision. Although Chen Zhi was not versed in martial arts, he had heard that human-like beings possess 32 pressure points that support their entire weight. If all 32 points were simultaneously attacked, even a giant as formidable as a mountain would collapse. Now, in this amalgamation of power and speed, the leader clearly embodied a warrior of strength, whereas Zhi, as the ghost blade's mentor, was likely a master of speed. Yet, at this juncture, only the leader's attacks were visible. Zhi had yet to make an appearance. The elder leader continued to harness his inner energy, unleashing the fullest extent of his wrist strength as he relentlessly struck more than a dozen pressure points on the god of the underworld. Each cut left profound scars, and with every strike, the deity's body quivered. A wave of exhilaration surged through the hearts of all present. It appeared that the leader's prowess was indeed as formidable as rumored, and under this relentless onslaught, the colossal god of the underworld might truly be toppled. At that moment, a colossal shadow flashed swiftly across the sky. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, the figure of the leader came to a halt midair. It was then that the tremendous hand of the god of the underworld unexpectedly emerged, seizing the leader's body with an iron grip, causing the air to freeze in an instant. This sequence of events unfolded with astonishing rapidity, defying belief. Chen Zhi had always presumed that the god of the underworld was merely a lifeless corpse devoid of thought, incapable of retaliating against their assaults, especially with such swiftness. However, the actions of the god of the underworld at that moment illuminated a profound truth for Chen Zhi. They had gravely underestimated this ancient deity. The god of the underworld possessed consciousness. His prior indifference to their attacks stemmed from sheer disdain. A chilling sensation enveloped Chen Zhi's crown, a primal fear of ultimate demise coursing through his being. The god of the underworld, previously as motionless as a stone statue, turned its colossal head slightly to fix its immense third eye upon the leader. Subsequently, its vast mouth contorted into an eerie shape, producing a thunderous utterance that echoed the word ant. Chapter 627. The pinnacle of human might. Part 2. The god of the underworld tightened its grip. The leader's energy resonating ominously within the deity's vast palm, the sound of cracking bones reaching Chen Zhi's ears. Just as the situation seemed dire, Ji Yang's figure suddenly appeared atop the god of the underworld's head, the timing of his ascent a mystery. In an instant, he descended like a bird in flight, arms raised with a blade, aiming a powerful strike toward the deity's neck. Ji Yang's long, ebony blade was formidable, exuding a potent aura akin to a white dragon's roar, its ferocity surging forth and generating waves of energy that rivaled those of the leader. With a resounding shout, Ji Yang unleashed a radiant arc with his blade, slicing a narrow gash into the neck of the god of the underworld. Awakening to this assault, the deity's eyes gradually opened, dark liquid pouring forth from its pupils, while its third eye frantically searched for Ji Yang. One hand shot out towards him with a speed surpassing lightning. However, Ji Yang's velocity was beyond comprehension. Chen Zhi had once believed that the ghost blade's swiftness was unmatched, yet it paled in comparison to Ji Yang's prowess. In the air, Ji Yang appeared almost incorporeal, his presence a mere shadow, while the eye on the deity's forehead whirled in a frenzy, its massive hand striking out like a bolt of lightning. Several times, Chen Zhi feared that Ji Yang had been captured, yet each time, the grasping hand found only emptiness, as Ji Yang moved like an ephemeral wraith, devoid of tangible form. He wielded his black long knife, unleashing a torrent of slashing light upon the god of the underworld's head, which became besieged with countless fine lines, thoroughly ensnaring the ancient being. The leader was granted a moment of respite, seizing the opportunity to channel his energy. Chen Zhi observed as the energy he summoned seemed to take the form of a colossal dragon. With a resounding roar, the magnificent energy dragon soared into the sky before plummeting downwards, coalescing in the leader's palm. With a decisive strike, he brought his hand down forcefully upon the god of the underworld. The impact was so formidable that the deity's grip instantly loosened. Seizing the moment, the leader broke free and descended from the sky, kneeling on one leg, blood spilling from his lips. Meanwhile, Ji Yang continued to deftly restrain the god of the underworld with swift slashes of his blade, preventing the deity from focusing on the leader below. The old leader rose once more, gathering his strength to resume his assault on the critical points on the god of the underworld's body, gradually shifting his focus towards the deity's upper torso. This dramatic turn of events transpired within mere seconds. Initially, Chen Zhi was able to follow the ebb and flow of their combat, but soon found himself overwhelmed by the rapid pace of their exchanges. All eyes were fixed intently on the spectacle before them, veins bulging with anticipation, hearts racing with fervor for this epic battle. As the god of the underworld sustained multiple grievous injuries, he began to reveal a semblance of consciousness, though he remained only partially aware. Caught in a state that teetered between life and death, more a creature of instinct than intellect. Yet, his fury was unmistakable. His enormous maw gaped open like a black hole, emitting a tremendous, anguished roar that reverberated through the air, shaking the very smoke overhead. Chen Zhi and the others hastily covered their ears, taking refuge within the shroud of Qin Yang's smoke. At that moment, Chen Zhi grasped the true terror of the god of the underworld, who now resembled a frenzied giant demon. After absorbing energy for a time, he had grown to an imposing height of 30 meters. His humanoid form encrusted with black scales that shielded him thoroughly. Dark viscous fluid pooled in his eyes, which were shrouded in shadow, while his long hair stood on end in a wild fury. The third eye on his forehead glowed a blood-red hue, exuding an air of malevolence. No longer attempting to grasp Ji Yang, the god of the underworld used one hand to block Ji Yang's blade while the other reached out to seize the leader. His speed was astonishing. Had it not been for Ji Yang's interference above, he would have captured the leader long ago. Nevertheless, he managed to land several heavy blows upon the leader's body. The god of the underworld's form was exceptionally resilient, and the protective layer of black scales rendered Ji Yang's swift blade ineffective against him. The burden of true combat fell squarely upon the leader. Despite sustaining multiple powerful strikes from the god of the underworld, the leader persisted, having successfully targeted 31 points. Now only one critical point, the heart, remained. At that moment, Ji Yang's blade moved even faster through the air, the blade's energy cascading like a torrential downpour. Infuriated, the god of the underworld swung his arms in an attempt to grasp Ji Yang, momentarily neglecting the leader below. In that instant, the leader clenched his teeth, his expression darkening. He unleashed a magnificent flow of energy, his aura soaring skyward as waves of tremendous power swirled around him. His arms harnessed the energy within, forming a whirlwind, and a roaring stream of dragon-like energy surged forth from his being, entwining around his body and converging into his arms. At this moment, the leader soared into the air, brandishing his curved blade. With the roaring winds of the colossal dragon swirling around him, he summoned all his strength to deliver a devastating strike, his blade crashing into the chest of the god of the underworld. The ferocity of that blow was unparalleled, as if the might of the entire universe converged upon that singular point. Instantly, the heavens and the earth transformed, the winds and clouds swirling chaotically, and fragments of stone were swept into the air, obscuring everyone's view. Then, a thunderous roar erupted, and the massive figure of the god of the underworld trembled slightly. The debris and dust fell to the ground, restoring visibility. To their astonishment, they beheld the god of the underworld, engulfed in a furious blue flame that spread rapidly across his form. Yet, the 32 points on his body erupted sequentially, and the colossal titan collapsed with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, the leader descended to the ground, his complexion pale, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His frail body swayed momentarily before his blade clattered to the earth, and he fell. Seizing the moment, Ji Yang shouted fervently to all the warriors. The ghost blade and several blue-banded warriors had already ascended into the sky, their arms waving as the metallic wires from their mechanical bracers shot forth, ensnaring the god of the underworld firmly to the ground. Chen Zhi had long awaited this moment. Chapter 628, Slaughtering the Divine. Chen Zhi had been anticipating this instant since the moment the god of the underworld was attacked. With a dagger, he had already sliced open his palm, the vibrant blood spraying forth as he unleashed a fierce incantation, utilizing his energy to hover in the air, biding his time for the final assault once the god of the underworld was trapped. As the warriors' metallic wires flew into the air, weaving a dense web to secure the god of the underworld, Chen Zhi swiftly pierced through his energy bubble, plummeting onto the massive head of the deity. Ignoring the malevolence and chilling aura radiating from his face, he pressed his bloodied palm against the third eye on the forehead of the god of the underworld. At that moment, the third eye was wide open, nearly the size of Chen Zhi himself, its deep blue fibers turned a blood-red hue in a fury, glaring at Chen Zhi as if intent on tearing him apart, filled with wrath and violence. Yet, there was no hesitation in Chen Zhi's heart. His scalp tingled, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. He had witnessed the leader and Ji Yang risk their lives to confront the god of the underworld. Seeing the aged leader spitting blood as he fell was a soul-shattering experience that could only be felt by those on the battlefield. It ignited a fervor within him. What of ancient deities and the supreme god of the underworld? They were merely monstrous fiends preying upon the weak. They had committed countless atrocities, slaughtering innumerable humans. Had they ever known remorse? If it meant silencing him, Chen Zhi was willing to perish alongside the deity, descending into the abyss as ashes. With his bloodied hand pressing against the colossal third eye of the god of the underworld, he felt the eye widen in fury beneath his blood, spinning relentlessly, the slick, cold sensation sending shivers down his spine, threatening to slip from his grasp. In that moment, Chen Zhi bit down on his tongue, channeling all his energy into his arm, and began to softly recite the Jiang family's sealing incantation. Under the incantation of the Jiang family's divine sealing spell, the god of the underworld was evidently subjected to immense torment, as if his entire being were being fried in boiling oil. He began to struggle desperately, emitting a series of chilling low growls that Chen Zhi had never before encountered, sounds that seemed to cleave the very soul, leaving one trembling uncontrollably. The god of the underworld sought to rise once more. Amidst his fierce struggles, he managed to break free from the metallic bindings several times, shattering the limbs of the blue-clad warriors with powerful fists. Although gravely injured, the warriors charged back, reapplying the metallic strands to restrain the god anew. Their indomitable spirit shone through at that moment, igniting the fervor of all present as they disregarded their own lives to collectively seal away this brutal deity. Chen Zhi recited lengthy verses of incantation, deliberately slowing the tempo. As he chanted the upper segment of the divine sealing spell, the god of the underworld howled in excruciating agony, his body releasing torrents of black ichor. His skin began to lose color, becoming transparent, while he rapidly shrank. akin to meat gradually diminishing in hot oil. Upon completing the upper segment of the spell, Chen Zhi immediately proceeded with the lower segment. As the words escaped his lips, the heavens and earth quaked violently, clouds roiled, and the very fabric of time seemed to twist, as if day and night were exchanging places in a temporal reversal. The sealing spell transformed into a tempestuous gale bursting with immense energy, which intensified, swelling into a roaring wind that ensnared the god of the underworld tightly within its grasp. Under the influence of the lower segment of the spell, the emperor of the underworld ceased his howls. Overwhelming torment caused his entire form to tremble. Black ichor streamed from his eyes like a gushing spring, each of his ebony scales fracturing, as blue flames seeped through his skin only to gradually extinguish. He writhed in agony akin to being flayed alive, his towering physique rapidly diminishing. Just as his form shrank to approximately 3 meters, his bodily fluids had completely dispersed, and the blue flames had vanished. With one final contraction, he could fit within a coffin. At that precise moment, however, Chen Zhi completed the incantation. The instant the sealing spell concluded, the god of the underworld abruptly halted his shrinkage, and the air around seemed to freeze in time. After a few seconds of stillness, his eyes, filled with black ichor, suddenly opened wide, fixing their gaze upon Chen Zhi. His tightly clenched jaws parted with an unexpected smile. "Bastard, bastard," roar. The emperor of the underworld uttered these peculiar words in a strange tone, followed by a maniacal laughter that resonated like the clashing of heavy metal gears, grating and deafening. With renewed vigor, the emperor of the underworld began to thrash violently, his form rapidly expanding. Under the surge of his ferocious strength, all metallic bindings shattered, sending the warriors flying through the air. As the warriors leaped back, attempting to restrain him once more, the emperor's enormous hands reached skyward, seizing their legs with force and snapping them apart. The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed in the air, and the warriors fell to the ground, spitting blood. The emperor of Fengdu continued to expel a stream of air as sharp as blades, which swiftly darted through the air, transforming anyone it touched into a blood gourd. As blood erupted in a torrent, the acrid scent of iron wafting on the breeze. The warriors could no longer control the metallic threads. The emperor's third eye spun wildly, suddenly locking onto Chen Zhi with a fierce gaze, his pupils now a vivid crimson. Indeed, without the final 2 incantations, it is futile. Chen Zhi felt no fear at that moment, but rather a profound regret, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. The overwhelming rage and bitterness made him wish to tear himself apart. He had witnessed the leader's valiant struggle leading to the defeat of the underworld god, and seen the bloodied warriors, battered and bruised, binding the deity with their last breaths, only to falter at the final hurdle due to his own shortcomings. If the ultimate battle were to end in failure because of him, how could he ever face anyone again? How could he still claim to be a descendant of the Jiang clan? How could he continue to exist in this world? This heavy burden of guilt pressed down upon Chen Zhi's heart, suffocating his very soul, rendering his thoughts nearly paralyzed, his blood feeling as though it had congealed. At that moment, something unimaginable occurred. A consciousness not his own surged within him, as if a ghost had possessed him. This foreign awareness swiftly took command of his entire being. While Chen Zhi's mind remained intact, he found himself powerless to control his own limbs. Chapter 629. Devouring the heart despite his clarity of mind, Chen Zhi distinctly felt that his body was no longer under his dominion. At that juncture, a thin veil of air emanated from his form, gradually coalescing around him. Chen Zhi's body began to illuminate, radiating a luster akin to the brilliance of stars, pure and resplendent, overshadowing all other light. He then beheld as the gaseous essence gradually formed into a humanoid silhouette, strikingly perfect and youthful, enveloping him like a mist, entirely commandeering his physicality. The figure's flowing hair danced in the ether, adorned in a translucent armor, gliding gracefully amidst the swirling currents, reminiscent of an ethereal being. It orchestrated Chen Zhi's movements, leaning slightly forward into an unusual, yet exquisite posture, akin to a meditative stance. At that moment, strands of fervent incantation energy erupted from Chen Zhi's body, raw and powerful, far surpassing his own capabilities. The surging air enveloped the sky, coiling like dragons and serpents, before plunging downwards with ferocity, ensnaring the underworld god in a multitude of chains, binding him firmly to the ground. Upon witnessing this translucent figure, the underworld god ceased his struggle, his third eye glaring with wrath, directed at this entity. Chen Zhi could feel the fury of the deity erupting like a volcano, as if gazing upon an eternal nemesis. At that moment, Chen Zhi's arm was manipulated by that individual, raised aloft, his palm converging in the air as he elevated 2 fingers, forming a shape reminiscent of a mystical seal, which he placed upon the blood-red third eye of the underworld deity. Subsequently, his lips parted slightly, and through Chen Zhi's mouth, he intoned the final 2 verses of the divine incantation. Under these concluding lines of the spell, the underworld deity became entirely subjugated, devoid of any struggle. Writhing painfully under Chen Zhi's seal, his visage contorted in agony as black ichor gushed forth from his eyes like a fountain. The underworld deity lay motionless, glaring at Chen Zhi with an expression full of malice, emitting low growls from his mouth. Chen Zhi perceived that the hatred emanating from the deity's eyes was akin to a sharpened blade, rendering it unbearable to behold. He understood that the object of the deity's wrath was not himself, but rather the entity that had possessed his body. At last, the underworld deity convulsed violently before dissolving like molten lava, swiftly reverting to his original size, his skin regaining transparency, ultimately transforming into a lifeless corpse. The blood that had coalesced in the deity's eye transformed into a luminous silver talisman, sealing the deity's third eye. At that moment, for reasons unknown, tears unexpectedly streamed from Chen Zhi's eyes, cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. He then heard the entity that had taken control of him quietly utter to the corpse of the deity, "Depart, depart. The past is concluded. Return to the primordial chaos. Harbor no hatred towards me." Upon finishing this statement, the entity suddenly seized control of Chen Zhi's arm, plunging it into the transparent corpse of the deity, extracting the pulsating heart. Before Chen Zhi could fully comprehend the situation, the entity instantaneously thrust the heart into his mouth, compelling him to swallow it. A wave of icy cold surged down his throat, followed by an overwhelming wave of nausea that rendered him unable to control his body. At that moment, a flash of brilliance enveloped him, and the shadowy figure vanished. Chen Zhi's body regained its autonomy. The onlookers were rendered speechless by Chen Zhi's actions, keeping their distance in fear. Even Fat Wei dared not approach him. The act of consuming the underworld deity's heart was utterly terrifying, something beyond the realm of human capability, leaving them uncertain whether Chen Zhi had succumbed to madness or something else entirely. However, Jiang promptly urged the crowd, declaring that this was not the time for dawdling, and instructed them to hastily place the deity's corpse into the coffin. Upon receiving Ji Yang's command, the warriors snapped back to reality, their urgency palpable as they collectively lifted the deity's body and placed it into the crimson coffin, nailing the lid shut with great care, fearful of the deity's potential resurrection. Yet, Chen Zhi knew that such an eventuality was now impossible. This time, the Emperor of Fengdu had truly entered eternal slumber. It was only then that they hurried to check on the leader, who lay on the ground, gravely injured, blood pouring from his mouth, having lost consciousness. It was likely that during his encounter with the deity, his bones had been shattered and his internal organs severely harmed. Nevertheless, as a master of physical arts, he had managed to sustain himself through sheer willpower until the battle reached its conclusion. Now, his breath is completely undetectable, as everyone had consumed the precious spring water upon entering, rendering the sound of his heartbeat inaudible. Thus, the chief's current state of life or death remains uncertain. During the recent battle, his garments were entirely torn asunder, exposing his aged and withered chest, which was marred with a multitude of scars. Fresh wounds lay upon old ones, the accumulation of countless years, presenting a poignant sight. Yet, these were the medals of his illustrious life. The gathered onlookers encircled the chief, whose fate lay in limbo on the ground, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Several blue warriors stood vigil by his side, having grown up listening to the chief's heroic tales, cherishing his esteemed position in their hearts. In this heart-wrenching moment, a few, particularly Jiang, were on the brink of tears. At that moment, Jiang approached, lifting the chief's body and solemnly feeling for his breath, his expression grave. Chen Zhi discerned Ji Yang's profound sorrow, though he did not outwardly express it. At this juncture, the Asua warrior and the other unconscious warriors were carried out from the subterranean stone chamber where they had sought refuge during the brutal conflict and the ominous aura of death. The spiritual stones remained in the possession of the Asua warrior. Ji Yang's surprise was palpable upon seeing the Asua warrior. His tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, Yet he spoke little, merely offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You are still alive. Indeed, the Asua warrior exclaimed, visibly moved as he grasped Ji Yang's hand, his battered face betraying a flicker of emotion. We must return and discuss matters later. Ji Yang nodded at the Asua warrior, then turned his gaze back to the aged chief on the ground. He forbade anyone from touching the chief's body, opting to carry him himself. He then addressed the gathering, stating, the number of boats to the underworld is limited, and the chief requires urgent assistance. I will depart with the Asua warrior and the others first. Ji Ling, Ji Ying, you two remain behind to escort the deity's remains to the altar and ensure the clan leader boards the second boat without delay. Understood, replied Gui Dao and Ji Ying in unison. Furthermore, as Ji Yang gestured for Ji Ying to approach, he whispered a few words into her ear. Her eyes momentarily flickered with hesitation as she regarded Ji Yang, but she soon replied with solemn resolve, yes. Chapter 630. The return after Ji Yang carried the chief away, accompanied by the Asua warrior and the other soldiers. Only Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, Ji Ying, and Qin Yang remained. Following the fierce and grand battle, the dust settled, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. The grandeur of the underworld king's palace lay in ruins. The towering throne had been reduced to fragments, yet the smaller thrones in the corners remained unscathed. The princesses, clad in opulent gowns and adorned with jeweled crowns, sat rigidly, their heavily painted faces bearing an eerie expression as they gazed upon the remnants of the chaos that had transpired, casting an unsettling ambience in the darkness. The events that transpired in such a brief span were overwhelming, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. However, the image of Chen Zhi consuming the heart of the underworld deity was vividly etched in their minds. Fear began to creep into their gazes, as if they were beholding a monstrous apparition. Furthermore, since the ghastly act, Chen Zhi himself experienced profound discomfort. The nauseating sensation stemming from the heart lingered incessantly, defying description. Fat Wei observed Chen Zhi in silence for some time before cautiously approaching him. Orange, you're still orange, right? Do you remember me? He inquired. Of course, Chen Zhi retorted, irritation boiling within him. Struggling to stand, his body racked with pain, he shot a fierce glare at Fat Wei. Ah, that's a relief. Fat Wei exhaled deeply. What was that outburst about? Fighting is one thing, but why consume the heart of the old underworld king in such a frenzy? Aren't you worried about food poisoning? You terrified all of us. It wasn't me who consumed it, Chen Zhi replied, the recollection of the act stirring fresh waves of nausea within him. The truth of devouring the heart felt surreal, sending chills down his spine. It was nothing short of monstrous behavior. The heart, now within him, seemed to pulsate continuously, making him feel as if his insides were freezing solid. The one who consumed the heart was not I, but the entity that possessed me. This being wielded immense power, controlling my body, and ultimately sealing the underworld deity. I wish to elucidate this matter, Chen Zhi continued. Although he employed the same incantation as I, his magical prowess is unfathomable, a force beyond my reach. Had he not inhabited my body, we would not have triumphed over the underworld deity. We would all have perished. It was he who compelled me to swallow the heart. In that moment, I caught a glimpse of his thoughts. If the heart of the underworld deity is indestructible, the only means to ensure his eternal demise is to consume it, a primal law of ancient beings. Who is this entity that possesses you? Fat Wei inquired, his eyes widening. Could it be, has your ancestor Jiangxia taken possession of you? Perhaps, Chen Zhi mused after a brief silence. I could not discern his visage, so I cannot say for certain, but I felt within me that it was indeed him. Jiangshang, what does that imply? Is it a ghostly possession or a divine one? Fat Wei asked, gesturing to the others. At that moment, Gui Dao stepped forward, his demeanor serious as he asked Chen Zhi, did you clearly hear the final two lines of the sealing incantation? The gravity of Gui Dao's question tightened Chen Zhi's brow. Rather than respond directly, he turned to the group and said, time is of the essence. We can discuss matters later. Let us promptly address the aftermath and depart from this place. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Gui Dao refrained from pressing further. The group swiftly set to work, lifting the crimson coffin up the cloud ladder. The divine coffin mountain had been utterly obliterated, yet half of the platform remained intact. They needed to transport the coffin to the heavens above. Chen Zhi's body bore multiple subtle fractures, and Ji Ying had also sustained an injury to her knee, preventing them from ascending further. Gui Dao and Pang Wei hoisted the coffin upward, traversing the treacherous, bombarded cloud ladder strewn with debris and rubble. Many sections required leaps to navigate, making their passage exceedingly arduous. Upon finally placing the crimson coffin atop the rooftop, they beheld the scene of devastation. Ruins lay scattered, sand and stones flung about, while the grand and imposing armor of the underworld deity remained entombed within the black sands. And the deity's spear stood defiantly embedded in the earth, as steadfast as a divine pillar. Gui Dao and Pang Wei positioned the crimson coffin beneath the deity's spear, interring the corpse alongside the remnants of its past glory. Despite the brutality of the deity's actions in life, all that remained was the echo of a bygone era. For he had departed this world forever. Their descent from the rooftop consumed nearly half an hour, and time was now of the essence. Yet still within the bounds of their plan. Their next objective was to escape swiftly from this place, exiting the underworld within the designated time frame. They pressed forward with urgency. Having traversed this path previously, yet it remained perilous. Unlike before, every member of their party now bore grievous injuries, rendering them slow and cumbersome. Chen Zhi and Ji Ying were afflicted with numerous fractures, particularly Chen Zhi, whose condition was dire. Earlier, as Gui Dao and the others ascended, he and Ji Ying had hastily consumed a considerable amount of fast-acting painkillers to stifle their agony. The gravest predicament, however, was Qin Yang. Having conjured the pink smoke moments ago, she had expended a substantial reserve of her magical energy, leaving her utterly drained. After a brief respite, she could barely keep pace with the group. Chen Zhi observed beads of sweat rolling down her pale cheeks, her complexion ashen, and he feared for her strength to reach their destination. Since her valiant rescue during the battle, Chen Zhi felt a pang of guilt towards Qin Yang. In truth, her protective smoke had safeguarded their lives. Had it not been for her intervention, he and the warriors would have perished before the arrival of their leaders. Reflecting on his prior doubts regarding her loyalty, Chen Zhi was troubled. Despite the obscured memories surrounding her, it was evident she was no traitor. For a traitor would not risk themselves in a pivotal moment to save others. In his heart, Chen Zhi resolved to ensure Qin Yang's safe passage out. And if his intuition served him correctly, her future held promise. Yet the return journey loomed as a formidable test of endurance, with none able to assist one another, each bearing their own wounds, reliant solely on their own strength. As the crowd hastily departed from the palace of Hades, they traversed the ghost city, navigated through layers of hell, scaled icy mountains, and waded through pools of blood. Upon their return to the first Yama Hall, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion enveloped them. At that moment, the frail form of Qin Yang crumpled to the ground like a leaf, motionless. Chapter 631, The Pillar Rising to His Feet. Chen Zhi immediately bent down to assist Qin Yang. However, no sooner had he crouched than he was seized by a wave of intense pain coursing through his body, the medication no longer sufficing to alleviate his injuries. After enduring such a series of strenuous exertions, Chen Zhi was utterly fatigued, his legs feeling as though they were burdened by two immense stones, each step akin to lifting a heavy weight. He empathized deeply with Qin Yang's plight. Both yearned to collapse right there, indifferent to the relentless passage of time, feeling as if they might succumb to exhaustion. At that moment, Qin Yang's face was ashen, her eyes tightly shut, the vitality draining from her countenance, lying there like a lifeless corpse, exhaling faintly, utterly still. Regardless of Chen Zhi's fervent calls, she could not rise again. He recognized that Qin Yang was not merely physically depleted, her spirit was steeped in profound despair. Having witnessed the leader's earlier indifference towards her, she had lost her will to survive. "Go on without me. I can no longer move." Qin Yang's voice was barely audible. "No, you must escape. We have come this far. Just a little longer, and we shall live to see the light of day," Chen Zhi urged, striving to elevate his voice to rouse her spirits. Yet it was evident that Qin Yang had reached her limit. "I do not wish to leave. I have long since lost the desire to live. He despises me, and even if I were to escape, it would hold no meaning." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke, emotions she had suppressed throughout their arduous journey now surfacing. She had clearly perceived the leader's cold demeanor, and as a perceptive individual, she understood her precarious situation and the perception others held of her. "It is not as you think," Chen Zhi said, turning to glance at the others before leaning closer to Qin Yang, whispering softly, "Let me assure you, once you emerge from the underworld, you will return to your former life. Human emotions are not easily controlled. Before our arrival here, I witnessed Bao Ping continuously consuming the blood crystal to subdue the influence of the red medicine within him. If he is no longer under its sway, then why persist with the blood crystal? This alone attests to the truth. You need not dwell on his current indifference. Once you exit, he will still safeguard your well-being. He allowed you into the underworld to earn merit for the organization. There are rules within the organization. Those who contribute are spared. As long as you achieve merit, there will be no justification to harm you. Furthermore, with Master Bao's stature within the organization, your fierce bloodline will no longer be scrutinized. Do you understand? Once you manage to escape from here, all your wishes shall be fulfilled, Chen Zhi uttered softly. To Chen Yang, these words struck like a thunderclap. Her eyes flew open, and Chen Zhi observed that they were of vivid crimson, a testament to the extreme fervor of her spirit. She struggled to rise. Her frail body infused with an unexpected vitality, reminiscent of the saying Chen Zhi had once heard, when a person's body reaches its limits, their spirit pushes them to complete the remaining tasks. Let us go, Chen Yang stammered through her pale, trembling lips, encouraging everyone to move forward. Upon witnessing her determination, the group felt a wave of relief. However, Jiang's gaze remained icy as she scrutinized Chen Yang, noting her quaking legs. Yet she refrained from further comment and continued with the procession. As they journeyed on, it became evident that Chen Yang had regained her strength. Unlike her previous state, a glimmer of hope radiated from her, akin to a parched soul in the desert who suddenly spots an oasis. She stumbled several times, but resolutely pulled herself up. Matching the pace of the group, the road ahead remained arduous and prolonged. After persevering through the yellow sand abyss, they finally arrived before the Hall of Bewilderment, a boundary line marking the separation between the inner and outer realms of Fengdu Ghost City. Beyond the hall lay the place where they could drink from the ghost spring. And once they crossed this threshold, they would be able to restore their human heartbeat, as their destination was now within reach. With the prospect of hope ahead, the group felt invigorated and hurried into the Hall of Bewilderment. Yet, upon entering this grand chamber, they distinctly sensed a more ethereal atmosphere than before. A myriad of swirling mists enveloped the hall, casting fleeting shadows that resembled spirits lurking in the darkness, inducing a state of disorientation. As before, the sides of the hall were lined with large mirrors, reflecting a variety of images. They quickly discerned that these reflections were markedly different from those encountered on their arrival. No longer did they depict majestic mountains or historical figures, but rather their recent battle against the king of the underworld, captured from various angles as if recorded by surveillance. Chen Zhi perceived that these seemingly mystical mirrors functioned more like a recording device. If one understood the method within, they could capture dynamic images. However, the reason why only their recent combat was displayed remained a mystery. At that moment, Fat Wei was inexplicably drawn to one of the mirrors, striding forward and standing before it. No matter how Chen Zhi called out to him, he remained oblivious. With no choice, the others followed Fat Wei to peer into the mirror. To their astonishment, the once impenetrable darkness within was revealed to harbor the silhouette of a man standing with his back turned. The man appeared remarkably youthful, his upper body bared, yet his physique and muscles revealed an extraordinary mastery of combat. He stood motionless before the mirror, resembling a lifeless statue, a clear Kirin tattoo adorning his back. In Chapter 632, Former Companions, Fat Wei exhibited profound agitation, his lips quivering as he stared blankly at the Kirin's reflection in the mirror, trembling uncontrollably, yet unable to utter a word. Chen Zhi had previously encountered the illusion of this Kirin youth within the ancient tower. Aware that this was Fat Wei's brother who had entered the bronze door, the figure in the mirror was undoubtedly not real, merely a remnant of a scene. Yet it depicted events that had genuinely transpired in the underworld, akin to a recording device capturing moments from days, or even millennia, past. The individual before the mirror stood with his back turned, seemingly longing to convey a message. Fat Wei, Chen Zhi called softly from behind. Place your hand upon the mirror and see what transpires. Chen Zhi's words sparked recognition in Fat Wei, who immediately extended his hand to touch the surface of the mirror. At that instant, the ebony mirror was infused with Fat Wei's essence, gradually brightening as if cloaked in a layer of frost. Chen Zhi's intuition proved correct. This was indeed a mirror designed for capturing images, activated by a specific means akin to a recording device. The information within the mirror was evidently intended solely for Fat Wei. No one else would elicit a response upon contact. As the surface of the mirror continued to illuminate, the youth adorned with the Kirin tattoo gradually came into focus. He slowly turned around, and when his front was fully revealed, everyone gasped in astonishment. Fat Wei, in particular, was profoundly affected, shaking violently as if on the verge of collapsing. The youth's face bore an expression as rigid as stone, his eyes cast downwards, filled with deep sorrow. His pupils dilated, clearly indicating he was a corpse, yet he remained standing. His body was a ghastly sight, emaciated to the point of resembling nothing but bones. Devoid of any healthy flesh, marred by deep wounds, most appearing to have been inflicted by bites, others seemingly scorched by a searing tempest or battered by strikes. His entire form was drenched in blood, exposing stark white bones in his thighs and arms, yet he clutched a black blade tightly in his hand. At this moment, Chen Zhi's mind was rational. From his perspective, a normal human being would not survive such grievous injuries. Yet, the youth remained upright, blood streaming from his eyes. Whether tears mingled with his blood, or if his eyes were already blind, remained uncertain. Brother, what has happened to you? What has befallen you? Fat Wei, momentarily taken aback, suddenly regained his composure and began to shout fervently, attempting to shatter the mirror in a desperate bid to rescue the person trapped within. Chen Zhi and the ghost blade swiftly restrained him from behind. Do not break it. There are words meant for you, Chen Zhi exclaimed, clutching Fat Wei tightly. As Fat Wei's blood splattered upon the surface of the mirror, the reflected scene within transformed instantaneously, revealing a tumultuous panorama. Fragmented vignettes emerged, predominantly depicting the harrowing images along the road to the Yellow Springs. Chen Zhi comprehended that their journey from the River of Oblivion to this point had actually taken a shortcut. They had been welcomed into the underworld as esteemed guests alongside the emissaries of the princess, while the others were far less fortunate. To traverse the road to the Yellow Springs on foot was a cruel fate. The path was frigid and inhospitable, intolerable for any human to endure. With each step, flesh and blood would be wrenched away, and the relentless winds howled, with mysterious specters of the dead lingering along the road, rendering it a veritable inferno. To walk this path to arrive here was an unfathomable torment. Amidst the fragmented images within the mirror, many specifics remained indistinct. Yet a silhouette emerged, a figure of the young man adorned with the Qilin tattoo, laboriously advancing against the wind along the road to the Yellow Springs. The fierce gales scattered his blood and flesh, yet his resolve remained unwavering as he persevered onward, with Chen Zhi sensing that the very sands of the tempest had been stained by his blood. Subsequently, vague scenes of battle unfolded, though they were obscured to the extent that even the adversaries were indistinguishable. Nevertheless, it was evident that the young man's martial prowess was formidable. When these nebulous images ultimately faded, only one scene remained. The young man with the Qilin tattoo stood resolutely within the Hall of Bewilderment, seemingly guarding the threshold. He remained motionless for an interminable duration, a pool of blood accumulating beneath him, appearing as though he were a statue, neither alive nor dead. Time elapsed, and Chen Zhi felt that the young man with the Qilin tattoo had stood there for countless years, seemingly having succumbed to death, turning into stone. Suddenly, the mirror darkened once more. Just as confusion enveloped everyone, another scene materialized within the mirror. A figure stood directly facing the mirror. Chen Zhi recognized the face. It was that of the individual once imprisoned by Fat Wei in the stilted house of Reeking village. Now he was bloodied, the young man with the Qilin tattoo slung over his shoulder. This man was once Fat Wei's brother, the most astute among the Iron Triangle. According to Fat Wei, his lineage was exceedingly complicated, having tragically lost his entire family in a massacre. For years, he had been trapped in a state of mental collapse, prompting Fat Wei to seek medical assistance far and wide, yet to no avail, ultimately leading him to seek help from the organization. Out of desperation, Fat Wei had confined him to a room, preventing him from wandering, and had hired someone to care for him. Later, upon arriving at Reeking village, Chen Zhi had encountered this individual, yet that very night, the person fled from the tall building, disappearing without a trace thereafter, which left Pang Wei profoundly saddened. The remnants of life they observed in front of the bronze door were indeed left by this individual, who had lingered here for some time, desperately seeking a way to enter the bronze door. It is presumed that he eventually joined the legion of spectral soldiers. The bloodied footprints Chen Zhi had previously seen on the road to the underworld likely belonged to him. This man was covered in ghastly wounds, particularly on his feet. which were grotesquely swollen and adhered to the ground in a gruesome state, with nearly all skin stripped away. He bore the young man adorned with a Chilean tattoo on his shoulder, gazing calmly into the mirror, his expression devoid of emotion, an indifference born from profound despair, a desolation so deep that it rendered him impervious to fear of the world. Peng Zhi, you've arrived, the figure in the mirror suddenly spoke, in the end. I left this message for you, for I knew you would find your way here. Chapter 633, Farewell. The figure in the mirror had grown alarmingly gaunt, his face etched with weariness, and his eyes bore the weight of experiences far beyond his years. Despite his usual cold demeanor, an emotional flicker crossed his visage as he addressed Peng Wei, his voice hoarse and dry, as though parched from a lack of water, tinged with a choking sensation. Peng Zhi, we must part ways. Forgive me for not waiting for you. Do not seek us any longer. You were right. I have been ensnared within my own demons, unable to forget the burdens of the past that weigh heavily on my heart. I understand that before me lies an abyss of endless darkness, an inescapable fate for both him and me. But you are not bound in the same way. You still possess the chance to escape. Live well, do not forget us, farewell. After uttering these words, the figure slowly turned away, cradling the Chilean youth, and in a fleeting moment, vanished, plunging the mirror into a profound darkness, leaving nothing behind. Upon hearing these poignant words, Peng Wei stood frozen, tears streaming down his cheeks, rooted in place as though all his thoughts had departed with the figure in the mirror. Precious time slipped by second. After exchanging glances, Chen Zhi approached and gently patted Peng Wei on the shoulder, softly urging, Peng Zhi, I understand your heart is heavy at this moment, but we must, at this juncture. Chen Zhi tapped the timer on his wrist to draw Peng Wei's attention. Our time is indeed limited, and unforeseen events may yet await us. I must allocate a bit more time for preparation. You must be strong, just as your brother advised you. Live well and cast aside your worries. We must leave swiftly. Yet, Peng Wei remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently upon the mirror as if attempting to pierce through its depths. Just as Chen Zhi and the others prepared to drag him away, Peng Wei abruptly turned around. At this moment, Chen Zhi beheld that Peng Wei was already in tears, with streams cascading down his cheeks, his eyes red and swollen, and his face smeared with mucus, resembling a child who had lost something precious. It's all right, Peng Wei said in a hoarse voice, forcing a smile. It's just good to see you again. Huh, I truly thought I would never lay eyes on the two of them again. Curse it, I had long suspected they were involved with each other. And my intuition proved correct. They had left me behind. Quite well. From now on, I shall follow your lead. He dismissed them from his mind. After finishing his words, Peng Wei wiped away his tears, turned around, and tenderly caressed the mirror's surface, his demeanor serious, as if he were touching his departing companions. Subsequently, with determination, he turned away, never to glance back at the mirror again. Let us go. Stop dawdling. Peng Wei called out loudly to everyone, then switched on the light and led the way ahead. Upon witnessing Peng Wei's sudden transformation, the others exchanged glances and followed his lead without uttering another word about the previous encounter with the mirror. Inside the Hall of Bewilderment, the air was thick with swirling mist, making it difficult to discern direction. Fortunately, Peng Wei possessed an excellent sense of navigation. After traversing the Hall of Bewilderment for some time, they finally discovered the exit. As they stepped through the grand entrance, their feet barely touching the grassy ground outside, they suddenly noticed the magnificent palace behind them flickering like a mirage before vanishing entirely, as if it had never existed. Chen Zhi and the others were taken aback. When they turned to look again, there was no sign of the grand palace, only darkness and dense forest surrounded them. The Hall of Bewilderment and the so-called Fengdu Ghost City completely gone, rendering their recent experiences akin to a distant world. At that moment, a warmth surged within their chests, a rush of blood coursing through them, as their previously dormant hearts began to beat fiercely once more, revitalizing their bodies. They felt themselves becoming increasingly warm, their hearts returning to the rhythm of the living. However, alongside this resurgence came a violent wave of pain that assailed their minds. The reason Chen Zhi had been able to endure the agony of his fracture was partly due to the painkillers and partly because, after consuming the ghostly water, his body had entered a state of suspended animation, with sluggish circulation numbing his pain receptors. Now, as their bodies returned to normal, the intense pain from the fracture overwhelmed Chen Zhi, who clutched his chest and gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony within. His recently revived heart raced uncontrollably, beating at an erratic rhythm, as if it might leap from his mouth at any moment. All present quickly pressed their hands to their chests, kneeling on one leg, eyes closed, striving to regain control over the sudden changes in their bodies. However, Chen Zhi could no longer endure. She was the weakest in terms of physical stamina among them. In the depths of the underworld palace, she had been maintaining a substantial amount of smoke, which drained her magical energy significantly. When her bodily functions suddenly faltered, she immediately fell to her knees, retching forth her intestinal fluids, her face swelling rapidly, bloodshot eyes betraying her agony. Chen Zhi's body had utterly collapsed. It was sheer willpower and the instinct for survival that had brought her this far. Just as everyone remained in a state of disarray, Ghostblade suddenly sprang to his feet. Among them, Ghostblade bore the lightest injuries, allowing for a quicker recovery, and his keen ears had been listening intently. After a moment of concentration, he furrowed his brow and turned to the others, cautioning, "Be careful. There is someone hiding in the woods approximately a kilometer ahead. I can sense their breathing. It is a living person." "A living person?" Chen Zhi exclaimed, startled by Ghostblade's revelation. Based on the timeline, Ji Yang's team should have already crossed the River of Oblivion, and with their numbers exceeding 10, it was implausible for them to be concealed within the forest. So, who could this individual be? Chen Zhi then turned to Fat Wei, who immediately exhibited a flicker of intrigue. Chen Zhi inquired of Ghostblade, "Can you pinpoint their exact location?" "Absolutely," Ghostblade declared, standing resolutely against the wind and gazing into the darkness ahead. "That person is currently nestled in the woods at the foot of the mountain. If we follow this path downwards, we shall find them swiftly." Chapter 634. Seeking the Ghost. Ghostblade's pronouncement undoubtedly heightened everyone's vigilance. According to his assertion, a person was concealed in the woods below, possessing a heartbeat, a living being, acting alone. In this realm of death and despair, the existence of a living soul amidst the shadows of the underworld posed ominous implications. Firstly, the possibility of Ji Yang and his team could be entirely dismissed. Given their capabilities, they should have already traversed the River of Oblivion. So, who was this solitary individual remaining? Could they have been a denizen of the underworld all along? Or were they stranded here for some unforeseen reason, awaiting rescue? In this eerie and foreboding abyss, where unimaginable horrors lurked, the tension weighed heavily on the psyche, making it exceedingly easy to succumb to despair. During such times, imagination could prove to be a perilous adversary. If indeed a person lay concealed beneath the mountain, their identity could only be confirmed upon meeting face to face. The atmosphere was shrouded in darkness and strangeness, with circumstances ever-changing. It was imperative for everyone to hasten their departure from this terrifying underworld. Otherwise, who could predict whether another opportunity to escape would arise? After a brief moment of respite, the group managed to regain their footing, their limbs returning to their former vitality. Chen Zhi's vision no longer bore the chilling azure hue, as everything around them regained its vibrant colors. At this juncture, they observed that the ghostly spring ahead continued to bubble forth with water, seemingly clearer than before. The well's walls were encrusted with thick frost, and a chill emanated from its mouth. As they traversed the ghost spring, Chen Zhi and his companions felt an icy chill rapidly enveloping their bodies. It was likely that the temperature within the inner city of Fengdu had been even lower than here. However, due to their previous state of suspended animation, their sensitivity to the cold had diminished. Only after emerging from the ghostly city did they realize that several areas of their skin had already succumbed to frostbite. Now, as their hearts and body temperatures regained normalcy, the surrounding frigid air became almost unbearable. The cold atmosphere was suffocating, and dense fog blanketed the dark mountainside. In that moment, the winding path of the yellow springs vaguely materialized in the darkness, its chill radiating outward, effectively freezing the very ground beneath them. The temperature had plummeted further. They had to depart immediately, or their facial skin would be irreparably damaged, Chen Zhi declared, waving his hand to signal the others to follow him. They found themselves atop Jinjiling, having traversed from the banks of the River of Forgetfulness. Their journey had been remarkably smooth, guided by the spectral figure of the Wuchang ghost, who led them through the hidden pathways of the mountains. Chen Zhi had committed these shortcuts to memory. Upon reaching the site where they had buried the Wuchang ghost, they discovered the ground was charred and frozen solid by the biting air, yet the scorched earth remained unchanged, cloaked in a thin mist. From the appearance of the Wuchang ghost, it resembled a human skin puppet ensnared by sorcery. In truth, the denizens of the Fengdu inner city were also mere puppets sustained by witchcraft. However, the identity of the puppet master remained an enigma. The group had endured significant injuries during their battle in the underworld palace, their spirits worn and weary. Had it not been for Jiang Shang's inexplicable possession of Chen Zhi's body, culminating in the utterance of the final incantation, they would have been unable to contend with the Emperor of Fengdu, likely perishing in the process. In reality, the Emperor of Fengdu had long since met his demise. They were fighting against a corpse suspended between life and death, and as of now, they had yet to truly vanquish a living deity. At this moment, Chen Zhi experienced a profound intuition that the alleged puppet master was deeply intertwined with the underworld, possessing formidable power that was merely a step away from divinity, and crucially, he was alive. If, as the Aso warrior had stated, this was indeed a living death deity, the consequences of encountering him would be dire for Chen Zhi's team. It would be prudent to depart swiftly before his appearance. Accelerating their pace, they entered the cave atop Jinjiling and made their way into the mobile stone chamber. Previously, when they ascended the mountain in this elevator-like stone room, Chen Zhi had keenly observed the mechanism manipulated by the Wuchang ghost. Once inside the chamber, he followed the Wuchang ghost's method and twisted the protruding lever. The entire stone chamber trembled violently for a moment before gradually descending at a somewhat slow, yet remarkably stable pace. Upon their eventual arrival on solid ground, they found themselves enveloped in a pitch-black cavern, the very passage leading to the Wild Dog Ridge. Within the cave of Wild Dog Ridge, an oppressive dampness lingered, permeated by the ancient scent of blood. They treaded carefully over a thick layer of human bones, making their way from the depths of the cave towards the exit. The sight of the enormous carcasses of cannid beasts was still unsettling, yet after enduring the horrors of Fengdu Ghost City, they found this place to be far less daunting. As they cautiously navigated their way out of the cave, the return journey felt more straightforward. Chen Zhi soon reached the mouth of the cave, where the outside world remained shrouded in a cloak of darkness, much like when they had first arrived. The forest was frozen in an unforgiving chill, its dense trees with sharp, knife-like branches. "That individual is just ahead," whispered Ghost Blade to the group. He had not seen any movement from the figure within the woods, a mere 800 meters away. Upon hearing Ghost Blade's words, Chen Zhi gestured for silence, heightening everyone's alertness. Could it be the Grim Reaper that Aso warrior spoke of? This thought weighed heavily on Chen Zhi's mind. However, according to Aso warrior, the Grim Reaper possessed immense power and had no need to evade their already wounded team, unless, of course, he was deliberately waiting for them. Thus, they proceeded forward with utmost caution, their eyes scanning the surrounding woods for any signs of change. The area was engulfed in an eerie silence, the branches sharp enough to draw blood upon contact with skin. Chen Zhi discerned two types of markings on the branches. One was dried blood, scraped away by the branches, and the other was the lingering scent of dark sorcery. "Almost there. Be careful," Ghostblade cautioned one last time before bending low, gripping his long knife tightly. The group's nerves were taut, Ji Ying resting her hand on the hilt of her sword as they advanced silently, striving to make as little noise as possible. After stealthily weaving through several rows of trees, they finally spotted a figure beneath a large tree ahead. The individual was drenched in blood, his tattered clothing in shreds, shivering uncontrollably in the cold wind. Chapter 635. The survivor. The person appeared utterly terrified, huddled tightly as though he were a helpless leaf in the gusts of winter. His garments were reduced to mere tatters, with numerous scabbed wounds adorning his body. His hair was disheveled, and his expression was dazed. It was Hao Ning, the cousin of Fat Wei. Upon recognizing Hao Ning, everyone was momentarily stunned before hastily rushing towards him. After enduring such a prolonged ordeal, they had all harbored this suspicion, though none dared voice it. To their astonishment, Hao Ning had miraculously survived. "Hao Ning, my brother!" Fat Wei cried out, the first to dash forward, exclaiming, "Brother, I truly feel I have led you astray. Where have you been all this time? My heart has been weighed down with worry for you, and I cannot comprehend how you have transformed into this state." Fat Wei's words ring undeniably true. For an extended period, he was deeply concerned for his cousin, burdened as they were with a formidable task from their organization, while their team teetered on the brink of life and death. During such dire times, personal emotions must be cast aside. Thus, despite his anxious heart, Fat Wei restrained his outward expressions. Upon witnessing the blue ribbon warriors rendered senseless by fear, Fat Wei had nearly lost all hope. If such formidable fighters had succumbed to such a fate, how could someone as timid as Hao Ning possibly survive? To his astonishment, however, Hao Ning had indeed made it through, filling Fat Wei with unexpected relief and joy. In that moment, all other concerns vanished. The return of his cousin brought him immense solace, leading him to believe there was nothing left in this world that he could not let go of. Upon seeing Fat Wei, Hao Ning was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed uncontrollably. Being inherently timid and cowardly, he had never even killed a chicken in his life. Despite being affiliated with grave robbers, he had always shied away from even the most chaotic of graveyards. The arduous journey through the underworld had been unfathomable, and although he bore no significant injuries now, he was utterly terrified, his spirit nearly shattered. The frigid temperatures threatened to claim him if not for Chen Zhi and the others arriving in time. As soon as he spotted Fat Wei, he rushed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace, crying out, "Brother, you have truly put me in peril." For a moment, Hao Ning could articulate nothing but his lamentations, his tears flowing incessantly. Chen Zhi, intending to inquire further, opted instead to hold his tongue. The sight of Hao Ning and Fat Wei embracing was akin to a bear hugging a chick, with Hao Ning's sobs resembling a pot of porridge, leaving everyone present feeling quite unsettled. Originally, Hao Ning was merely meant to serve as a ferryman, a role that was ostensibly safe, requiring him to remain on the boat. It was truly unfortunate that things had devolved to this state. After comforting Hao Ning for a while, Fat Wei regained his composure and asked, "What exactly happened to your team? Were you not supposed to wait for the second ferry to arrive with those warriors? How did you end up here alone?" "I do not know," Hao Ning replied amidst his tears, his sobs flowing like an unceasing faucet. Every individual has a threshold of endurance, and once surpassed, one may collapse. Hao Ning had far exceeded his limits, now lacking even the strength to stand, his eyes betraying the beginnings of a mental breakdown. "After you left, we waited by the river for the ferry to return. Those warriors were terrifying. I kept my distance from them, waiting by the river for the ferry. Suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed, and my head throbbed as if struck by a club, and then I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I discovered that the warriors had vanished, and I found myself alone in this forest, running in a frenzy. The branches here are as sharp as steel blades, lacerating my skin with each brush, and my clothes were torn asunder. Fear of pain gripped me, and I had no choice but to sit here, lamenting, 'Brother, you have finally come to rescue me. You have put me in such peril.'" Hao Ning, upon finishing his words, broke into a wail, utterly overwhelmed by despair. And no amount of persuasion from Fat Wei could quell his sorrow. Seeing him in such a state, Fat Wei felt an immense guilt. Bringing Hao Ning into the team had been a reluctant decision, and now, in hindsight, it seemed to have led him to this dire predicament. "Come now, brother. Rise and cease your weeping, for we are pressed for time. We shall speak once we reach the boat on the river of forgetfulness," Fat Wei urged. A man of understanding, aware that this place was ill-suited for emotional outpouring. He pulled and tugged at Hao Ning until he managed to lift him, supporting him on his shoulder as they pressed onward. With Hao Ning back among them, the group felt a wave of relief, and Fat Wei's spirits visibly lifted. The anguish of having lost a companion somewhat alleviated. Their journey thereafter became considerably smoother. They proceeded straight down the Wild Dog Ridge, past the Looking Home platform, and continued towards the exit of the outer city of Fengdu. The further they advanced, the stronger their desire to survive became. A fervent yearning to return to the earthly realm. At last, amidst the swirling mists, they caught a hazy glimpse of the river of forgetfulness ahead, estimating that with another 1,000 or 800 meters, they would arrive. However, along this path, Chen Zhi sensed that something was amiss with Jiying. She was not a person prone to doubt. Her mind was exceptionally resilient, and she acted without hesitation, adhering to the highest principles of warrior dignity and loyalty. She was an exemplary warrior who lived for her mission, often forgetting herself. Yet, ever since rescuing Hao Ning, Chen Zhi had noticed Jiying's brow furrowed in worry. Her demeanor somber, as if her mind was preoccupied with troubling thoughts that rendered her silent throughout the journey. Despite Chen Zhi's repeated inquiries, she remained unresponsive. As they approached the river of forgetfulness, the forest around them began to thin, and just a few steps ahead lay the mist-laden waters. At that moment, Jiying, brandishing her long sword, gracefully obstructed Fat Wei's path. "This person cannot accompany us any longer," she said softly, her hand pressing gently on Fat Wei's shoulder. "What do you mean? who cannot accompany us. Fat Wei halted abruptly, bewildered by Ji Ying's sudden declaration. Hao Ning, still on his back, was already frightened and stared wide-eyed at Ji Ying. At this moment, Ji Ying averted her gaze from Fat Wei, her eyes cast downwards. As she silently drew her long sword, a chilling aura emanating from the blade. The leader has commanded me to execute this ferryman. Chapter 636. The fatal strike. Upon being intercepted by Ji Ying, Peng Wei immediately sensed the ominous aura emanating from her. He was not foolish. He realized that Ji Ying was not jesting. Surprisingly, rather than engaging in a debate, he first laid Hao Ning down gently beneath a tree, maintaining a safe distance. Ji Ying, a warrior, observed the evident distress on Peng Wei's face. I believe it would be best to refrain from such jesting. The commands of your leader do not equate to the laws of the land. Can one simply take a life at will? Moreover, what offense has my cousin committed that warrants his death? He is the one who risked his life to assist us, and now that he has narrowly escaped. You speak of killing him? Surely, there must be a justification. Ji Ying remained silent after hearing Peng Wei's words, standing still for an extended period, her gaze fixed on the ground as if lost in contemplation. Eventually, she lifted her eyes briefly to glance at Chen Zhi before immediately lowering them again. Those blue-belted warriors by the banks of the River of Oblivion were all struck down by him. Ji Ying replied in a hushed tone. What did you say? Peng Wei was momentarily taken aback, but then erupted into laughter. Ji Ying, have you been befuddled by the smoke of the underworld? I cannot speak for others, but I know my cousin all too well. We grew up together. Even a girl of stature would dare to bully him. Are you suggesting he single-handedly defeated those blue-belted warriors? You must be overestimating him. I am not deceiving you. Ji Ying's voice was low and somber, sending chills down one's spine. She then fixed her gaze on Peng Wei. When the leaders were by the River of Oblivion, they discovered traces of sorcery. Those blue-belted warriors were mere puppets controlled by dark magic. This sorcery is formidable. It could easily incapacitate both me and Ji Ling. If we take him aboard, he may launch an attack upon us on the river. Upon hearing Ji Ying's assertion, Chen Zhi quickly approached. There, under the great tree, Hao Ning appeared utterly terrified. Trembling uncontrollably, sweat pouring from his forehead, his hair plastered to his face, painting a pitiable picture. Chen Zhi grasped his wrist and forcibly pried open his palm, revealing it was entirely shrouded in darkness, akin to those warriors ensnared by dark sorcery. The sight was unmistakable to Peng Wei, whose face turned pale instantly. And so what? Peng Wei shouted vehemently at Ji Ying. Even if all of this is true, it does not absolve my cousin of blame. He too fell victim to the dark sorcery wielded by malevolent forces. As an ordinary person, how could he possibly fathom the intricacies of magic? He likely remains unaware of when he was manipulated. This cannot be held against him. We must prioritize taking him back and seek a means to lift the sorcery from him. As for the concern of him causing a disturbance aboard the vessel, rest assured, I shall take responsibility. In critical moments, I, Peng Wei, would even leap into the River of Oblivion with him, ensuring none of you are burdened. Fat Wei nearly shouted as he spoke, his voice becoming hoarse and strained. His gaze was fixed intensely on Ji Ying, as if she were a living embodiment of death, awaiting her response. However, Ji Ying's reply was swift and resolute. No. She coldly shook her head. Suddenly, her eyes pierced through Fat Wei with a fierce determination. The leader's orders are absolute. This traveler must be executed. I am a warrior, and I must fulfill my duty. I am sorry. The last words she uttered were almost a whisper, and in an instant, her figure vanished into thin air. Fat Wei exclaimed in panic, realizing that disaster was imminent. Just as he turned around, he discovered that his cousin, previously positioned under the tree, had vanished. Looking ahead, he saw Ji Ying had seized Hao Ning. The cold blade of her long knife pressed against his neck. Wait, let me say something. Just one thing. In this fleeting moment of crisis, Fat Wei understood the gravity of the situation, his face paling with anxiety. Fat Wei was perceptive. He knew that Ji Ying's prowess could easily overpower him. He immediately glanced at Goblin, aware that he was the only one capable of confronting Ji Ying under such circumstances. However, what he witnessed was utterly despairing. Goblin had taken 2 steps back, his gaze cast downwards, offering no acknowledgement to Fat Wei's silent plea for help. Knife! Knife! Fat Wei cried out twice, his voice growing increasingly pitiful, only to realize that Goblin seemed oblivious to his cries, remaining silent and fixated on the ground. Damn it! Fat Wei erupted in fury, trembling as he pointed at Ji Ying. I tell you, Ji Ying, I, Fat Wei, have fought alongside you. Though I may not have achievements to boast of these past 2 years, I have endured hardships. That is my own cousin. How can you treat me this way? I can assure you, unless you kill me first, you shall not lay a finger on him. Furthermore, Orange, as he reached this point, a realization struck him. He dashed towards Chen Zhi with utmost urgency, grasping him firmly. His eyes, filled with unspoken words and tears streaming down his cheeks, pleaded with Chen Zhi as if his very life depended on it. Chen Zhi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and nodded solemnly. Then, he took a few steps forward and addressed Ji Ying. Ji Ying, did the leader personally issue this command to you? Ji Ying's expression was grave, devoid of the warmth they once shared as she replied, No, it was conveyed by the great warrior Ji Yang on behalf of the leader. But to us warriors, it is the highest decree. With her knife still poised at Hao Ning's throat, she avoided making eye contact with Chen Zhi. Very well, Ji Ying. As the head of the Jiang clan, I hereby command you to spare this man for now. Bind him securely, and I will use a barrier to seal him. Once we are aboard, keep a close watch on his condition. Upon our return to the organization, the leader will deal with him personally. After Chen Zhi's words were spoken, the hearts of all present seemed to cease beating. The frigid wind howled, causing the surrounding branches to creak ominously as everyone awaited Ji Ying's response. At that moment, Ji Ying lowered her gaze and softly uttered, in response to the clan leader, I regret to inform you that I cannot comply. As she spoke these words, Ji Ying dared not meet Chen Zhi's eyes. Her head was bowed, her expression a mixture of guilt and discomfort. Chen Zhi, taken aback by Ji Ying's reply, was visibly startled. He understood the warrior's code, yet he did not anticipate such a resolute rejection from Ji Ying, particularly as it was not merely a request, but a command. Is it truly impossible for my sake? Chen Zhi felt a sharp pang in his heart as he asked this, as if all his pride had been cast aside with those words. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's plea, Ji Ying's brow furrowed tightly, her countenance darkening further. She gently shook her head, resolutely declaring, No? Warrior Ji Ying, are you now defying my command? Chen Zhi's complexion turned pale, and he commanded loudly, Warrior Ji Ying, I now order you, in the name of the Jiang clan leader, to release him at once. Though he spoke these words, internally, Chen Zhi was already channeling his energy. He sent forth layers of fine, silken energy into the ground, silently advancing towards the front, quickly enveloping Ji Ying and Hao Ning, forming a circle of containment. This energy, like a dense web, instantly transformed into a three-dimensional barrier upon the ground. The strength of the fierce curse barrier was immense. Even someone of Ji Ying's caliber would be forcefully repelled upon contact, let alone the earth-shattering power of the wind and thunder curse. This was Chen Zhi's last resort. He had not wished to resort to violence, but he could see from Ji Ying's expression that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Since words had proven ineffective, he was left with no choice but to resolve the situation through strength. While the fierce curse held Ji Ying in check, Chen Zhi intended to pull Hao Ning over and immediately shield him with the barrier. The ghost blade would not interfere in this matter, and at that point, Ji Ying would be powerless against them, ensuring Hao Ning's safety until they could leave the underworld. This is the leader's command. Ji Ying suddenly became serious. After uttering this statement, she glanced at Chen Zhi, but when she caught sight of his furious, pale face, she quickly averted her eyes. I am sorry, clan leader. As a warrior, obedience is my duty. I must adhere to the leader's commands. After saying this, Ji Ying's wrist flicked, sending a chilling blade of wind toward Hao Ning's neck. Hao Ning, paralyzed by fear, stood with a pale face like a helpless lamb, offering no sign of resistance. Ji Ying's speed was remarkably swift, yet Chen Zhi's barrier had caught up. The ground was strewn with a multitude of fierce cursed chains, whistling through the air, which instantly deflected Ji Ying's wrist. Subsequently, the thunderous lightning of the wind and thunder spell tore through the heavens, striking like fiery serpents. The intense electric current transformed into a gleaming sword, delivering a heavy blow to Ji Ying's body. The might of the wind and thunder spell was formidable. Upon impact, Ji Ying's weapon flew from her grasp, and she was thrown far back, enveloped in white smoke, landing heavily upon the ground. Upon witnessing Ji Ying struck by the wind and thunder spell, Chen Zhi initially felt a pang of sympathy, yet he did not hesitate. He recited the incantation of the fierce curse, conjuring bubbles to encase Hao Ning, intending to draw him down from the sky. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The bubbles surrounding Hao Ning briefly flickered and vanished, causing him to plummet back to the ground. All the air currents Chen Zhi had summoned dissipated in an instant, even the overwhelming power of the wind and thunder spell seemingly evaporating. Without delay, Chen Zhi bit his tongue and recited the incantation once more to summon the air currents. But he felt no energy within himself. All the currents had vanished in an instant, his magical power constrained by an unknown force. At that moment, Ji Ying struggled to rise from the ground. She was gravely injured, her kneecap shattered, and yet she had managed to move this far. The previous wind and thunder spell had nearly rendered her unconscious. Nevertheless, Ji Ying persisted and stood, first retrieving her long knife, and then laboriously advancing forward. She removed a particularly rough bracelet from her wrist. Upon her arrival in the underworld, Ji Ying had donned this conspicuous bracelet, carved from stone rather than adorned with gems or jade, its craftsmanship coarse and its color dull. Chen Zhi had thought at the time that the bracelet's design was too crude, ill-suited to Ji Ying's delicate wrist. Now, however, he discerned that it was not merely a bracelet, but rather a magical ring. This magical ring was a type of energy-storing artifact commonly used during the Shang dynasty, a time when spells flourished and divine beings frequently traversed the realms. These celestial beings often collected the essence of the earth and sky, infusing their magical prowess into these artifacts for future generations to wield. Such artifacts could generate a substitutive aura, enabling them to attack in place of the caster's abilities or to restrict the exertion of certain powers. For instance, the legendary water-repelling pearl in mythology serves as a limiting artifact. It is said to have originated from the sea god and was passed down from the dragon palace. In ancient times, flood control measures were woefully insufficient, leaving humanity powerless against the onslaught of floods. Yet, whenever deluges invaded the earth, extraordinary individuals would emerge, wielding the water-repelling pearl to shield against the raging waters, thereby saving countless lives. This exemplifies the power of the magical ring, which restricts the forces of water. The ring that Ji Ying currently possesses, though seemingly insignificant in size and rather rudely crafted, is composed of an exceedingly rare material. In fact, Chen Zhi has never encountered such a stone before. Now, before this diminutive ring, Chen Zhi finds his powers utterly constrained. Despite the fervor boiling within his veins, he is incapable of channeling even a whisper of energy, reduced entirely to the status of an ordinary person, unable to contend with Ji Ying. In a moment of furious clarity, Chen Zhi comprehends the bitter truth. The leader has never placed his trust in him, always wary of Chen Zhi's burgeoning abilities. From the moment they entered the underworld, preparations had been made to utilize this ring to subdue the power of the Jiang clan's incantations. No matter how formidable Chen Zhi's strength might be, it would be instantly shackled before this ring, akin to the tightening spell upon Sun Wukong's head. For reasons unknown, a wave of nausea washes over Chen Zhi, mingled with a sense of absurdity. He had believed his strength sufficient to protect everyone, yet the very cage that binds him has always lingered nearby. He has exerted himself for the organization's mission, while the organization has remained ever on guard against him. Ji Ying, I ask you, Chen Zhi's countenance is colder than frost. Did you intend to use this ring to suppress me from the moment you entered the underworld? Is this the leader's directive? Ji Ying's hand trembles slightly as she clutches the ring, yet she raises her gaze, meeting Chen Zhi's eyes with determination. This ring is a treasured heirloom of the Western Qi royal city, crafted by the revered Jiang Shang, bestowed upon our Ji clan's royalty. This artifact can inhibit all powers of the Jiang lineage, created to prevent disloyalty among Jiang's descendants. Before we entered, the leader entrusted me with this ring for emergencies. What emergencies? Is it me? Does the leader fear I might betray? Chen Zhi's forehead is adorned with throbbing veins, his eyes sharp as daggers fixed on Ji Ying. I have truly underestimated you. Enough of this, Pang Wei interjected, gripping Chen Zhi's arm tightly, his fingers digging into Chen Zhi's flesh. Chen Zhi, I implore you, save my brother, please. Upon hearing Pang Wei's desperate plea, Chen Zhi immediately forced himself to temper his emotions. He realized that this was not the time for such debates. The most pressing matter was to rescue Hao Ning. Should anything happen to Pang Wei's cousin here, Chen Zhi would never be able to face Pang Wei again. In the midst of chaos, Chen Zhiqiang, suppressing his fury, spoke softly. Jie Ying, I shall refrain from discussing other matters for now. The leader has just suffered grave injuries and is currently unconscious. Relying solely on Jiang's account cannot substantiate that it was the leader's direct command. Furthermore, the evidence presented fails to prove Hao Ning's guilt. The sanctity of human life demands careful deliberation. Therefore, I implore you to release him for the time being, allowing the leader to decide his fate later. Should the leader still wish to execute him, I shall not stand in your way. Would this be agreeable? Chen Zhi nearly pleaded with Jie Ying, head bowed, listened attentively to Chen Zhi's words. She stood in silence for an extended period, her trembling arms betraying her composure. Finally, a phrase escaped her crimson lips. Chen Zhi, I am sorry. In an instant, she vanished from sight, appearing like a specter before Hao Ning, forcefully pinning him to the ground. With injuries to her knees and arms, she managed to restrain the struggling Hao Ning with one leg while the other pressed a blade against his throat. At that moment, Jie resembled a living harbinger of death, and Hao Ning, paralyzed by fear, found himself utterly helpless. In the face of extreme terror, he could not utter a sound, his wide mouth agape. His eyes glazed as he turned to gaze at Pang Wei. Alas, Pang Wei had succumbed to madness, lunging at Jie with a shout. Yet, before he could reach her, Jie deftly deflected him with a swift stroke of her blade, sending him sprawling. A gaping wound appeared on Pang Wei's work attire, blood gushing forth as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Amidst Hao Ning's profound terror, and under the watchful eyes of Pang Wei and Chen Zhi, Jie coldly applied her blade, methodically severing Hao Ning's throat. As his trachea was cut, hot blood gushed forth, and Hao Ning's eyes remained fixed on Pang Wei, his expression one of indescribable horror. As the blood flowed relentlessly, Hao Ning's body convulsed violently, shaking as if gasping for breath like a fish stranded on land. Jie maintained her knee pressed against his chest, observing as he thrashed on the ground until his strength waned, his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to death. Only then did Jie rise slowly, sheathing her blade. It is time to leave, she murmured, stepping aside in silence. The air had grown thick with an oppressive stillness, the howling cold wind striking their faces. Yet, Chen Zhi felt that the chill of this underworld was paled by the icy dread within his heart. Overwhelmed by despair, he felt an acute sense of impotence and guilt towards Pang Wei, lacking even the courage to meet his gaze. Suddenly, a wave of revulsion surged within him. He loathed the so-called mission, detested the human barriers set by Jiang Zia, and abhorred the deities and the spirit stones. In that moment, he thought, if the world were to perish, if humanity were to wail in a sea of blood, so be it. Let everything fade into oblivion. After a silence of 5 or 6 minutes, Chen Zhi slowly turned around and walked towards Fat Wei, who was now utterly exhausted, unable to stand, and collapsed on the ground, his eyes cast downwards, devoid of any reaction. Come on, Fat Wei, let us step outside and talk, Chen Zhi urged, reaching out to pull him up. Smack! Fat Wei instinctively swatted Chen Zhi's hand away, leaving it reddened. Come on, Fat Wei, once someone is dead, they cannot return to life. We are still alive and must leave. Chen Zhi gently encouraged him, extending his now red hand once more. Get lost. Fat Wei suddenly shouted at Chen Zhi in a low voice. He did not take Chen Zhi's hand, but slowly rose from the ground, not glancing at Gui Dao or Ji Ying. Instead, he walked straight towards the corpse of his cousin, Hao Ning. The sight of Hao Ning's lifeless body was heart-wrenching. His eyes helplessly staring ahead, filled with terror, resembling a feeble little lamb. Fat Wei silently approached, closed Hao Ning's eyes, and then hoisted his cousin's body onto his back. Without looking at anyone else, he strode towards the river of forgetfulness. Let us go. Gui Dao came over and patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder, turning back to wave at Qin Yang. Thus, Chen Zhi, Gui Dao, and Qin Yang followed closely behind Fat Wei, with Ji Ying trailing behind them, deliberately keeping her distance. At that moment, Chen Zhi sensed a shift in Ji Ying's aura. It had lost its original warmth and charm, replaced by a repulsive, bloody presence. Chapter 639. The true farewell. They continued forward, and the river of forgetfulness came into view, winding like a dragon, yet the distance seemed deceptively close, making it feel as though they had been walking for a year. A chilling sensation enveloped everyone's hearts, a profound sorrow akin to falling into an eternal ice cavern. Qin Yang followed closely behind, witnessing everything that had just transpired, yet she remained silent. After seeing everyone press onward, she resolutely trailed behind Chen Zhi. Her purpose clear, regardless of the right or wrong of what had occurred, she was determined to survive and escape this underworld. For Chen Zhi's words had ignited a flicker of hope within her to continue living, to leave this place and meet those she longed to see. Throughout their journey, no one exchanged a word. Ji Ying kept her distance, neither approaching nor offering explanations. Fat Wei, bearing the weight of his cousin Hao Ning's body, walked at the forefront, not glancing back, leaving everyone far behind, as if he were the only person in the world. Soon, they reached the misty banks of the River of Forgetfulness, where the ethereal fog enveloped the water in a shroud of deathly mystery. The obscuring mist made the surface of the river indistinct, and from the depths of the dark waters, tendrils of azure smoke began to rise, twisting and curling in myriad forms. The River of Oblivion continues to wind ahead like a white silk ribbon, its waters eerily still, quietly awaiting their arrival in the darkness. It is presumed that Ji Yang and his companions have successfully reached the riverbank, where the ghostly vessel awaits them, swaying gently in the water, resembling a large goldfish, just as they had seen upon their arrival. However, the state of their minds has dramatically altered since then. Pang Wei has become almost lifeless, unresponsive to those around him. The waters of the River of Oblivion are exceptionally perilous. A mere touch could spell death, truly the water of demise, necessitating utmost caution upon boarding the vessel to avoid even the slightest contact with its waters. After carefully placing Hao Ning's lifeless body at the foot of the bed within the ghostly vessel, Pang Wei sat beside it in solemn silence. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt an icy chill within him, aware that Pang Wei would no longer attend to him. Thus, upon stepping onto the boat, he chose not to seek Pang Wei, but instead made his way toward the bow. Qin Yang followed closely behind him, but as she prepared to step onto the ghostly vessel, an unexpected event transpired. Her foot suddenly halted in midair, followed by a loud thud as she was abruptly tripped, as if something had ensnared her. Everyone was startled by this sudden turn of events, immediately turning to see what had occurred. They noticed the black gold chain, gifted by the leader, around Qin Yang's ankle, suddenly emitting white smoke. The once delicate chain unexpectedly expanded within the mist, transforming into a heavy black gold shackles. Crafted entirely from black gold, the material was remarkably thick, as wide as a human thigh, and most astonishingly, one end was deeply embedded in the ground, firmly securing Qin Yang's leg. Terrified, Qin Yang instinctively tugged at her leg, but the shackles were immovable, seamlessly integrated with no hint of a gap. Despite her desperate struggles, the shackles tightened, and even her slender ankle could not escape their grasp. Faced with this unforeseen predicament, everyone was taken aback. Their immediate reaction to rush forward and attempt to pull at the shackles. However, the other end was firmly anchored in the earth, rendering it impossible for Qin Yang to leave the underworld. Consequently, Chen Zhi and the ghost blade began to strike at the black gold shackles with their weapons. Yet, despite the formidable nature of their blades, the killing band and the god-slaying sword, both renowned for their ability to cut through steel with ease, when they struck the shackles, sparks flew, and spiritual energy permeated the air, with the blade of the killing band glowing with a violet aura. However, the shackles remained steadfast and unyielding. In light of this situation, everyone was momentarily stunned. Chen Zhi's mind was in disarray. At that moment, he recalled the promise made by Lord Leopard, who had assured him that the black gold chain from the underworld posed no threat and that the leader would never deceive him. Due to the stringent regulations within the organization, from the moment the leader ascends to power, he must swear a blood oath, vowing to uphold his words with unwavering integrity. Should he utter a falsehood, he would be compelled to abdicate immediately, reduced to a commoner, and upon death, stripped of even the honor of a warrior. Yet now, the glaring truth lay before them. The leader had indeed lied, and he had woven a deception so easily debunked. This chain of black gold was neither a token of diplomatic marriage nor mere ornamentation. It was the very shackle binding a living soul to the netherworld. While it appeared innocuous in the realm of the living, it remained unaltered in the underworld. However, once the individual adorned with it departed the realm of the dead, it would transform into a heavy fetter, forever imprisoning them in the underworld. The leader, in his exalted stature and position, had resorted to falsehood solely to ensnare Qin Yang within the underworld, leaving her trapped for reasons yet unclear. Chen Zhi and the ghost blade had struck the chain countless times, yet faced with this seemingly indestructible black gold link, they found themselves at an impasse. They exchanged glances, acutely aware that brute force could not sever the chain. and any alternative means to unlock the shackles within such a brief span was utterly unrealistic. Chen Zhi's mind raced, calculating the time meticulously. The distance from their current location to the gates of the underworld was considerable. Even at their utmost speed, it would take a minimum of 50 minutes, and they could not afford any mishaps. Now, they had but 53 minutes remaining. In these tense 3 minutes, it was evident that breaking the shackles was no longer feasible. The fetters were evidently imbued with dark enchantments, impervious to sheer force. Meanwhile, Qin Yang's demeanor had become increasingly despairing. Upon realizing she was shackled and trapped in the underworld, she suddenly succumbed to a breakdown, weeping uncontrollably. Throughout their journey, she had maintained remarkable composure, and Chen Zhi had not anticipated her unraveling at such a critical moment. It was clear that the pressure she had endured was monumental. With all her grievances unvoiced, her physical strength utterly depleted. Now, not only did she wail loudly, but she also expelled a copious amount of bile. Her mental state approaching collapse. Time ticked away, each second slipping through their fingers as Chen Zhi fixed his gaze on the incessantly flashing timer on his wrist, anxiously exchanging glances with the ghost blade. Their earnest desire to rescue Qin Yang clashed with the stark reality of their powerlessness. Had they chosen to abandon her 10 hours earlier, it would have seemed less daunting. However, Qin Yang had proven herself no enemy in their recent skirmish, and she had saved Chen Zhi's life within the Palace of Hades. In truth, her smoke had spared many warriors. To leave Qin Yang behind now would weigh heavily on both their hearts, an insurmountable burden. The timer on her wrist continued to flicker incessantly. Chen Zhi and goblin were still attempting to extract the chains that bound Qin Yang to the ground. However, the chains were deeply embedded in the earth, immovable. Just as they felt that time was about to reach its limit, Qin Yang suddenly lunged forward, grasping Chen Zhi's arm with fervor, crystalline tears streaming from her beautiful eyes. "Chen Zhi," she said, her emotions overwhelming her, gripping his arm tightly, her nails digging painfully into his flesh. "You must go. Don't worry about me." At this moment, Qin Yang was clearly too agitated. She struggled to articulate her words amid her sobs, her breath coming in labored gasps, making coherent speech nearly impossible. "What are you saying?" "No." Her words pierced Chen Zhi's heart like a dagger, causing him great distress. Gritting his teeth, he sheathed his long blade, freeing his hands to tightly embrace her arms, exclaiming, "Hold on. You must survive." After uttering these words, he swiftly turned to goblin, urging him, "Sever her calf, quickly." Without hesitation, goblin lifted his long knife and approached Qin Yang. In the wake of Chen Zhi's command, Qin Yang lost her composure, instinctively beginning to resist, her entire body thrashing wildly. Goblin blade descended toward her calf with remarkable speed, and before she could react, the knife struck. A piercing scream escaped Qin Yang's lips, as if the bones in her leg had shattered. Yet, after the scream, they merely witnessed a slight tremor in her calf, which remained unsevered, while goblin blade was repelled away. This unexpected turn left them astounded. "This is impossible." Goblin furrowed his brow tightly, declaring, "It's not merely a matter of binding her leg. The enchantment on these shackles has enveloped her entire being. Our blades cannot harm her. Even if we were to slay her, her body would not leave this place." As he spoke, he shook his head slightly, then quickly turned to Chen Zhi, gravely stating, "Leader, she cannot be saved. We must leave now." With that, goblin reached to pull Chen Zhi away. "Impudent!" Chen Zhi shouted vehemently at goblin, his aura erupting with intensity. This forceful presence stunned goblin, causing his outstretched hand to hesitate in midair, reluctant to touch Chen Zhi. In that moment, however, Qin Yang seized Chen Zhi's arm, her unexpected strength causing him pain. "Chen Zhi, listen to me," she implored, her face streaked with tears. Strangely, her tear-stained visage rendered her even more exquisite, eclipsing the beauty of the brightest stars in the heavens. "You must leave. I cannot escape. From the moment I entered, I never believed I could. I am a sinner. This is my punishment. You have treated me as a comrade, and for that, I thank you." After Qin Yang finished speaking, she forcefully pushed Chen Zhi forward. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi stumbled under the pressure of her strength, nearly tumbling into the river of forgetfulness. Goblin hurriedly leaped behind him, shielding his body from the impending plunge. "Hurry. In a moment, I will lose the courage to let you go." Qin Yang cried out to Chen Zhi. Her words were laced with truth. Her face was flushed and swollen, her eyes exhibiting a vacant stare, hallmarks of extreme terror. In such a state, the fact that she could articulate such sentiments suggested that this was perhaps her last vestige of rationality. At that moment, goblin, positioned behind Chen Zhi, lifted him effortlessly and landed them both onto the Mingzhou. The vessel began to sway, setting forth towards the heart of the river of forgetfulness. Once aboard, Chen Zhi exhibited little reaction. He understood that goblins' actions were judicious, for this was their sole option. To persist would be an act of utter folly, devoid of purpose. Gripping the edge of the Mingzhou, his eyes, bloodshot, remained fixed on Chen Zhi. He observed her initially kneeling at the riverbank, bidding farewell to the departing vessel. However, as despair enveloped her, she began scanning the surrounding darkness, her visage contorted by terror and helplessness. Panic seized her as she felt abandoned in the obscurity. With the light gradually dimming, she screamed, desperately attempting to crawl forward. Her tragic countenance was almost unbearable to witness. Gradually, the mist shrouded their view ahead, and Chen Zhi's frail silhouette began to fade away. Chen Zhi stood there, watching her figure dissolve into the void, feeling as though his spirit was on the brink of collapse. The Mingzhou drifted aimlessly along the river of forgetfulness, akin to a leaf without direction. Yet this time, their journey along the waterway proceeded remarkably smoothly. The vessel glided forward without pause, and they traversed the Niha Bridge with ease. However, just after crossing the bridge, Chen Zhi suddenly detected a pungent aroma of sulfur that assaulted his senses, triggering a dangerous alert in his mind. Someone was approaching, their presence vast and formidable, reminiscent of divinity. Chen Zhi understood that they could not afford to encounter this entity. Chapter 641, The Arrival of Death. Perhaps driven by an instinctual will to survive, Chen Zhi leaped from the bow of the boat. He swiftly signaled to the others with a discreet gesture. After battling together for so long, they had developed an unspoken understanding. Upon seeing Chen Zhi's signal, they recognized the imminent danger. Even Fat Wei, who had remained silent at the stern, noticed Chen Zhi's cue. He promptly hoisted his cousin's lifeless body and retreated into the cabin. Subsequently, everyone hastily entered the cabin as well. Chen Zhi began to chant incantations, silently weaving a barrier of air that enveloped the interior space, concealing their presence. Pressed tightly against the cabin wall, from the outside, it was impossible to discern that anyone was aboard, nor could any life force be detected. The ghostly vessel drifted forward like an unmanned boat, gliding gently through the depths of the darkened river of forgetfulness. The surrounding silence was profound, with the deathly waters offering no hint of movement. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming aura emanating from ahead, a suffocating scent of sulfur thickening the air, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. The chilling essence had enveloped him to the brink of despair. It was not just him, but all aboard the vessel felt this frigid presence, as if death itself was drawing closer. They understood well that the specter of the Reaper, spoken of by the Asso warrior, lay just ahead. Suddenly, a sphere of black flame materialized upon the surface of the water before them. Through the entry of the cabin, they peered forward to behold this peculiar flame, which seemed to emit a light capable of penetrating all barriers, illuminating even the wood planks behind them with startling clarity. The ominous flame approached with increasing intensity, the air heavy with its scent, as the river had frozen over. The ghostly vessel came to a halt, while the shadowy figure ahead drew ever nearer. In that instant, Chen Zhi beheld the form encircled by the black flames, a figure cloaked in a dark mantle. A wide-brimmed hat obscuring its face, its head bowed at an unnatural angle, reminiscent of a corpse. Yet the aura radiating from this entity was suffocatingly terrifying. It was a presence capable of extinguishing life in an instant, tranquil yet imbued with an overwhelming force akin to a tempest, ready to crush everything into submission. The surface of Chen Zhi's barrier began to quiver slightly, responding to the immense power that approached, automatically contracting and thickening to shield those within. Amidst the oppressive pressure of this formidable aura, Chen Zhi felt his heart race, struggling for breath, while everyone aboard the vessel froze, as if encased in ice. The figure surrounded by the black flames continued to draw closer, and under its vast power, they all sensed their insignificance and helplessness. They could not deny the undeniable truth. Divine power could indeed be boundless, existing far beyond the realm of mortals. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Hearts were rendered rigid, unable to beat. The ghost blade remained steadfast by Chen Zhi's side, his left hand gripping the cabin's wooden railing while his right clutched his sword. his senses heightened in anticipation. This was the instinctive reaction of a warrior in peril. As the epitome of human martial prowess, a warrior's sensitivity to power was acute. The ghost blade understood that the being ahead, resembling a deity, possessed the capacity to slaughter them at will. In truth, until now, Chen Zhi and his companions had yet to confront a living god. Even in their encounter with Bai Qian within the tomb of the celestial fox, they had not battled a living incarnation of Bai Qian. What they faced was merely a fragment of her existence. The life structure of divine beings is exceedingly intricate. They possess the ability to separate a small portion of their organs from their corporeal forms. In the event of their demise, these remnants can be utilized to inherit the remaining essence and will, albeit significantly weaker than the original. After Bai Qian's true form was vanquished by Qingming in Japan, she returned with her life force nearly extinguished and her consciousness almost lost. Yet, even in such a state, she remained overwhelmingly powerful. Chen Zhi vividly recalls the brutality of the battle within the tomb of the celestial fox, the tragic demise of the parrot and the four-eyed ones, and the fact that despite Bai Qian's emaciated appearance, they ultimately could not defeat her. The sole reason Chen Zhi managed to survive and leave the tomb was that Bai Qian, for reasons unknown, chose to spare him at the last moment. In contrast, the Emperor of Fengdu in the underworld differs from Bai Qian. He is one of the most potent ancient deities. However, the Fengdu Emperor they had just battled was not his true self, but rather a remnant of divine essence, nearly akin to a corpse. Even so, it was only with Jiang Shang's unexpected assistance, as he inexplicably merged with Chen Zhi's body, that they triumphed over the god of the underworld. Thus far, they have never encountered a living deity, and Chen Zhi can scarcely fathom how Jiang Shang's era managed to conquer such formidable beings. If these powerful entities were to exist in the present, he wonders what sensations they would evoke upon contact. Now, the approaching figure of the god of death, though merely a semblance of divinity, emanated a palpable aura of the divine. The shadowy figure glided towards them, evidently floating upon the water, standing upon a slender plank. Unfazed by the waters of the river of forgetfulness, the river's waves relentlessly crashed against him, yet his form remained utterly still, shrouded in flickering black flames. These flames were eerily enigmatic. Though they emitted no brilliance, they illuminated everything around them in a blinding glare, rendering it difficult for anyone to gaze directly upon them, lest their eyes be seared. As the god of death drew near, anxiety heightened among the group, their nerves taut with apprehension. They were acutely aware of the peril before them. Exhausted, the team knew that a direct confrontation with this deity would spell their doom. In the suffocating proximity of impending death, they huddled silently within the confines of the ship's cabin, their spirits frayed by the overwhelming pressure. Chen Zhi's nerves raced, and he endeavored to steady his breath, striving to calm his heart and prevent the impending dread from being sensed by the advancing deity. The ghostly vessel had become frozen upon the water's surface, while the god of death continued to glide above the river, standing on a narrow plank, gradually drawing closer. Should a battle erupt at that moment, Chen Zhi and his companions would find themselves with nowhere to evade, as the terrain was exceedingly unfavorable. The god of death approached ever nearer, aligning parallel to Chen Zhi and the others. The black flames enveloped everyone, stirring a sense of unease within their hearts. The acrid stench of sulfur rendered them breathless, and the partitions of the cabin had become virtually non-existent, transparent under the burning black fire. Everyone could clearly see the scene outside the cabin, while the grim Reaper outside could also distinctly perceive them. Just as the Reaper stood within arm's reach, Chen Zhi noticed that the figure, adorned with a large hat, suddenly turned to glance at him. Although the face beneath the hat was shrouded in darkness, obscuring its features, Chen Zhi was certain this was no mere illusion. The Reaper had indeed seen them. At that moment, Chen Zhi's heart raced, sensing an imminent crisis of life and death. As a peculiar warmth surged through his body, he felt the heart of the underworld deity, which he had earlier ingested, suddenly begin to beat anew. The heart throbbed violently, as if the fiery black flames within Chen Zhi sought to escape his being, yearning for a kinship it could not deny. The surrounding black flames intensified, gradually shifting towards blue. Just as Chen Zhi felt he could no longer contain the heartbeat of the underworld deity, the Reaper abruptly turned away, disregarding Chen Zhi's group, as if oblivious to their presence, and passed them by. The abruptness of this shift was nearly overwhelming, straining their nerves to the brink of rupture. Once the Reaper had departed, Everyone remained hidden within the cabin, too fearful to move, until the figure engulfed in black flames slowly vanished into the mist. Only then did their heartbeats return to a semblance of normalcy. The icy river rapidly thawed, allowing the ghostly vessel to navigate once more. The ghostly blades of Guidao and Ji were finally sheathed. Both were drenched in sweat from the tension they had just endured. The sensitivity to power among warriors is unparalleled, and they understood the formidable nature of what had just transpired. As the mist cleared, the Reaper's silhouette vanished entirely. At that moment, Chen Zhi was struck by a sudden realization. Qingyang. A wave of indescribable anguish washed over him, a deep sense of guilt permeating his entire being. Qingyang remained on the riverbank, her legs shackled and immovable, likely alone in the darkness, terrified and weeping. After crossing the river of oblivion, the Reaper would inevitably confront Qingyang. The thought of what might ensue was almost unbearable. From that point onward, Chen Zhi dared not dwell on the possibilities. For the more he pondered, the more he could almost hear her anguished cries echoing from the distant shadows. The ghostly vessel drifted on the water's surface for nearly half an hour before finally reaching the opposite shore. Upon arrival, they found the marks left by Ji Yang, confirming that his team had safely made it here as per their prior agreement. They would then continue toward the main entrance, having presumably departed from the realm of the dead. Once Chen Zhi and his companions reached the shore, they collectively dragged the spectral vessel onto the land. Upon its arrival, the half-biological craft instantly reverted to a small, unremarkable black wooden boat. Throughout this ordeal, an unsettling silence enveloped the group, for reasons unknown. None dared to discuss the harrowing events that had transpired. No one expressed curiosity about the nature of the death deity they had encountered, nor did anyone wish to ponder the fate of Qingyang, who had been cast into the darkness. It seemed as though the weight of these experiences had transcended their collective threshold of endurance, leaving them all numb to their anguish. As they trudged toward the gates of the underworld amidst the howling winds, the return journey proved treacherous. The fierce hurricane threatened to shatter their very forms. They moved with a rhythm of halts, acutely aware that time was slipping away, and thus hastened their pace. At last, with merely 5 minutes to spare before their designated time, they arrived at the grand bronze gates of the underworld, which were slightly ajar, not yet fully closed. Upon stepping through the narrow opening, they heard the heavy silence behind them as the gates shut with a resounding finality. In that moment, Chen Zhi felt an oppressive weight descend upon his heart. The remainder of their journey no longer required such haste. They retraced their path. Yet a profound silence lingered among them. No words were exchanged, and the atmosphere was thick with gravity. Though their bodies had returned, their souls seemed ensnared in the shadows of the underworld. Once they reached the crevice in the mountains, the communication devices within their work uniforms resumed normal function. They promptly established contact with the personnel above, and as the soft ropes were lowered, they ascended one by one through the narrow passage. This crevice, already constricted and winding, proved arduous to navigate, especially given their exhausted states. After Houning's body was hoisted up, Pang Wei was the first to climb, followed by Chen Zhi, then Guidao and Ji Yang. Upon emerging, they were met with a throng of anxious faces, all clearly having endured a day and night without rest. The dawn light revealed expressions of joy and admiration among the crowd as they beheld the survivors. Yet, Pang Wei, upon his ascent, exchanged no words. Even as Liao Tingting approached him with a smile, he remained silent, solemnly shouldering his cousin's lifeless form as he made his way toward the tents ahead. Standing above the crevice, Lord Leopard observed as each member of the team emerged in succession. A frown briefly crossed his brow as his cold, gray eyes locked onto Chen Zhi, who braced himself for the inevitable inquiry. And her? Chapter 643. The Deluge. She did not emerge. As Chen Zhi addressed Lord Bao's inquiries, he lowered his head as if uttering those few words constituted the most arduous of languages. Yet, upon finally articulating them, it felt as though his heart had erupted like a boiling cauldron, an indescribable sensation. Throughout their interaction, Lord Bao had never truly entrusted Chen Zhi with the care of Qingyang. Rather, he had repeatedly cautioned him about the potential treachery of Qingyang in the underworld. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi remained acutely aware of Qingyang's significance in Lord Bao's heart, understanding the intricate plans that lay within Lord Bao's mind, and ultimately, he wished to safeguard Qingyang. Perhaps, as Qingyang had once remarked, over time, the effects of the red medicine would seep into one's very bones. merging with one's true nature until one could no longer discern genuine feelings. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Lord Bao's expression darkened considerably. His deep gray eyes grew even darker, tinged with an almost crimson hue. Chen Zhi observed him clenching his fists tightly, the tendons in his hands visibly straining. Just as Chen Zhi braced himself for a potential blow, he witnessed Lord Bao's eyes gradually revert to their original color, and he relaxed his grip. Standing upon the rocky outcrop, Lord Bao gazed into the crevice below, where darkness reigned supreme, devoid of any discernible features save for the occasional whiff of sulfur. The depths obscured from view. Lord Bao lingered at the crevice for an extended period, while the surrounding men remained silent, hesitant to utter a word, awaiting his command. The area had long been prepared with heavy explosives and substantial fillers, ready to be cast into the crevice to seal the entrance once Chen Zhi and the others ascended. Yet, witnessing Lord Bao's unusual demeanor, none dared to move. As seconds ticked by, he stood there, seemingly anticipating a change, but ultimately, nothing transpired. The darkness persisted. After nearly half an hour, he gestured to those beside him and calmly uttered, "Seal it." When Lord Bao spoke those words, his tone was casual, his cold visage betraying no emotion. However, upon concluding his statement, he promptly turned and departed, not once glancing back at the crevice. At that moment, the heavens suddenly transformed. A tempest erupted, dark clouds amassed, a flash of lightning split the sky, and thunder rolled ominously. Following this, torrential raindrops, akin to soybeans, cascaded from above, splattering against the ground with a resounding clap, succeeded by a crack of thunder as the rain converged into sheets, drenching the earth in a deluge. The servants of the Bao family, soaked to the skin, resembled drowned rats as they hastily commenced the task of hurling hefty explosives into the crevice. This was part of the original plan devised by Lord Bao and Mu He to preempt any potential threats emerging from below. They intended to obliterate the gate to the underworld by detonating the explosives after their mission. Once the heavy explosives were successfully cast into the abyss, they followed up with substantial fillers to mitigate the impact on the surface. Finally, everyone promptly vacated the scene and initiated the remote detonation of the explosives. With a deafening roar, the fissure leading underground was utterly obliterated amidst the tempest. The ground trembled as the stones beneath shifted chaotically, indicating that the subterranean space had been completely shattered, sealing the entrance irrevocably. The torrential downpour arrived with astonishing swiftness and ferocity, drenching everyone to the bone as they stood like waterlogged specters. The frigid winds howled through the mountains, transforming the ground into a cascade of streams, each one bubbling as raindrops splashed upon the surface, creating an ephemeral dance of droplets. The scene was shrouded in a haze, rendering everything ahead indistinct. Their mission to descend into the underworld had been successful. They returned bearing a sizable fire spirit stone. Chen Zhi led a team of 17 into the depths. But tragedy struck. One met an untimely demise in the river of forgetfulness, another was slain by a comrade, and yet another was tragically left behind in the underworld. Once they sealed the fissure, the crew and technicians hurriedly transported their exploration instruments and tools back towards the tent area. The lively bustle of figures maneuvering through the rain was palpable, yet Chen Zhi trudged along as if bereft of spirit, dragging the god-slaying blade forward while the relentless downpour pelted his face, soaking him to the core. He was acutely aware that Jiying followed closely behind. Her footsteps were light, but her injured knee rendered her gait unsteady. Though he refrained from glancing back, he sensed Jiying wished to share something. Yet he was disinterested in discourse about right or wrong, organizational regulations, or the principles and dilemmas of a warrior. Fatigue overwhelmed him. Upon entering their resting tent, Chen Zhi immediately spotted Fat Wei, who had returned earlier and was seated beside the fire, wringing out a towel. The body of Hao Ning lay nearby, covered with a mat. Fat Wei gently dampened Hao Ning's face with a wet cloth, meticulously cleaning away the dirt before arranging his hair. In a distant corner of the tent sat Gui Dao, maintaining a deliberate distance from Fat Wei, observing the scene with indifference, yet refraining from interaction. Though Fat Wei acknowledged Chen Zhi's presence, he chose to ignore him, not even casting a glance in his direction. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming urge to escape the confines of the tent, as if he were being suffocated by an invisible force, burdened by the weight of guilt that Hao Ning's lifeless form seemed to represent. He could not remain there any longer, so he turned and stepped outside into the tempest. The winds howled fiercely, and rain cascaded down in torrents, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Beneath the eaves of the camping tents, Chen Zhi found a momentary refuge from the storm. Alone, he stood there, gazing into the misty downpour, suddenly feeling the chill of the rain seep into his bones. Colder even than the underworld itself, a coldness that his work attire could not fend off. A shiver coursed through his body. He cradled the god-slaying blade in his arms and lit a cigarette. Moments ago, he had heard that after Ji Yang's group arrived, the severely injured warriors who had fallen unconscious were being attended to by emergency medical personnel. Ji Yang had also gone to assist, while Chen Zhi waited for the second medical team to arrive. Surprisingly, he felt no urgency. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, his mind was remarkably calm. He believed that his injuries paled in comparison to those of Peng Wei and Qin Yiyang. As Chen Zhi exhaled a plume of smoke, he detected a strong metallic scent of blood emanating from the blade, the result of the white silk cord that had become saturated with crimson. This cord, a gift from Ji Ying, was intended to be tied around the hilt to prevent excessive blood from causing the blade to slip during battle. Yet, for reasons unknown, when he now gazed at the cord, an overwhelming wave of nausea washed over him, the stench of blood inducing a visceral reaction. One by one, he unwound the cord and, aided by the torrential rain, cast it into the deluge, watching it drift away with the rushing waters. Chapter 644. The cost of triumph. Subsequent events unfolded as planned. After being transported down the mountain by the rescue team, they encountered the formal medical team that had been waiting for some time, thanks to the assistance of the Ning and Tang families. They were taken to the finest local hospital for urgent medical care. The ghost blade had inflicted severe damage to vital organs. Ji Ying had suffered a shattering fracture of her kneecap, while Chen Zhi bore the brunt of the injuries, with 12 fractures across his body. Although he had not sustained any broken bones, the pain he endured was unimaginable, leaving others in disbelief at how he had managed to walk back. Upon exiting the emergency center in Jilin, they were transferred to the Bao family sanatorium in the city. The warriors were returned to the organization for treatment, and it was at that point that Chen Zhi lost sight of Peng Wei. It was said that since returning, Peng Wei had not spoken to anyone, accepting the medical arrangements made for him by the organization while refusing any interaction. His injuries were not life-threatening, and once his external wounds had healed, he quietly departed with his cousin's remains. The organization had attempted to engage him in conversation, offering to provide compensation and assistance with his cousin's funeral arrangements. Yet Peng Wei had simply vanished without a word of refusal. Upon learning this, Chen Zhi did not seek him out, uncertain of what he could possibly say. During this period, Lao Jindo visited Chen Zhi several times. He informed him that the aftermath of the incident on Changbai Mountain was exceedingly complex. The region had been fundamentally destroyed, rendering any future access to the underworld via that route impossible. The connection between the netherworld and the human realm had been irrevocably severed, although matters were still being addressed. Thanks to the aid of Mu He and Ning Bin, the repercussions had been minimized. The Fire Spirit Stone has been returned to the organization by Ji Yang, and the Archmages have placed it upon the barrier. It is said that the stability of the barrier has reached an impressive equilibrium, and the power of this Fire Spirit Stone is extraordinarily potent. The fire attribute of the entire barrier is now fully charged, likely ensuring its stability for the coming millennium. Moreover, during this period, they conducted an investigation into Fat Wei's cousin, Hao Ning, and the results were as anticipated. Hao Ning has been unemployed for many years, leading a life of considerable hardship. Recently, he unexpectedly lost a substantial sum of money at a casino, as revealed through surveillance footage. Upon further investigation, the organization discovered that Hao Ning had encountered a mysterious figure not long ago, who had bestowed upon him a considerable amount of cash and gold. However, Hao Ning is a timid and indecisive individual, with few acquaintances, leaving his circumstances largely obscure. The specific details remain elusive. It is reasonable to surmise that from that moment on, Hao Ning must have been aware that Fat Wei would summon him. Though he likely remains unaware of when he fell under the influence of sorcery, he may not grasp the significance or the peril of the situation. Yet his greed led him to unwittingly cooperate with the dark faction. Otherwise, given the vigilance of those blue-banded warriors, he would not have been easily harmed. It is likely that he carried the curse from the moment he appeared. Thus, it can be inferred that the command issued by the leader at that time was indeed prudent. They could not risk bringing a sorcerously controlled Hao Ning aboard the nether boat. Should he transform into a puppet, his power would be unfathomable. likely resulting in mutual destruction on the waters of the Wangchuan River. Therefore, Ji Ying's actions were entirely justified. As a warrior, obedience to orders is her calling. Decisions made in critical moments must be devoid of personal sentiment, and her actions ultimately save the lives of all involved. Fat Wei has likely been aware of this development for some time. He is an astute individual, capable of discerning right from wrong. However, the ability to discern does not equate to forgiveness. After Fat Wei's departure, Chen Zhi never considered seeking him out, nor did he contemplate making a phone call. Chen Zhi expressed deep regret regarding Fat Wei's situation, yet his guilt over this matter is manageable. In contrast, the burden of his involvement with Qin Yiyang remains an indelible weight upon his conscience. He cannot forget that he personally led the team that delivered Qin Yiyang to the underworld, nor can he absolve himself for having placed the shackles upon him, condemning him to eternal imprisonment. Chen Zhi has wished numerous times for Master Bao to reach out to him, yearning to hear an explanation for the leader's deceit, for the reasoning behind the gift of a problematic black gold chain that ultimately bound Qin Yiyang to the underworld. Qin Yiyang was no traitor. He had rendered significant service to the organization, and both morally and logically, he should not have faced execution. However, to Chen Zhi's dismay, Master Bao has not visited the sanatorium even once during this time, nor has he made any attempt to contact him, as though he has completely forgotten his existence. On the contrary, Ghost Blade had visited several times. He informed Chen Zhi that significant changes were occurring within the organization, rendering the situation rather chaotic. He advised Chen Zhi to refrain from returning to the organization or getting involved, to avoid any potential dangers. That day, Ghost Blade stayed at the sanatorium, providing close protection for Chen Zhi's safety. As time passed, the days turned arduous following those thrilling times. Chen Zhi found himself unaccustomed to his body and mind existing in a state of no pressure. Yet, his thoughts were consumed by a single perplexing question, one that had long troubled him. This question was complex and carried considerable implications, yet he dared not dwell on it, for the mere contemplation would cause excruciating pain in his head, akin to being sliced by a blade. Finally, one day, a knock resonated at his hospital room door. Ghost Blade, ever vigilant, rose and opened the door, revealing several associates, with the central figure being Leopard. "You may leave for now. We have matters to discuss," Leopard stated with his characteristic nonchalance. "Understood," Ghost Blade replied, turning to exit and closing the door behind him. At that moment, Leopard approached slowly and seated himself opposite Chen Zhi on the hospital bed. Chen Zhi observed that Leopard had indeed changed. In a short span, he had become considerably leaner, his eye sockets somewhat sunken, and his eyes were notably red, suggesting he had endured significant mental strain during this period. "I've come to converse with you. Feel free to ask me any questions," Leopard said, producing 2 cigarettes and offering one to Chen Zhi. "Why did the leader lie?" Chen Zhi inquired directly, without preamble. "Oh," Leopard replied, lighting his cigarette and casting a glance at Chen Zhi with his deep gray eyes. "The leader spoke falsehoods. He must relinquish his position immediately, a strict rule within the organization. However, this matter can no longer be executed. This morning at 2 a.m., the leader succumbed to injuries sustained in battle within the underworld, resulting in a severed vital channel. Despite efforts, he could not be saved and has passed away." Chapter 645. The conversation. In that moment, Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words. Upon learning of the leader's passing, his pent-up fury and resentment dissipated, leaving him with a profound sense of emptiness. Although he had harbored suspicions regarding the leader's health, especially after Ji Yang's strange behavior, it had been a considerable time without any ill news, leading him to believe the leader had overcome the critical phase and was out of danger. However, he never anticipated that, after a month of urgent treatment upon returning to the organization, the leader would ultimately depart from this world, leaving the organization in disarray. For one who has passed, the judgments of good and evil fade with their life. The deceased can no longer be held accountable. Moreover, in relative terms, the leader's contributions throughout his life to the organization could be described as monumental. Such remarkable achievements cannot be simply dismissed with mere words, nor can they be erased by a single falsehood, especially considering that the individuals he confined in the underworld were those of a despised and ruthless lineage. Chen Zhi was acutely aware of this, and he harbored no other illusions. It was impossible for Qin Yiyang to return. It was likely that she had already departed from this world, a fact that was unchangeable. Furthermore, Chen Zhi held a profound respect for the leader, vividly recalling the valiant figure of the aged chief as he confronted the god of death, igniting a fervor within him. Yet, Chen Zhi yearned to hear the leader's interpretation of the events surrounding Qin Yang. For someone of such high standing, why would the leader seek conflict with a minor demigod? Even if the leader despised her, countless methods existed to eliminate her. Why barter his own throne? Perhaps, as Chen Zhi suspected, the leader felt no need for explanation, as his actions had already provided the most significant elucidation. I have nothing more to say regarding the events in the underworld, Leopard said, exhaling smoke languidly before casting a glance at Chen Zhi. My advice to you is to cease your fixation. Individuals like us, overly entangled in emotions, only invite suffering. When the outcome is irrevocable, one must learn to forget. Chen Zhi gazed into Leopard's deep gray eyes, hoping to glimpse his thoughts, yet Leopard remained inscrutable. Did you not harbor any suspicions regarding that black gold chain? You are the adopted son of the leader and should know him well. Did you not sense any deceit? I do not know, Leopard replied with conviction. Just as you were deceived, so was I by my adoptive father. He is a man of unwavering words and holds promises dearly. This is the first time he has misled me, and ultimately, he had no chance to explain why. Upon reaching this point, Leopard smiled faintly at Chen Zhi. Your recent achievements are now well known within the organization. The warrior team you led into the underworld sustained no losses, and you returned with a fire spirit stone, saving the entire barrier. Everyone praises the new chieftain's valor and wisdom, and your prestige has been firmly established. What about that magical ring belonging to Jiang? Chen Zhi inquired, uninterested in Leopard's previous remarks. He preferred directness over circumlocution. Has the leader always possessed something to restrict my magic? The organization never truly trusted me, did it? What a prestige. You are indeed mistaken in your inquiry, Leopard replied with a faint smile. Such matters are beyond my purview to answer. I am merely the leader's adopted son, a liaison in the outside world. I lack divine blood, and do not even qualify as a warrior. Now that the leader has passed, my current status cannot address your question. However, I do know that the ring capable of restraining your magic has existed for a long time. It was crafted by your ancestor Jiang Shang himself and presented to the Ji clan, intended to ensure the royal family could control the descendants of the Jiang family, preventing any future acts of filial impiety. Yet, as far as I know, this ring has not been used for millennia. As the conversation progressed, Leopard Master flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, expressing his deep regret for the injuries your team suffered in the underworld. However, he insisted that you must comprehend that weakness and innocence are far behind us. Life, in its essence, is brutally harsh, and many things come at a price. With the leader's demise, you, as the head of the Jiang clan, now hold the highest position within the organization. You need not seek anyone's trust or adhere to anyone's commands, for you are now at the pinnacle. As for the next leader's trust in you and how you shall proceed together, that is a matter for you and the forthcoming leader to resolve, not for me to address. After speaking, Leopard Master took a gentle puff from his cigarette, revealing a hint of fatigue in his reddened eyes. The leader has passed. How should the next leader be chosen? Chen Zhi inquired solemnly. Leopard Master turned his gaze toward Chen Zhi, explaining that the selection process for a new leader within the organization is highly meticulous. All leaders are appointed by their predecessors, but this process remains a closely guarded secret. You will learn of it once the next leader assumes office. Appointed? But the leader died unexpectedly. Was there a genuine will before his passing? Chen Zhi pressed on. I truly cannot say. These matters pertain to the royal elders of the Western Qi Kingdom and are beyond my purview as an outsider. However, the lineage of leaders has always derived from the most distinguished bloodlines of the Ji clan, with nearly every leader being the foremost red-banded warrior of the preceding generation. Thus, this time should be no exception. Are you implying Jiang? Chen Zhi immediately asked. I do not know, Leopard Master replied with a faint smile. I refrain from commenting on matters I do not understand. However, I surmise that in the coming days, the elders of the Ji clan will seek your opinion regarding the next leader. Of course, the ultimate decision lies in the last leader's wishes, though I am unclear about how those wishes will be transmitted. Oh, Chen Zhi responded softly before continuing. Do you know any renowned psychologists, preferably those skilled in hypnosis? What do you intend to do? Leopard Master was taken aback by this sudden topic. He raised his eyes to regard Chen Zhi with a peculiar expression. May I borrow some personnel for a time? Chen Zhi replied matter-of-factly. I need to address certain matters and require capable individuals. I may also need to travel out of town. Very well, Leopard Master said, smiling slightly at Chen Zhi. You may utilize the resources of the Bao family at your discretion. I know of an excellent hypnotherapist in London. I will arrange for him to contact you promptly. As for Pang Wei, Leopard Master's voice trailed off as he lowered his head, contemplating for a moment before stating, I believe you should endeavor to persuade him, as well as yourself. In life, one must sometimes navigate the complexities of relationships with a degree of ambiguity. Chapter 646. The Ji Clan Elder Council. Since Leopard Master uttered those words, he has not returned. Chen Zhi's health has fully restored, and he has ceased treatment. Yet, he neither returned home nor contacted his father. He continued to reside in the nursing home, diligently preparing for the tasks ahead. During this period, he made several calls to Mu, requesting assistance in investigating certain past events and seeking confidential information from within the country. Chen Zhi instructed Mu that these inquiries must be conducted discreetly, ensuring no trace of their activities could be detected. It was preferable for Mu to personally oversee all critical aspects of the investigation, shielding it from external interference to prevent any leakage of information. Mu readily agreed. He was the kind of person who rarely stated his opinions explicitly, yet never refused Chen Zhi's requests. His capabilities were vast, encompassing nearly every field, as he once asserted that he was certainly not Chen Zhi's adversary. During this time, Chen Zhi continued to reside in a nursing home, a tranquil and secluded place within the sphere of the Bao family's influence, providing a safe environment conducive to contemplation and strategizing. The Bao family soon dispatched several aides to closely accompany Chen Zhi, attending to various matters as per his directives, investigating circumstances from earlier years, and safeguarding Chen Zhi's security alongside Gui Dao. As the Grand Master had foretold, during this time, the organization summoned Chen Zhi to deliberate on matters of leadership succession, adopting a notably serious tone, indicating that Chen Zhi held significant decision-making power in this regard. However, upon his return to the organization, Chen Zhi sensed a palpable shift. The gazes of those around him were filled with profound respect and admiration, whether it was the welcoming wolf general or the various warriors within the organization. Their demeanor towards Chen Zhi was one of great reverence. Among the 12 warriors who had accompanied Chen Zhi to the underworld, save for one who had tragically perished, the others returned unscathed. Yet, 6 warriors suffered considerable mental strain and were still undergoing treatment. The remaining 5, due to their heroic deeds in the underworld, attained considerable prestige within the organization. In the realm of warriors, everything is measured by merit. Their futures and honors stem from the accomplishments they have forged. Some of the younger, newly inducted warriors approached Chen Zhi, expressing their eagerness to follow him on the next mission, hoping to earn their own glory and standing within the organization. Chen Zhi could distinctly perceive the admiration in their eyes, akin to how they once regarded their leader. He understood that his status had evolved. During the direst of circumstances, he had emerged as a savior, rescuing them from apocalyptic despair and establishing an enduring legacy, truly becoming the patriarch of the Jiang clan. This time, unlike previous occasions, upon entering the royal city of Shiqi, Chen Zhi did not meander, but was directly escorted to the leader's royal court. The court remained shrouded in mist, yet the grand jade throne stood empty, devoid of the venerable elder whose voice had once resonated like thunder. Gazing at the vacant throne, Chen Zhi felt a pang of sorrow. Regardless of past events or the leader's intentions, he held a quiet nostalgia for the elder, for this aged and formidable leader had indeed commanded deep respect. Ziyang was no longer in the royal court. Since joining the organization, Chen Zhi had not laid eyes on him. The old lantern-bearer guided Chen Zhi to a chamber behind the royal court. After traversing several shadowy passages, they entered a realm entirely isolated from the western Qi royal city. This space was devoid of anything save for a desolate ruin. Yet in the air hovered a stone staircase leading upwards. The staircase was constructed entirely of black stone, marred by numerous cracks and signs of wear, suggesting its ancient origins. Above the staircase loomed a pavilion suspended in mid-air, its architectural style reminiscent of the western Qi royal city, simple yet solemn, devoid of any lavish embellishments. Constructed solely from uniform black stone bricks, the architectural style of the Zhou clan starkly contrasted with the opulence of the Shang dynasty. The Zhou never erected palaces as extravagant as the deer platforms, prioritizing warfare and utility instead. The entire western Qi royal city resembled a fortress of war, dark, oppressive, and characterized by a stark utilitarian aesthetic entirely devoid of artistic or aesthetic concepts. The floating pavilion appeared akin to a military stronghold, impenetrable, composed entirely of black stone bricks, with not a single window visible. Yet, Chen Zhi could perceive a formidable aura emanating from the pavilion, a complex energy descending from above. He recognized that the individual residing within must be extraordinary, reminiscent of the aura he had once sensed from the leader. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, they approach the divine. Upon reaching this juncture, the old lantern-bearer dared not proceed further. He knelt at the base of the staircase, illuminating the path for Chen Zhi, gesturing for him to ascend. Chen Zhi glanced upwards and then set foot upon the long stone steps. The black stones were remarkably sturdy. As soon as his foot touched the first step, he felt an ancient, potent force coursing through him. In that moment, he sensed the collective spirit of the Zhi clan's warriors throughout history, their indomitable will converging in this hall and within the black staircase, leading to the suspended pavilion above. With each step he took, this sensation intensified, and after ascending nearly 100 meters, he finally beheld the main entrance of the floating pavilion at the summit of the staircase. There, standing at the entrance, was an elderly lady. She was quite advanced in age yet exuded vitality. Her face was speckled with age spots, her body slightly stooped and diminutive. Judging by the deep, intricate lines etched into her visage, she appeared to be over 100 years old, perhaps even older. Nevertheless, her frail form was clad in gleaming steel armor, with her arms neatly bound in black wristbands, though she bore no weapon. The expression of this matron was one of profound pride, as if nothing in the world held significance in her eyes. Upon noticing Chen Zhi's ascent, she surveyed him from head to toe before gently clearing her throat. Cough. Her voice resonated with a remarkable clarity, akin to the sound of metal striking stone. Even the youth of 20 years lacked her formidable presence. You are the child born of the Jiang family, Chen Zhi, am I correct? Chapter 647, The Elder Council of the Zhi Clan, Part 2. Chen Zhi was profoundly unsettled by the haughty tone of the elderly woman, and even more so by the scrutinizing gaze that assessed him from head to toe, as if he were merely an object. Then, a subtle smile graced her lips as she remarked, "It seems you have truly disappointed your cousin, for it is you who has ultimately inherited the position of the Jiang clan leader. I wonder if he can find peace in the afterlife. Your mother referred to me as aunt, thus I am considered your elder. Come, follow me inside. The elders are awaiting your presence. Do mind your words." What had she just said? A sudden realization struck Chen Zhi. Her words echoed clearly in his mind. The implication was unmistakable. The previous clan leader, who was also Chen Zhi's cousin, had not wished for him to inherit the position. This had long been a source of doubt for Chen Zhi. He had often pondered why, despite being aware that the Jiang bloodline had withered and that the sole heir was no longer among the living, his cousin had not sought him out during his lifetime. Even devoid of familial ties, why had he not imparted the clan's sacred incantations to Chen Zhi? Why subject him to the perilous quest of uncovering the spells independently? It was inconceivable that his cousin had been negligent. The survival of the Jiang clan was at stake. How could he have made such a fundamental error? This illogical behavior led to but one conclusion, one that Chen Zhi had previously surmised, now validated by the unfolding reality. His cousin, the former clan leader, had no desire to bequeath the leadership to Chen Zhi, nor to share the unique sorcery of the Jiang clan with him. In essence, Chen Zhi stood as an unacknowledged heir, a fact that likely explained the leader's wariness towards him. But why? Chen Zhi pondered silently. Is it because I am the child of a woman? Does my maternal lineage render me unworthy in the eyes of my cousin, an outsider in the eyes of the Jiang clan? No, that cannot be right. Chen Zhi quickly dismissed this hypothesis. His cousin was surely not so superficial. If that were the case, why then had he summoned Chen Zhi here? He had never aspired to the leadership. All had been thrust upon him by the organization. Clearly, the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Chen Zhi followed the elderly woman into the pavilion, yet he refrained from voicing the myriad questions swirling in his mind. Firstly, it was his inaugural encounter with her, rendering it inappropriate to probe too deeply. Secondly, he harbored a profound aversion to her haughty demeanor, which belittled all around her. Upon entering, the interior of the loft revealed itself to be significantly more expansive than its exterior suggested. They traversed a narrow corridor, flanked by walls of dark stone, adorned with an array of bronze and black iron ornaments, alongside an impressive collection of weaponry. Chen Zhi's gaze fell upon ancient blades and axes, their antiquity unmistakable. Yet their edges retained an uncanny sharpness, glimmering with a rare luminescence that bespoke their esteemed craftsmanship. Proceeding along the straight path without deviation, they passed through a small anteroom and entered a square hall. Even before crossing the threshold, Chen Zhi was enveloped by an overwhelming and solemn atmosphere, instilling within him an instinctive trepidation, as though the hall before him housed the mightiest forces in existence. Steeling himself, he followed the elderly woman inside. His initial observation was of the numerous spirit tablets encircling the hall, each substantial in size, with a suit of armor positioned behind them. Many of these armors bore the marks of time, their styles and materials harking back to a primeval era, scarred with cuts and nicks, yet still resplendent. Within this hall, Chen Zhi sensed a profound consciousness, as if the very air was imbued with a powerful will. The ambience exuded a sanctity that demanded reverence, creating an oppressive weight, as though every piece of armor stood as a living sentinel, akin to deities scrutinizing him from above. This is the resting place of our Zhi clan's ancestral leaders, the final abode of heroes, the elderly woman remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Zhi, seemingly gauging his reaction. And the tablet of the previous leader is right here. Upon her declaration, she gestured towards the forefront, where a sizable black spirit tablet stood prominently. It was evident that this tablet had been recently crafted, its coarse black stone devoid of embellishments, accompanied by a suit of black armor. Inscribed upon the tablet in bold characters were the words, "Loyal Spirit King, Zhi Rong's position." As the elderly woman gazed upon the tablet, a shadow of melancholy crossed her features, and she murmured, "Our Zhi clan has always been a lineage of loyalty and righteousness, deeply intertwined with your Jiang clan. Many events have transpired in the past, but I shall say no more. However, we shall always hold the utmost trust in your Jiang family. Our royal Zhi leaders have consistently been valiant warriors, all of whom have met their end in battle, without exception, facing every adversary with unwavering resolve." After the elderly lady articulated her words with great reverence, she approached the memorial tablet of the late leader, kneeling gracefully on one knee to pay her respects. Chen Zhi followed suit, bowing before the tablet. However, as he prostrated himself, an inexplicable sensation enveloped him. In this solemn space, Chen Zhi was suddenly beset by an overwhelming feeling, difficult to articulate. Although he had never acknowledged the existence of spirits, he distinctly sensed the presence of the late leader's soul standing behind the tablet, gazing intently at him, as if conveying an unspoken message. In the midst of Chen Zhi's reverie, the elderly lady abruptly rose and gestured for him to follow her deeper into the hall. It turned out that behind the memorial chamber lay a vast grand hall. This hall was perfectly circular, its walls painted a deep black, exuding an air of cleanliness and simplicity. At the center floated a round black stone table, surrounded by several venerable elders, akin to the elderly lady in demeanor. All were clad in polished steel armor, yet unarmed. The signs of age were evident in their graying hair and the deep wrinkles etched upon their faces, indicating they had each surpassed a century of life. At that moment, an elder seated at the center stood, his countenance radiating humility. He slightly bowed to Chen Zhi. Introducing himself, Chieftain Shun, "Forgive my rudeness. I am Zhi Hu, the head of the Elder Council, and I welcome you on behalf of the elders." This elder, who identified himself as Zhi Hu, stood in stark contrast to the earlier haughty lady. He was exceedingly humble and amiable. Nevertheless, the formidable aura he emanated surpassed that of all present. Chen Zhi discerned from his gait and demeanor that this elder had undoubtedly once been a warrior, and not merely an ordinary one. After bringing Chen Zhi in, the elderly lady joined the ranks of the elders and whispered a few words to Zhi Hu. Chen Zhi noted that there were 7 elders seated, including the lady who had let him in, while the others were all elderly men. They donned simple leather armor, resembling everyday military attire, evoking a sense reminiscent of ancient dramas, yet their expressions were entirely natural, as if they had long been accustomed to a life of martial existence. Elder Zhi Hu courteously invited Chen Zhi to take a seat, then sat himself, followed by the others. At this juncture, Zhi Hu addressed Chen Zhi, "Chieftain Chen, your presence today is greatly appreciated, as we have a matter of utmost importance concerning the fate of our organization to discuss." A smile adorned Zhi Hu's face as he spoke, his chin sharply defined, and his small yet bright eyes twinkled with warmth. His friendly demeanor mirrored his name, resembling that of a wise old fox. If your summons pertains to the succession of the next clan leader, please feel free to state your needs directly. Chen Zhi inquired straightforwardly. Ah, hee. Zhi, who chuckled lightly, tapping his fingers on the table while offering Chen Zhi a faint smile. Indeed, the wise Chief Chen. Your presence today is indeed to deliberate on the matter of selecting the next leader, a matter of utmost significance that pertains to the future fate of our organization. We, a few of us, dare not act rashly and must seek your approval. Please, proceed, Chen Zhi nodded, gesturing for the other to continue. At this moment, Zhi Hu continued. Our organization upholds a stringent system of succession, which does not follow a hereditary principle, but rather perpetuates the ancient tradition of meritocracy, selecting leaders based solely on virtue rather than bloodlines. For 5 millennia, to prevent the occurrence of power struggles and to avert internal conflicts during the succession of leadership, our organization has established strict and unyielding laws. All must adhere to the last will of the preceding leader. Any act of usurpation will result in immediate execution. Last will? Chen Zhi inquired with a hint of curiosity. I recall that the elder woman mentioned that all our leaders met their demise in battle, which implies that their deaths were sudden, leaving no opportunity for them to convey a last will. From where, then, do you derive your basis for succession? Indeed, the leaders of the Zhi clan have all perished in battle, yet they have nonetheless left behind their last wills. Elder Zhi, who replied with a smile. Moreover, the mission of our Zhi clan's council, in addition to overseeing the garments and memorials of all the deceased leaders, is to appoint a new leader. We too were once warriors, and the finest of them, who have laid down our swords to remain here for this sacred duty. This place is the most hallowed ground of the western Qi royal city, where the will of the Zhi royal family converges, and none dare to utter a falsehood here. In the very center of our elder council lies a translucent black stone wall, a relic passed down from ages long past, predating even the founding of the Zhou state. Though it appears unremarkable at first glance, it is imbued with a divine power that reveals the last wishes of the preceding leader. Regardless of when or where, or the reasons behind the leader's passing, their will is preserved. This is the final vestige of a person's belief before their demise. This belief manifests upon the stone wall, wherein a name will appear, and that name shall be our next leader. For 5,000 years, there has never been a single error. Given such clarity, there should be no dispute regarding the appointment of the next leader. Thus, your purpose in summoning me today is. Chen Zhi raised his gaze to meet Elder Zhi Hu's, noting a glint of cunning in his eyes. Ah, Chief Chen. Elder Zhi Hu's eyes narrowed into slits as he chuckled. All rules possess dual layers, both internal and external. Our organization has endured for nearly 5 millennia, and we have upheld its mission for just as long. When our council selects the next leader, we must exercise utmost caution. The choice of a leader is no trivial matter. Should we place our trust in the wrong individual or pass the mantle to the inept, the entire organization may plunge into an irreversible crisis. The organizational principles are exceedingly stringent, intolerant of any acts of defiance. Even if the new leader possesses flaws, we must protect them unto death, unwavering in our loyalty. Thus, the destiny of the entire organization rests firmly in our hands. As per tradition, prior to the succession of each leader, we consult the opinions of the Jiang clan, allowing the patriarch to recommend a candidate. Once we confirm its accuracy, on a designated day, we gather all clan members and warriors to unveil the name of the next leader inscribed on the stone wall. What is the significance of this practice? Chen Zhi inquired curiously. What if the candidate I propose does not align with the wishes of the late leader? How would you proceed then? Such a scenario has never arisen, Zhi Hu assured him. What I am articulating is the second tier of the organizational edicts, a secret known solely among the elders. The candidate appointed by the previous leader must precisely coincide with the choice of the Jiang clan patriarch. Otherwise, it is deemed invalid. So that is why there has never been a succession conflict in 5 millennia. The true discord has been internally resolved, Chen Zhi mused quietly. After I recommend a candidate, you will privately examine the name on the stone wall to determine their eligibility for leadership, correct? Chen Zhi asked Zhi Hu. Indeed, Zhi Hu responded solemnly. This is the secret of our Zhi lineage's succession system, for our leader must possess the same commanding presence as those before them, valiant and sagacious. Furthermore, to date, the selections made by the leader and the patriarch have never diverged. What? Chen Zhi exclaimed in surprise. Are you implying that for the past 5,000 years, the heirs chosen by the Zhi royal family and the Jiang patriarch have always been the same individual? Yes. Zhi smiled, stating that there has never been any discrepancy. Therefore, we trust you will share a silent understanding with the late leader. Please do tell us the name you recommend. Chapter 649. Chen Zhi's opinion upon hearing Zhi's words. Chen Zhi lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before looking up into Zhi's astute eyes and asking, "Have you seen the name on the stone wall?" "Haha, Chief Chen, you jest." Zhi laughed heartily, his wrinkles converging. "Without your authorization, it would be a grave sin for anyone to privately view the late leader's wishes. I would never dare such an act. To this day, we remain unaware of who is inscribed on that stone wall. Can the name on the stone wall be altered? By means of sorcery or modern technology?" Chen Zhi fixed his gaze on Zhi. Uncertain, Zhi replied, "No such incident has occurred in 5,000 years. He did not shy away from Chen Zhi's gaze, meeting it directly, his small eyes narrowing into slits. "Let us proceed this way. I would like to hear whom you consider suitable candidates," Chen Zhi said calmly after observing Zhi for a while. "You are aware, I am not originally from the organization, having joined later on. I possess scant knowledge regarding the internal matters of the organization, and my understanding of the dynamics among the knights within the royal city is equally limited. You, as the esteemed elders of the Zhi clan, undoubtedly have a deeper insight into this organization and may provide me with some advisory perspectives." It seems that Zhi has been anticipating Chen Zhi's words, his eyes squinting with a smile. He now resembles a fox in human form. "I have been part of this organization for over a century, witnessing numerous tumultuous changes. I am acutely aware of the sentiments prevailing among its members. Currently, the most popular figure is undoubtedly the esteemed warrior Zhi. In terms of military accomplishments, Zhi has indeed earned his accolades, and he is revered by nearly all the warriors, regarded as a figure of respect. Moreover, the leader held a profound camaraderie with him during his lifetime, sharing both trials and triumphs. In terms of personal capability, Zhi stands as the mightiest among the warriors today. If you seek my recommendation, Zhi would undoubtedly be my foremost choice." Zhi spoke swiftly and assuredly, as if he had long prepared these words. However, just as Zhi concluded, an elder with an elongated visage interjected, "Chief Chen, I too have counsel to offer. While Zhi is undeniably deserving, I believe the leader held the highest regard for the newly ascended warrior Zhi Ling. Being the leader's nephew and closely related by blood, he commanded the leader's utmost trust during his lifetime. Despite his youth, Zhi Ling has achieved numerous feats and possesses considerable prestige among the warriors. I posit that, in terms of blood relations, the haughty matron who brought Chen Zhi here, before the elder could finish, the arrogant lady interrupted, if we are to evaluate based on bloodlines, let us not forget that Zhi is the leader's biological daughter. Zhi is an exceptional warrior, her prowess and physical techniques having been imparted directly by the leader, manifesting in her pure and formidable lineage. I contend that Zhi is the most suitable candidate. Preposterous. How can a mere woman inherit the Zhi clan's throne and wield dominion over numerous warriors? Such a precedent has never existed, and it shall not now," exclaimed an elder with a head of white hair, who immediately erupted in outrage, pounding the table with his fist and vociferously contesting the matron's assertion. Consequently, the 7 elders commenced a fervent debate over the issue of succession, each expressing their opinions without yielding to one another. The previously composed demeanor of the elders dissipated, giving way to evident discord. Their voices resonated powerfully, shaking the very walls of the hall. Throughout this tumultuous exchange, Zhi remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Zhi, his fox-like eyes glinting with cunning, as if he were discerning Chen Zhi's thoughts. Amidst the clamor of the elders' arguments, Chen Zhi maintained his silence. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, and in the enveloping darkness, he sensed that everything around him had irrevocably changed. It is uncertain when Chen Zhi began to feel disinclined to rely on his physical sight to perceive the world around him. He often sensed that the human eye could be deceptive, that what one sees is merely processed by the brain or influenced by others, rendering the visual experience fundamentally unreal. In contrast, the visions perceived by the mind's eye appeared far more objective. Upon closing his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness, yet amidst this abyss, the energetic silhouettes of 7 elders manifested before him. These elders emanated formidable intent and were imbued with substantial energy, each possessing distinct viewpoints and steadfast in their convictions. Despite their differing opinions, the collective aura they projected resonated with a singular identity, the Zhi clan. At that moment, an uncanny sensation crept upon Chen Zhi from the nape of his neck, a chilling touch akin to a breath against his skin. Suddenly, he felt as if the deceased leader stood right behind him, an overwhelming sense of reality washing over him. The spirit of the old leader seemed to lean close, whispering in a voice like thunder, urging him to take a stand. Chen Zhi, it is time for you to express your stance. Our arguments are futile. Grant us a name. Since earlier, Zhi, who had ceased participating in the elder's discourse, his fox-like gaze intent on Chen Zhi, seemingly attempting to penetrate his consciousness. Upon hearing Zhi who called to him, Chen Zhi opened his eyes. He observed that the 7 elders had ceased their bickering, all turning to face him with solemn expressions etched upon their aged visages. Chen Zhi scanned each face, absorbing the unspoken thoughts that lingered there. Gradually, he rose to his feet and declared with gravity, I shall refrain from voicing my opinions, for my choice will undoubtedly diverge from your expectations. I shall not partake in the selection of the next leader. However, I wish to express my unwavering respect for the last leader's wishes. The name inscribed upon the stone wall, regardless of whose it may be, shall receive my utmost support. Moreover, as Chen Zhi spoke, he scrutinized each elder with a serious gaze, finally locking eyes with Zhi who, during this time, should anyone dare to contravene the late leader's wishes and manipulate the name upon the stone wall through deceitful means, the Zhi clan shaman shall be aware, and I shall not be lenient. With that proclamation, he turned and departed, not glancing back at the elders. In the wake of his words, the elders stood in astonishment, watching as he strode out, none daring to call after him. Zhi, whose expression darkened, a pallor settling upon his face as he narrowed his cunning eyes, fixating on Chen Zhi's receding figure, the corners of his mouth curling into an imperceptible smirk. Once Chen Zhi exited the elders' hall, he descended the lengthy stone staircase, where the old lantern-bearer awaited him, kneeling in anticipation. Upon seeing Chen Zhi approach, the boy immediately rose to his feet. Take me to the grand shrine, Chen Zhi commanded. He intended to visit the Zhi clan's grand shrine, to witness the very human barrier for which he had shed blood and for which countless lives had been sacrificed. Furthermore, he sought to uncover the fate of the black cat his mother had entrusted to him, which he believed had finally been unsealed. Chapter 650. The Fading Beauty. Chen Zhi followed the lantern-bearer forward. This elderly lantern-bearer differed from the previous one. He ambled along at a leisurely pace, unhurried and composed. Yet, unlike his predecessor, he never turned to glance at Chen Zhi and spoke little, but complied entirely with commands. They traversed the dark, narrow corridor, approaching the staircase that led to the rooftop. However, at the entrance ahead, Chen Zhi beheld a figure who had once captivated him, yet now felt as chilling as ice. The formidable warrior, Jiang, stood waiting for Chen Zhi. Today, she appeared markedly different. She donned a form-fitting garment rather than her usual camouflage trousers, presenting a figure that was both elegant and feminine, seemingly at odds with her warrior persona, much like a girl from the outside world. Her face bore a subtle yet refined makeup, glowing under the dim light, stunningly beautiful, rivaling even the ethereal by Qianavure. She was akin to the bright moon illuminating the night sky, capable of making fish sink and geese fall. Please proceed. Jiang commanded the lantern-bearer softly, her tone stern and cold. The lantern-bearer, evidently intimidated, bowed and hastily departed, leaving Chen Zhi alone to confront Jiang. Tribe leader, I found something in Changbai Mountain that you must have misplaced. Jiang's voice trembled slightly as her eyes, ablaze with intensity, fixed upon Chen Zhi, extending a white object toward him. Chen Zhi recognized it as the silken ribbon he had discarded in the rain at Changbai Mountain. This blood-soaked ribbon had evidently been cleaned by Jiang, yet faint traces of pink remained, remnants of the blood it had absorbed. Chen Zhi immediately lowered his gaze, reluctant to meet Jiang's eyes, yet he did not reach for the ribbon. Are you certain you do not wish to take it? Jiang inquired, placing the ribbon before Chen Zhi as he averted his gaze. After a protracted silence, Chen Zhi finally raised his eyes to Jiang. Her dark eyes gleamed like brilliant black gemstones. In the past, he had adored those striking, resolute eyes, but now, gazing into them, the warmth he once felt had vanished, leaving only a chilling sense of danger. Yes, Chen Zhi replied decisively. This ribbon is too bloodstained. It is not suited for me. Having spoken, he brushed past Jiang. But at that moment, she grasped his arm firmly, and he felt the icy chill of her fingertips. It is my duty to obey commands. As the tribe leader, do you not understand? I have done nothing wrong. Do not attribute the weaknesses of others to me. I am not saying you are wrong. Chen Zhi still did not turn to look at Ji Ying, but I am sorry. Chen Zhi ceased to speak further. He released Ji Ying's hand. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an unusual frailty emanating from her. Once freed from his grasp, her hand fell limply, and the twisted silk ribbon slipped from her palm. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Zhi caught a glimpse of glistening tears in Ji Ying's eyes, an enigmatic phenomenon, for within the recesses of his memory, such cruel, yet beautiful beings were never known to shed tears. From that moment on, Chen Zhi did not look back. He understood that Ji Ying remained behind, patiently awaiting a glance from him. Yet, he continued onward, arriving at the grand staircase, where the frightened lantern-bearer awaited him. Chen Zhi ascended the stairs alongside the lantern-bearer and, after traversing a distance, reached the terrace of the grand sorcery hall. The shamans had long awaited his arrival on the terrace, kneeling in a dense formation. The grand shaman, Naya, possessed extraordinary abilities due to the unique attributes of his lineage. His body, akin to that of a bat, was equipped with radar-like sensitivity, capable of detecting any encroaching danger and sensing the fluctuations of human hearts, thereby uncovering potential conspiracies. The clan leader has arrived. We await with utmost reverence, proclaimed Grand Shaman Naya, kneeling upon the ground. We are already aware of the clan leader's valor in the netherworld. You are indeed worthy of the Jiang lineage. We, the shamans, take pride in your legacy. In life, we are your souls, and in death, your spirits, loyal and unwavering, till the end. Enough, enough, no need for such words, Chen Zhi interrupted, waving his hand to halt Grand Shaman Naya's lengthy flattery, then gestured for everyone to rise and enter the grand sorcery hall together. As Chen Zhi stepped into the hall this time, he felt an immediate distinction from previous visits. The grand sorcery hall now shimmered with resplendence, the ceiling radiated brilliance, and the infant-like human barrier floated in midair, slumbering soundly and exhibiting remarkable stability, with all prior cracks completely vanished, shining even more brilliantly than before. Below, the immense crimson spirit stone had been placed in its rightful position within the realm of fire, surrounded by a radiant aura, its fiery brilliance leaping like a colossal heart, casting a deep crimson glow upon all adjacent auxiliary spirit stones. This barrier had endured a century of fire energy deprivation, lying dormant for far too long. Now, invigorated by such potent fire energy, it resembled a rebirth, demonstrating an abundance of energy, vitality, and stability. Observing the barrier in its stable state filled Chen Zhi with solace. Deep within, he felt a profound attachment to this barrier, an innate protective instinct akin to that of a parent safeguarding a child. While Chen Zhi contemplated the barrier, Grand Shaman Naya approached from behind, cradling the black cat left to him by Chen Zhi's mother, reporting to the clan leader. All chains binding this black cat were released at dawn. Now, it merely requires the clan leader's incantation, and it shall awaken instantly. We await your command outside. Please, do unveil it. After conveying this, Grand Shaman Naya respectfully placed the black cat before Chen Zhi and beckoned all the shamans to follow him outside, where they awaited atop the terrace. Chapter 651. The Black Cat's Treasure Within the Grand Shrine. Only Chen Zhi remained, gazing apprehensively at the imposing black cat before him. This marked his inaugural encounter with his biological mother, an image of maternal familiarity that had long been supplanted by a ghostly figure. He pondered what his true mother might be like, whether she would mirror the cold indifference of the specter. To his relief, he noticed that the myriad of fierce curses binding the black cat had entirely dissipated. Chen Zhi vividly recalled the first moment he laid eyes on the black cat. The once intricate web of cursed chains enveloping it had resembled an eternally tangled mass, each layer meticulously structured. The chains were interlinked, one loop entwined with another, and any misstep in unraveling them would lead to total ruin, erasing the cat and its secrets forever. Such a highly sophisticated curse seal demanded exceptional skill, an art form distinct from brute strength, an endeavor likely only achievable by his mother. Gently, Chen Zhi caressed the cat's head, murmuring incantations. With a sharp crack, a fissure appeared at the cat's neck, revealing an opening. As he twisted its head, he confirmed it was alive. Upon removing the head, a hollow space emerged within. Inside the black cat lay an emptiness akin to a storage vessel, containing a roll of yellowed paper alongside an assortment of miscellaneous items. Chen Zhi poured out the contents, which were scattered and disordered, some trinkets belonging to his mother, pins, and various indiscernible objects. After a cursory examination, he found nothing of particular significance. However, the roll of paper was extraordinary. Crafted from finely woven metallic threads, this paper, known as hemp paper, was handmade and resembled the process of creating gold silk, albeit less costly. It was designed to withstand the ravages of time, a medium reserved for recording vital information within the organization, invisible to the outside world. As Chen Zhi gradually unfurled the roll, he discovered it had become tightly coiled over the years. Upon laying it flat, he noticed the first page inscribed with delicate script. Recognizing his mother's handwriting, he surmised it was a letter intended for him. Yet, inexplicably, as he gazed at the initial lines, the words blurred before his eyes. Reminiscent of the onset of myopia, accompanied by a throbbing headache that threatened to overwhelm him. Instinctively, Chen Zhi closed his eyes, striving to quell the intrusive thoughts and evade the debilitating pain. Gradually, the discomfort subsided. Opting not to linger on the first page, he turned directly to the subsequent pages, where he found the text inscribed in an ancient script. The latter pages were distinctly older, their hue a dusty yellow, possibly hundreds of years old. As Chen Zhi meticulously examined the contents of these divine texts, a resonant hum filled his mind, and an exhilarating fervor surged through his veins. He felt every nerve within him awaken, the currents of energy within his body intensifying uncontrollably, and his former rudimentary understanding of spirit stones gradually crystallized. These were extensive incantations, intricate and convoluted, yet as Chen Zhi delved into their reading, they were as refreshing and sweet as a spring of pure water. At this moment, he had gained profound clarity regarding the attributes of all spirit stones, comprehending their practical applications and intrinsic qualities, even the synergistic effects of various combinations. Akin to a precise chemical formula, through these incantations, Chen Zhi finally discerned the paramount significance of spirit stones. They possessed the power to alter the energy fields of any entity, be it divine, human, or beast, and can even modify the original trajectory of the world's operations. However, this is an exceedingly intricate computational process, far more complex than one might envision. Chen Zhi now held a deeper admiration for Jiangshang's prowess in creating this human barrier. Upon revisiting the barrier, he realized it was fundamentally a meticulous formula crafted with spirit stones, a breathtaking feat of engineering. Each intricate interaction of details transformed the energy field of this vast world, introducing new biological structures and, consequently, altering the fate of humanity. While Chen Zhi may not yet wield the capabilities of spirit stones with the finesse of Jiangshang, he had grasped the fundamental principles of these mystical stones. The esoteric texts left to him by his mother contained the most enigmatic of Zhang's sorcery, the art of altering fate through spirit stones. At this moment, Chen Zhi was overwhelmed with excitement. He felt his blood surging, a sense of unprecedented fulfillment blossoming within him. He reaffirmed the latent desires of his subconscious. He was enamored with spirit stones and inherently possessed the talent to command their energies. The Jiang family's sorcery is vast and profound, yet not overly complex, primarily divided into three major components: offensive techniques, defensive techniques, and transformative techniques. The defensive arts involve the creation of barriers and the weaving of energy chains through fierce incantations. Thanks to the contributions of Qi Yunzi, Chen Zhi unexpectedly acquired the incantations for these fierce spells, and after his experiences in the tomb of the drought god, he had obtained the original, complete version of the fierce spell incantations, now wielded with ease. As for the offensive technique, the deification spell has long been regarded as the most formidable in Zhang's sorcery, possessing the power to vanquish deities. However, due to the passage of time, the deification spell has become fragmented. Yet, following the encounters in the tomb of the celestial fox and the underworld, Chen Zhi had largely grasped the entirety of the deification incantations. Lastly, he had always believed he would never encounter the Jiang family's most mysterious sorcery, the art of altering fate with spirit stones, only to discover it preserved within the black cat left by his mother, a truly unexpected boon. Chen Zhi understood the significance of this revelation for him. This implies that from this moment forth, Chen Zhi can wield the art of altering destinies through spirit stones, just as the illustrious ancestors of the Jiang clan did. The transformation of one's aura can indeed reshape one's fate, guiding the destitute to sudden wealth or reducing the powerful to nothingness. It can elevate the obscure to fame or render the exceptionally talented to a fate worse than death, placing the control of destiny firmly within the grasp of the spirit stones. Perhaps Chen Zhi is truly fortunate. He may achieve the highest goals that the ancestral leaders of the Jiang clan could not, akin to his forebear Jiang Shang, as he embarks on a sacred ritual. Chapter 652. Exploration. Chen Zhi surveyed his surroundings. Within the grand ritual hall, he found himself alone, as all the shamans awaited outside on the celestial platform. Gazing upward, he beheld the resplendent barrier of light overhead, encircled by the spirit tablets of the Jiang clan's ancestors, appearing solemn and sacred amidst the swirling mist. Holding a bundle of destiny-altering incantations, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. He looked towards the ethereal spirit tablets, sensing the presence of the departed Jiang clan leaders. Scrutinizing whether this new leader from an outsider family was worthy of such a divine art. Steadying his emotions, he returned his mother's relics to the black cat and carefully rewrapped the parchment in his hands. Silently, he recited the incantation, sealing the scroll with 3 fierce chains of spell before tucking it into his bosom. Finally, Chen Zhi summoned a gust of air, beckoning all the shamans to enter. "Leader, is everything proceeding smoothly?" The chief shaman, Naya, inquired with utmost reverence upon seeing the black cat open. Ever since his defeat during the previous rebellion, Naya had transformed from a treacherous and unruly figure into the most loyal and devoted subordinate. "Indeed," Chen Zhi replied with a slight nod, then turned his gaze towards the chief shaman. "Naya, I must entrust you with a matter during this critical period. Please, speak." Naya leaned closer, bowing his head, his ears caked with black mud, attentive to Chen Zhi's whispered command. "This time is exceptionally delicate. You must remain vigilant, particularly regarding the movements of the Ji clan's elder council within the western Qi royal city. By the way, are you aware of the matter concerning that stone wall?" "Yes." Naya, who had always relished schemes and intrigue, brightened at the thought of being tasked with monitoring the elder council. "According to my knowledge, the Ji clan stone wall possesses significant origins, said to date back to ancient times. It is imbued with a transmittable spell, directly connecting to the bloodline of the Ji clan. Before a leader's appointment, they would stain it with their blood, even in the event of a leader's sudden demise. The wall could convey the final vestige of their intent. For the past 5,000 years, the elders of the Ji clan have relied on it to appoint new leaders, without exception." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi nodded slightly, and then commanded, "Ya, listen closely. During this period, you must keep a vigilant watch over that stone wall. Spread your sorcery throughout the vicinity of the Elder-S Hall. Do not fear being discovered. Rather, be ostentatious, so they know that the divine sorcerers are observing them. I suspect someone intends to alter the names inscribed upon that stone wall. Your task is to maintain a high-profile surveillance, ensuring they are aware that we, the divine sorcerers, are watching the stone wall, thus deterring any attempts to tamper with it." "Understood." The Grand Sorcerer Ya responded promptly with utmost reverence. He then leaned closer to Chen Zhi, a sly grin spreading across his face, filled with obsequiousness. "Chief, you need not worry. I shall take complete responsibility for this matter. It is not mere boasting. But within the confines of Shiqi King's city, no one can escape my gaze. Do they think they can deceive us sorcerers with their dark arts? They are merely amateurs in our domain. Effective immediately, I shall infuse the arts of surveillance into the Elder-S Hall, encircling that stone wall. No one shall touch it. Not only will I detect any attempts to alter the names with dark arts, but I will also sense even the slightest inclination towards such thoughts. I can discern the fluctuations of human hearts. I was the first to detect the collective betrayal of the warriors last time and promptly reported it to the chief, which allowed us to regain control of the situation." "Collective betrayal? What did you perceive at that time?" Chen Zhi inquired, raising his gaze to meet Ya's. "Did you see them conspiring against us?" "No," the Grand Sorcerer Ya replied in a hushed tone. "What I sensed was a shift in the hearts of the people. At that time, I felt many among the warriors beginning to change internally." "Please elaborate." Chen Zhi gestured for the Grand Sorcerer to sit, but Ya, still standing with great deference, remained close to Chen Zhi's ear, continuing in a whisper. "During that period, I sensed a subtle change in the hearts of men. The warriors of the Ji clan were, by nature, ordinary humans, no different from the common folk. Yet, they possessed a unique conviction, loyalty. Loyalty is a human obsession. They cherish spiritual glory, valuing loyalty and righteousness more than their own lives. The warriors forget themselves. Loyalty becomes everything. Even if the chief commands them to die, they would unhesitatingly take their own lives. Truly foolish. For a moment, the Grand Sorcerer Ya became somewhat carried away, grinning with his yellowed teeth. However, upon noticing the chilling expression on Chen Zhi's face, he immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "I am guilty. I have spoken inappropriately. I remain unwaveringly loyal to the chief, devoted through life and death, with no second thoughts, as enduring as the seas and rocks." "Enough, enough!" Chen Zhi waved his hand, allowing Ya to rise. "Please continue. What changes occurred in their hearts at that time?" "Yes." Ya stood upright once more and continued, "For nearly a century, those loyal warriors have experienced no turmoil in their hearts. Their minds are exceedingly steadfast. No torment or danger can shake their convictions. However, during that period, I distinctly sensed that many among them suddenly began to question their beliefs. In essence, their convictions were collectively tainted, akin to a contagion, and shortly thereafter, a massive rebellion of warriors ensued." "Are you certain?" Chen Zhi asked seriously of the Grand Sorcerer Naya. "I can assure you," replied the Grand Sorcerer with unwavering confidence. "Though I may be a simpleton, I am assured of my prowess in the art of divination. Even deities in the flesh cannot evade my gaze." Indeed, during that time, the convictions of these warriors underwent a transformation. Furthermore, I felt a familiar force infiltrating the royal city of Shichi. This force, as the Grand Sorcerer began to articulate, shook his head, seemingly uncertain. "I cannot speak definitively of that matter, but since then, the warriors swiftly engaged in collective rebellion, indicating that someone had incited them, undermined their resolve, rendering them disloyal." Chen Zhi pondered silently. He understood these stalwart warriors all too well. Their loyalty stemmed from the depths of their hearts, even to the point of foolishness, making it exceedingly difficult for anything to sway them. Neither wealth nor power, these ephemeral trappings, could alter their mindset. Although the organization's promotion system was exceedingly stringent, and many warriors lamented their failure to ascend to the Red Belt, such regulations had persisted for millennia, rendering a sudden collective insurrection implausible. The only conceivable cause for such a phenomenon would be the unsettling of a belief they had held steadfastly within their hearts. Chapter 653. Dr. Thompson Chen Zhi did not engage in extensive discussions about the warriors with the Grand Sorcerer, for more pressing matters awaited his attention. After issuing a directive to monitor the Elder Council, Chen Zhi departed from the Grand Temple. Subsequently, he returned to the Jiang family's library, a place he had not visited in quite some time. His injuries had completely healed, yet his energy appeared not to have fully recovered, prompting him to yearn for a rejuvenating soak in the elixir pool. Upon seeing Chen Zhi's return, Qi Yunzi was overjoyed. Having lived for so long, his mind remained childlike. Entirely disinterested in the purpose and significance of Chen Zhi's recent endeavors, or the outcomes thereof. Isolated from the outside world, Qi Yunzi was unaware of the events transpiring beyond the library's confines. Thus, in his universe, Chen Zhi stood as his sole companion. Nevertheless, Qi Yunzi sensed that Chen Zhi's affairs had gone smoothly, as he had returned bearing numerous new data cards, allowing for updates to the games on his mobile device. Even amidst the most advanced medical technologies available in the external world, Chen Zhi found no comfort quite like that of soaking in the elixir pool. The water within was perpetually flowing, imbued with spiritual radiance, teeming with energy orbs. Immersed within, Chen Zhi felt his vitality swiftly rejuvenating, for the ceaseless influx of spiritual energy within the pool always bestowed upon him newfound strength. Chen Zhi closed his eyes, and his mind began to ponder the intricate incantations left to him by his mother. The art of reversing fate was exceedingly complex, laden with an extensive array of spells arranged in a convoluted manner, such that an ordinary individual would find it exceedingly challenging to memorize them in their entirety. To wield this sorcery with any degree of dexterity was akin to scaling the heavens. Chen Zhi could now fully comprehend why the patriarchs of the Jiang clan had not produced a single individual capable of communing with the divine. It was not due to a lack of fortune or insufficient magical prowess, but rather the overwhelming intricacy of the spells, which made mastery a matter of enlightenment and insight. After departing from the Jiang family's library, Chen Zhi requested the lamp attendant to escort him along a secluded path home. Being the center of excessive scrutiny was burdensome. Following the leader's demise, Chen Zhi now held the highest status within the organization, and the gazes directed at him were imbued with myriad sentiments. He sought solitude, wishing to evade any encounters or inquiries from others. Upon arriving at the suburban sanatorium, Chen Zhi discovered someone awaiting him, a familiar associate of Master Bao, evidently there to convey a message. "Little Zhi," the associate greeted politely. "Master Bao has sent me to inform you that the psychologist you requested has been summoned from London and will arrive in the city by noon tomorrow. However, this doctor is quite occupied and cannot linger for long. When would you like to arrange a meeting?" Oh, Chen Zhi's mind was instantly engaged. Yet his countenance remained composed as he replied nonchalantly, "Let us schedule it for tomorrow evening." "Understood." The messenger responded promptly before departing the sanatorium. As the hours passed, all others vacated the premises, including Ghostblade. Alone on his hospital bed, Chen Zhi reflected on his circumstances. "At last, I shall meet the hypnotist. I wonder what the outcome will be," he mused, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He consolidated his thoughts, realizing he had been ensnared in an enormous trap, intricately woven over the span of 2 decades, a mechanism that had manipulated him as a mere pawn. Strangely, as this notion crossed his mind, a mild ache began to throb in his head, not severe but enough to induce a sense of fatigue, compelling him to avoid particularly sensitive topics. Quickly, he redirected his thoughts toward lighter matters, steering clear of the glaring inconsistencies that plagued his mind, and as he did so, the headache subsided. Yet, he soon felt a deeper anguish in his heart, a pain far exceeding any physical discomfort. The following evening, indeed, the Bao family sent a vehicle to retrieve him. Chen Zhi chose not to bring many companions, opting to ride solely with Ghostblade. The car navigated forward, winding through a series of mountain roads before arriving at the city's largest hotel, the Hot Springs Holiday Inn. The hotel is situated beside a hot spring in the suburbs, in close proximity to the Bao family's hot spring villa. It exemplifies a truly understated yet opulent establishment, where the internal lavishness far exceeds that of a 5-star international hotel. While the exterior is enveloped by lush greenery, exuding an air of discretion that attracts only esteemed guests. Chen Zhi had long heard whispers about this place, noted for its exorbitant expenditures, where many indulge in extravagant spending, lost in a haze of luxury. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hotel, the car came to a halt, and staff members were already awaiting Chen Zhi's arrival. After they opened the car door for him, they escorted him into the hotel and took him up to the 17th floor via the elevator. This floor is dedicated entirely to spacious guest rooms, specifically designed to accommodate high-profile dignitaries. Chen Zhi was ushered into a grand suite of exceptional caliber, with decor that radiated opulence, akin to that of a presidential suite in a premier 5-star hotel. In the room, a Chinese female translator sat upon the sofa. She sported chestnut-colored hair and wore a pair of heavy black glasses. Although her Chinese was not particularly fluent, she was more than capable of effective communication. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the assistant to Dr. Thompson, sent by Mr. Bao to assist you," she said politely, shaking Chen Zhi's hand before continuing. "Dr. Thompson is quite busy. He is an expert in the field of hypnosis, specializing in cortical suggestions for the human brain. When you enter shortly, please relax and do not overthink. Simply lie back on the sofa and express your needs. I will translate for you." "All right." Chen Zhi nodded in acknowledgement, instructing Dao and the staff to wait in the living room while he followed the assistant inside. Within the inner chamber awaited Dr. Thompson, an elderly gentleman with a head of golden hair, likely in his 60s, possessing the prominent hooked nose characteristic of many Westerners. He wore a pair of delicate glasses and had a warm, gentlemanly demeanor. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's footsteps, he turned to greet him with a smile. However, as their eyes met, the smile faded from the doctor's face, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired in halting Mandarin, "How may I assist you, Mr. Chen?" "Yes," Chen Zhi affirmed, responding fluently in English. "I would like you to help me determine whether my brain has been hypnotized." Although much of the primary literature is in English, Chen Zhi, despite not having formally studied the language, had developed a habit of recognizing English through years of reading extensive original texts. While his spoken English was not fluid, engaging in simple conversations had become manageable for him. Chen Zhi articulated his request directly to Dr. Thompson in English before reclining on the sofa chair opposite the doctor. The chair was exceptionally comfortable, reminiscent of those therapeutic sofas he often saw in psychological practice rooms on television, though he had never imagined that one day he would find himself lying upon one. I comprehend your request. Dr. Thompson, upon realizing that Chen Zhi understood English, ceased his attempts at awkward Chinese. Sitting across from Chen Zhi, he adjusted his glasses and smiled, inquiring, Chen, may I ask why you suspect you have been subjected to hypnosis? Have you uncovered any clues? Or is there an anomaly within your mind? Chen Zhi, reclining gently on the sofa, felt a profound relaxation enveloping his body, yet his emotions sank into a deep abyss. Doctor, I harbor a mere suspicion, but I cannot assert with certainty. My grasp of psychology is rather limited. However, I have perused some materials indicating that certain adept hypnotists can manipulate others' psyches, guiding thoughts like engineers steering a robot. Through suggestion and signals, they can compel individuals to act against their will or obscure certain inquiries from their consciousness. I suspect someone has implanted a prohibitive zone within my mind to restrain my thoughts from addressing particular issues, prompting me to overlook information gaps and shielding my memory, thus impairing my ability to analyze certain matters and individuals accurately. Dr. Thompson nodded silently, then picked up his illuminating instrument. He gently lifted Chen Zhi's eyelids, directing light into his eyes. After an extensive examination, he remarked, Chen, I have assessed your condition, but I must caution you. Human thought is exceedingly intricate. The interplay of love and hate can establish a delicate equilibrium. Once disrupted, feelings of guilt can wield formidable power. Within such force, one's values and worldview may collapse instantaneously, leading to a mental breakdown. Revealing the complete truth to someone in deep hypnosis is extraordinarily cruel and perilous. Hypnosis is not necessarily detrimental. Even if a subject remains in a hypnotic state for life, happiness may still be attainable. Conversely, sometimes the revelation of truth can be utterly unbearable. Dr. Thompson's words pierced Chen Zhi's heart like a dagger, as he realized that the doubts he had long harbored were indeed grounded in reality, and the truth he most feared was likewise authentic. In an instant, tears began to swirl in his eyes, yet he refrained from letting them fall. He felt that, after 2 years of personal growth, his mind had matured significantly. The strength of his emotions had been deeply embedded in his subconscious. And even if hypnosis were to be lifted, he would not shatter, for ultimately, one must confront their true self, regardless of what that self may be. In the ensuing moments, Dr. Thompson initiated a basic form of hypnosis, gradually guiding Chen Zhi into a dreamlike state. However, Chen Zhi's thoughts leaped too rapidly, remaining in a state of heightened excitement. Such individuals often perplex hypnotists, and despite Dr. Thompson's remarkable techniques and Chen Zhi's full cooperation, several attempts at hypnosis culminated in failure, with Chen Zhi consistently awakening mere minutes after entering a deep slumber. At this moment, Dr. Thompson was drenched in sweat, his teeth clenched in hesitation. After a prolonged internal struggle, he resolved to instruct his female assistant to retrieve a particular medication from his bag. This substance, a violation of international medical ethics, bore a composition akin to narcotics. It was designed to induce a state of paralysis in Chen Zhi's cerebral nerves, swiftly leading him into a hypnotic state. Ultimately, this method proved effective. Through Dr. Thompson's relentless efforts and the drug's numbing effects, Chen Zhi finally succumbed to a profound trance. In this hypnotic state, Dr. Thompson posed several sensitive inquiries to Chen Zhi, who appeared to grapple with the answers, beads of sweat cascading down his pallid face, his expression a portrait of anguish. Dr. Thompson selectively chose only the most crucial questions to ask, directing his assistant to meticulously document the responses on a blank sheet of paper, mindful of Chen Zhi's physical condition, thus refraining from excessive questioning. Once the inquiries concluded, Dr. Thompson began to administer a deep relaxation massage to Chen Zhi's mind, embarking on the arduous task of dismantling the cognitive constraints that had been embedded within. It was akin to extracting nails from the very fabric of Chen Zhi's consciousness. This laborious process took a toll on Dr. Thompson himself, pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. A staggering 178 mental restrictions had been installed within Chen Zhi's mind, each meticulously crafted by an exceptionally skilled hypnotist, whose methods were both ruthless and sophisticated, mastering the art of subtle cues and psychological signals. These hypnotic barriers prohibited Chen Zhi from contemplating myriad topics. Even with a highly developed intellect, he would find himself abruptly halted when confronted with specific issues, experiencing intense pain if he attempted to think forcibly. This acute discomfort could render one's mind numb instantly, thereby establishing these 178 restrictions as untouchable realms of thought. When Chen Zhi finally emerged from the hypnosis, he was drenched in perspiration, his assistant tirelessly applying a cold towel to his face. It was around 3 in the morning, and his limbs lay utterly limp, rebuffing his brain's commands, rendering him incapable of exiting the room unaided. The assistant had no choice but to summon the external staff, who collectively aided Chen Zhi in his departure. Unbeknownst to Gui, who remained oblivious to the events transpiring within, he observed Chen Zhi's condition with a wary eye cast upon Dr. Thompson. The latter, also perspiring profusely from the prolonged intensity of his labor, wiped his brow with a handkerchief before approaching. He discreetly slipped 2 vials of medication into Chen Zhi's pocket, whispering into his ear, "Chen, this medication must be taken 3 times daily for a month, and your mind will be wholly restored. However, bear in mind the words I have just uttered. Do not become excessively fixated on morals and principles. For if your ethical standpoint is ever overturned, your spirit will shatter utterly, and your mind will descend into chaos." Chapter 655. A fate worse than death. Thus, Chen Zhi was carried back to the sanatorium. During this journey, he felt as if he had been reborn, perceiving the world around him in an entirely new light. His mind, previously constrained by taboos, began to whirl with unprecedented speed, revealing details that had once eluded him, while glaring logical inconsistencies gradually unfolded before him. What had once been an incomprehensible tangle of thoughts now resembled a seamless chain, each link interconnected, forming a grand tapestry of logic before his eyes. Everything became clear. It was a conspiracy, a grand scheme meticulously orchestrated over 2 decades, a plot that had cavalierly disregarded humanity's moral boundaries, manipulating familial bonds and love as mere instruments of control. The visage of his late uncle emerged before Chen Zhi, only to be swiftly overshadowed by the haunting image of his uncle's lifeless body. A wave of despair washed over him, threatening to engulf his sanity. An unbearable sense of guilt filled his being. He found his soul in a state of profound humility, loathing the malevolence coursing through his veins, wishing fervently to seclude himself in a desolate mountain, never to return to the world of men. That very night, upon his return to the sanatorium, Chen Zhi succumbed to a high fever, reaching nearly 40 degrees. The director of the sanatorium, alarmed and unaware of Chen Zhi's prior visit to a psychiatrist, believed he was suffering from a relapse of old injuries and promptly initiated emergency measures, contacting Master Bao without delay. However, Master Bao was away in Shangjing attending to urgent matters and was not locally available. Upon hearing the news, Lao Jindo hurriedly assembled a team and rushed over, but upon seeing Lao Jindo's face, Chen Zhi's condition deteriorated further. His mind spiraled into confusion, thoughts leaping chaotically, as an overwhelming sense of guilt began to consume him. Eventually, he experienced hallucinations, perceiving Lao Jindo as a vengeful spirit, come to reclaim the life of his son, with his deceased 3rd son lurking ominously behind him. Recognizing Chen Zhi's heightened agitation, Lao Jindo dared not approach him any closer, retreating outside to await updates. Yet, even from a distance, Chen Zhi could hear Lao Jindo's voice, and despite the latter's silence, he sensed his presence, intensifying his emotional turmoil to the point of frantic cries, akin to madness. In desperation, Lao Jindo ultimately chose to depart the sanatorium, instructing the director to care for Chen Zhi diligently and to maintain constant communication. Thus, Chen Zhi endured the most arduous 2 days and nights, beset by fever and convulsions. On the 3rd day, however, his condition began to improve, his temperature gradually stabilized, and clarity returned to his mind. As his thoughts resumed their normal course and reason was restored, the first word to emerge in his consciousness was evidence. Indeed, it is evidence. In the absence of evidence, any reasoning is but a hypothesis, and a hypothesis is devoid of significance. The intricacies of human thought are profound. Without evidence, one should refrain from hastily judging another. The first action taken by Chen Zhi upon regaining his rationality was to contact Mu He, who was currently in the south. However, Mu He had already completed the investigations Chen Zhi requested. Chen Zhi instructed his associates to prepare for an upcoming trip to Beijing, where they would seek out some forgotten historical documents. The director of the sanatorium was alarmed at the news of Chen Zhi's impending journey to Beijing. From the director's perspective, Chen Zhi's health had been remarkably restored, with no apparent issues. Yet, following his return from the hotel, his condition had inexplicably worsened. The director feared the possibility of undetectable internal injuries, and if something were to go awry, he would have no way to explain the situation to Lord Bao. Thus, he vehemently opposed Chen Zhi's travel plans. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi's resolve was unwavering. Reluctantly, the director insisted that Chen Zhi remain under observation in the hospital for another week. After this period, if there were no further fever symptoms, he could be discharged. This timeline conveniently aligned with Chen Zhi's plans, for, as Dr. Thompson had advised, he needed to adhere to his medication regimen to gradually alleviate the aftereffects of hypnosis. Thus, spending another week in the hospital for recuperation seemed a prudent choice. However, this week proved to be exceedingly arduous. The aftereffects of hypnosis were far more challenging to surmount than anticipated. The false images conjured by his mind proliferated. Chen Zhi began to experience nightly hallucinations. During this time, he frequently saw his uncle, Jiang Li, seated in the corner, still resembling a desiccated corpse. His skin a deep purplish hue, yet his eyes remained vivid, glaring at Chen Zhi as if he were an age-old adversary, his toothless lips perpetually moving in silent anguish. Additionally, he often beheld Chen Zhi, whose head was riddled with bullet holes, blood ceaselessly flowing from the wounds. Chen Zhi stood by Chen Zhi's bedside, his face streaked with tears as he gazed sorrowfully at him. Initially, Chen Zhi was terrified by these apparitions. The combination of fear and guilt was nearly overwhelming, leading him to contemplate the unthinkable. Yet, such is the nature of humanity. Time allows one to acclimatize to everything. Gradually, Chen Zhi became accustomed to this terror. At times, he would calmly observe the corpses of Chen Zhi and his uncle and softly declare, "Do not worry. I shall ensure your deaths are not in vain." Thus endured a week, during which Chen Zhi's emotions stabilized and his health returned to normal, allowing him finally to be discharged. Arrangements for their journey to Beijing had already been made, and Mu He had efficiently organized everything per Chen Zhi's instructions, including a dedicated reception in Beijing. Once all preparations were in place, Chen Zhi, along with Gui Dao and several associates from the Bao family, set out. Chen Zhi's objective for this trip to Beijing was distinctly clear. He sought to uncover a forgotten national secret project team. It is likely that knowledge of this project has dwindled over time. A clandestine initiative concerning the forging of control stone metal at the city's youth forging factory 25 years ago. Chapter 656. Journey to Beijing. When they arrived in Beijing, it was around 5 p.m. Indeed, a young man named Yi Qiu was waiting for them at the airport. In his 20s, he exuded a composed demeanor reminiscent of a military officer. Yi Qiu was a member of the Mu Special Operations Team and served as the vice captain. Mu held great trust in him and had informed Chen Zhi over the phone that Yi Qiu was a reliable individual who could assist with any matter. Given his extensive connections, they split into two vehicles, with Yi Qiu driving a separate car that carried Chen Zhi and Gui Dao, while the others followed in another vehicle. During the journey, Yi Qiu engaged in brief conversation with Chen Zhi. Though he spoke little, his calm and measured pace was quite comforting. A native Beijinger, Yi Qiu was well acquainted with the city. His father had once been a representative in the military district, and Yi Qiu himself had a background in the armed police before being transferred to the Special Investigation Unit due to his exceptional performance, where he worked under Mu. The Special Investigation Unit wielded considerable power, gaining access to most secretive organizations. As they chatted casually in the car, they unexpectedly arrived at a remote guest house. Though it lacked the luxury of a hotel, the interior was remarkably clean and tidy. They settled into this guest house, and after having dinner, twilight descended upon the city. Chen Zhi was preoccupied with his thoughts and lacked energy throughout the journey. After dining, he began inquiring about the schedule and the materials he needed from Yi Qiu. With a smile, Yi Qiu reassured him, "Brother Zhi, there is no need to rush. I am fully aware of your requirements, but some matters are best addressed at night for convenience." Indeed, shortly after 10 that evening, Yi Qiu knocked on the door to inform Chen Zhi that everything had been arranged. He instructed Chen Zhi to accompany him, advising against bringing too many people or any weapons to avoid drawing attention. Chen Zhi decided to leave the others at the guest house, taking only Gui Dao with him and their personal belongings as they followed Yi Qiu out. The winter wind outside was brisk. Beijing, being the capital, was a vast metropolis. Yi Qiu drove a special licensed jeep, making their way for quite some time before reaching the suburbs. There stood a building resembling an abandoned library, likely constructed before the founding of the nation. Despite its desolate exterior, The entrance was heavily guarded by armed soldiers. Yi Qiu was well known here, and the guards recognized him. They passed through the large gate without obstruction and drove straight into the courtyard, where they disembarked. This was a typical military compound from the 1960s, with patrolling soldiers visible throughout, evoking a sense of nostalgia for that era. Yi Qiu led Chen Zhi and Dao towards the building, with both men keeping their heads down, appearing as though they were merely Yi Qiu's attendants, maintaining a low profile. Upon entering the building, they soon realized that while the exterior appeared dilapidated, the interior revealed a different world altogether. The decor and facilities were remarkably modern, featuring automated sealed doors and a stringent security protocol, with nearly every entrance requiring an identity verification process. The initial checkpoints were manned by personnel who either recognized Yi Qiu and allowed him passage or briefly examined his credentials. However, subsequent barriers consisted of ultra-dense metallic bulletproof doors equipped with automatic scanners, indicating a significantly elevated level of security. Yi Qiu produced a card from his pocket, its surface an obsidian hue, reminiscent of an electroplated film, emanating a muted glow and appearing considerably thicker than a standard magnetic card. At each successive checkpoint, Yi Qiu utilized this card for access, and the scanning system displayed text indicating special authorization for entry by the high-level investigation team. They advanced without hindrance, ultimately entering a spacious inner chamber that resembled a vast archive, devoid of windows and lined with towering iron shelves, laden with mountains of documents. "This is it," Yi Qiu remarked, turning to Chen Zhi. "The documents regarding the secret project you requested are nowhere to be found in any of the computer databases, nor have we uncovered any historical records. It seems that all materials pertaining to this project have been obliterated. However, our nation maintains an exceptionally meticulous archival system. All state projects are recorded by a third-party repository, regardless of trivial matters concerning daily necessities or personnel logistics. Everything is documented here, and this location is scarcely known, rendering the possibility of material destruction improbable. Please search for any clues you might require. Beyond this, there exists no alternative." "Understood," Chen Zhi replied, immediately surveying the surroundings. The room clearly bore the marks of neglect, with dimly lit fluorescent lights. He directed his flashlight ahead, revealing rows of iron shelves adorned with thick brown paper file bags, meticulously arranged yet cloaked in a layer of dust, exuding a musty scent of damp paper. Each file bag bore a white label with legible inscriptions. The trio commenced their search for records pertaining to the metallurgical project from years past. Given the era's aversion to digitalization, the archival management was exceedingly precise. All documents were clearly articulated and accurately attributed. Thus, their search was relatively effortless, each clutching a flashlight as they meticulously sifted through the shelves for an extended period. Their eyes grew weary as they scrutinized the labels on every file bag in the expansive conference room, but they found no information related to the clandestine forging project. "This is indeed peculiar," Yi Qiu remarked after a moment of assisting them in their search. Lighting a cigarette and taking a puff, he continued, "Brother Zhi, since Team Leader Mu assigned me to investigate this matter, I have discerned that there is not a single record of the project you mentioned within any department. It is essential to recognize that a national-level project encompasses a vast array of elements. Even under the strictest confidentiality, the procedures involved are intricate and multifaceted, ranging from personnel deployment to financial initiation, implicating numerous departments. Moreover, considering the era in question, it would be exceedingly challenging to obliterate all documentation entirely. Are you certain there has been no misunderstanding? The project you speak of appears to exist solely within your imagination, not in reality." As Yi Qiu articulated this, he extinguished his cigarette and raised his gaze towards Chen Zhi, his eyes betraying a palpable skepticism. "I am unequivocally certain that this project exists," Chen Zhi asserted confidently. "I have personally witnessed the subterranean research facility associated with the project and observed its internal infrastructure. Furthermore, I am acquainted with engineers who have worked on this initiative." Chapter 657, Residual Documents. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu extinguished his cigarette, relinquishing his doubts about Chen Zhi. He pondered deeply for a considerable time before lifting his head to respond. If this is the case, the matter becomes considerably more intricate. It transcends mere issues of classified documentation and delves into the realm of national archival security. This locale serves as the ultimate archive backup repository, and it is inconceivable for an ordinary individual to gain access here. While I appeared to traverse this space unimpeded, the confidentiality level of this room is exceedingly high. Even the personnel of this building lack the authority to enter. I was only able to access this area using Team Leader Mu's identification card. Moreover, since there are no senior officials on duty at night, the guards are familiar with me, which lessens their vigilance. Gaining entry during the day would be far more challenging. If the documents here have indeed been destroyed, then that signifies. Ichio contemplated for a moment before continuing. That indicates the individual responsible for the destruction possesses formidable capabilities. They have their own means to navigate through classified departments with ease. This person is exceedingly dangerous, and we must identify them. Are there any other locations? Chen Zhi felt a sudden pang of unease upon hearing Ichio's words. He hastily shifted the topic, glancing around. Is this the only place? Are there other areas we have yet to explore? None, Ichio replied, shaking his head. As far as I know, all third-party documentation related to national-level secret projects is stored in this room. There are no other locations. It appears we have thoroughly searched this area. Other locations? Chen Zhi leaned forward, noticing the unevenness of the floor, where many stones were freshly laid. This structure had evidently been renovated from an older building, making it likely that there could be underground spaces. He moved forward, reaching the back of a metal rack. Having developed an instinct for hidden doors and mechanisms during their missions in the Tomb of the Gods, Chen Zhi quickly discovered a concealed staircase behind the metal rack leading downwards. Illuminating the staircase with his flashlight, he discerned that it was not extensive, directly connecting to a basement. The large iron door of the basement was secured with a thick, rusted chain. At that moment, Ichio and goblin approached. Peering into the darkness of the iron door. What lies beneath? Chen Zhi inquired. Uncertain, Ichio shook his head. Yet, it appeared that this place was not deliberately concealed. It seemed to be an abandoned warehouse. The multitude of documents here was overwhelming, and due to their age, it was likely that some insignificant files were deemed devoid of archival value and thus discarded as waste. Waste materials? Chen Zhi inquired, shining his flashlight ahead. Under its beam, he discerned a rust-laden chain adorned with a large iron lock. However, that lock was also corroded. Judging by the chain's thickness, it was not something that could be easily pried open. Do you wish to enter? Ichio asked Chen Zhi. Yes, let us take a look, Chen Zhi nodded. Consequently, the three of them collaboratively lifted the iron frame, revealing a dark staircase behind it. The key to that hefty iron lock was certainly lost, and severing the chain here would be ill-advised. Just as Chen Zhi hesitated, Ichio glanced back at the door, ensuring no one was around, then retrieved a small leather wallet from his pocket. This wallet was no larger than a matchbox, exquisitely crafted. After a gentle shake, a wire, no thicker than a toothpick, sprang forth from within. Ichio inserted the wire into the rusted keyhole, twisting it left and right until, with a gratifying click, the iron lock opened effortlessly. Impressive, Chen Zhi thought, reassessing Ichio. Clearly, none of the special task group members were unskilled. Ichio meticulously dismantled the heavy chain hanging from the door, then proceeded to pull open the large iron door. As it creaked ajar, a cloud of dust and the acrid scent of rust wafted forth, provoking a fit of coughs from all present. Exercise caution, Ichio cautioned, glancing into the shadowy depths below, then turning back to Chen Zhi. Understood. Chen Zhi smiled faintly. Following Ichio down alongside goblin, the basement was rather ordinary, roughly 30 square meters in size, with an oppressive dampness permeating the air. Moldy wall coverings were evident. Yet in stark contrast to the upper levels, this space lacked orderly file racks. Instead, it was cluttered with disorganized documents and miscellaneous items, all coated in a thick layer of dust. Chen Zhi swept his flashlight around, noting the significant accumulation of dust. Any disturbance sent clouds swirling throughout the room, the pungent odor proving quite unpleasant. As he rummaged through the ground, he discovered several large wooden boxes filled with assorted documents and debris, chaotic remnants seemingly intended for storing discarded materials. Within lay numerous letters and loose pages, though most were water-damaged, rendering their original forms indecipherable. However, these forsaken documents piqued Chen Zhi's interest. Upon further inspection, he found that they predominantly recorded trivial details, fragmented pieces of information devoid of archival merit. Yet, it was precisely due to their triviality that the clues within were challenging to obliterate entirely. In the following hours, the three individuals diligently rummaged through the documents in the dust-laden basement, leaving no detail overlooked. This task proved to be far more arduous than sifting through the well-organized file bags earlier. As time passed, their fingers became smeared with black grime. At long last, Chen Zhi discovered a file among a stack of personal application forms. This particular document pertained to a request for family meal subsidy, entirely handwritten, verbose, and rather tedious. It had not been approved and had been discarded as irrelevant material. Upon spotting this document, Chen Zhi's eyes brightened. For inscribed at the bottom was the name of a unit, the city's secret metal research project group, Chapter 658. He briefly skimmed through the application, which spanned 3 pages, noting that the only relevant information was found at the end, in the work unit section, where the name of the city's secret metal research project group was inscribed. There was a conspicuous absence of further details or even an official seal. However, the handwritten nature of the application suggested that the applicant had been earnest and emotionally charged, hastily pinning a considerable amount, with the date marked as July 21st, 1990. Capture any significant materials and bring them back, Yi Qiu urged, realizing that Chen Zhi was engrossed in the document and had likely uncovered the needed information. He gestured towards the doorway, signaling everyone to exit swiftly. Heeding Yi Qiu's words, Chen Zhi promptly retrieved his phone and meticulously photographed each page of the application, ensuring to capture every detail, even the nuances of the text. Subsequently, they organized the documents once more, secured the basement door, wrapped the iron chain around the handle, locked it, and returned the iron rack to its original position. Once everything was in order, they followed Yi Qiu as they hurriedly retraced their steps. However, just as they exited the document room, they were met with the resounding sound of heavy footsteps approaching, a cacophony of military boots striking the floor, indicating that a group of about a dozen individuals was drawing near. Not good, Yi Qiu whispered, hastily wiping the dust from his fingers with a tissue. He turned to Chen Zhi and Guidao, speaking swiftly, "We've lingered here too long and have attracted attention from above. The highest-ranking official has arrived, and his status is significant. Regardless of how they question you, you must not reveal your true identities nor engage in any conflict. Just insist that you came with me. Otherwise, we'll be in serious trouble." Understood, Chen Zhi nodded slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with Guidao, signaling him to comply with Yi Qiu's instructions. Indeed, as Yi Qiu's words fell, a procession of individuals clad in military uniforms approached. At the forefront stood an elderly soldier in his 50s. Exuding vitality despite his somewhat worn attire, impeccably clean and neat, his epaulets adorned with glaring insignia. He first laid eyes upon Yi Qiu, then glanced at Chen Zhi and Guidao trailing behind, his brows instantly knitting together. Chen Zhi sensed the old soldier's aura brimming with fury, as if he might draw his weapon at any moment. "Who are they?" the old soldier bellowed at Yi Qiu, his voice reverberating and assaulting the ears. "I saw your team leader Mu's name in the computer system. Why have you brought these 2 individuals? Who are they?" His voice was resounding and laced with anger, while those following him appeared to bear the weight of guilt, casting furtive glances at Yi Qiu, none daring to speak. "General Tao." Yi Qiu hurriedly approached with a smile. "Uncle Tao, you're here at work so early. Your dedication is commendable. These 2 are new recruits, assisting me. Spare me your pleasantries." General Tao dismissed Yi Qiu without a shred of courtesy. "Xiao Yi Qiu, do you take this place for a mere playground? How dare you bring people in so casually? Let me remind you, even you lack the authority to do so. Moreover, you expect me to believe they are your aides? Am I losing my sight?" "No, no, no." Yi Qiu quickly countered with a smile. "Uncle Tao, allow me to explain. The situation is as follows." "Step aside." General Tao, seemingly uninterested in Yi Qiu's explanation, turned to his close guards and commanded, "Search them." "Yes, sir." Instantly, several armed police sprang forth from behind General Tao, disregarding all else as they approached Chen Zhi and Guidao, intent on searching them. Chen Zhi felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. While he was not particularly afraid of being searched, his phone was encrypted to the highest standard. Impervious even to the most skilled hackers, his concern lay with Guidao, who concealed a dagger within his pants. Given his temperament, he would never allow anyone to invade his personal space. "Stop!" Yi Qiu suddenly turned and shouted, his voice sharp. The armed police halted immediately upon hearing Yi Qiu's furious tone, glancing at General Tao for guidance. At that moment, Yi Qiu turned back, his smile vanished. His expression grave as he addressed General Tao. "General Tao, to be candid, I am here on orders from Team Leader Mu to execute a confidential mission. However, I am currently bound by duty and cannot divulge details. While they are indeed not my subordinates, their identities are of utmost significance and warrant no search. Furthermore, we are unarmed. The information room is equipped with a nanosecurity system. The alarm will sound if even a single piece of paper is removed. We merely intended to review the materials and nothing more. I respectfully request that General Tao, in the spirit of utmost cooperation, allow us to proceed. After Yi Qiu finished speaking, he once again produced his work ID, flipping it over to reveal a new document on the back. Chen Zhi, unable to see clearly from behind, noticed a large steel seal and a fingerprint code on the document. Yi Qiu handed the document to General Tao, who took it with a scrutinizing gaze, his brow tightly furrowed. After examining Yi Qiu once more, he remarked, "You little rascal, just a few years apart, and you've made quite the progress. Tell your old Mu to refrain from using this to intimidate me. Next time, give me a call in advance." "Yes, Team Leader Mu will personally explain to you shortly," Yi Qiu replied solemnly, saluting General Tao, then gestured for Chen Zhi and goblin to follow him. The personnel behind General Tao granted them passage, allowing them to proceed. They walked briskly until they exited the building, at which point Yi Qiu let out a sigh of relief. It was then they realized that dawn had broken. They had unwittingly spent the entire night inside. Their vehicle remained parked in the courtyard, and Yi Qiu hurriedly ushered everyone into the car to depart from the military compound. After safely escorting them back to the guest house, Yi Qiu took his leave, instructing Chen Zhi to call him if any issues arose, assuring him of his unwavering support. Upon returning to his room, goblin went next door to rest, while Chen Zhi isolated himself in solitude, repeatedly examining the photographs of the documents he had just taken. He discovered that the applicant for the documents was a man named He Zhonghua. Chapter 659. The True Underground Research Institute. The document was printed on old-fashioned paper, stamped with the word confidential, confirming it had been retrieved from a classified department. However, the content of the document lacked substantial significance. It was an application for a special subsidy for meal expenses, submitted by an engineer named He Zhonghua. In the application, he did not specify his exact job position or even the precise location of his work. Yet, the text revealed that all personnel involved in the project had been subjected to a long-term, dim underground work environment, deprived of sunlight and forbidden from returning home, with no means of communication whatsoever. Consequently, he submitted a request to the organization, seeking special consideration for his family. The application indicated that He Zhonghua's family was in dire straits. His father had passed away, his mother was elderly and ailing, and his wife struggled to care for several children. The family's financial situation was exceedingly precarious. Thus, He Zhonghua sought to provide for his family through meal subsidies, hoping some of the funds could be transformed into monetary assistance sent to them during this challenging period. However, it was evident that this application was later denied, relegated to the pile of discarded documents, and subsequently faded into obscurity. Yet, it was precisely this circumstance that allowed it to survive until now, ultimately falling into Chen Zhi's hands. Chen Zhi perused the application repeatedly, hoping to uncover a hint concealed within the text. However, he discerned that the document was cluttered with superfluous verbiage. Yet, it distinctly recorded one critical fact: the project's leader was one of their frontline supervisors, possessing the utmost authority over the engineers. This individual wielded the power of unilateral decision-making, requiring no accountability to any department, and communicated solely with the highest echelons of the National Research Department, rendering other departments entirely unqualified to intervene. Furthermore, the engineers were bound to obey his commands, with any defiant engineer subject to clandestine internal repercussions, exempt from higher reporting. Consequently, the engineers labored in a state of palpable trepidation, akin to a form of soft confinement, devoid of personal freedom. The identity of this project leader remained undisclosed, as He Zhonghua refrained from mentioning any names. Yet Chen Zhi could sense the palpable fear he harbored towards this authority figure. Beyond this, no additional information beneficial to Chen Zhi could be gleaned from the document. He switched off his phone and closed his eyes, his mind tirelessly weaving together the threads of these clues. From the materials at hand, it was evident that over 2 decades ago, a national-level metallurgical project had indeed been initiated at the city's youth forging factory, attracting numerous metallurgical specialists, a fact already within Chen Zhi's knowledge. However, the project itself was shrouded in secrecy, and its stringent management system confined the engineers to a basement, working day and night, an approach uncharacteristic of a typical national project, resembling rather a private endeavor. Yet, these remained mere conjectures. The true purpose and particulars of the project were solely in the hands of its leader, leaving the other engineers in the dark regarding the identity of this pivotal figure. Moreover, a crucial player remained under scrutiny, the highest authority within the National Research Department, who had sanctioned and supported the project, a behavior decidedly irregular. Who could this senior leader be, and what compelled him to risk his reputation in endorsing such an initiative? As Chen Zhi closed his eyes, the image of his father resurfaced unbidden in his mind. He recalled his father's words from their past discussions regarding this matter. Chen Zhi's father had shared that when he was of a similar age to Chen Zhi, he had been reassigned to this small city, accompanied by a cadre of senior metallurgical engineers. Their mission was to secretly develop control stone metal, a project of considerable importance to their superiors, who had dispatched numerous researchers and allocated substantial resources, including gold and materials. However, after extensive research in the basement, they had failed to achieve any tangible progress, as they lacked samples of control stone. In 1992, news of Chen Zhi's grandfather's passing reached them, prompting his father to hastily return to Beijing, only to discover that the superior responsible for this project had mysteriously vanished. Subsequently, the project transformed into a covert operation, with all personnel at the underground research facility replaced by malevolent forces. Chen Zhi's father feigned madness to preserve his life, becoming the sole survivor of that project. Although Chen Zhi was already aware of these circumstances, the seemingly innocuous narrative now presented numerous inconsistencies before him. Firstly, if what He Zhonghua described were true, and all engineers were prohibited from leaving the factory for personal matters, how could Chen Zhi's father have had the opportunity to return to Beijing to attend a funeral? Even if the project head had shown leniency, according to Chen Zhi's father, he was able to return home daily and live a normal life with Chen Zhi's mother in the city. Clearly, his father's treatment differed from that of the other engineers. Secondly, who was the highest authority in the research department at that time? What motivations drove this individual to organize such a secret project and allocate such considerable human and material resources? Moreover, if this senior leader communicated solely with the project head, how was Chen Zhi's father aware of his disappearance? Unless, of course, Chen Zhi's mind could no longer evade the truth. His father was, in fact, the head of the city's clandestine metal project. Since Dr. Thompson had released Chen Zhi from hypnosis, he frequently experienced cerebral fatigue, particularly during emotionally charged moments. Often feeling drowsy, after a night spent poring over documents in the basement, he was already fatigued, and now his mind began to feel heavy again. In a state of agitation, he unwittingly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Chen Zhi found himself surrounded by grotesque corpses, witnessing countless faces twisted in agony, their expressions filled with despair as they screamed at him in torment. Ultimately, he awoke amidst their cries, drenched in sweat, his pillow thoroughly soaked. The time was approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Chen Zhi observed the ghost blade in the corner of the room, eyes closed in a meditative state. Clutching his weapon, the ghost blade remained vigilant, likely having entered the room silently to protect him while he slept. For reasons unknown, upon awakening from his dream, Chen Zhi felt a remarkable lightness in his mind, as if the accumulated detritus had finally been cleared away, leaving his thoughts remarkably lucid and coherent. He Zhonghua. The name surfaced in Chen Zhi's mind, a pivotal figure among all the clues. He must be located. Chapter 660. He Zhonghua. Chen Zhi understood that the engineers who were once in the underground facility had long since departed from this world. They likely perished beneath the terrifying grip of the marauding forces when they invaded the basement. Regardless of what those engineers might have witnessed, the dead cannot speak, and the documents pertaining to that project have been entirely erased from the archives, leaving their names irretrievable. Now, the name He Zhonghua has emerged like a window opened in a closed room, revealing the first clues of the entire incident, serving as the sole thread to pursue. Chen Zhi has come to understand that within the city's clandestine metal forging project, there exists an engineer by the name of He Zhonghua, an expert in metallurgy who previously worked in Beijing before being reassigned to the secret project team. His family circumstances are challenging, with an elderly, ailing mother, a wife, and children. If he were alive today, he would be in his 50s or 60s. Moreover, given the context, all members assigned to the secret metal forging project are top talents in metallurgy. Hence, He Zhonghua's academic qualifications are undoubtedly high. During that era, educational credentials held significant value, and one could hardly rise to the status of an expert without exceptional skills. It is likely that he left behind seminal papers or other scholarly materials. And with these clues combined, locating this individual becomes feasible. Upon realizing this, Chen Zhi immediately dialed Yi Qiu's phone. Yi Qiu had just awakened on the other end. After understanding the context of Chen Zhi's call, he advised Chen Zhi to wait for further news at home. While Chen Zhi was on the phone, goblin had already risen. He always feigned sleep, for no sound could escape his notice. The employees of the Bao family had been waiting outside while Chen Zhi slept, never leaving, ready to heed his commands. After Chen Zhi and goblin emerged, they first instructed the staff to have a meal before preparing for the evening's operation. Indeed, in the time it took to have that meal, Yi Qiu's call returned. He informed Chen Zhi that they had successfully traced He Zhonghua, confirming him to be a renowned expert in the metallurgy field, albeit from a bygone era. According to their findings, he had perished in an accidental mishap over 2 decades ago, though specific details were scant, merely noting it as an industrial accident, without even mentioning the location. However, they have now secured the address of He Zhonghua's hometown. His origins lie not far away, hailing from a small mountain village in a county near the capital. His family, originally farmers from the mountains, had moved to the county due to He Zhonghua's remarkable talent, but after his death, the family returned to farming in the mountains. With the exact address now identified, there was no need for further delay. Yi Qiu informed Chen Zhi that they could proceed at any time if needed, and he would arrange everything. Upon receiving this news, Chen Zhi issued commands without extensive planning, instructing all the staff to prepare for an immediate departure. Yi Qiu had already made the necessary arrangements, securing 2 off-road vehicles with special permits capable of accommodating Chen Zhi and his team, suitable for mountainous terrain. Yi Qiu arrived to collect Chen Zhi and the others after dinner, and they set off under the cover of night towards the small mountain village. After the car departed from the guest house, it directly made its way onto the highway, heading towards the suburbs near the capital. The journey was silent, and by the time they reached the small county town, it was already past 11 at night. The darkness enveloped the surroundings, making it an unsuitable time to venture into the mountains. Thus, they sought refuge for the night in the county town, planning to ascend the mountains the following morning. Yi Qiu had obtained the address from the police's backup personal records. However, the terrain of the mountain village was intricate and the residences scattered, entirely different from the urban landscape. They inquired along the way, and after much effort, finally discovered the small village where He Zhonghua had once resided. It was indeed a very impoverished village with a sparse population. Upon entering the village, they directly approached the village chief, an elderly man with dark skin, over 70 years old, whose teeth were nearly all gone. Despite this, his household was bustling with activity. The men were out working while many women and children remained in the courtyard, creating quite a commotion. Yi Qiu engaged the village chief in conversation, informing him that they were sent by the government to understand the circumstances of He Zhonghua's family. He explained that He Zhonghua was an important talent for the nation, and although he was no longer with them, the organization was concerned about his family's well-being and requested the village chief's full cooperation in helping them locate He Zhonghua's widow. To everyone's delight, the village chief was not unfamiliar with the name He Zhonghua. He instructed his eldest daughter-in-law to prepare hot tea for the guests, and then led everyone to the courtyard. Lighting his old clay pipe, he rapped the ground with authority. The village had a code of conduct that upheld male dominance and respect for elders. As the head of the household, the old chief held considerable stature. After his sharp knock on the ground, the chattering daughters-in-law fell silent, and the courtyard became tranquil. "Ah, He Zhonghua, what a pity," the village chief lamented, letting out a heavy sigh. He placed the pipe back in his mouth and took a few puffs, his brows furrowed like twisted dough. "He was the golden phoenix that soared from our village, the first university student from our mountains, and then, just like that, he was gone. Truly unfortunate, what a loss." As the village chief spoke, he sighed repeatedly, his eyes, clouded and yellowed, filled with regret. "Sir," Yi Qiu addressed the village chief, "there is no need to dwell on the past. Our purpose in coming here is to locate He Zhonghua's family. I have heard he has an elderly mother, a wife, and 2 children, living in dire circumstances. The government has some special subsidies for them, and I wish to deliver this aid personally." "Subsidy? Is that money?" The village chief's eyes widened in astonishment, displaying an unusual excitement at the mere mention of money. "Oh, something like that," Yichio replied casually. "Ah, do not give that woman any money," the old village chief exclaimed, striking his pipe against the ground with a resounding thud, his face contorted with indignation. Leaning forward, he lowered his voice and addressed Chen Zhi and the others. "You ought not to send any funds to their household. He Zhonghua's mother has long since passed, and his wife is now alone on the mountain, caring for 2 children. That woman, ugh, she is nothing but a disgrace. She harbors a wild man in her home, bringing shame upon herself. Let us refrain from bestowing her with any more money." Chapter 661. The woman entangled with spirits. Chen Zhi was taken aback by the village chief's words. Indeed, remnants of feudal thought lingered among the villagers, and they often voiced their disapproval of widows remarrying. However, in this modern era, a widow whose husband had been deceased for many years should not be subjected to such harsh judgment for seeking companionship. Such occurrences were commonplace in every village. How could the village chief utter such unkind remarks? "Pray tell, what exactly is the situation you have described?" Yichio inquired with a smile, attempting to draw out more information from the old chief. He appeared as meticulous as a clerk in a bureaucratic office, yet his words were imbued with precision. At times, Chen Zhi felt he was witnessing a doppelganger of Mu He. "There's little to elaborate on. She is simply an embarrassing woman." The village chief seemed to realize that his previous comments were excessive, shaking his head in embarrassment and rapping his pipe once more, indicating his desire to change the subject. At that moment, his eldest daughter-in-law served hot tea to the gathering. The mountain folk often regarded outsiders with curiosity, and upon Chen Zhi and Yichio's entrance into the courtyard, the women had already taken note of them, chattering animatedly about the newcomers. The eldest daughter-in-law had caught wind of their conversation, and as women are often inclined to do, she chimed in, "What is there to hide? The entire village knows that He Zhonghua's wife is infamous for her loose morals. She keeps a mountain spirit in her home, a man transformed from a mountain demon, who ventures into the hills by day and descends to spend the night with her. He seldom shows his face, yet she sustains him, with her 2 children living alongside this creature, never descending from the mountain. The villagers have long held her in disdain. Cease your nonsensical chatter, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. Get back to your chores." The old village chief scolded his daughter-in-law, rapping his pipe forcefully. The daughter-in-law, startled, retreated in silence. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi and Yichio discerned the implications of her words. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Yichio felt compelled to adopt an official demeanor. "Esteemed elder, you are aware that we have been dispatched by the organization, and without proper insight into the matter, we cannot fulfill our obligations. Individuals of national significance like He Zhonghua require us to comprehend the circumstances surrounding their families. It has been many years since his passing. We must ascertain what has transpired in his household. You must provide us with an accurate account. As an esteemed elder of the village, your wisdom and discernment are paramount, especially in critical moments. It is essential that you actively cooperate with our endeavors and relay any pertinent information regarding the household in question." Under the persistent flattery and inquiries from Yichio, the old village head finally sighed and, albeit reluctantly, recounted the entire sequence of events. "Alas, it seems our village is burdened by some ancestral misdeed, having birthed such a shameless woman who has attracted the attention of the spirits from the mountains." After the old village had expressed his indignation by tapping his pipe, he began narrating the tale of He Zhonghua's wife and her dealings in the mountains. Upon the news of He Zhonghua's demise, the villagers initially felt sympathy for his wife, bringing her family back from the county and offering support for their livelihood. However, upon learning of her husband's death, He Zhonghua's mother fell into despair and passed away within the month, leaving behind a trio of orphans and a grieving widow. He Zhonghua's wife, once a woman of integrity, found herself alone with her 2 sons. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, within 6 months, her true nature began to reveal itself. It became common knowledge that she was frequently bringing men home at night, men who appeared disheveled and limped as if they were scavengers. The village had its customs. While a widow could remarry, it was expected that she conduct herself with dignity, avoiding clandestine encounters with dubious individuals. The villagers assumed that He Zhonghua's wife had indiscriminately invited a stranger or a beggar into her home, which bred disdain and sullied the village's reputation. Consequently, any misfortune, be it a missing dog or a chicken, or the harassment of young women, was attributed to her. He Zhonghua's wife, seemingly guilty, never sought to defend herself nor revealed her companion, as if fearing exposure. Whenever questioned, she would vehemently deny bringing anyone home, and over time, the villagers' aversion towards her grew, leading to her isolation. Unrepentant, she eventually decided to leave the village altogether, taking her children into the depths of the mountains to cultivate a new life. From that point onward, numerous woodcutters reported seeing her mysterious companion lingering about their home, and some even caught a glimpse of his frightful visage, likening it to that of a mountain demon. The superstitious villagers soon spread tales of He Zhonghua's wife succumbing to loneliness and finding a monster to share her life with. Thus, 2 decades passed, and their children grew, yet the villagers continued to harbor disdain, shunning them and refraining from any matrimonial proposals. They became entirely marginalized. Nevertheless, He Zhonghua's wife seemed unfazed by their scorn, as her family thrived alongside the mountain spirit. After the old village head concluded his narration, Yiqiu and Chen Zhi exchanged glances. While the villagers' superstitions appeared ludicrous, the story illuminated several troubling issues, leaving them both with lingering doubts. Have you seen the face of that scavenger? Is he truly a monster? Chen Zhi inquired of the old village head. No, the old village chief shook his head. Our family holds a certain status, and he is merely a wild man. What is there to admire? Even if he is not a monster, there must be some flaw. Otherwise, why would he conceal himself from others? I have seen it. I have seen it. Earlier, the eldest daughter-in-law who served tea has been eavesdropping on their conversation from behind. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's inquiry, she rushed forward to interject. At that time, I specifically took a detour to their home while heading up the mountain. I peered in from outside the wall, and oh dear, that wild man of theirs. How could Sister He, such a clean person, willingly associate with him? His face looks as if a blind bear has licked it, covered in blue veins and red flesh. It startled me to my core, resembling a living ghost, quite literally as if he had been flayed. Isn't that right? Chen Zhi echoed her words. Indeed. Indeed. No wonder, sister, he does not bring him out to meet people. It is utterly embarrassing. After the daughter-in-law finished, she covered her mouth and laughed with the surrounding women, indicating that this jest had been circulating among them for quite some time. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi had already grasped the situation. He promptly stood up and asked the old village chief, Sir, do you know where He Zhonghua's wife's family resides? Could you guide us there? Chapter 662. The recluse in the mountains. Upon hearing about the intention to visit He's family in the mountains, the old village chief immediately shook his head vigorously. As they had not associated with the He family for quite some time, it would be quite awkward to lead people there unexpectedly. However, after persistent pleas from Chen Zhi and Yiqiu, and particularly motivated by a bribe of 500 yuan, the old village chief ultimately acquiesced to their request. Of course, due to his advanced age and mobility issues, the old village chief could not accompany them up the mountain personally. However, he had a 15-year-old grandson who, having been indulged by the family, had yet to assist with any farm work and was idly wandering the yard. Children from the mountains are accustomed to the wilderness, having grown up exploring every nook and cranny of the hills, so he would lead Chen Zhi and the others to find He's family. The boy, nicknamed Stubborn Mantu, was dark and thin, having earned his name due to his obstinacy and fondness for white steamed buns. Now that life in the mountain village was good and food plentiful. At just 15, he had already grown to resemble a young man. When he heard his grandfather assign him this task, he was elated, as he had been feeling restless at home and was eager to explore the mountain. The old village chief also slipped him 30 yuan, instructing him to buy a few items from the village shop, suggesting that they should not arrive at He's door empty-handed, but rather with a small gift as a token of goodwill. Thus, Stubborn Mantu first visited the village shop to purchase 2 bags of snacks, then led Chen Zhi, Yiqiu, Gui Dao, and several companions as they ascended the mountain. The mountains here were not steep, and the path had been well-trodden, lacking any significant hazards. Moreover, Chen Zhi was already accustomed to climbing mountains, so he made swift progress, leaving Stubborn Mantu trailing behind. As Yiqiu ascended the mountain, he engaged in continuous conversation with Jiang Mantu. Yiqiu, a meticulous individual, understood that reality is seldom articulated by a single person. One must heed multiple voices to grasp the truth. Thus, throughout their journey, Yiqiu exhibited great kindness towards Mantu, sharing numerous intriguing tales from the city and inviting him to visit Beijing in the future. After fostering a closer bond, Yiqiu inquired about the He family. Child, may I ask you something? Yiqiu chuckled as he addressed Mantu. You heard what your grandfather said earlier, right? Are those rumors true? Does the He family really harbor a mountain spirit? Bah, what mountain spirit? Jiang Mantu retorted indignantly, spitting on the ground in frustration. With favorable weather, where could a mountain spirit come from? Such nonsense. The villagers are merely envious of the He family and slandering them. I've seen the so-called mountain spirit they speak of. That elder is clearly a living person, not a supernatural being at all. I've also met their two older brothers, who are both exemplary individuals. My mother and the others are just spreading baseless rumors. You shouldn't listen to their gossip. Intrigued by Mantu's words, Yichio noted that it was unusual for a mere 15-year-old boy to possess such discernment, especially when the entire village condemned the He family. Well done, young man. You are quite perceptive, Yichio exclaimed, patting Mantu on the shoulder. But why do your grandfather and mother speak of them in such a manner? Did the widow of the He family offend someone in the village? Not at all. The He family's matron is quite amiable. The villagers are simply envious of them. Mantu replied as he continued his ascent. I was young back then, and the adults spoke freely in my presence. I remember my father and mother discussing how the He family's matron was quite generous, likely receiving some form of state pension, which is why the villagers sought to ingratiate themselves with her family. Later, I heard my father mention that the He family's matron was exceptionally beautiful in her youth, renowned as the village flower. After the death of the He family's elder, many men in the village coveted her as the young widow, often knocking on her door late at night. At that time, the two elder brothers of the He family were still young, and their mother was harassed by this attention. Eventually, it was rumored that she had found a man, which caused the villagers to relent. Then they began to concoct tales about her. Typical behavior, really. And moreover, the villagers were envious of the He family's two children. Envious of their children? Yichio expressed his astonishment. If I am not mistaken, the He children should now be in their 20s. What is there to envy if they are merely farming or hunting in the mountains? I don't know, Manta replied, somewhat absent-mindedly. I just hear my mother complain often, saying that my brothers are not progressing, while the two elder brothers of the He family have never attended school and only know how to read and write. I have also heard that their eldest son participated in some examination in the city a few years ago and was admitted to a university, yet ultimately did not enroll. It was all rather muddled, and I couldn't grasp the details. In any case, my mother and a few of my aunts are exceedingly envious of Aunt He, often gossiping about her. Understanding this, Yichio nodded silently and exchanged glances with Chen Zhi. At that moment, Chen Zhi inquired, M2, when did you encounter that mountain spirit from their family? Can you elaborate on it? Oh, I haven't actually seen it. I was just speaking off the cuff. M2 suddenly shifted his stance, becoming vigilant as he realized that Yichio and Chen Zhi had extracted quite a bit of information from him along the way. Now, with a stern expression, he fell silent. His behavior piqued everyone's curiosity. It was evident he was concealing something and likely knew some peculiar details. At that juncture, Yichio produced a 100 yuan bill and handed it to M2, saying, Kid, we certainly won't let you make this trip in vain. Share what you know with us. Rest assured, we won't disclose anything to your grandfather. Upon seeing the 100 yuan note, M2's eyes flickered with temptation, but he refrained from accepting the bill. Instead, he dashed a few steps ahead, declaring, I don't know anything. Don't ask me. He then scampered away like a startled deer. That little rascal. Yichio mused as he watched M to flee, feeling somewhat helpless. Chen Zhi, however, pursued him swiftly, intercepting M2 within a few strides. Grasping the boy's shoulder, he spoke in a hushed tone, M2, let me tell you the truth. We are not here to distribute compensation. We have heard that the He family has been wronged in the village, and we are here to assist them. If you share what you know, we can help the He family lead a better life. Really? M2's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Zhi. Certainly. Chen Zhi proceeded to articulate numerous organizational commitments to assist the family of He Zhonghua. The 15-year-old M2, being rather naive, genuinely believed him. I indeed encountered that mountain spirit uncle from the He family. At that time, a few of us children went up the mountain to collect bird eggs. I was only around 10 years old, M2 reminisced, albeit struggling to recall the precise details due to his youth. Back then, I went up the mountain with my younger brothers to catch birds, and it wasn't hunting season, so there were few people around. We spotted a nest of bird eggs in an old tree, but my younger siblings were too timid to climb up, so I took the lead. However, the tree was too tall, and I found myself stuck and unable to descend. My brothers, frightened, all ran away, leaving me crying atop the tree. It was then that I saw that mountain spirit uncle approaching. You saw the mountain spirit with your own eyes? Did you see his face? Chen Zhi inquired eagerly. No. M2 shook his head, He had his face covered with a black cloth, and the two older brothers from the He family were following him. I had to shout for quite some time from the tree before they came over. They first glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then climbed the great tree to rescue me. After my descent, the masked mountain spirit spoke to me in a voice that was remarkably gentle and melodious, far surpassing that of my grandfather. He was certainly no mere mountain spirit. What did he say to you? Chen Zhi inquired eagerly. He asked if I was injured, and even took me home for dinner. Later that night, he instructed his two brothers to escort me down the mountain. But before we departed, he cautioned me sternly not to divulge the details of my rescue or mention having seen him, lest his family suffer dire consequences. Chapter 663. The Recluse of the Mountains, Part 2. As they journeyed, conversing along the way, Jiang Mantu's understanding was limited. However, his account was entirely credible and resonated with the suspicions held by Chen Zhi and Yi Qiu. Yet, this conjecture required direct verification for complete affirmation. They set out from the village around 11 o'clock in the morning, and after traversing the mountain for some time, it was already past 5 in the evening. The mountain dusk descended swiftly, enveloping the surroundings in shadow. At that moment, they stumbled upon a secluded valley, and not far ahead, they beheld a traditional farmhouse. The yard appeared to house numerous chickens and dogs, the air filled with the sounds of crowing and barking. This is it, Jiang Mantu declared, biting his lip. Clutching 2 boxes of pastries, his steps faltering with evident trepidation. Just as his grandfather had mentioned, the villagers had long ceased their interactions with the He family on the mountain. Thus, the prospect of an unannounced visit left Jiang Mantu feeling apprehensive. Let us proceed. Do not fear, we are with you. Yi Qiu encouraged him. Thus, Chen Zhi, Yi Qiu, and goblin, accompanied by several companions, advanced towards the farmhouse alongside Jiang Mantu. As they approached within about 20 meters of the entrance, Chen Zhi noticed something peculiar about the ground. The terrain was unusually even, each elevation and depression meticulously planned, evidently having been artificially cultivated. While it appeared unremarkable, it was clear that defensive measures were in place all around. Chen Zhi recognized this formation from his studies. It was a military defensive strategy from World War II, employing transparent metal wires to delineate the area. Special spots concealed landmines, while the interior housed alarm bells and control switches. Any disturbance of the metal wires would trigger the alarms, alerting those inside that someone had entered the perimeter. In the event of an intrusion, the occupants could remotely detonate the landmines, functioning as a primitive surveillance system, an optimal method of defense in a powerless mountain village. Indeed, before they could reach the door, a woman in her 40s appeared at the threshold to greet them. Chen Zhi scrutinized her from a distance. Though she had passed middle age, with distinct wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, she possessed a rare, fair complexion typical of mountain dwellers. Her stature was modest, yet her figure was well-proportioned, hinting at a beauty that must have flourished in her youth, and her face radiated a natural sincerity and warmth. "Aunt He, do you still remember me? I am the eldest grandson of the old Ming family from the mountains. Your family once came to my aid." Upon seeing this woman, the stubborn Mantu hurried over, displaying utmost politeness as he addressed her as aunt. He Zhonghua's wife appeared to recognize him, offering a warm smile and a nod. Yet her gaze remained vigilant, watching the individuals behind Chen Zhi and Yi Qiu. After greeting her, Mantu immediately pointed to Chen Zhi and Yi Qiu, introducing them to the woman, stating, "These gentlemen have come from the city and wish to speak with you regarding a matter of importance. It is a good thing." After speaking, Mantu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at He Zhonghua's wife. Upon hearing Mantu's introduction, He Zhonghua's wife glanced towards Chen Zhi and the others behind him. The presence of goblin exuded a sense of menace, while the few associates from the Bao family, known for their unsavory dealings, wore expressions that did not suggest they were of good character. He Zhonghua's wife's demeanor faltered, revealing her apprehension, as she did not indicate that they could enter. At that moment, Yi Qiu stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Aunt, please do not fear. We are from the government and wish to inquire about some matters with you. Would it be acceptable for just the 2 of us to enter while the others remain outside? I assure you, we will not disturb you." He gestured towards himself and Chen Zhi. He Zhonghua's wife scrutinized the 2 men once more, seemingly finding them somewhat familiar, and she nodded, signaling that they could proceed inside. Thus, while the others waited outside, Chen Zhi, Yi Qiu, and the stubborn Mantu followed the woman into the courtyard. As they entered, Chen Zhi noticed a subtle detail. He Zhonghua's wife picked up a broken shovel at the entrance and leaned it against the courtyard wall. This seemingly casual action was, in Chen Zhi's eyes, quite clear. Beneath the shovel lay a thin, transparent thread, indicating that the woman was signaling. After allowing them into the courtyard, He Zhonghua's wife made no move to invite them inside the house. Chen Zhi observed that the door to their home was tightly locked, and all the wooden windows and doors were meticulously crafted, demonstrating exceptional craftsmanship. The entire village house appeared ordinary, yet every stone and brick was laid with precision, revealing that the builder possessed considerable knowledge of architecture and civil engineering. You are the leaders from the government. What brings you to me? He Zhonghua's wife, appearing as honest as she looked, spoke somewhat timidly. She first retrieved several large, coarse porcelain bowls to serve water to Chen Zhi and the others, then took a kettle to deliver water to the associates waiting outside the courtyard. There is no need for you to busy yourself, Aunt. Yiqiu replied with a smile as he accepted the warm water she offered. Where are your children? Oh, they have gone to work in the fields. Behind our courtyard, we have several acres of land, He Zhonghua's wife said as she took a seat, visibly anxious, her hands nervously wringing the edges of her clothing. You have traveled such a long way to see me. What is it that you wish to discuss? Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. We merely came to pay a visit to the family of He Zhonghua. Yiqiu responded with a smile. Upon hearing the name He Zhonghua, the woman immediately trembled, her body shaking involuntarily. She then cast a wary glance at Chen Zhi and Yiqiu, her eyes quickly reddening. My husband passed away long ago, over 20 years ago. What more is there to discuss? Indeed, there is little to say, Yiqiu reassured her. However, Comrade He Zhonghua was an esteemed scientific talent of our nation, and as his family member, we are concerned about how you are faring. May I inquire if you face any difficulties in your personal life? Have you been managing alone all these years? I have indeed. The woman's face transformed, revealing a look of sheer terror. For all these years, I have been raising my child alone. I have never sought another man. Do not listen to those down the mountain who speak ill of us. There are absolutely no outsiders in our home. Her emotions were evidently heightened, her hands gesticulating fervently, her gaze darting toward the courtyard gate, as if anticipating someone's return. We mean no harm. There is no need to be alarmed, dear lady, Yiqiu quickly comforted her. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by the entrance of two young men wielding iron picks. Both were in their 20s, robustly built, with sun-kissed skin, their bodies caked in dirt. Yet their eyes shone with clarity, devoid of fear. The older of the two, appearing to be around 26 or 27, addressed Chen Zhi and Yiqiu. Who are you? Speak your purpose. My mother is timid. Do not frighten her. Chapter 664. The Recluses of the Mountains, Part 3. Chen Zhi rose, taking a moment to assess the two young men before him. Their eyes were remarkably clear, their demeanor composed, indicative of sharp minds and thoughtful dispositions. Yet, within their gaze, Chen Zhi discerned a familiar glint, subtle yet unforgettable, a buried memory intertwined with fear residing deep within his heart. From which organization do you hail? Speak your purpose. The young man at the forefront insisted, his voice steady. He scrutinized Chen Zhi before shifting his gaze to Yiqiu, suspicion evident on his countenance. At this moment, Yiqiu stepped forward. Greetings. Please do not misconstrue our intentions. We are from a government department, here to offer our condolences and to gather information regarding your current situation. The government? Which department? The young man was not swayed by Yiqiu's words, his gaze fixed intently upon him, caught off guard by the inquiry. Yiqiu paused momentarily before offering a smile. We are representatives from He Zhonghua's former workplace, all civil servants, seeking to understand the circumstances of his family. My father was an engineer in the metallurgy field, affiliated with the Ministry of Metallurgical Engineering. His affairs have already been handled by the ministry and the county government. If you are from the Ministry of Metallurgical Engineering, may I ask if you possess identification? The young man's words were entirely reasonable, rendering them impossible to refuse. His speech was devoid of hesitation, revealing him to be someone well-versed in the ways of the world, which left Yiqiu momentarily stunned. The atmosphere grew awkward, and at that moment, Chen Zhi suddenly approached. He did not respond to the young man's inquiry, nor did he meet his gaze. With swift steps, he circumvented the two young men, heading directly towards He Zhonghua's wife. His eyes fixed coldly upon her as he asked, Where is the man hidden in your home? What are you talking about? There has never been any man hidden in my house. Do not listen to the rumors from below the mountain that tarnish our family's reputation. He Zhonghua's wife stammered in terror, frantically waving her hands. I will ask you once more, where is the man in your home? Chen Zhi seemed disinclined to engage in further conversation, his cold gaze fixed on the panicked woman, devoid of any compassion. His right hand twitched slightly, and a surge of intense, fiery energy emanated from his arm, heating the air around them. The mingling of wind and thunder spells crackled with electric sounds. This display horrified the onlookers. No one anticipated Chen Zhi's sudden shift in demeanor, nor had they ever witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. A stubborn bystander believed he had encountered a ghost and let out a scream, retreating to a corner, while the two young men instinctively positioned themselves in front of He Zhonghua's wife. What? What kind of monster are you? What do you want? Someone help. The two young men, clearly frightened, shielded their mother and shouted for assistance, but in the pitch-dark mountains, there was not a soul in sight. I will ask you one last time. Where is he? Chen Zhi declared, flipping his hand, causing a fierce gust of energy to surge forth, creating a flash of lightning in the air. For walls of energy formed around He Zhonghua and his family, rapidly closing in on them, the crackling electricity threatening to reduce them to ashes. Yiqiu was taken aback by Chen Zhi's actions and quickly grasped his shoulder, imploring, Brother Zhi. These are merely ordinary civilians, unaccustomed to such scenes. We cannot resort to such extreme measures to resolve this issue. Furthermore, you should refrain from revealing this power in front of so many people. It will be difficult for me to cover it up afterward. If not by this means, they would never speak, Chen Zhi retorted coldly. He then silently chanted incantations, causing the transparent cubic barrier to shrink rapidly, accompanied by the crackling of electricity, nearly touching the bodies of He Zhonghua and his two children. The potency of the fierce spell was formidable. Even the most resilient of demons would be reduced to cinders in mere moments. He Zhonghua's wife and children were utterly petrified, huddled together, voicelessly screaming within the barrier, appearing exceedingly pitiable. At this critical moment, a sudden creak echoed as the tightly shut door of the village house swung open. The heavy wooden door, upon its opening, produced a resounding metallic clash, revealing that it was reinforced with iron sheets. Standing at the threshold was a figure shrouded in black gauze. Who? In a hoarse voice, inquired. You have come to find me, Haven to you? Do not harm my family. I am here. If you have matters to discuss, speak with me. Upon witnessing the occupant of the house reveal themselves, Chen Zhi waved his hand, causing the barrier to dissipate instantly, and the He family of three tumbled to the ground, thoroughly frightened, crying out in despair. The earlier scene had been chaotic, and now, the ghost blade and his companions rushed in, taking in the transformed situation in the courtyard, standing by for Chen Zhi's command. Meanwhile, the obstinate Mantu, terrified, huddled in the corner, trembling and unwilling to approach. At that moment, the masked figure at the door spoke again. You are searching for He Zhonghua, are you not? I am He Zhonghua. Come in if you wish to speak. His voice was notably hoarse and unnaturally altered, as if deliberately modified, yet his demeanor remained remarkably composed. He gestured to Chen Zhi, then turned and entered the house. Seeing this, Ghost Blade attempted to accompany Chen Zhi inside, but was halted by him. Chen Zhi whispered a few words in Ghost Blade's ear, prompting him to take a few steps back, drawing his long knife and guarding the courtyard. Subsequently, Chen Zhi retrieved a small firearm, a sniper gifted by Leopard, from his waist and handed it to Yiqiu. Brother, remain outside. Remember, whatever transpires inside, do not interfere. Just ensure your own safety, Chen Zhi instructed, giving Yiqiu a reassuring pat on the shoulder before resolutely stepping into the house. Inside the village house, the air was exceedingly dry, despite the dim lighting. Chen Zhi could clearly discern that the interior resembled a military base. Most areas were clad in iron sheets and steel plates, including the floor, earthen kong, walls, and other surfaces. The metallic surfaces bore peculiar spiral patterns, which, based on Chen Zhi's understanding of physics, seemed specially designed to amplify certain sound waves, akin to the principles of a sound-enhancing wall. Once inside, the masked man settled on the edge of the bed, his veiled face appearing quite eerie in the shadows. Chen Zhi noted that he wore loose clothing that obscured his physique, making it difficult to ascertain his build, though he appeared to be in his 50s, with a noticeably stooped back. Not a trace of skin was exposed. His hands were clad in thick leather gloves, remaining motionless as he regarded Chen Zhi. Please, take a seat. The masked man gestured towards the chair opposite him. Without further ado, Chen Zhi briskly approached and sat down across from the man. You have come to find me, Haven to you? Feel free to ask any questions you may have. The man's voice was remarkably hoarse, yet his tone was exceedingly direct. Upon noticing Chen Zhi seated, he activated a mechanism on the earthen Kong, which creaked as the door closed automatically. The room was instantly shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by a flickering oil lamp precariously hanging from the ceiling, rendering the interior dim and obscure. I pondered the enigmatic nature of that underground research facility. If you are indeed engineer He Zhonghua, how did you manage to escape when all the engineers of that era perished? Chen Zhi met the masked figure's gaze, bypassing pleasantries to pose his inquiry directly. Indeed, I was one of the engineers at the underground research facility. Our mission was to forge a legendary, rare metal control stone. The masked man responded hoarsely, facing Chen Zhi squarely. Our work was incredibly arduous, confined underground for years without sunlight, akin to serving a prison sentence. Our project manager maintained a stringent regime over us. As he spoke, his hands were clasped together, and he sat opposite Chen Zhi, his voice low and deliberate, as if he possessed all the time in the world, exuding an air of calmness devoid of fear. We conducted clandestine research in the basement for an extended period, exhausting nearly all possible methods and depleting vast amounts of gold and precious metals. Yet we remained at an impasse. Despair plagued us all, particularly our project leader, whose agitation escalated daily. At that time, the atmosphere among us was exceedingly unstable. Our project had received special approval from the highest echelons of the National Scientific Research Department, bypassing conventional procedures. This meant it was an unacknowledged secret project, sanctioned only by personal authorization from the top leadership. The ramifications of failure would be catastrophic. That year, we unexpectedly received notice that our secret project was suspended, leaving us completely uninformed, and thereafter the entrance was sealed, severing our communication and trapping us inside. Our project leader, the head of the youth forging factory, suddenly vanished without a trace. Was your leader's surname Chen? Chen Zhi inquired softly. Yes, replied the masked man across from him. His name was Chun Yang, a genius engineer with an IQ of 187. He was the head of our entire project team, responsible for maintaining a singular line of communication with the highest authorities in the National Scientific Research Department. All of us engineers were mandated to adhere strictly to his directives. During that time, we operated under a militarized management system. Few were permitted to leave the basement, and only a select few could engage in work at the external factory, with infrequent opportunities to contact our families. However, Leader Chun Yang was able to return to the surface daily, living a life in the city with a wife and child. And then what happened? How did you sever ties with the national department? Chen Zhi continued his inquiry. These confidential internal matters are not inquiries for ordinary engineers like us. The masked man murmured. However, I am aware that at that time, Chun Yang's father unexpectedly passed away in Beijing, prompting his hasty return. Subsequently, our project was abruptly cancelled, which I suspect is directly linked to his father's demise. Such a significant project being terminated so hastily, surely there must be some explanation? How does the highest authority in the National Project Department account for this? Chen Zhi continued to press. Did I not mention it earlier? Team leader Chen Yang returned to Beijing to attend his father's funeral. The highest authority of the National Research Department has also passed away, replied the masked man. What? What did you say? Are you implying that? Chen Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the speaker, scarcely able to process the words he had just heard. Are you suggesting that my grandfather was the head of the National Research Department? He is the mysteriously vanished highest authority? Indeed, you are Chun Yang's son, and the esteemed Minister Chun of the National Research Department is your grandfather, the masked man stated calmly, his hands resting steadily on his knees. Following the death of your grandfather, Minister Chun, the Control Stone project was immediately cancelled. Your father subsequently vanished, and from that moment, we engineers descended into hell. We were locked in the basement, the power cut off, struggling in darkness and terror. Suddenly, the basement door swung open, and we excitedly rushed to the entrance. But entering was not the long-awaited team leader Chun, but a horde of blood-soaked monsters. These creatures bore no skin, as if freshly flayed, their bodies drenched in crimson. Crawling on all fours from the entrance, lunging towards us. All the engineers were paralyzed with fear, shrieking in terror as the underground research facility transformed into a sea of blood. I witnessed those monsters eviscerate my colleagues, devouring their entrails, tearing their skin apart, and meticulously stripping it away. I too fell victim to their assault. Most of the skin on my face and body was flayed off. How did you ultimately escape? Chen Zhi inquired further of the masked man. I can scarcely recall. I only remember thinking of my mother and my wife and children, disregarding the pain on my face as I desperately crawled towards the exit. I have no idea how long I ran, but once I stumbled into the woods, I lost consciousness from the pain. When I awoke, my face was irrevocably disfigured, yet I had managed to survive. Later, I learned that everyone in that factory had been replaced and the project had been concealed. I quietly returned home, retreating to a mountain village, where I have lived in obscurity until now. Is that so? Chen Zhi coldly regarded the masked man. I have one final question for you. Who exactly are you? Haha. The masked man chuckled upon hearing Chen Zhi's inquiry. Did I not already reveal myself? I am He Zhonghua. Have you not been seeking me all along? He Zhonghua. If this person truly existed, he would have likely been eliminated by you long ago, father? Upon uttering these words, Chen Zhi swiftly advanced and tore away the veil concealing the figure before him, revealing the visage of his father. Chapter 666. Chen Yang. Before Chen Zhi sat none other than his father, an esteemed national engineer, a member of the elite youth program, an especially recruited graduate student at Capital University of Science and Technology, boasting an IQ of 187. In the preceding days, Chen Zhi had repeatedly envisioned the moment he would confront his father, pondering the nature of their encounter and the expression he would wear. Yet, when reality unfolded before him with such swiftness, it left him utterly unprepared. He reminded himself to remain steadfast after enduring so much. He could not afford to appear juvenile in his father's presence. If his father was indeed destined to be his adversary, then, as the representative of the highest authority of the organization, he must not exhibit weakness before an enemy. Chen Zhi's lips trembled slightly as he struggled to contain the tumult of emotions surging within his mind, suppressing the bitterness that tugged at his heart. Dad, you have brought me such suffering, he uttered, his voice quavering. A glance at his father's chest sent his heart racing, rendering him momentarily speechless. Haha. Chen Yang laughed with an ease he had never displayed before. Reflecting on the moment, Chen Zhi realized he had never truly known his father. The man who had been a drunken shadow in his childhood or the madman who feigned insanity to escape were not the authentic versions of his father. During this time, his father had presented himself as a benevolent old man, a timid scientist cowering before the darkness of the world. Now, the true countenance of Chen Yang, concealed beneath the mask, had finally emerged, revealing the essence of his father, the genuine Chen Yang. Chen Yang appeared more vigorous than usual, though over 50. He exuded an extraordinary presence, his eyes gleaming with a defiant spirit, a gaze unbefitting his age, one that emanated an innate arrogance, a quality that commanded respect. How could you have deduced it was me? Was that application I left for you not convincing enough? He inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded Chen Zhi with a smile. Very convincing, indeed. I nearly believed it, Chen Zhi replied, his demeanor icy. The dust in the basement was just right, devoid of any footprints, and the documents bore no signs of having been disturbed. The scene was impeccably crafted. That application was pinned with genuine emotion, and the oxidation of the ink was flawless. If I am not mistaken, it should be the authentic handwriting of He Zhonghua, correct? As he reached this point, he lifted his gaze to meet his father's, his eyes betraying an unwavering chill. But I know that if I could uncover this location, you would certainly be able to as well. After all, you are an exceptionally astute individual. In this remote mountain, there exists a peculiar household led by a widow, which you surely must have noticed. You would undoubtedly act more swiftly than I. The entire family of He Zhonghua must have perished long ago, correct? Those individuals outside are merely masquerading as Mo to Luo, aren't they? As Chen Zhi uttered these words, his gaze was fixed intently upon his father, scrutinizing his reaction. Surprisingly, Chen Zhi still harbored a flicker of hope that his father might elucidate the situation, assuring him that he was in no way implicated in it. Ah yes, they have indeed passed away, Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the demise of a mere cat or dog. He then chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he looked at Chen Zhi. Son, you are still capable, but your pace is rather slow. You are unlike me, and certainly not like your grandfather. You bear a closer resemblance to your utterly foolish mother. My mother foolish? Is that truly your assessment of her? Chen Zhi struggled to contain his emotions upon hearing his father speak of his mother. His eyes, now bloodshot, bore into his father, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Did she die at your hands? Chen Zhi's voice trembled as he posed the question, longing for an answer, yet fearing it simultaneously. Oh, indeed. What of it? Chen Zhi remained seated, his gaze unwavering as he responded with an ease that was unsettling. She was too obstinate, ultimately leading to the demise of your grandfather and several uncles, as well as her own. It was all her fault. I see no issue with that. Faced with his father's unabashed response, Chen Zhi found himself momentarily speechless, yet a searing anger ignited within him, a tempestuous fire that threatened to consume him entirely. If unleashed, it would likely lay waste to the very mountain itself. Let us discuss matters of greater significance, shall we, son? Chen Zhi remarked with a serene smile, observing Chen Zhi. When did you begin to doubt me? Has that meddlesome old Thompson managed to unravel the constraints within your mind? You have always exhibited numerous flaws. Chen Zhi took a moment to regain his composure before addressing his father. For instance, the basement once contained an abundance of gold. Even if the project was subsequently cancelled, the nation would assuredly reclaim the gold. It could not simply be left unattended unless someone concealed the project entirely. All the gold was unregistered, eluding the government's scrutiny. Moreover, as a senior engineer, it is inconceivable for you to work as a mere laborer in a factory. Even if you succumb to alcoholism, the state would certainly take notice. And you could not simply vanish from the city. Unless your records were obscured, this project and all the engineers involved were the private endeavors of my grandfather, rendering you invisible in the eyes of the government. There are far too many such discrepancies. You have been ensnared by Mo Tualuo for 2 decades, watching me grow while you concealed your brilliance, allowing the organization to naturally locate me and assist you in evading the shadows of surveillance. It is estimated that during the course of my 2-year endeavor, you, too, have been bustling about, striving diligently to conceal every flaw in detail, endeavoring to render all deceptions akin to reality. However, do not forget that no matter how flawlessly you orchestrate your plans, the truth remains ever so delicate. After Chen Zhi spoke, he wiped the tears from his face, steadied his emotions, and then calmly raised his gaze towards his father. Indeed, you have confined my thoughts, rendering me blind to these discrepancies, yet you overlook the inherent nature of human sentiment. I have long pondered how, given your remarkable talents and youthful vigor, you could choose my mother, who possesses an ordinary appearance and modest abilities, as your partner. You are neither a humble individual nor one swayed by emotions. Thus, your choice of spouse defies reason. Unless, of course, you were aware of her affiliation with the Jiang family prior to your acquaintance, making your marriage a mere scheme. Chapter 667. Being a pawn. Of course, my marriage was preordained, Chen Zhi admitted without a hint of concealment. Your mother, huh? She is indeed an intriguing person. At times, I observe her, hoping she might engage her intellect, harboring a modicum of doubt towards me, yet ultimately, she never does. She is akin to a stone, perpetually devoid of insight, steadfastly foolish and resolute, qualities that you may deem as kindness and innocence. After speaking, Chen Zhi reclined, turning his head towards the darkness of the room, and continued, It is not that my marriage to her is a conspiracy, but rather that from the moment of her birth, everything has been orchestrated by your grandfather's design. This is a scheme that has spanned 3 generations, and in the end, we have triumphed. Triumphed? Chen Zhi's lips twitched involuntarily. What have you won? We have won you. Chen Zhi replied with a smile, lowering his head to look at Chen Zhi. Son, from the moment of your birth, our Chen family was destined for victory. After this declaration, Chen Zhi resumed his seat, hands resting on his knees, his gaze cast down upon Chen Zhi, the enigmatic smile upon his lips difficult to decipher. Our Chen family has long been a lineage of exceptional talent. For an extensive period in history, we served as strategists for the Zhi royal family, our ancestors having achieved numerous feats, saving countless souls from peril. Some of this history you are aware of, while other aspects remain unknown to you. Chen Zhi's eyes glimmered as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Zhi, a hint of moisture reflecting within them. He then turned his head and continued, However, during the twilight of the Qing dynasty, our ancestors committed a grave error. The specifics of this misstep remain unclear, yet we know that due to this seemingly trivial mistake, our entire family was subjected to annihilation, leaving but a single bloodline fortunate enough to survive, which is the lineage that endures today. Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhi abruptly rose, trembling as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. If there truly exists a principle of cause and effect in this world, then I believe this is the seed sown by the organization. The surname Chen is a commonplace one, and with the intellect of our Chen family, remaining concealed amidst the masses is not a daunting task. However, the blood debt weighs heavily on our hearts. Vengeance is the folly of the foolish. We, the Chen family, have never been so naive. Since the Ji and Jiang families have treated us with such callousness, there is no need for us to seek revenge. We simply need to supplant them. Thus, you intentionally befriended my mother, hoping to inherit the strength of the Jiang lineage through her bloodline? Chen Zhi furrowed his brows, glaring at his father with eyes wide open, tears streaming down his cheeks. Indeed, Chen Yang turned around and gazed steadfastly at Chen Zhi, asserting, without the divine-like power inherent in the Jiang bloodline, the organization could not possibly endure for millennia. This divine strength is beyond the reach of mortals. The only means to acquire it is through bloodline inheritance. At this point, Chen Yang appeared visibly agitated, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his scalp. From the moment your mother was born, your grandfather received word and devised this long-term plan. He understood that even if this plan could not be fulfilled in his lifetime, his descendants would carry it through. I began to draw close to your mother, marrying her and bearing a child together, one who possesses both the Jiang bloodline and our Chen lineage. Then, I would eliminate all other Jiang bloodlines, ensuring this divine power would reside solely within you. We would triumph, utterly and completely. It is as simple as that. You. Chen Zhi's lips trembled, his heart racing uncontrollably, momentarily at a loss for words. The sensation of realizing one has been a mere pawn since birth is indescribable. Father. No, Chen Yang. You are not a metallurgical engineer. If I am not mistaken, your true expertise lies in psychology, does it not? Chen Zhi shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yang. Of course. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang suddenly burst into laughter. I have always been a practitioner in the field of psychology, specializing in human behavior. I can discern every intention, emotion, fear, and even predict a person's subsequent actions, including their behavior a year hence. Before me, all of you are transparent. With a mere hint, I can compel anyone to act on my behalf, just as I did with your mother, akin to that demigod who poisoned Bao Ping. Under my suggestion, they can help me topple formidable foes. Ha ha ha. Enough. I cannot bear to hear another word, Chen Zhi exclaimed, covering his ears in a desperate attempt to escape the unbearable truth. At that moment, Chen Yang suddenly grasped Chen Zhi's head, saying, Son, awaken. Why must you be entangled in such trivial matters? Our future has only just begun. If you have studied history, you would understand that King Wu of Zhou, GFA, was able to unify the realm with the divine assistance of Jiang Zia. In the past, Jiang Zia's daughter, Yi Jiang, wed King Wu, which led to the establishment of human sovereignty. Today, I, alongside your mother, have given birth to you, who shall be the new sovereign of this world. Huh. Upon hearing these words from his father, Chen Zhi suddenly burst into laughter, a drop of bitter tear cascading into his mouth. Father, your thoughts are exceedingly naive. Humanity has long transcended the age of subjugation. They are not so easily controlled. Humanity remains humanity, unchanging in essence. They must bow to the divine. And no matter how advanced technology becomes or how sophisticated weapons are, the divine shall always reign at the apex of the biological hierarchy. Chen Yang gazed at Chen Zhi, his expression intensely animated. Do you know? During this period, I have connected all international financial networks. The recent surge in gold prices was orchestrated by me, and I have amassed a staggering fortune from it. Many powerful figures have already aligned themselves with me, and numerous influential individuals are clandestinely supporting our cause, many of whom you could scarcely imagine. My son, do you believe I summoned you here for what purpose? I am here to embrace you. The era of organizations has ended. Our era has commenced. Let us utilize the divine power bestowed upon you by the Jiang lineage to enshrine us as deities. Chapter 668. The assassin. I do not wish to hear any of that, Chen Zhi said, his voice quivering with emotion. Father, I only wish to ask you one thing. Did you kill my uncle? To some extent, yes, Chen Yang replied without evasion, fixing his gaze upon Chen Zhi. Your uncle, the intended heir of the Jiang lineage, Jiang Li, was indeed formidable. My abilities were insufficient to eliminate him, but I could manipulate other forces. By revealing the message of your meeting to the one masquerading as your mother, Mato Aluo, it was inevitable that someone would handle him. At that time, I had yet to collaborate with the Dark Division and was unaware of their brutal methods. When I later visited your uncle's remains, What I witnessed was a freshly deceased body, far more terrifying than the desiccated corpse you encountered later. I believe it to be one of the most horrifying tortures in existence. Jiang Li was always a cautious individual. He willingly took the risk of being exposed to the Dark Division's scrutiny, ultimately enduring torture to save you. Tell me, do you feel any guilt? After speaking, Chen Yang leaned closer to Chen Zhi, his eyes intensely fixed upon him, seeking something in Chen Zhi's gaze. Chen Zhi's heart quivered violently, inexplicably. He felt a twinge of fear regarding his father's question. Yet, he did not shy away from his father's stare. Instead, he met it head-on. Father, I have one more thing to ask you. You must tell me the truth. What happened to Sanzi? As Chen Zhi uttered these words, his lips trembled, his teeth chattering as if he were confronting his greatest fear. How did Sanzi die? Was it you who hypnotized me into deceiving him into opening the door? Did I, with my own hands, kill him? When Chen Yang heard Chen Zhi's inquiry, he hesitated momentarily, then rose and took a few steps back, turning his back to Chen Zhi. No, although you do not entirely resemble me, you undoubtedly belong to the realm of high intelligence. This demographic is notoriously difficult to manipulate. Even though I have employed hypnosis on you since childhood, compelling you to commit murder is far from simple, and it would be easily detected by you, making it exceedingly perilous. Moreover, by that time, I had already established contact with the clandestine organization. The leader of the Shadow faction collaborated closely with me. I led a group to the exterior of the stone warehouse, employing hypnosis to command those inside to grant me entry, which was not a daunting task. Your friend, Xiao Sanzi, upon seeing me outside, genuinely believed you were in peril, and he opened the door without hesitation to rescue you. Enough. Stop speaking. Chen Zhi felt as though his heart might burst, struggling to regulate his breathing to maintain a calm flow of energy within him. He then retrieved the talisman given to him by his father. You are acutely aware of all our operational routes. I have examined this talisman. It harbors a form of advanced black sorcery, colorless and odorless, devoid of any discernible aura. Even the most formidable shamans cannot perceive its existence. However, it can unambiguously inform you of our whereabouts. You have controlled my mind through hypnosis, compelling me to avoid any revelations of your identity, and merely contemplating it induces a headache. Thus, I have kept this talisman on my person, never once doubting it. In truth, for the past 2 years, I have been the mole you planted within the organization. Upon finishing his declaration, Chen Zhi extended the bloodstained talisman before Chen Yang, then opened his palm, releasing a burst of flames that consumed the talisman entirely. Son, what are you clinging to now? Is it guilt or morality? Allow me to elucidate what morality truly entails. Chen Yang observed Chen Zhi's anguish, seemingly reluctant to engage further. Throughout history, in every nation and dynasty, the light you perceive is illusory. All power emanates from bloodshed, and morality is shaped only after ascending to power. It is not righteousness that prevails, but rather, only the victors are deemed righteous. We humans are perpetually creatures of suggestion, oblivious to the essence of morality. Much like the renowned psychological experiment known as the wet monkey theory, where 5 monkeys are confined in a cage, with a bunch of bananas above and an automatic mechanism. Whenever a monkey attempts to seize a banana, water is sprayed into the cage. After several attempts, the monkeys reach a consensus to refrain from taking the bananas to avoid getting drenched. Eventually, even when one monkey is released and replaced with a new one, if the newcomer tries to reach for the bananas, it is attacked by the other 4. Gradually, all the old monkeys are replaced with new ones. Yet none dare to approach the bananas, and all remain unaware of the reason behind this. Thus, the origin of morality is born. We as humans are akin to those monkeys. After Chen Yang uttered these words, he suddenly grasped Chen Zhi's shoulder firmly. My son, cease your obsession with the trivial matters that hold no significance. The newly appointed patriarch of the Jiang clan and the deceased leader of the organization are fully aware that from the moment the power of the Jiang bloodline was passed to you, I have already triumphed. You are my son, and this fact is immutable. Even if you were to take my life, you would eternally remain my son. This cannot be altered. Do not linger on those inconsequential issues any longer. Let us proclaim ourselves as deities. Together, as father and son, we shall forge a new era. If my status is deemed too humble, then elevate yourself to divinity. All glory and power shall belong to you, and I shall forever serve as your advisor. Content only to see my son exalted, I desire nothing more. After speaking, Chen Yang affectionately ruffled Chen Zhi's hair, his eyes betraying an emotion he could not conceal. Chen Zhi distinctly sensed that his father's hand trembled. "Father, I shall make it clear to you now," Chen Zhi declared, sitting upright and gazing intently at his father, his reddened eyes remarkably serene. "My mother has imparted to me the method of altering fate with spirit stones. Although I have yet to master it fully, I grasp the general concept. I can now unequivocally tell you that the so-called ritual of consecrating deities is merely the final ceremony, a transformation of those already possessing divine potential into true deities. Therefore, as an ordinary human, no matter how high your intellect, you can never be consecrated as a god. Furthermore, the descendants of the Jiang clan, including the legendary Jiang Zia, can never proclaim themselves as true deities. This is our destiny." Chapter 669. The imprisonment of the heart. Chen Zhi's words astonished Chen Yang profoundly. He fixed his gaze intently on Chen Zhi, searching for truth within his son's eyes. However, Chen Yang soon despaired, realizing that what Chen Zhi had just conveyed was indeed true. "Father, while my abilities have yet to engage with the consecration of deities, theoretically speaking, newly appointed deities are recognized because they inherently possess the conditions to become gods. They merely lack a pivotal shift in their aura. This capability is unrelated to morality or personal effort. A deity is, by nature, a deity. The Jiang clan's power fundamentally alters the aura of those who are already close to divinity, thereby transforming their identities. This is the essence of consecration. Individuals like you and me will forever remain incapable of becoming deities," Chen Zhi proclaimed, meeting his father's gaze with unwavering honesty. Chen Yang pondered every word Chen Zhi articulated, his eyes revealing an unmistakable sense of disappointment. After a moment of reflection, he looked back at Chen Zhi and declared, "It matters not. As long as we dominate this world, the title of deity is merely a label. You may consecrate some deities to serve us, and I will devise ways to keep them in check. This is merely a matter of governance. Ultimately, we shall emerge victorious." "Victorious?" Chen Zhi offered a faint, bitter smile and shook his head. "Father, you do not comprehend. You have never truly won." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's demeanor shifted from calm to agitated. "I am undoubtedly the victor. My own son has inherited the mightiest power in this world, a fact beyond dispute. What could I possibly have lost? I understand the burdens you carry within. Is it guilt? That sentiment once tormented me as well, yet it is inconsequential. For such trivial emotions will soon be swept away by time. You will acclimatize, for the human heart grows increasingly callous, and in time, you shall feel nothing." After uttering these words, Chen Yang cast his gaze downward, his eyes cold and piercing upon Chen Zhi. "It is futile for you to resist now. Do not attempt to wield your magic. Having brought you here, I am fully prepared." With that, Chen Yang activated a switch on the earthen bed, and with a creak, the door to the room swung open. Chen Zhi beheld a faint darkness outside, illuminated by the silvery moonlight. All those who had been present, Gui Dao, Yi Qiu, the servants of the Bao family, and even the obstinate Mantu, had vanished, along with the impostors masquerading as He Zhonghua's family. Instead, several figures clad in black robes emerged from the shadows. These sorcerers differed from those of the organization. Their forms were peculiar, and even from a distance, Chen Zhi could sense the bone-chilling aura they exuded, reminiscent of the dark sorcery associated with the underworld. He could not consider the beings beneath those black robes as human. At that moment, the resonant chants of incantations began to echo, strange and unlike any divine verses or other known tongues, resembling an enigmatic script of the supernatural. As the potency of these incantations permeated the small room, they were amplified significantly. The intricate patterns inscribed on the steel plates within the room served as a unique design that enhanced the incantations. While these spells originally possessed considerable power against Chen Zhi, their effect had now been magnified millions of times through this special cyclical effect. Chen Zhi immediately sensed the overwhelming force of the incantations, akin to chains binding his limbs. The myriad currents within him were sealed, and even if he could release them, it would be to a minuscule degree. The grand barrier capable of annihilating heaven and earth was now beyond his reach. "Come with me. We are blood relatives, and I shall not harm you. Everything I do is for your sake. You are an intelligent individual, and soon you will see through these superficial truths. Then you will understand me." After saying this, Chen Yang reached out to grasp Chen Zhi's arm, only to find him unresponsive, his gaze cold as if already steeped in despair. "I cannot accompany you. Moreover, father, You have already lost, Chen Zhi murmured, his head bowed. What have I lost? Chen Yang then chuckled, declaring, if I so desire. I possess the ability to amplify their mystical powers to an unfathomable extent, rendering you incapable of standing. However, such an act would inflict harm upon you. You are my son, heed my words. I did not mean it in that manner, Chen Zhi abruptly interrupted, turning to face him. As I previously stated, I discerned this scheme long ago. How could I possibly refrain from calling for support? Even while at the small village at the foot of the mountain, I had already dispatched someone to contact the organization. The warriors from the organization will likely encircle this place shortly. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Chen Yang was not particularly surprised. He bit his lip and responded, I anticipated you would call for assistance, but it will take time for those warriors to arrive. I shall not waste another moment with you. Come with me at once. Otherwise, I will escalate the intensity of the sorcery, rendering you unconscious. And I shall forcibly take you away. The Dark Division also has warriors. Your ghostly blade is now preoccupied and cannot rescue you. The Dark Division collaborates with you because you are a person of value, Chen Zhi said calmly, gazing steadily at his father. If they were to discover that the individual they are allied with is, in fact, on the brink of death, do you believe they would continue to support you? What do you mean? At this moment, Chen Yang's composure began to waver, his pupils dilating as his nerves tightened. He understood that Chen Zhi's words were not uttered lightly. Your heart, Chen Zhi pointed to Chen Yang's chest. My mother is a master of barriers. Her command of fierce curses has reached an unparalleled zenith, one I may never surpass in my lifetime. Over 20 years ago, she wove a remarkably intricate chain net with fierce curses, completely enveloping your heart. The currents within are convoluted and complex, impossible to unravel. I have been hypnotized by you, thus blind to this obvious truth. Any head of the Jiang family could perceive this instantly. In other words, my mother has long seen through you. She has already seized your heart. Regardless of who the next head of the Jiang family may be, a mere glance at your chest would reveal your status as a traitor, and with a single thought, your heart would be crushed. Chapter 670. Humanity. After uttering these words, Chen Yang instinctively covered his chest, his face paling as panic finally surfaced. Chen Yang was adept at reading the human heart. He could discern truth from falsehood through people's eyes and movements. After observing Chen Zhi for some time, he despaired to find that everything Chen Zhi had said was indeed true, and soon beads of sweat cascaded down his face as he fell into silence. If what you say is true, and my heart is indeed bound by sorcery, what do you intend to do now? Will you kill me? Are you contemplating patricide? Chen Yang said, locking eyes with Chen Zhi, his face revealing age and helplessness. I know what you are. You have your principles and could never commit such an act. In the past, I would never have acted this way, but the present me is not so certain. After Chen Zhi spoke, he bit his tongue and began to silently chant a spell. As his incantation resonated, Chen Yang immediately clutched his chest and knelt on the ground. Sweat pouring down his face, his expression contorted in agony. Chen Zhi could even hear the tightening thrum of his father's heart from outside. Father, did you not just tell me not to be shackled by the foolishness of morality? Upon uttering this, Chen Zhi knelt, gripping his father's shoulders tightly. Leaning closer to his face, Father, cease your actions at once, or I assure you, I will kill you. The shaman outside halted their incantation, and Chen Zhi ceased his chanting as well. Only then did Chen Yang manage to exhale, having experienced the chilling proximity of death, which revealed to him both the terror of dying and the resolve of Chen Zhi. At that moment, Chen Zhi softly addressed Chen Yang. The shamans possess the keenest hearing in the world. They undoubtedly heard our conversation. You are not their leader, merely a partner to their master. Should you lose your value now, those shamans will not remain to confront the organization. They will depart swiftly. You are now utterly alone. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang crawled several steps toward the door and peered outside. Indeed, the night was empty, devoid of any presence save for the fierce winds sweeping through the mountains. The black-robed shamans had vanished without a trace. Chen Yang, a perceptive man, instantly grasped his predicament. He tightly shut his eyes, the veins on his temples bulging. After a prolonged silence, he slowly opened his eyes and turned to face Chen Zhi. Very well, as you said, the Dark Division has abandoned me. The organization's forces will soon arrive. They will not spare me. The question is, what do you intend to do with me now? Chen Zhi listened calmly to his father's words, betraying no emotion, yet his mind was a tempest of rationality, justice, and emotion, all waging war within him. Chen Zhi gazed at his son for several minutes before breaking into a laugh. What is this? It seems you are not as cold-hearted as you wish to be. You hesitate, knowing that handing me over to the organization means certain death for me. If you let me go, a man like me will not cease his endeavors. And inevitably, more innocent lives will be lost. You wish to prevent such occurrences, so you stand at a crossroads, do you not? Choosing between familial affection and rationality. Son, you realize, do you not? At times, striving to be a morally upright person, a great individual, is a betrayal of human nature. Chen Zhi remained silent, absorbing his father's words without counterargument, his gaze still icy as he regarded Chen Zhi. Finally, he reached a decision. You may go. Chen Zhi finally managed to voice his thoughts, urging his father to abandon his current mindset and to refrain from stirring up trouble ever again. Otherwise, he would be compelled to take his life next time. After uttering these words, Chen Zhi turned away, refusing to cast another glance at his father. A hearty laugh erupted from Chen Zhi's lips behind him, yet he chose not to respond further and began to stride towards the door. At that moment, a familiar aura enveloped them, emanating from the mountains. This presence was formidable, comprising warriors and shamans in astonishing numbers, swiftly surrounding the humble dwelling. Alarmed, Chen Zhi pivoted around, and in that instant, he beheld the ghost blade standing at the entrance, brandishing a long knife. Come back, Chen Zhi bellowed, a rush of energy surging forth, enveloping his father and lifting him into the air, safely placing him behind himself. Chen Zhi then positioned himself protectively in front of Chen Zhi. What do you intend to do with that knife? Chen Zhi's voice quivered as he grappled with the selfishness of his actions, feeling an overwhelming shame that rendered him unable to meet the ghost blade's gaze. The new leader's command must not be disregarded, the ghost blade declared, taking a step into the dwelling with his weapon raised. The new leader, Chen Zhi's heart sank. He was acutely aware of the organization's stringent protocols. Upon the ascendance of a new leader, that individual became the supreme authority, relegating Chen Zhi to a subordinate position, one that required his obedience to the new leader's directives. The ghost blade understood this well, and the warriors would not hesitate in executing the leader's orders. With his arm firmly shielding his father, Chen Zhi resembled a hen guarding her chicks. The ghost blade's sudden appearance had caught Chen Zhi off guard, and now he was gripped by tension, clutching Chen Zhi's arm as if it were a lifeline in a moment of desperation. Do not make this difficult for me. The ghost blade advanced a step, avoiding eye contact with Chen Zhi, yet his blade remained raised. In response, Chen Zhi unleashed a torrent of energy, conjuring a fierce wave of incantation directed at the ghost blade. The latter did not evade the onslaught, and the impact struck him squarely in the chest, causing blood to spew from his mouth. Startled, Chen Zhi immediately retracted his energy, aware of the protective dragon at the ghost blade's heart. Each warrior harbors a natural vulnerability, a secret they keep throughout their lives, even from their own parents. However, the ghost blade had once confided in Chen Zhi that his weak point lay at the tail of his protective dragon. Chen Zhi, is this your sense of loyalty? The ghost blade coughed blood, his gaze fixated on Chen Zhi. Those words pierced Chen Zhi's heart like a dagger. No, the knife's intent is not as you perceive. He is my biological father. However, before Chen Zhi could finish his words, he beheld the ghost blade descend from the air like a shadow, landing before him. With a swift motion, it produced the ring capable of restraining the Jiang family's incantations, causing Chen Zhi's energy to dissipate instantaneously. I am sorry, the ghost blade murmured gently as it gazed into Chen Zhi's eyes. In an instant, Chen Zhi felt a grip around his neck, leading him to lose consciousness, after which he knew nothing more. Chapter 671. The evil departing. When Chen Zhi regained consciousness, he found himself lying in the familiar Bao family sanatorium. His throat was parched, and he felt a gnawing hunger. An intravenous drip was attached to his arm, and several nurses were present around his bed, while the ghost blade and a few associates of the Bao family stood guard at the door. A slight ache throbbed in his head, reminiscent of the pain after a prolonged slumber. Upon seeing the ghost blade, he immediately sat up. Blade, where is my father? No, where is Chen Zhi? At that moment, Chen Zhi's emotions were tumultuous. The first thought that crossed his mind upon seeing the ghost blade was of his father, and an overwhelming fear gripped him, that the ghost blade might transform into his father's nemesis, a horror he could never confront. The ghost blade's expression was somewhat aloof as he stood, casting a detached glance at Chen Zhi before gesturing for everyone to leave. Subsequently, He produced a mobile phone and handed it to Chen Zhi before exiting. Chen Zhi picked up the phone and noticed an audio file that had been opened, recorded 2 days prior. It was evident that he had been unconscious for quite some time, leaving him unaware of the events that had transpired. As Chen Zhi activated the audio, his father's voice emerged slowly. "Zhi, I am sorry." Chen Yang's voice was laden with gravitas, imbued with indescribable complexity, speaking deliberately and thoughtfully. "The hardships of my life are beyond your imagination. From the moment of my birth, I bore the ambitions of your grandfather and the entire family. This ambition forcefully seized my existence, becoming the sole purpose of my life in this world. I have wavered. I have doubted the practicality of this ambition, realizing the exorbitant price it demanded. After your grandfather and uncles perished alongside your mother in the underground palace, this ambition descended upon me like a nightmare, an invisible shackle binding me, controlling my soul and intellect. I trudged onward, gradually losing all sense of boundaries, unable to turn back. I have not been without guilt. Yet, once a person's hands are stained with blood, they become increasingly numb. Gradually, I fell into an unseen hell of malevolence, a sensation you cannot fathom. Thankfully, you did not descend with me. I encountered the new leader of the organization. He is a sagacious individual. After conversing with him, I gained clarity on many matters, including myself. It turns out that many issues in this world cannot be resolved solely through wisdom. Thus, the Chen family is indeed more suited to the role of strategists. He did not kill me, not because he believed I should not die, but rather because he perceived that my death would have a profound impact on you, one that could potentially undermine the very foundation of our organization. Thus, under his arrangement, I was taken to a safe haven where I shall spend the remainder of my life. Zhi, I apologize to you and to your mother. I shall bear the weight of this remorse for the rest of my days, a burden that feels akin to hell itself. And you, my son, you possess an uncanny ability to make the right choices at pivotal moments, far surpassing me. You are the pride of my existence. Cherish that. Father. Chen Yang, upon hearing these words, Chen Zhi found his vision blurred, tears welling up uncontrollably. He understood the intent behind his father's final audio message. It was to reassure Chen Zhi of his survival, alleviating any need for resentment towards the organization, the new leader, or even Gui-Dao. His father had taken upon himself all the malevolence, leaving a cleansed Chen Zhi, granting him complete liberation. Curled up on his hospital bed with his phone in hand, Chen Zhi felt as though his heart was being torn apart. At that moment, Gui-Dao knocked and entered. Observing Chen Zhi on the bed, he then spoke. "Patriarch, the doctor just informed me that you are cleared for discharge. Please prepare yourself. Lord Bao wishes to see you this evening." Understood, Chen Zhi acknowledged with a nod, then gravely addressed Gui-Dao, "Daozi, at that time, I did not wish to harm you. I only sought to rescue my father. I hope you can comprehend that. Trust me, I would never lay a hand on you under any circumstances." "I know," Gui-Dao replied softly, a smile unexpectedly gracing his lips. "I understand you. Had I been in your position, I would have acted similarly." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi felt a weight lift from his heart. He and Gui-Dao had ultimately not reached that point of conflict. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, a vehicle from the Bao family indeed arrived downstairs to collect Chen Zhi. This time, seated in the car was Lao Jindo, who sat alongside Chen Zhi. Throughout the journey, Lao Jindo's expression remained cold, and Chen Zhi understood that he was fully aware of everything. The car progressed to the eastern district of the city, arriving at a secluded little restaurant that Chen Zhi and Pang Wei frequently visited for drinks. It was here that Sanzi had once indulged to excess, the past now a distant memory. It was unclear how Lord Bao had learned of this place and chosen it for their meeting. The vehicle halted at the restaurant's entrance, where Chen Zhi noted the absence of any other cars, the interior enveloped in an eerie silence, clearly reserved by the Bao family. After escorting Chen Zhi out of the car, Lao Jindo remarked, "Go on, Lord Bao awaits you inside," before turning to return to the vehicle. "Uncle Jean." Chen Zhi grasped Lao Jindo's arm firmly, retrieving the little kitty, a sniper rifle gifted by Lord Bao, from the small of his back. "Uncle Jean, I presume you are privy to all matters at hand. The concept of paying one's debts falls squarely upon the shoulders of the offspring. I harbor no desire to evade my responsibilities. Should you wish to attribute the affairs of Sanzi to me, I shall remain silent. This gun rests in your possession. Whenever you deem it fit to claim my life, you are free to do so without any grievances from my side." Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhi placed the small kitten into Lao Jindo's hands and turned to leave, but Lao Jindo grasped his arm. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he tremulously returned the kitten to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi, he said, allow me to impart a single thought. I am not a fool. Every grievance has its origin, and I have comprehended the entire sequence of events. This matter does not pertain to you. Unless you acted of your own volition, even if you pulled the trigger yourself, it does not involve you. Though I am aging, I still possess clarity in such matters. Furthermore, I urge you to refrain from harboring all past grievances within your heart. We, as individuals, must not overthink. Nor should we draw stark lines between enmity and favor. Chapter 672. The night of conclusions. The small eatery within this private courtyard typically bustles with life. Yet today, it rests in a profound silence. All tables in the courtyard are vacant, with Lord Bao seated alone beneath a grand tree, sipping his drink. Upon noticing Chen Zhi's entrance, he waved him over. Chen Zhi approached and took a seat, and the proprietor, who recognized him from previous visits when he and Fat Wei were regular patrons, promptly appeared. The owner had never paid much attention to their identities. But after Lord Bao reserved the establishment today, the owner's demeanor towards Chen Zhi had markedly shifted. His attitude was cordial, yet tinged with trepidation. He dared not engage in excessive conversation, merely taking Chen Zhi's order for a few dishes before bringing forth 2 pots of huanghua bygone. Huanghua, a local fruit, is renowned for its crisp, sweet wine, which Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, and Sanzi had often enjoyed during their visits. Once the dishes and drinks were served, the owner discreetly retreated, leaving the courtyard eerily empty. Today, Lord Bao appeared unusually solitary, devoid of any company. Even the ever-present blue belt samurai was absent, leaving only him and Chen Zhi in the space. How is your health recovering? Lord Bao inquired casually, pouring Chen Zhi a glass of wine. Not bad, Chen Zhi replied, raising the cup and downing its contents in one gulp. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Feel free to indulge, Lord Bao suggested, gesturing towards the dishes on the table with his chopsticks. Indeed, Chen Zhi nodded, picking up his own chopsticks to begin sampling the food. Thus, the two dined in silence, consuming food and drink, with the courtyard enveloped in an unsettling quiet, save for the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Thank you for your assistance regarding my father's matters, Chen Zhi remarked, bowing his head slightly as he lifted his cup in gratitude before taking another drink. Lord Bao responded nonchalantly, setting down his chopsticks and reclining in his chair, lighting a cigarette as he gazed at Chen Zhi. And what are your plans moving forward? I have no particular plans. I simply will not be returning to the organization for the time being, Chen Zhi replied, continuing to eat while responding. Bao Yi, with a cigarette in hand, gazed at Chen Zhi, his expression devoid of any emotion. He maintained this silent scrutiny for quite some time before speaking. Taking a break is indeed wise. A moment of stillness allows for clarity of thought. In truth, we are but pawns in the hands of fate, helplessly maneuvered by its whims, and there is no one to blame. Once one comprehends this, it becomes clear that one should not cling too tightly to desires. With a flick of ash from his cigarette, Bao Yi continued, Fat Wei is now alone in the south, cut off from all connections. He too requires time to reflect. Though he may currently be in turmoil, there will come a day when he finds his understanding. When that time arrives, he shall return to you. Convey to him that he has not been betrayed. He is a member of this organization. Whenever he chooses to return, I shall welcome him. And I will trust him eternally, just as I trust you. Listening to Bao Ye's words, Chen Zhi remained silent, neither responding nor inquiring further, continuing instead to enjoy his meal and drink. At this moment, he heard Bao Yi speak again. In my youth, I often beheld my foster father seated majestically upon the throne, commanding legions, and I thought him most formidable. Yet now, I realize that he is perhaps the loneliest soul in the world. Everyone gazes upon the leader, awaiting decisions, while subordinates may err and show weakness. The leader must never falter. The leader must always be right. To err is to pay a grave price. Long ago, Zhang Zia chose to step down and cede the throne to GFA. This was, perhaps, a profound decision. He not only relinquished the throne but also sacrificed the freedom of his descendants, binding them to a life of constraint. At this juncture, Chen Zhi set down his chopsticks but did not raise his gaze to meet Bao Yi's. Bao Yi chuckled softly in response to Chen Zhi's words. As far as I know, if the descendants of the Jiang clan genuinely desire freedom, nothing can bind them. Only their own hearts can do so. With that, Bao Yi fell silent, immersing himself in his drink. He indulged in an unusual quantity of alcohol that evening, yet his demeanor remained unperturbed. As the clock approached midnight, Bao Yi abruptly stood, retrieving from his pocket the ring capable of restraining Chen Zhi's powers. He placed it gently before Chen Zhi, stating, "I must inform you that my foster father bequeathed the throne to me before his demise. For millennia, the Zhi royal lineage has never passed the throne to outsiders. I am the first. This is no small feat for me, and I hope for your support. When you have come to terms with this, seek me out." After pushing the ring forward slightly, Bao Yi patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder and departed. By the time Chen Zhi returned to the sanatorium, it was already late. He began to pack his belongings, preparing to leave at dawn. During his time at the sanatorium, he had not returned home, and although his father was no longer alive, that house held his most cherished memories, with the shadows of Fat Wei and Qin Yang still lingering there. Once his belongings were arranged, Chen Zhi retrieved the bundle of coarse paper his mother had left in the black cat, lying on his bed, turning the pages one by one. The latter pages of this bundle contained incantations for altering one's fate, yet the first page was a letter. At that moment, due to the constraints of hypnosis, Chen Zhi experienced a headache upon seeing this letter, remaining unaware of its contents. However, now, the letter has unfolded before his eyes in its entirety. This is a handwritten letter from Chen Zhi's mother. "Dear Zhi, by the time you read this letter, I shall no longer be among the living. From the moment I chose to abandon my family and flee with your father, this fate was sealed, and I must bear the consequences. Yet, I harbor deep remorse towards you. I have not been a dutiful mother. From the instant you entered this world, I felt like the happiest person alive. You were so adorable, like a little angel, forever tugging at my heartstrings. I am reluctant to leave this world, but life is laden with inevitabilities. It pains me deeply to leave you alone in this world. I am uncertain of the hardships you will face and the suffering that awaits you. However, remember that you have family by your side. Your uncle has always cared deeply for us. He promised me he would look after you. As for your father, I am at a loss for words. He believes himself to be the wisest man in the world, yet, in my eyes, he is the most foolish. He has squandered the happiness bestowed upon humanity. Family, love, friendship, these are the most beautiful emotions in existence, all wasted by him. He deceives himself, convinced that his intellect can conquer all, dismissing the value of emotions. Yet, without feelings, what meaning does life hold for humanity? Your father is a pitiful man. Until his last breath, he has achieved nothing. Dear Zhi, live the life you desire. Do not burden yourself with responsibilities, for no one is truly obligated to bear them in this world. Cherish your existence and pursue what you wish to do. With love, Jiang Suqing." Chapter 673. The epilogue of Qin Yang. Qin Yang stood by the banks of the Wangchuan River, watching as Chen Zhi gradually faded into the mist. The encroaching darkness swiftly enveloped her, akin to countless clawing demons lunging through the shadows. A chill ran down her spine, and the fleeting courage she had moments ago dissipated entirely. The most terrifying event unfolded as she found herself abandoned in the darkness. This sense of fear penetrated her very marrow, and soon her rationality was consumed by terror. She began to scream hysterically, calling out the names of Chen Zhi and the others, hoping to summon them back, but there was not a whisper of response. Her voice echoed in the void, where darkness reigned, accompanied only by a despairing silence. Qin Yang's strength had long been exhausted. Overwhelmed by fear, she succumbed to severe nausea once more. A torrent of bile surged forth from her mouth, causing her immense suffering. Together with her despair and terror, her body convulsed like that of an epileptic, curling into a tight ball. At that moment, she yearned for a swift demise, recalling the enormous female demons in the black mire. Perhaps they would reach out from the depths of darkness, dragging her into the abyss, eviscerating her, tearing and devouring her, a thought that filled her with profound dread. Yet, she lacked the courage to end her own life. Her consciousness began to fade gradually, and she found herself uncontrollably lost in fantasies. Memories of Bao Ping's promises under the starlit sky flooded her mind, vows that he would never abandon her. Bao Ping was a man of his word, and Qin Yang began to hope that he would suddenly return from the underworld to rescue her. However, after a long wait, nothing transpired. Just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness, a sudden flash of light from outside jolted her awake. In that moment, she beheld a figure cloaked in black flames slowly drifting from the banks of the river of forgetfulness. Qin Yang was utterly petrified. Her mind spiraled into chaos as the figure, undeniably inhuman, approached. With trembling hands, she drew the melancholy princess, a precious firearm gifted by the leopard lord, placing it against her temple. She gritted her teeth, yet ultimately refrained from pulling the trigger, perhaps overwhelmed by anxiety. As she found even the last vestige of her will to end her life had evaporated. At that moment, the figure engulfed in black flames slowly ascended the riverbank. As it drew nearer, the ground beneath Qin Yang's feet froze, and the acrid stench of sulfur choked her. Her shackled legs trembled violently. An instinctive dread overwhelmed her, whispering that this figure was the very embodiment of death as described by the Aso warrior, draped in a voluminous black cloak and a hood that obscured his face entirely. The specter loomed before Qin Yang, gazing down upon her like a predator regarding its prey. In that instant, her heart felt as though it had ceased to beat. The grim figure lowered his hood, revealing a youthful face, perhaps in his 20s, with hair as dark as night and eyes wide and luminous, reminiscent of stars, yet tainted with a hint of crimson. His pallid countenance exuded a chilling aura of death, akin to a corpse that had been granted the semblance of life. Etched upon his forehead was an ancient circular symbol, carved with a sharp blade, the congealed blood having turned a deep, haunting black, rendering his otherwise flawless visage disturbingly grotesque. He gazed down at Qin Yang, observing her body tremble in terror. "Let us complete the ritual." The specter spoke, his voice fluid yet gravelly, reminiscent of a throat damaged by some unseen affliction. After his proclamation, he seized her ankle, dragging her forward as if she were a lifeless body, and to her astonishment, the shackles on her feet seemed to glide along the earth. "Who are you? What do you intend to do with me?" Qin Yang summoned an unexpected courage, her voice breaking the oppressive silence. At that moment, the Grim Reaper halted abruptly, slowly turning to face her, his chilling presence freezing the very air around them. "I am the son of Fengdu," he declared. "I shall lead you to fulfill the ritual, and from henceforth, you shall no longer be a demigod." After the Grim Reaper spoke, he promptly lifted Qin Yang into his arms. She felt his body, engulfed in black flames, was chillingly cold. The Grim Reaper crouched down, propelling himself upwards with great force, and in an instant, his entire being soared forward like a bullet. Along the way, every obstacle yielded to him, and nothing dared to impede their passage. Dizziness overcame Qin Yang, and upon her descent back to the ground, she found herself in the underworld palace. Upon arrival, the black flames surrounding the Grim Reaper gradually extinguished, and he gently placed the petrified Qin Yang on the floor before the lifeless bodies of the princesses seated upon their thrones. Without the black flames, the Grim Reaper bore a resemblance to a human. He leaned down, his magnificent, radiant eyes fixated on Qin Yang, as a heavy scent of sulfur permeated the grand hall. His hoarse voice resonated once more. "Sacrificer, I have come to assist you in completing the marriage ceremony." Marriage? Perhaps it was the fearless resolve that arises at the brink of death, or perhaps an inexplicable power coursing through her veins. But Qin Yang found the courage to shout defiantly at the Grim Reaper. "Do you wish to transform me into one of those wretched beings? No, just kill me." Trembling, Qin Yang pointed towards the princesses' corpses upon their diminutive thrones, each gruesomely impaled by wooden stakes, a sight too horrific to behold. They were adorned in lavish makeup and opulent garments, resembling grotesque living specimens, evoking a chill down one's spine. "They are but despicable demigods. How could they possibly compare to you?" The Grim Reaper remained unmoved, responding hoarsely, "When the ceremony is complete, you shall be the wife of the underworld god, the only living deity." Chapter 674, Seeds of Hatred. What? Qin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded the one who claimed to be the son of Fengdu. Even the most untrained eye could discern his extraordinary, formidable aura. He was neither human nor demigod. He was but a step away from divinity, the divine offspring. Divine offspring are the progeny of deities and either demigods or human royalty, their status far surpassing that of demigods, imbued with abilities determined by their lineage. The offspring of ancient deities are said to be even more powerful than the gods themselves. Legend has it that Jiangxia was a divinely esteemed offspring. "Are you the son of Fengdu? The son of the underworld god?" Qin Yang inquired softly, raising her gaze. However, as soon as she posed the question, regret washed over her, for she noticed a slight shift in the expression of the one who claimed to be the son of Fengdu. His eyes darkened, seemingly repulsed by the term divine offspring. "You may refer to me by another name," he replied, kneeling slightly, his magnificent eyes locking onto Chen Zhi's. "I am the leader of what you call the Dark Division." Yamo. Yamo? At that moment, Chen Zhi's body felt as though it had been struck by lightning. The name Yamo was known to all demigods, a newly emerged deity in later times. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, Yamo was even synonymous with the king of hell, instilling fear far greater than that of the emperor of Fengdu. In the realm of Chinese folklore, the identity of deities is often shrouded in confusion. Many interpret Yama as the lord of the underworld, equating him with the fearsome King Yanluo, while others posit that Yama is merely the son of the underworld god and does not possess divine status. Numerous legends depict Yama as a figure of malevolence, embodying brutality devoid of any sanctity. In Tibetan Buddhism, the iconic image of the king of hell riding upon a corpse is indeed a manifestation of Yama. It appears Yama has discerned Chen Zhi's trepidation. He gently cupped her face in his hands, his deep, dark eyes slowly drawing closer to hers. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt the chilling coldness of his hands and the profound terror reflected in his resplendent gaze. "The offspring of the Ji and Jiang clans shall be offered as a sacrifice to my ghostly city, Fengdu. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be a demigod among mortals, but shall dwell with me in the underworld, conspiring to annihilate the Ji and Jiang clans." Impossible. Chen Zhi felt utterly powerless, as if her very essence had been siphoned away. Yet, she could still hear the frantic beating of her heart and the resolve that lingered within her. "Kill me if you must. I shall not betray my former comrades. I refuse to become a monster. This union is a farce. They do not view me as a sacrificial offering. It is your chains that have bound me here." She had never anticipated that she would muster such courageous words at this critical juncture. Foolishness. If they had not betrayed you, who then has placed the chains of the underworld upon you? Yama's grip on her face tightened, while his other hand traced a circle in the air. Suddenly, a vision shimmering with ethereal light materialized before Chen Zhi. A scroll detailing the matrimonial arrangements of the underworld, identical to the one Chen Zhi had seen with Lord Bao. However, this scroll bore an additional line of faint writing. The script, barely discernible, was inscribed in an ancient Qin script. "The bride must wear the chains of the underworld. Upon entering Fengdu, she shall be transformed into the shackles of the netherworld, sacrificed to the underworld, never to escape. Do you see? Do you comprehend?" Yama rasped, gripping her face tightly. "From the very beginning, they never intended for you to leave." A sudden buzzing filled Chen Zhi's mind as the anguish of betrayal surged within her. Yet, she was no fool. At this moment, her thoughts inexplicably sharpened. She recognized that the writing, though vague, was significant. "I know Chen Zhi. He is not the sort to act treacherously. He is deeply loyal. If he wished to kill me, he would have done so long ago. This text must be concealed. Chen Zhi could not have seen it, or he would never have allowed me to wear the chains. Regardless, I have erred in the past, and am indeed guilty. I cannot blame others for that." "Guilty? What crime have you committed?" Yama's fury seemed to intensify at Chen Zhi's response, the hue of his eyes darkening like the rising sun and moon. "If you are truly guilty, your sole transgression is weakness." Yama's hands delved into Chen Zhi's hair, firmly grasping her head, icy breath emanating from his fingertips. "If you remain oblivious, I shall unveil the concealed memories within your mind," Yamo declared. Following his words, he began to chant an arcane incantation, an ominous force emanating from his hands, a chilling breeze infiltrating Qin Yang's consciousness. Instantly, her mind surged with tumult as the hidden memories were unlocked. Chapter 675, The Sealed Memories, Part 1 of the Grand Finale, within Yamo's frigid grasp. Qin Yang vividly beheld the memories ensconced deep within her mind, scenes that were both heartwarming and gruesome. These recollections stemmed from her life prior to the age of 5. Once, she belonged to a vast family, comprising her grandfather, grandmother, uncles, aunts, and numerous cousins, a lineage encompassing hundreds. At that time, their family was not transient. They resided atop a secluded mountain in Qinghai. This peak, remote and harsh, with its treacherous terrain, was seldom frequented by travelers. When outsiders gazed upon this mountainous expanse, they marveled at its lush vegetation and the ethereal mists that enveloped it. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the verdant splendor and celestial fog were manifestations of her grandfather's formidable sorcery. In her tender years, Qin Yang was unaware of her family's transgressions, However, she sensed that they were relentlessly pursued by a mysterious entity known as the Organization. It was said that this enigmatic group was founded by descendants of the Zhi and Jiang clans, notorious for their ruthlessness and inhumanity, mercilessly exterminating anyone of the Heightened bloodline. At that time, Qin Yang had no comprehension of the Zhi and Jiang lineages. Her curiosity piqued yet unfocused. Her grandfather, the patriarch of the Heightened family, wielded immense power, conjuring clouds to blanket the mountain and nurturing dense flora, asserting dominion over the entire landscape. Under the mountain's protective embrace, combined with the formidable abilities of the Heightened clan members, they navigated the world with caution, evading the Organization, which had been unable to trace them for over a century. They established homes in the depths of the mountains, cultivating lands and hunting, shrouding their dwellings in a potent mist barrier, rendering them invisible to outsiders. Thus, the children, including Qin Yang, frolicked under the sun without worry, while the adults, when venturing beyond the barrier, transformed into animal forms, proceeding with utmost vigilance. It was a life of tranquility that seemed destined to endure, until one fateful evening when a bloodied clansman returned, breathless. He warned Qin Yang's grandfather that the outside world had turned perilous. The leader of the Organization had recently adopted a son, tasked with the relentless pursuit of the Heihen bloodline. Though young, this son exhibited merciless cunning, effortlessly piercing through the Heihen's disguises, slaughtering them without a flicker of hesitation in his gaze. The adopted son will soon locate this great mountain, compelling all the clansmen to relocate. Upon hearing this news, panic ensued, and discussions regarding migration were fervently held. However, that very night, an unexpected onslaught descended upon them, accompanied by an eerie chorus of incantations that shattered the protective barrier upon which their lives depended. A multitude of warriors emerged from the shadows, slaughtering the proud and fierce clansmen like demons. Qin Yang witnessed her grandfather risking his life to shield the others, conjuring a thick fog as cover, only to be pierced by a storm of arrows, meeting a tragic end. Meanwhile, the clansmen who transformed into animals to escape found themselves ensnared in deadly traps, their bloody bodies hanging grotesquely. Qin Yang's grandmother, uncles, aunts, and siblings, regardless of age, were ruthlessly subdued and slaughtered like beasts, the mountain drenched in their blood, leaving only her bloodline to escape. From that day forth, Qin Yang's parents, like startled birds, wandered and hid to evade danger. The young Qin Yang, emotionally fragile, was deeply traumatized by the massacre, succumbing to severe depression, weeping incessantly and refusing food or drink. Consequently, after conferring with her husband, her mother resolved to seal away Qin Yang's memories of that horrific event to shield her from further trauma, allowing her to gradually recover. Yet, tranquility was swiftly shattered once more when her parents were betrayed by a friend and slaughtered. On the day of her parents' demise, her mother uttered incantations to further obscure Qin Yang's memories, blurring her perception of reality. However, as these suppressed memories began to resurface, Qin Yang recalled her mother enduring brutal interrogations, flesh being methodically carved from her body. Standing beside her mother was none other than the fabled adopted son, a strikingly youthful boy, seemingly no older than 14 or 15, with deep gray eyes and a pallid complexion that bore an unsettling maturity beyond his years. That face, Qin Yang would remember until her dying breath. It was the visage of the young Bao Ping. Can you see clearly now? This is your so-called justice, and the emotions to which you cling. Yamo grasped Qin Yang's face, his large, radiant eyes fixed upon her. As blood began to seep from the scar etched on his forehead, dark crimson liquid cascading down, seemingly infused with a sense of resentment that gradually infiltrated her mind. At that moment, Qin Yang felt no weariness, nor did she experience fear or helplessness. Her eyes burned with fury, her entire being ignited with a singular emotion, hatred, a torrent of seething animosity. What say you? Surprised? The enemy responsible for the massacre of your kin has been beside you all along, and you have prostrated yourself before him, inviting him into your life. Does that not bring you shame? Yamo gazed at her with a mocking glimmer in his eyes, whispering with a sinister chuckle. Qin Yang remained silent, her body trembling uncontrollably as the raw emotion of grief and rage coursed through her like lightning. She felt her blood begin to boil, an overwhelming agony coalescing in her chest, compelling her to shatter this world to pieces. At this moment, Yamo leaned closer to Qin Yang, his icy visage pressing against her cheek, whispering softly in her ear, "Are you in pain? Do you wish for self-destruction? I can assist you." "No," Chen Zhi shouted furiously, as waves of crimson flames erupted from her body. In that instant, she realized that she possessed the capacity to conjure such formidable flames. Since entering the underworld, her powers had been gradually intensifying. Her blood surged through her veins, incessantly reminding her of one truth. She was inherently powerful. "Do you not wish to perish? Then it must be vengeance you seek." Yamo continued to cradle her face, a strange smile adorning his lips as he observed the deepening crimson hue of her enraged form. "Alhan, once the sacred beast of my Fengdu ghost city, revered by my ghostly kin, held a status akin to that of the lord of the underworld. Yet, he was wrongfully framed by humans and met his demise in their realm. For millennia, he has been slandered and trampled upon by human tongues, branded a ferocious beast. How detestable! Humanity truly excels in the art of deceit." Yamo's hand gently caressed Chen Zhi's cheek, brushing against her lips, now flushed from the fervor. "Your betrothal to the Lord of the Underworld is a covenant made eons ago between him and Alhan. Even as the tides of time change and the Lord has perished, the pact remains unbroken. I shall not coerce you, nor shall I deceive you. I merely present you with a choice, to ascend as a deity and trample upon those who have wronged you, or to remain a feeble human, forever tormented within." With blood-red eyes, Chen Zhi fixed her gaze upon Yamo, her body rendered immobile by overwhelming fury. Her hair blazed with fiery red flames. Teeth clenched tightly as she uttered a few words, "I seek vengeance." "Excellent." Yamo appeared to have awaited this declaration from her. With a swift motion, he conjured a black fruit, the size of a pigeon's egg, its surface dark as night, with a hint of red glowing within, exuding an alluring charm. "Consume this. With just one, your heart shall harden like iron, and you shall never again be weak." He offered the fruit to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi hesitantly took the fruit from Yamo's hand. It felt cold, imbued with unfathomable dark power. A wave of fear washed over her, causing her to tremble. "If I consume this, shall I still be human?" "Certainly not," Yamo rasped. "From this moment forth, you shall be the queen of Fengdu Ghost City, the sole living deity." "A deity? How ludicrous!" Tears streamed down Chen Zhi's face as she shut her eyes and swallowed the fruit. End of the first part. Please follow Weibo Ghost God Tomb, or join group 535422468 for updates on the second part. For details, please refer to Chidian Chinese. Closing thoughts. Prologue. The Ascension Ceremony in the dimly lit royal court of the Western Qi King City. Hundreds of warriors stood solemnly, resembling a lifeless collection of statues. Immobile in their battle attire, colored armbands revealing their identities. At the very center of the court, Bao Ping stood beneath the throne, his expression tranquil, his deep gray eyes resembling an unfathomable pool of water, assessing everyone present. The esteemed elder Ji Hu of the Ji clan stands resolutely beside Bao Ping, adorned in resplendent armor of jet black iron embellished with pure gold accents. His blood-red cape, extending over 2 meters, evokes the vestments of ancient rituals. Ji Hu raises a formidable, broad longsword high above his head, arms outstretched. "I am Ji Hu, scion of the Ji royal lineage, grand elder of the ancient Western Qi royal household, here to endorse the ascendance of the new leader. Before the ancestors of the Ji clan, I vow that the successor, Bao Ping, is appointed by the late chief's decree, witnessed by the assembled elders. His claim is just and rightful. Should any of us speak falsely, let us be condemned. Let our spirits be extinguished." Upon concluding his declaration, Ji Hu swings the great sword, which seems as light as a dagger in his grasp, and plunges it forcefully into the ground, sending sparks flying as it pierces the tiles. In unison, the warriors in the hall kneel, comprising both blue-belted knights and those of the unadorned white belt. Yet, at the forefront, a few warriors remain standing, refusing to bow to Bao Ping, their wrists marked with a vivid crimson, signifying their elite status as red-belted grand warriors. "Do any of the esteemed grand warriors dissent?" Ji Hu inquires with a smile, his eyes narrowing to slits reminiscent of a cunning fox. "Indeed," Ji Yang retorts defiantly, clutching his obsidian blade, casting a challenging gaze toward Bao Ping, skepticism evident in his eyes. "I never anticipated that the late chief would allow a mere outsider to ascend the throne." "Humph. Ji Hu, do you have any proof for proclaiming this unremarkable mortal as the successor?" "Words alone bear no weight. Of course, Jihu replies, his demeanor turning grave as he gestures. The fabric screens behind him flutter down, revealing a colossal stone tablet at the end of the corridor, upon which the name Bao Ping is boldly inscribed. According to the ancient protocols of the Ji royal family, the successor is determined by the late chief. Upon his passing, the chosen successor is revealed upon this stone tablet, clearly indicating that the late chief's adopted son, Bao Ping, shall inherit the leadership. Our laws are stringent. The chief's edicts, whether right or wrong, must be followed. Once the new chief ascends, dissent is impermissible, or one faces the direst of consequences. Grand Warrior Ji Yang, do you have further inquiries? Jihu inquires, his eyes fixed on Ji Yang, a complex expression crossing his face. Ji Yang gazes at the name etched upon the stone tablet, then turns to Bao Ping. His countenance chillingly pale, teeth grinding audibly as a tempest of potent energy emanates from his being, causing the stones beneath him to crack and splinter. To allow an outsider to ascend is unprecedented in 5 millennia of history. I refuse to believe the late chief would make such a preposterous decision. It is an affront to our warriors. The position of chief is of utmost significance, commanding all Ji warriors and the Jiang clan shamans. How could such an incapable person be deemed worthy of succession? It is utterly absurd. Every warrior in this court surpasses you in strength. Who would heed your commands? After delivering his tirade, Ji Yang turns to Jihu. Elder Jihu, did you consult with the patriarch of the Jiang clan prior to this appointment? I have encountered Chen Zhi, and suddenly, Bao Ping spoke, his voice resonating like thunder in the frigid hall, drawing the attention of all present. He glanced at the rebellious Ji Yang, and then at the menacing long knife cradled in his arms, offering a composed smile. Before my adoptive father passed, he entrusted me with a relic from ancient times, a stone ring of magic. He claimed it was the sole artifact capable of controlling the Jiang clan, urging me to safeguard it as if it were my very life. Subsequently, I bestowed that ring upon Chen Zhi. What? Ji Yang's eyes widened in fury, his grip on the long knife trembling violently. Indeed, you heard me correctly. Bao Ping maintained his serene smile. I returned it to the Jiang clan. An immediate silence enveloped the hall, so profound that even the sound of heartbeats seemed to vanish. After several minutes of this stillness, the ghostly blade stepped forward, placing a hand upon his chest, kneeling before Bao Ping on one knee. Ji Ling, I vow to serve the new leader unto death, willing to brave fire and water, unafraid of a myriad of deaths. Following suit, Ji Ying and Asu also knelt, and all the elder royals followed suit. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to the new leader, ready to face fire and water, unafraid of countless deaths. Yet Ji Yang remained standing, glaring at Bao Ping like an untamed lion among the kneeling warriors. Bao Ping met his gaze, his expression remaining tranquil, though the depth of his eyes intensified. Suddenly, Ji Yang tore open his outer garment, revealing a robust torso marred by a multitude of scars, resembling a chaotic tangle of branches, shocking to behold. I, Ji Yang, have devoted my life to the organization, facing perilous trials, and have no regrets for the Ji clan. Yet now, you expect me, a mere mortal, to submit to you? I cannot. Moreover, Bao Ping, do you truly deserve this? Upon finishing his declaration, Ji Yang lunged forward with his long knife, akin to a swift black wind. Landing before Bao Ping, Ji Yang, do not act rashly. Asu immediately grasped Ji Yang's arm, but by then, everyone noticed the formation had shifted. All the blue-banded warriors suddenly leaped in front of Bao Ping, drawing their long knives, exuding an aura of lethal intent, ready to engage Ji Yang in battle. Ji Yang, you are the chief warrior and our elder. Please trust my father, Ji Ying implored, pressing the long knife against her side while attempting to restrain Ji Yang's right arm poised to draw his weapon. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. Ji Yang suddenly laughed maniacally, his energy swirling around him like a tempest. He pointed his solitary blade at Bao Ping. Little Bao Ping, let me tell you, no matter how you acquired this throne, remember this. I, Ji Yang, shall never kneel at your feet. With that, Ji Yang shrugged off Ji Ying's grasp, sheathed his long knife, and turned to exit the royal court. Chapter 1. Destiny. First and foremost, I must convey to you that this is a true story. We dwell in an era of rapid technological advancement, where the wonders once conceived by ancient minds have largely come to fruition. Technology has realized everything, and humanity has long ceased to believe in the existence of fate. Yet, as we dismiss destiny as ethereal, It undeniably exists, steering the course of our lives, accompanying every pivotal moment, determining our fortunes and misfortunes, joys and sorrows. Many individuals have discovered that despite their relentless struggles throughout life, they remain ensnared by the shackles of fate. Yet, in ancient lore, there existed a figure who could manipulate the energy of the cosmos through mystical stones, thereby altering the destinies of living beings. This individual was known as Jiangxia. "Grandfather, what does this shop sell? Why is it always closed?" a young child inquired, pointing to a small establishment named the Hall of Destiny nestled within the residential area. "This is a fortune-telling house, a place where those endowed with supernatural abilities beseech the deities to unveil the secrets of fate, assisting humanity in divining their destinies." The elderly man replied in a voice weathered by time. "Fortune-telling? Ah, I see. My mother has told me that there are no deities in this world, that one's life is determined by oneself rather than by heaven. Fortune-tellers are all charlatans." The child exclaimed, laughing innocently. "Hush! Do not speak so carelessly." The old man promptly covered the child's mouth. "Let me tell you, human fate is decreed by the heavens. One must tread carefully lest they offend the spirits." Outside, the wind chimes swayed incessantly, producing a melodious sound. The Hall of Destiny had not opened its doors for over a month. During this time, Chen Zhi had grown accustomed to his solitude and darkness, finding tranquility in the shadows. Many of the once perplexing matters now seemed clear to him. His father's former room had been transformed into a dim chamber, all traces of his father meticulously erased by Chen Zhi. Now, apart from a large sofa, the room contained nothing. Chen Zhi closed the door, and in the pitch-black space, the young corpse on the floor emitted a phosphorescent glow. Phosphorus is a mineral secreted by the body immediately after death, rendering the corpse conspicuously visible in the dark. The lifeless figure, drenched and with furrowed brows, bore a pallid visage marked by sorrow, as if even in death it could not relinquish the pain inflicted by this world. "What am I to do with you?" Chen Zhi gazed at the body beneath him with an expression bordering on sympathy. At just over 20 years of age, Chen Zhi was the proprietor of the Hall of Destiny. This small city in northeast China, renowned for its steel production, resonated with the essence of iron. Unlike other fortune-telling establishments, Chen Zhi was a genuine wielder of supernatural powers, a notion incredulous in contemporary society, one that few would dare to believe. Previously, Chen Zhi had experienced a hidden era of splendor, one that could nearly incinerate all that existed in this world. He had fought, sacrificed, and succumbed to weakness, only to ultimately realize that one can never truly escape the chains of destiny, nor the torment of guilt that clings to the soul. Gradually, that brilliance faded, and he returned, dwelling alone in this small city, remaining in the Hall of Destiny, quietly reminiscing about the past and soothing the scars upon his spirit. The deep autumn of northeast China is often accompanied by chilling rains. Chen Zhi sat alone in the hall, as was customary, while the exterior of the Hall of Destiny remained desolate, devoid of any patrons. The establishment, a converted two-story residence, featured a lobby on the first floor with several display cases, while the second floor served as a bedroom. In the display case on the first floor, a variety of beaded bracelets are showcased, resplendent in their vibrant colors, seemingly no different from those sold at street stalls. However, several strands are encased in thick glass domes, beneath which intricate incantations are inscribed, enveloped in a faintly glowing transparent barrier. These beads, translucent and ethereal, are visible solely to Chen Zhi, who comprehends their true worth. They are spiritual stones, the most precious entities in existence, capable of transforming an ordinary individual into a celebrated star overnight or plunging one into the depths of despair. The day darkens swiftly, and the number of pedestrians in the community dwindles, with only the flickering streetlights illuminating the scene. Yet, Chen Zhi opens the rolling shutter, awaiting the arrival of a visitor. As night envelopes the surroundings, the doorbell rings. Through the transparent glass, he observes a frail boy trembling like a leaf in the cold wind. The boy, around 14 or 15, appears gaunt and pale, his underdeveloped physique accentuated by rain-soaked hair clinging to his face. His gaze is hollow and melancholic, as if the sunlight could never penetrate the darkness within his heart. Upon entering, the boy initially appears anxious, fidgeting with his hands and casting hurried glances at Chen Zhi. "You are here to see me, are you not? What brings you here?" Chen Zhi inquires from his seat on the sofa, cigarette in hand, observing the boy's unease. "I I have nothing, the boy stammers, his face reddening with embarrassment, before finally producing a card from his pocket. It is an ordinary promotional card, emblazoned with the slogan, Destiny Hall. We can resolve all your problems. This was in my backpack. I don't know who put it there, he mumbles, his bashful demeanor causing his cheeks to flush, unable to meet Chen Zhi's gaze. This is of little consequence, Chen Zhi replies, placing his cigarette in the ashtray. However, as the card suggests, I can indeed assist you with certain predicaments, though it will require a small sacrifice on your part. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the boy's wariness surges. Even a high school student in contemporary society is aware of the need to guard against deception. I am merely a student. I have no money. The cost I speak of is not monetary, Chen Zhi assures him, and you need not concern yourself with that at present. What I require from you is to divulge the nature of your troubles. The boy gazes at Chen Zhi with wide eyes, hesitating for what seems an eternity before a mix of shame and inferiority flickers across his sallow face. I wish to become braver. I no longer want to be bullied. Courage, you say? Chen Zhi smiles warmly. Indeed, life presents myriad challenges, dictated by your aura and fate. Fate is inherent. Yet if you desire, I can assist in making a slight adjustment. Chapter 2. Spiritual stones of water and would adjust my destiny? What? What do you mean? The boy's gaze towards Chen Zhi grew peculiar, as though he believed this boss was suffering from delusions or was a psychological deviant preying on minors. And he began to regret stepping into this situation. As I mentioned earlier, I can assist you, but only if you place your trust in me, Chen Zhi remarked with a smile directed at the boy, seemingly aware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Very well, now please articulate the difficulties you are facing, he continued, gesturing towards the chair opposite him for the boy to sit, and pouring him a cup of tea. However, the boy remained exceedingly anxious. He took a sip of the tea on the table, and it appeared that his body was no longer as cold as before. After a moment of steadying himself, his face quivered slightly, and tears of sorrow and grievance began to flow. This boy is named Ding Ning, currently a first-year high school student. From the onset of his schooling, he has faced ostracism from his classmates for a rather simple reason. He comes from a single-parent family, possesses an introverted and solitary disposition, and lives in considerable poverty. Most importantly, he is exceedingly timid. Ding Ning's father passed away early, leaving his mother to raise him alone. Initially an accountant for a small enterprise, his mother has been unemployed since the business collapsed, ultimately taking a job as a janitor at the school to care for Ding Ning, working as a temporary employee, to afford the exorbitant tuition fees. She also works on weekends, toiling tirelessly, rendering her unable to attend to Ding Ning's struggles. Ding Ning attends a semi-private key high school, where many students are self-funded and come from affluent backgrounds. Consequently, Ding Ning often feels inadequate in the presence of his peers. The teachers also extend little care towards him. And gradually, his classmates began to isolate him, claiming to have lost belongings. Some female classmates even chimed in, accusing Ding Ning of peeping at them while they changed, which filled him with profound shame at such a tender age. As rumors of missing items escalated, perhaps out of a desire to find a common target for bullying, the disdain for Ding Ning grew. What began as whispers behind his back evolved into open mockery, eventually leading the teachers to regard him with unusual scrutiny. Due to these incidents, Ding Ning's mother was summoned to the school multiple times. Being a rather timid individual herself and employed as a janitor, she received little respect from the teachers, who merely issued bland warnings without affording Ding Ning a chance to defend himself, sending the mother-son duo away. From that moment on, Ding Ning realized that in this world, many individuals are deprived of the opportunity to voice their grievances. Nevertheless, Ding Ning's academic performance remained exemplary. His greatest aspiration in life is to secure admission to a prestigious university, find a good job, and provide a better life for his mother. I just need a bit of courage. I no longer wish to be bullied, Ding Ning stammered, his head lowered in embarrassment, unable to meet Chen Zhi's gaze. Bullied? Did they physically harm you? Chen Zhi inquired, looking deeply into Ding Ning's eyes. No. Ding Ning averted his gaze from Chen Zhi's penetrating stare. Are you certain? Chen Zhi replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head slightly. Courage is a choice intrinsic to humanity, rather than a gift bestowed by the external world. However, I can offer you a sense of anger. Anger? Ding Ning looked at Chen Zhi in astonishment. For some reason, this statement resonated deeply within him, causing a tremor in his self-esteem. Indeed, a person's bravery often springs from anger. In moments of fury, one can perform the most unexpected actions, even resorting to violence. If one cannot even summon the courage to feel anger, then true bravery does not exist. Anger, huh? Ding Ning's face flushed crimson as he declared. I would never be angry with those individuals. I am a good student. Unlike those unruly ones, I would never engage in a fight with them. If I were to brawl on campus, I would be expelled, and my future would be utterly ruined. Therefore, I must endure. This is not merely a matter of endurance. It is a question of choice. Chen Zhi continued to smile at Ding Ning, as if he could see through his very soul. What you refer to as endurance is, in fact, a form of evasion, a retreat in the face of fear. Do not forget, it was you who sought me out. What you just expressed are excuses, feeble justifications for your cowardice. Throughout your life, such challenges will persist. There will always be those who bully you and circumstances that instill fear. You cannot perpetually flee. Ultimately, you must learn to confront them. Confront. Ding Ning felt as though he had been struck at a tender spot, his pallid face turning to Chen Zhi. Of course, facing fear is no simple task. While I may not be able to grant you the courage you desire, I will bestow upon you an object that will assist you in rediscovering yourself. Upon concluding his words, Chen Zhi stood and approached the counter, opening the thick glass cabinet, from which he retrieved a delicate bracelet composed of small wooden beads, each square, akin to tiny building blocks strung together. He presented this bracelet to Ding Ning. This is known as the Waterwood Spirit Stone, a type of spiritual stone. When worn upon your wrist, it will aid you in times of need. Is this for real? Ding Ning accepted the bracelet, eyeing the Waterwood Spirit Stones with skepticism. They resembled wooden beads, yet each bead was diminutive and surprisingly heavy. Almost like stone. Give me your hand, Chen Zhi instructed Ding Ning. Confused, Ding Ning extended his palm toward Chen Zhi. Dipping his finger in the tea, Chen Zhi drew a symbol-like pattern upon Ding Ning's hand, which dried instantly with a gust of wind. This is a sigil. It will allow me to perceive the events that unfold around you. Return now. Whenever you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me out. Chen Zhi nodded at Ding Ning. Ding Ning adorned his wrist with the string of Waterwood Spirit Stones, gently touching the unassuming wooden beads, weighing the reality in his mind, and ultimately departed from the Fate Hall with a sense of ambivalence. Chen Zhi watched his retreating figure from a distance, his eyes tinged with melancholy. Once upon a time, that silhouette was so innocent and unblemished. Now, thrust into this world, forced to endure its storms and harshness, one cannot discern whether this fate is a blessing or a cruelty for him. Chapter 3. Courage. The weather on the following day was splendid, with throngs of people bustling about outside. Yet, Chen Zhi remained unyielding, keeping his door closed. As was his custom, he brewed a cup of coffee and isolated himself in the dimly lit room. With a flick of his wrist, an image materialized in the air, astonishingly vivid. It depicted the current whereabouts of Ding Ning. Where do you think you're running off to, kid? Did you bring any money today? You coward. Do you really think you can escape? Are you looking to get yourself killed? The projection revealed 5 or 6 high school students cornering Ding Ning against a wall. Clad in the uniforms of Steel High School, they exuded an air of arrogance, some even with cigarettes dangling from their lips. Among them stood a tall, portly boy, whom the others referred to as Big Bear, clearly the ringleader. Steel High School was renowned in the city for its excellent academic performance. Yet these students were engaged in behavior unbecoming of their esteemed institution. Ding Ning's eyes brimmed with panic and dread, resembling a frightened little bird. As the boys hurled insults at him, he merely averted his gaze, too terrified to retaliate. After warning Ding Ning to bring money the following day, they departed, leaving him trembling alone in the corner. Once the boys had retreated, Ding Ning stood up, dusted himself off, and made his way toward the school. Upon entering the classroom, his classmates erupted into laughter at the sight of his dust-laden appearance. The teacher cast a disdainful glance his way, coldly admonishing, "Get back to your seat. If you're late again, don't bother coming in." She then turned her back to resume writing. Seemingly accustomed to such treatment, Ding Ning wiped the dust from his face and numbly returned to his seat, flipping through his textbooks page by page. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi observed this scene from the sofa, leisurely stirring his coffee while softly murmuring a few words, his voice barely audible even to himself. In an instant, another image appeared in the air, showcasing a graph shimmering with brilliance. This was an intricate chart composed of the flow of fierce curses, clearly displaying human physiological conditions alongside a plethora of intricate data. If there were anything of significance that Chen Zhi had accomplished during this time, It was the meticulous organization of all the information he had gathered regarding spirit stones. Akin to sorting through computer data, his mastery over fierce curses had reached an exceptional level. He transformed all the collected information into data and crafted this chart using the flow of fierce curses. This chart illustrated the human aura, with the depicted figure representing the host of the spirit stone. Various colors adorned the figure, each hue signifying different attributes, accompanied by dense analytical data, providing a direct visual representation. Naturally, each individual's aura was unique, and the distinctions in aura dictated the variations in their life experiences. Before passing, Chen Zhi's mother had entrusted him with the last set of incantations contained within the Black Cat, a method for altering fate. The content was exceedingly intricate. If one were to classify it as an incantation, it would be more accurately described as a convoluted and laborious cipher. During this period, Chen Zhi has devoted himself to extensive research behind closed doors. He discovered that spiritual stones are not only categorized into 5 elemental attributes, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but also into various levels. Ordinary spiritual stones only influence mundane energy fields, while higher-grade stones exhibit remarkably unique effects. Based on his understanding, Chen Zhi classified these spiritual stones into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Those stones that remain unverified, he termed mythical spiritual stones. Their existence is still a matter of speculation. The legendary sealing technique of Jiangxia, in theory, is feasible. However, if one truly wishes to seal celestial deities and create an aura akin to that of divine beings, a multitude of mythical spiritual stones is required, which in itself poses a paradox. The Jiang family library contains no records of such legendary stones. Currently, the chart reveals Ding Ning's energy field, with a transparent human form adorned in various hues, each blood vessel displaying its flowing essence distinctly. Evidently, his physique appears robust, yet the energy field emanating from him is noticeably misaligned and somewhat dim. From the analysis of Ding Ning's energy field, 2 conclusions can be drawn. Firstly, Ding Ning's energy field is rather uneven and overall appears weakened. Secondly, he lacks a quintessential human attribute, anger. At this moment, Chen Zhi turned his gaze to Ding Ning's wrist. Although Ding Ning's energy field is unstable, the bracelet adorning his wrist radiates an impressive brilliance, continuously shimmering with a unique luster, resonating with all of Ding Ning's attributes and causing fluctuations in his energy field. Beside the bracelet, a flurry of small data began to materialize. Waterwood spiritual stone. Wood attribute auxiliary spiritual stone. Beginner. Can enhance human anger desire. Non-outputting, non-specific. Chen Zhi's contemplation was abruptly interrupted by laughter. In the preceding image, De Xiong was mimicking a comical gesture made by Ding Ning, provoking laughter from all classmates. They regarded Ding Ning with disdain, though one striking girl among them displayed a hint of helplessness. It was evident that this girl held a special significance for Ding Ning, who seemed quite fond of her. Upon witnessing her look of disappointment, Ding Ning felt a surge of anger, raising his head to glare fiercely at De Xiong. De Xiong, clearly aware of this gaze, erupted in fury, leaping up as if to tear Ding Ning apart. Just then, the homeroom teacher unexpectedly entered, initiating the class. All students rose, forcing De Xiong to relent, though he turned back to point aggressively at Ding Ning as a warning, leaving Ding Ning drenched in sweat from fear. Observing the scene before him, Chen Zhi gently swirled his coffee, smiling faintly. He watched as Ding Ning gradually transformed within the imagery. Throughout the subsequent class, Ding Ning's focus waned, his mind seemingly consumed by tumultuous thoughts. Transitioning from fear to rising fury, he clenched his fists tightly, his internal energies boiling, with veins on his temples visibly protruding. Within Ding Ning's energy field chart, the anger index surged rapidly, ultimately reaching its zenith, while the blood coursing through his veins began to circulate with unprecedented speed. Courage in a person is born from anger. The weak need not seek excuses. When Ding Ning once again rushed into the Destiny Hall, Chen Zhi was casually watering a few potted plants in the hall. He had a fondness for these flowers and greenery, as they provided him with a fleeting escape from the passage of time. Ding Ning entered, his face streaked with tears, his complexion ashen and ghastly. "What on earth is this bracelet you gave me? Why has it transformed me into someone else? Do you have any idea what I did today?" When De Xiong bullied me, I resisted, and in a moment of madness, I struck him, knocking out his front tooth. I have been expelled. Overwhelmed with despair, Ding Ning sank to the ground, his hands covering his face as he sobbed uncontrollably, his frail body trembling pitifully. Oh! Chen Zhi seemed not to fully grasp Ding Ning's words, continuing to tend to the plants. You have ruined my life. What am I to do now? De Xiong's father is a leader in the Education Bureau, while my mother is merely a cleaning lady. Our family cannot bear the weight of this consequence. My mother has collapsed, threatening to resign and seek redress. We have no savings. What shall we do? Seeing Chen Zhi remain unresponsive, Ding Ning continued to cry and berate himself. This is all my fault. I should never have come here. I should have endured. If only I had practiced a little restraint today. Do you truly believe that endurance can resolve problems? Chen Zhi suddenly ceased his smile, regarding Ding Ning with a frigid gaze. Do you not remember at all? You have died once already. What did you say? Ding Ning was taken aback by Chen Zhi's words, his swollen eyes wide with disbelief at what he had just heard. Have you forgotten? Chen Zhi's icy stare bore into him. At that moment, you chose to endure, and the ultimate outcome of endurance was death. After Chen Zhi spoke, he drew a circle in the air, and within it, a scene from a week prior materialized. Ding Ning stood transfixed, astonished at the unfolding memory. It was a week ago when he was cornered by De Xiong and his cohorts by the riverbank, extorted for money. They had forced him into the water, demanding he steal from his mother. Despite gasping for air, he adamantly refused to succumb to their demands. Consequently, De Xiong and his friends subjected him to relentless humiliation, spewing vile insults at his mother. In that moment, Ding Ning offered no resistance, silently enduring the torment. After they had finished their cruel taunts, they departed with mocking laughter, their school uniforms contrasting sharply with the demonic aura they exuded. Left at the riverbank, Ding Ning was engulfed in despair, lying there for what seemed an eternity, devoid of tears. Eventually, he slowly rose to his feet, stepping toward the river, and without a trace of longing, leapt into its depths. No, this isn't me. I did not die. Ding Ning sprang up from the bench, shouting as if possessed. That memory of attempted suicide feeling like the recollection of an entirely different person, strangely unfamiliar, yet hauntingly real. Certainly, it is not you, Chen Zhi stated solemnly. The true Ding Ning has perished, his brain has succumbed to death, and the body you presently inhabit is merely borrowed from him. Akin to what superstitions refer to as borrowing a corpse to return to the soul. What? Impossible. Ding Ning could hardly accept this harrowing truth and instinctively recoiled, shouting in terror. However, he quickly realized that all his previous memories were as vivid as a televised scene, yet these experiences bore no resemblance to his true character. At times, he could not fathom why his former self had been so weak and timid, continuously yielding to the humiliations inflicted by De Xiong and ultimately becoming isolated, looked down upon by all his classmates. At that moment, Chen Zhi rose slowly, approaching Ding Ning. Ding Ning, aged 15, met his demise on October 21st by drowning himself. When I beheld his lifeless body surfacing, it was already beyond saving. Thus, I infused you into Ding Ning's body. In medical terms, this is referred to as brain integration. Henceforth, you shall live in his stead. No, you deceive me. You are a fraud. Ding Ning exclaimed frantically, covering his ears to block out Chen Zhi's words, turning abruptly to flee through the door. 3 days later, on a stormy night, Ding Ning reappeared, drenched and standing before the gates of Destiny Hall. My mother is suffering from a high fever, exceeding 39 degrees. Ding Ning gazed at Chen Zhi, his voice trembling, on the verge of tears. He had visibly lost weight, his frame appearing frilier, and his pale face bore sunken eyes that rendered this 15-year-old boy somewhat unsettling. My mother is unwilling to accept my expulsion. She has sought help from numerous places and even approached the Educational Bureau to plead her case. My mother, inherently a meek individual, finds it difficult to raise her voice in anger. De Xiong's father holds a position of authority within the Educational Bureau, and they argue that since I knocked out De Xiong's front tooth, which is considered a criminal offense in the adult world, his parents, being of high moral standing, chose not to pursue the matter further. Consequently, I am at fault in this situation, and without evidence of my past torment, I am powerless to contest it. Thus, the school's disciplinary action stands justified. My mother has been deeply disheartened by this, and subsequently, she fainted. As Ding Ning recounted these events, his lips quivered, and he bowed his head in despair. He then lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with pleading. Boss, I implore you, I do not know anyone else. I am at my wit's end. Could you lend me some money? Why not take her to the hospital? Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, examining Ding Ning. She has been taken. The doctor suspects acute internal inflammation but cannot pinpoint the source of the illness. The fever persists, and we must transfer her to a larger hospital in Chengdu for further examination. Our family lacks savings, and we are nearly out of funds. Boss, please lend me some money. I promise to repay you. I will no longer attend school. I shall work to repay you, Ding Ning sobbed, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. I will not lend you money. Chen Zhi remained unyielding, his expression calm as he regarded Ding Ning. So, do you trust me now? Ding Ning was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words as he looked at Chen Zhi, unsure of how to respond. If you seek my assistance, you must first learn to trust me. Chen Zhi's gaze was notably cold, radiating an air of indifference. Your mother's health is not gravely compromised. There is no need to seek distant medical help. What she lacks is merely a touch of fortune. After speaking, Chen Zhi produced an exquisite silk pouch from his bosom. As he extracted it, a mystical light emanated from within. He delicately retrieved a pale yellow bracelet, intricately woven from golden threads, adorned with a minuscule, sand-sized, pale orange stone. This stone was so diminutive that it was nearly imperceptible, yet it shimmered with a brilliance surpassing that of gold. This ethereal gem is known as a lucky stone. Exceedingly rare, known to align one's aura towards the most favorable outcomes, what we commonly refer to as luck. By fastening this bracelet around your mother's wrist, all her troubles will be alleviated. However, remember to safeguard this bracelet diligently and return it to me, for the consequences of neglecting this will be dire. Chen Zhi's expression was grave as he uttered these words. At that moment, Ding Ning found himself at a loss for words, numbly accepting the bracelet, his gaze transfixed on the resplendent orange stone. Chen Zhi continued, this world harbors much injustice, and numerous wrongdoings have been pardoned, yet all evils deserve punishment, without exception. Rest assured. After speaking, Chen Zhi gestured towards the entrance, indicating that Ding Ning could leave. Upon Ding Ning's departure, Chen Zhi returned upstairs, settling into a sofa. He lit a cigarette, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. After a while, he waved his hand, watching as the image in the air gradually unfolded. Within this vision, Ding Ning's mother lay on her sickbed, her lips cracked, tears staining her cheeks. The room was stark and bare, devoid of even a fruit basket, suggesting that no friends or relatives had come to visit. Moments later, Ding Ning returned. Entering the room, he first felt his mother's forehead. She was burning with fever, her consciousness barely intact. She managed to gaze at Ding Ning, her lips moving slightly, before tears began to fall. As Ding Ning grasped his mother's hand, tears streamed down his face as well. After much hesitation, he finally retrieved the lucky stone bracelet from his pocket and placed it on her wrist. Witnessing this scene, Chen Zhi extinguished his cigarette and waved his hand, causing the vision to dissipate. Chapter 5. Fortune arrives the following day when Ding Ning called. His voice was as jubilant as a songbird. He informed Chen Zhi that his mother had begun to recover from her fever the previous night. During today's examination, the source of her ailment was identified. It turned out she had suffered acute vascular congestion, which had obscured the inflamed area. After prompt medical attention, she was now out of danger and would be discharged in a few days. 2 weeks later, on a sunlit afternoon, Ding Ning arrived at the Destiny Hall. His enthusiasm palpable, his smile brighter than the sun. Has everything been resolved? Chen Zhi inquired, watering the plants, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the beaming Ding Ning. Indeed, everything has been resolved, which is nothing short of miraculous. Not only can I return to school, but my mother will no longer work as a cleaner starting tomorrow. Instead, she will be a logistics teacher at the school. Ding Ning's face radiated excitement as she recounted the events of the past few days. After her mother's discharge from the hospital, she remained undeterred and revisited the municipal government to voice her grievances. Initially, she thought she wouldn't even gain entry, but fortuitously, a leader's car was parked right at the entrance, and she encountered Ding Ning's mother, who was on her way to appeal. This leader exuded an impressive demeanor, speaking in a succinct and efficient manner, yet his attitude was remarkably approachable. He attentively listened to every word spoken by Ding Ning's mother, retained the appeal documents, and instructed her to await further news. Within less than 3 days, the school administration reached out. The high school principal personally visited Ding Ning's home, displaying a very cordial demeanor. He informed Ding Ning's mother that the school had conducted a subsequent investigation, confirming that Ding Ning had indeed been wronged. The other students had bullied her for quite some time, and Ding Ning had only defended herself when she struck to Xiong. Furthermore, he noted that Ding Ning had consistently demonstrated exemplary behavior and was welcome to return to school at any time. It was later revealed through the principal's remarks that the leader Ding Ning's mother had encountered was the newly appointed secretary of the city. Known for his strong and decisive approach, he mandated the Education Bureau to thoroughly investigate the matter and subsequently issued a stern reprimand to the principal, condemning the school's handling of the situation. The principal appeared visibly shaken, fearful of repercussions, and continuously implored Ding Ning's mother not to escalate the matter further. He also coordinated with the Human Resources Department, and due to Ding Ning's family's circumstances, her mother was reassigned to work in the school's logistics and finance department, enjoying the same benefits as the teachers, no longer a temporary cleaner. This news was monumental for both Ding Ning and her mother, leaving them at a loss for words in their joy. Sensing their satisfaction with the outcome, the principal seized the moment to commend Ding Ning as a student of great potential, urging her to return to her studies immediately, assuring that the school would provide all necessary support. After the principal departed, Ding Ning and her mother were overwhelmed with disbelief at their fortune. Her mother was so overjoyed that tears streamed down her cheeks, as their lives had transformed dramatically within a single day, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Ding Ning, however, knew that this fortune was attributed to the power of the lucky stone. According to their agreement, once the lucky spirit stone had fulfilled its purpose, Ding Ning was to return the bracelet to Chen Zhi in pristine condition. Thank you so much. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. I even harbored doubts about you at one point. I am truly sorry. Ding Ning spoke earnestly, yet suddenly recalled something and bowed her head. Did you really mean that Ding Ning has died? Is it true? Yes, Chen Zhi replied affirmatively, meeting her gaze. Then who am I? Who was I originally? Could it be? Am I a ghost? Ding Ning lifted her head, gazing at Chen Zhi with a hint of fear. There are no ghosts in this world, Chen Zhi said with a smile. You have merely been transferred into Ding Ning's body, living through his existence. This has nothing to do with the supernatural. It is merely that this technology is currently too intricate for humanity, hence the absence of clinical experience in medicine. As for your identity, you were once a friend of mine who has helped me, yet you lacked a corporeal form. You were confined for many years, and your body has suffered damage, a consequence of my ancestors' transgressions. Now that Ding Ning's demise is irrevocable, you must live on in his stead. Ding Ning lowered his head, his voice barely audible. Should I confess my identity to my mother? No, to Ding Ning's mother? Never. Chen Zhi replied sternly. You must remember, you are Ding Ning. The woman in your home is your true mother. Do not long for your past. It holds no significance. From this day forth, you may come to find me whenever you wish. The Fate Hall will always welcome you. But remember, never inquire about your past again. Let this be our agreement. Although Chen Zhi spoke with a gentle tone, his gaze conveyed an unyielding authority that instilled fear in Ding Ning. He swallowed hard, deciding not to press further. Return now. Your future awaits you, Chen Zhi said with a faint smile. For Ding Ning, life thereafter blossomed like spring. Perhaps news of Ding Ning's confrontation with Big Bear had spread, for his classmates regarded him with newfound respect. No one dared to belittle him any longer, and many even approached him to greet him. Big Bear never returned to school. Whispers circulated that his father had come under investigation for corruption, leading to turmoil at home, and Big Bear would no longer attend. His former cohorts had received severe reprimands from the school and no longer dared to assert themselves. What brought Ding Ning the greatest joy was that the teacher had reassigned his seat, placing him next to a beautiful girl named Lan Lan, the class flower and academic representative. With her pure and charming demeanor, she had never looked down upon Ding Ning. Rather, she often offered him assistance. Throughout the year of his trials, Lan Lan had expressed deep sympathy for his plight, frequently encouraging him. After sitting together, Ding Ning often walked to and from school with her. Lan Lan's tenderness fostered many heartfelt conversations between them, and Ding Ning felt as though his heart blossomed like a flower, awakening feelings of love. Later, during a physical education class, Ding Ning discovered his talent. Though he appeared frail, he possessed remarkable speed and ball control, making him well suited for the position of point guard. He joined the basketball team, though the training was arduous. He forged numerous friendships, enriching his life. Suddenly, the world seemed awash with sunlight, and life unfolded like a beautiful poem, truly splendid. Certainly, during this period, Ding Ning frequently visited the Fate Hall to seek Chen Zhi's counsel. He possessed an inherent trust in Chen Zhi, and at times he would bring Lan Lan along, who appeared to be quite fascinated by the Fate Hall, her curiosity piqued by the vibrant array of bracelets displayed in the glass cabinet. One evening, as the roll-up door of the Fate Hall descended, a howling wind stirred outside, rustling the leaves, soon followed by a sporadic drizzle. Chen Zhi, as usual, was casually browsing through web pages in the main hall, immersed in a plethora of dense foreign texts, reading them with astonishing speed. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Chen Zhi opened the side door to find Ding Ning standing outside, buffeted by the wind like a leaf. Ding Ning's expression had markedly changed. He looked at Chen Zhi with a hint of trepidation and distrust. "Looking for me?" Chen Zhi inquired as he opened the door wider for Ding Ning to enter. After a moment's hesitation at the threshold, Ding Ning stepped inside, wiping the rain from his face, stammering, "Xiao Zhigu, I came to ask you something." "Go ahead." Chen Zhi offered him a towel. Ding Ning hesitated slightly before asking, "Xiao Zhigu, I want to know, who exactly are you? Are you a living person?" Chen Zhi chuckled warmly, draping the towel over Ding Ning's head. "Rest assured, I can assure you, I am undoubtedly alive." "Then, are you human?" Ding Ning retreated a step, his wariness evident as he continued his inquiry. Chapter 6. Tears of the Crocodile. Upon hearing Ding Ning's question, Chen Zhi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He paused briefly, then looked at Ding Ning. "I cannot answer that question at this moment, for the human race is exceedingly complex. Perhaps I have overthought it. How could someone as kind as Xiao Zhigu possibly be a malevolent spirit?" Ding Ning eventually relaxed, using the towel to dry his drenched hair, and recounted the events of the day to Chen Zhi. Ding Ning had been experiencing a string of fortunate occurrences lately, almost forgetting his past tragedies. However, just then, the long-absent De Xiong reappeared. That evening, after practicing basketball with a few teammates, Ding Ning was making his way home alone when he passed a secluded alley and heard a familiar voice calling out to him. He turned to peer into the darkness ahead, and indeed, there was De Xiong lurking behind the alley. Upon seeing Ding Ning, De Xiong was overwhelmed with tears, revealing that his father had recently been investigated by the disciplinary committee, resulting in a substantial amount of money being discovered at their home. His father was now incarcerated, and his uncle was desperately seeking connections to no avail. Eventually, they sought the help of a renowned earth deity, who informed them that their family's misfortune stemmed from a powerful sorcerer acting behind the scenes, an evil spirit with profound magical abilities, known for casting curses that jeopardized lives. Thus, De Xiong immediately thought of Ding Ning and came to implore for his assistance in pleading with the sorcerer to spare his family's lives. Ding Ning was utterly terrified after hearing those words, and subsequently refused to listen to what De Xiong was saying, turning and fleeing home. After finishing his dinner, he found himself unable to sleep. With his mother out for the night, he hurried to the Destiny Hall to seek Chen Zhi. "Celestial being?" Chen Zhi furrowed his brow slightly, then gazed into the dark night outside, whispering urgently to Ding Ning, "It's not good. Quickly hide behind the door. They have followed you here." "What?" Ding Ning immediately lost his composure. "Brother Zhi, I didn't mean to lead anyone here. I didn't expect." "Go now?" Chen Zhi interrupted him sternly. "It's not just people who are coming." With a wave of his hand, the lights in the room extinguished instantly, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Ding Ning swiftly concealed himself behind the bathroom door. By this time, the sky had turned pitch black, and outside, the sound of wind and rain roared, with raindrops tapping against the windows like a frantic percussion. The Destiny Hall was devoid of any light. Dark as a haunted house. "Brother Zhi," Ding Ning called softly after hiding for a while, but when he received no response, he cautiously peeked out into the darkness, only to discover that Chen Zhi had vanished from his previous spot. Strange, where has he gone? A sense of panic welled up in Ding Ning as he stepped out from behind the door. Just then, he heard a creaking sound. The window was being opened. Several figures leapt through the window, startling Ding Ning. He quickly looked ahead, his heart sinking as he recognized that the intruders were De Xiong and a few men clad in black. De Xiong brandished a sturdy iron rod with a fierce expression, his bulkily built frame exuding menace. He shone the flashlight towards Ding Ning, illuminating him clearly. "You foolish pig, I knew that after heeding my words, you would lead us right to you," De Xiong declared, swinging the iron rod and striking Ding Ning's arm. The pain sent Ding Ning crashing to the ground, and in that instant, the men behind De Xiong surged forward. They were clearly seasoned thugs from the underworld, and one middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to De Xiong, likely his uncle. The men restrained Ding Ning, wrenching his arm painfully, rendering him unable to stand. Dexiong's uncle lightly tapped Ding Ning's temple with the iron rod, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Speak. Where is the one who cast the spell? Dexiong's uncle demanded, raising the iron rod high. If you don't answer, I'll crack your skull open today. Are you here for me? A calm voice emerged from the shadows. The voice startled Dexiong and his uncle, prompting them to step back cautiously and peer into the darkness. It became evident that a figure had been standing there all along. Who are you? Step out. Do not hide behind your tricks. Dexiong's uncle, clearly seasoned in the ways of the world, displayed no signs of fear. Spirits need no disguise. It is humans who relish in pretense. Chen Zhi emerged slowly from the shadows, clad in a beige casual outfit. The dim light illuminated his face, revealing a cold expression akin to that of a lifeless statue, gazing upon everyone with an unsettling calmness. You are the sorcerer, aren't you? You're the one who harmed my father. I, your young master, shall dismember you today. Dexiong glared at Chen Zhi with bloodshot eyes, his face flushed with rage as he brandished an iron rod, ready to charge forward. Mind your words. Dexiong's uncle cautioned, eyeing Chen Zhi with a hint of trepidation. He placed a hand on Dexiong's shoulder, urging him to step back, and then scrutinized Chen Zhi from head to toe, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Brother, I apologize for this unexpected visit. If it weren't for this child leading us, we would not have found your esteemed establishment. However, I am unaware of what this child has said to you that has led to such misunderstandings. It was merely a trivial matter among children, after all. Kids will fight in school, and it's nothing of great significance. If you have indeed employed any supernatural means that have brought misfortune upon our family, I implore you to show mercy and spare us. We would be immensely grateful, and we shall accept any conditions you propose without dispute. After delivering this plea, Dexiong's uncle clasped his fists once more, his eyes warily fixed on Chen Zhi, awaiting a response. Supernatural means? I do possess some knowledge in that regard. Chen Zhi replied with a smile. As for your fate, I have merely adjusted it slightly. Upon hearing this, Dexiong's uncle's eyes narrowed with alarm. So, the calamity that has befallen us indeed originates from you? Indeed, Chen Zhi acknowledged without hesitation, his demeanor unfazed. Dexiong's uncle's anger flared. Brother, why resort to such measures? What grievance do you hold against us? Is it merely the words of a child? How can one trust the words of children? No, Chen Zhi replied expressionlessly, shaking his head. This is an inevitable outcome. Your fates were long ago sealed. No one can alter it. I have merely expedited the process. Do not feign the supernatural with me. Dexiong's uncle thundered, his patience evaporating. He gestured to those around him, and each person produced a short dagger from their sleeves. Let me make this clear. We are no strangers to bloodshed. If you have any sense, withdraw your spell at once, or else. Or else what? Will you kill me? Chen Zhi asked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded him, finding him quite entertaining. Do you think I would hesitate? Dexiong's uncle's face twisted into a menacing snarl as he expertly raised his knife. Sometimes, I find you mortals on the brink of death to be quite amusing. Chen Zhi remarked coolly before suddenly raising his hand. In that instant, beams of light appeared out of thin air, coalescing into a transparent, three-dimensional square that formed a barrier. These barriers were exquisitely crafted, resembling delicate transparent boxes that enveloped everyone, leaving only Dexiong outside. Ah! Dexiong exclaimed in astonishment at the surreal sight. He immediately discarded the knife and turned to flee towards the door, only to find it utterly unyielding. Dexiong, terrified, retreated, but upon turning back, he beheld his uncle and the henchman ensnared within a transparent barrier, struggling and howling in terror, their voices utterly silenced. At that moment, Chen Zhi approached steadily, his face pressed against the barrier, gazing at the panicked Uncle Dexiong, softly uttering, "Do you realize? I am aware of everything you have done." As his words lingered in the air, a blaze erupted within the barrier, and before Uncle Dexiong and the henchman could react, they were instantaneously reduced to ashes. In sheer horror at the unfolding scene, Dexiong was driven to madness, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In despair, he witnessed a barrier of light rise beside him, swiftly coalescing into a square enclosure, trapping him within. Encircled by flickering currents of electricity that crackled like serpents of fire, he cried out, "No, please, spare me." Uncle Dexiong, utterly frenzied, pleaded with tears streaming down his face, "I beg you, please. I swear I won't dare again. I am still a student. I am not yet of age." Chen Zhi regarded the weeping Daxiong with a chilling gaze, his voice as sharp as a blade. The mercy towards minors is a law of humanity, not mine. Ding Ning, witnessing the terror-stricken figure of Chen Zhi, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. He turned to Ding Ning, pleading, "Help me, please. Are you going to let this demon kill me? We are classmates." Ding Ning, equally paralyzed by fear, found his entire worldview shattered, his mind in disarray. The sight of Chen Zhi now appeared as that of a terrifying demon. Finally, Ding Ning glanced at the tear-streaked Daxiong, his heart churning. "It's cold," he said through clenched teeth. "You pushed him to jump into the river. He is waiting for you below. You should go and accompany him." "Excellent." Chen Zhi turned his gaze towards Ding Ning, a sinister smile curling at his lips, his face illuminated by flashes of lightning, instilling dread. "Remember, any leniency towards evil is complicity in its perpetration." After declaring this, Chen Zhi raised his hand, causing the barrier to constrict rapidly, the crackling electricity advancing menacingly towards Daxiong. "No celestial being will discover my existence. Speak. Who sent you to find me?" In sheer terror, Daxiong, stripped of all courage, dared not conceal the truth any longer. "It was not a celestial being who informed me, but suddenly, within the barrier, a flash of lightning struck, severing the air as Daxiong's body was instantaneously dismembered into countless fragments, bloodied pieces falling to the ground with a horrifying thud, a gruesome spectacle that left onlookers aghast. At that moment, a young girl, as delicate as a leaf, gracefully descended onto the eaves of the Fate Hall. "Lanlan." Ding Ning gasped in astonishment upon seeing the girl. However, Lanlan did not approach Ding Ning. The innocent sweetness of her high school days had vanished, replaced by a fierce and seductive demeanor. Her gaze was fixed upon Chen Zhi, her expression contorted and feral, reminiscent of a beast. "Is that truly you?" Chen Zhi inquired with a smile. "You are the one who sent them to find me, aren't you? The illegitimate son of Xian Niao, Jiandi." "Indeed," the girl replied, her eyes gradually gleaming green, her teeth sharpening into vicious points. Her hair surged and floated in the air like an agitated giant bird as she glared at Chen Zhi with intensity, responding in a sharp and peculiar tone. "Are you not also an illegitimate son, Chief Chen?" Chapter 7, Jiandi. Her laughter was a shrill cacophony, as though a single note could rend the very fabric of one's ears. Ding Ning trembled, gazing at the former object of his secret affections, Lanlan, now crouched like a prehistoric monster beneath the eaves, her form grotesquely twisted. "Get behind me," Chen Zhi shouted to Ding Ning, who finally reacted and scrambled to hide behind him. Chen Zhi then turned his attention back to Jiandi, who was now less than 2 meters away. Her teeth had transformed into deadly blades, her fingernails elongated into iron hooks that gripped the eaves. Her neck stretched forward, her hair seemingly morphing into feathers, poised to pounce upon her adversary. The sight was terrifying, almost indescribable in its horror. "Jiandi, can you reveal your intentions to me?" Chen Zhi swiftly conjured 3 barriers before him, effectively sealing Jiandi outside. A dense stream of energy, akin to silken threads, surged from his fingertips, ready to ensnare Jiandi in a tightly woven net of power. "When that boy had leapt into the river to take his own life, it was you who sent me a plea for help using your abilities. Such an act was fraught with danger, yet it demonstrated your fondness for him. If you wish to save him then, why reveal yourself now? Is your ultimate aim, perchance, to target me? Ha ha ha, how amusing. Do the illustrious descendants of the Jiang family truly possess such self-importance? Do not forget, I am of the lineage of Xian Niao, Chief Chen. From the moment you were born in this city, I have been privy to all that has transpired in your life. Do not underestimate the Xian Niao. We have listened to every whisper of this world since time immemorial, perceiving all. No conspiracy can escape our scrutiny, unlike the bat you keep as a pet. Moreover, Chief Chen, you have deliberately placed the spirit stones here while setting formidable barriers and traps outside. Are you attempting to draw forth a demigod? What purpose do you have in courting such beings? Are you aspiring to seal a new deity?" Upon hearing Jiandi's words, Chen Zhi's brows furrowed tightly. He did not respond, but instead raised his arm, enveloped in swirling streams of energy. With a crackling sound, those fierce currents illuminated the dark night as brightly as day. Chief Chen, please do not misunderstand. I am not your adversary." Jiandi immediately ascended into the air, her arms outstretched to support her body, her hair swirling like mist, and her eyes shifting in hue. "However, as far as I am aware, aside from the legendary Jiangxia, No one from your clan possesses the ability to attain divinity. Even the most closely related patriarch from the Western Zhou period could not achieve such a feat. It appears that the ability to attain divinity within your clan has long been lost, or perhaps the so-called method of achieving divinity is merely a fabrication. Hee. At this point, Jiandi suddenly erupted into a harsh laugh that was discomforting to hear. Chief Chen, there is one matter I find quite perplexing. As the leader of the Jiang clan, why do you not bear the surname Jiang? It is indeed a curious affair. This brings to mind your father. He was quite an intriguing individual. Enough. Chen Zhi calmly interjected, and with a subtle movement of his wrist, a multitude of air currents surged around Jiandi, intricately weaving together like silk to form a cage, enclosing her within. Jiandi, I ask you, are there any other descendants of the Xian bird besides yourself? What? Chief Chen, do you truly wish to recruit me? Jiandi, now confined within the air current cage, remained unperturbed, still hovering gracefully, her feathers fluttering. Are you referring to my sisters? They are dreadfully dull. Long ago, I consumed them entirely, and their flesh was equally unremarkable. However, Chief Chen, as a token of our first meeting, allow me to present you with a gift. Would you not wish to know the true identity of your foe? Foe. Chen Zhi's heart trembled at once, and he immediately thought of the figure engulfed in black flames in the underworld, as well as the frail girl he had left there, her face stained with tears and despair, her eyes sparkling brighter than the stars. Who is he? Tell me, and I shall grant you your freedom. Chen Zhi said coldly. Jiandi's laughter grew sharper, her feathers gradually fading, and she floated in the air like an ordinary human. Your enemy is Mo Yi, the son of Fengdu. He is the scion of the god of the underworld, possessing an ancient and noble lineage, as powerful as your ancestor Jiang Zia, nearing the divine. Nearing the divine, yet ultimately not a deity, correct? Chen Zhi murmured. As far as I know, there are no living gods in this world. Not necessarily. Jiandi began to laugh once more, then spread her arms, her feathers unfurling like wings. Great chief of the Jiang clan, please honor your word and let me go. Rest assured, I am not beholden to any power. I shall neither submit to you nor follow Mo Yi, and by allowing me to depart, you will rid yourself of an enemy. After Jiandi concluded her words, she began to wander at the periphery of Chen Zhi's barrier, yet she hesitated to recklessly touch it. Nevertheless, her feathers were imbued with formidable power, and she exhibited no signs of fear. Should you change your mind, feel free to return to me. I am aware that you are my senior. Yet you may make requests of me, and perhaps I can fulfill your desires. Upon finishing his statement, Chen Zhi waved his hand, causing the cage-like barrier to dissipate into thin air. Jiandi's visage transformed completely. Her form was enveloped in verdant feathers, morphing her into a grand bird. Her emerald eyes flickered momentarily as she cast a glance at Ding Ning. I almost forgot, clan leader Chun, you need not rely on those spirit stones to attract demigods. You see, truly powerful demigods are exceedingly cunning. No one would fall for such a trap. I presume you have already encountered the one residing in Japan? In truth, if you seek to recruit a demigod, there exists a prime opportunity right before you. This is a secret that only we Xian birds can perceive. This child possesses a unique essence within him. His flesh is delectably sour, a temptation that demigods find irresistible. The acidity of his flavor intensifies with age, which is precisely why I was drawn here. Keep him by your side, and before long, formidable demigods will come seeking him. However, do not blame me for not warning you. Many demigods may be more terrifying than you can imagine. After millennia, who knows what they have become? With that, Jiandi unfurled her wings and soared out into the night, vanishing into the darkness. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed across the sky, and torrential rain began to pour. Lon Lon, Ding Ning, at this moment, finally mustered the courage to approach the doorway. The series of events that had just transpired felt like a blend of the supernatural and the fantastical, utterly upending his worldview. It was more dazzling than witnessing a blockbuster film. Xiao Zhi, brother Xiao Zhi, was everything I just witnessed real? Am I truly not dreaming? Ding Ning stammered, pointing helplessly into the encompassing darkness. It is not a dream. Chen Zhi replied coolly, gesturing to draw back all the currents of air. Then, did Lon Lon just leave like that? She is not Lon Lon. She is? She is a Xian bird, Chen Zhi stated, gazing into the dark expanse ahead. The Xian bird is a divine creature from ancient Chinese mythology. recorded in the records of the Grand Historian as the fateful Xian bird that descended to give birth to the Shang dynasty. The Xian bird is a deity capable of perceiving all, delivering prophetic dreams to rulers regarding their rise and fall. Yet, according to the records in the Jiang clan's library, the Xian bird is actually a creature that reproduces through parthenogenesis, consisting solely of females. It is profoundly cruel, living off the flesh of others and often engaging in cannibalism. As a bastard, it is quite difficult to survive among its kin. What is the Jiang clan's library? Ding Ning inquired, his eyes widening in astonishment as he posed the question to Chen Zhi. Haha, it is of no consequence, merely a place unworthy of remembrance. Chen Zhi gazed at the innocent-eyed Ding Ning and offered a faint smile. Yet, when the true Ding Ning contemplated the river's embrace, this mysterious bird had once summoned me through the power of dreams, urging me to rescue the child. This act, imbued with peril, would wholly unveil her identity, revealing a flicker of compassion for Ding Ning. It appears that the records housed within the Jiang family's library cannot be entirely trusted. Chapter 8. The dream-entwined plump girl. Since the incident involving Lan Lan that fateful night, Ding Ning has been utterly petrified, reduced to a state akin to mental disability. Perhaps this was too overwhelming for a high school student still in his adolescence, particularly as Ding Ning's psychological maturity is evidently less developed. For several consecutive days, he found himself unable to discern whether he existed in reality or within a dream. At times, he even questioned if Chen Zhi might be a mere figment of his imagination, leading his mother to suspect he was unwell, nearly prompting a visit to a psychiatrist. However, after a fortnight, Ding Ning swiftly embraced the reality of his circumstances. Strangely, within the entire class, no one aside from Ding Ning retained any memory of Lan Lan. Even the class monitor inexplicably transformed into a girl with a pockmarked face and a prominent nose. Yet beneath Ding Ning's bed, he uncovered a multitude of pencil sketches he had drawn, which he had no recollection of creating. A thick stack of paper was filled with depictions of Lan Lan's visage, some even stained with blood. Despite this, Ding Ning mourned his first love for a considerable time. The Lan Lan etched in his memory was pure and adorable. Yet she had astonishingly metamorphosed into a monstrous bird from a prehistoric age, fluttering away into the sky. This transformation cast a shadow over his perception of love. Nevertheless, Ding Ning has now undergone a profound transformation. He has flourished within the school environment, forging strong bonds with his teammates, yet the allure of academia has waned. Once, attending university may have been his greatest aspiration, but now, his dreams have shifted towards embarking on adventures with Chen Zhi, seeking the profound truths of this world. This has become his paramount wish. However, Chen Zhi has cautioned Ding Ning about the ruthless nature of the mysterious bird. Regardless of past sentiments, Jian, who once harbored a semblance of pity for Ding Ning, would show no mercy now. Should they encounter Jian again, immediate notification to Chen Zhi is imperative, lest they risk becoming prey. Yet, the words left by Jian before her departure have indeed piqued Chen Zhi's interest, particularly regarding Ding Ning's constitution. She claimed that Ding Ning possessed a bodily essence coveted by demigods, an acidic nature that elicited their longing. Chen Zhi remains unable to ascertain the veracity of this assertion. One afternoon, as was his custom, Chen Zhi descended to open the roll-up door. The business at Fate Hall had grown dismally quiet, yet he still opened the door at the sun's zenith, perhaps hoping for the return of someone. After perusing the materials in the hall for a while, he tended to the plants as usual, then brewed a cup of coffee before ascending the stairs. The second floor housed numerous rooms, all with closed doors, and Chen Zhi entered one of these chambers. This is a room furnished with only a single bed, the floor cluttered with scattered articles of men's clothing and gear, while 2 rolls of military parachute cord dangle from the walls. The owner of this room once shared an inseparable bond with Chen Zhi, but after a fateful and unfortunate incident, he chose to vanish quietly, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, Chen Zhi's team disbanded. After sitting in the room for a while, Chen Zhi retrieved his phone and sent a message to that familiar WeChat account, a message he had sent countless times before, persevering day after day. Fat Wei, come back when you've figured things out. I'm waiting for you. After sending the message, he received no reply. It was as if the person on the other end had disappeared from existence. At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly, and the visitor entered uninvited. Chen Zhi approached the staircase and peered down, only to find it was the busy Dog Shifei. Dog Shifei had become quite the entrepreneur. assisting Lu Xiaohong in opening a hot pot restaurant in the bustling city center, a prime location with excellent accessibility. This establishment had been purchased by Chen Zhi for Lu Xiaohong, just as he had promised to look after her and her son, ensuring they would no longer have to sell buns on the street corner. It was rumored that Dog Shifei had professed his feelings for Lu Xiaohong on numerous occasions, only to be met with her candid rejections. The reason for her dismissals was likely common knowledge within the community. Lu Xiaohong had always harbored feelings for Chen Zhi. The hot pot restaurant, named the gluttonous god of hot pot, was in its preparatory stages, with Lu Xiaohong and her mother assuming the role of proprietors, while Dog Shifei managed business operations, served customers, ensured security, and took on various other tasks. Dog Shifei hurried over to obtain Chen Zhi's signature on the rental agreement, allowing him to proceed with the process of trial operations. After signing, Chen Zhi inquired about the current status of the restaurant's preparations. "Everything is in place, brother. You can rest assured. All the tables and chairs and facilities are neatly arranged. Even before we officially opened, many have come to inquire. Our location is simply perfect. Brother, your generosity is remarkable. You've casually spent millions to secure such a large shop for Xiaohong. This is big news in our community. The aunties and uncles on the street are saying you've struck it rich and would gladly marry off their daughters to you. You are truly a young talent and a role model." All right. Chen Zhi waved his hand in exasperation, surprised that after all this time, Dog Shifei still had so much to say. "Let us go. We should take a look." After Chen Zhi spoke, he gestured for Dog Shifei to lead the way as they walked out of the neighborhood. To be honest, Chen Zhi had not yet visited the shop despite spending a staggering 5 million on that prime location. His mood had been so despondent lately that he felt like a mere shadow of himself, hiding away in Fate Hall, living as neither man nor ghost, nearly forgetting that he was once human. A breath of fresh air was just what he needed. Not long after leaving the residential area, they entered the bustling city center, where indeed, the crowds flowed incessantly. Prominently situated on the main thoroughfare was the shop that Chen Zhi had purchased. This establishment is a quaint two-story venue, spacious and illuminated, perfectly suited for a restaurant. Recently, Dog Shifei and Lu Xiaohong dedicated considerable effort to its renovation, resulting in an elegant fusion of Eastern and Western styles. The interior still requires a few additional staff members, and Lu Xiaohong, along with her mother, is currently interviewing waitstaff. Upon noticing Chen Zhi's arrival, Lu Xiaohong's mother warmly approached him, exclaiming, "Ah, Xiaozhi, you're here. You've been cooped up at home for so long that we were hesitant to call you. Just look at how splendid this restaurant is. We owe it all to you. Rest assured, we will manage it well and honor your heartfelt investment. You've truly made remarkable progress, managing to secure 5 million so effortlessly. If your mother were here to witness this, she would be so proud." Lu Xiaohong's mother, still brimming with excitement, continued to chatter endlessly. Lu Xiaohong, visibly exhilarated upon seeing Chen Zhi, greeted him with a smile, saying, "Come in and have a look. No more cooking at home. You should dine here." Their warmth evoked a wave of nostalgia within Chen Zhi, reminiscent of the days spent savoring buns at Lu Xiaohong's home. He followed her inside, taking a tour of the restaurant. Indeed, it was spacious and bright, situated directly across from the city's most bustling commercial district, where foot traffic was incessant. It was hard to imagine that a restaurant in such a prime location wouldn't thrive. As Chen Zhi gazed out from a second-floor window, a familiar figure suddenly entered his line of sight, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly descended the stairs. Upon stepping outside, he clearly saw that Pang Wei was indeed standing there. Chen Zhi's heart tightened, rendering him momentarily speechless. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten me after just a few months?" Pang Wei exclaimed loudly, tossing a heap of bags at Chen Zhi's feet. "Don't just stand there, help me with my things. I've practically moved my entire house here, and it's been an exhausting journey. You're back." Chen Zhi remained rooted in place, gazing at Pang Wei without moving. He had envisioned countless scenarios of their reunion, even considered the possibility that Pang Wei might never return, yet he had not anticipated such a sudden encounter. "What's the matter? Aren't you going to welcome me back? Honestly, have you taken over my room? That's quite heartless of you. I need to head back and check." Noticing Chen Zhi's inaction, Pang Wei playfully shoved him, insisting, "Let us go. Look at you, still waiting for me to give you a hug. I've told you countless times, I'm not here to engage in anything romantic with you." After saying this, Pang Wei picked up his luggage and headed towards the dormitory. Chen Zhi remained standing there, watching Pang Wei's retreating figure. In that moment, The darkness that had lingered in his heart began to dissipate. Chapter 9. Plans for the future. After Pang Wei's return, he inquired about Gui Dao's whereabouts. Ever since his cousin's demise in the underworld, Pang Wei had ventured southward alone, severing all contact with others. Chen Zhi confided that ever since the incident involving his father, Chen Yang, he had sequestered himself within the Fate Hall, severing ties with the organization for an extended period. The ascension of Bao Ping to the leadership position was an unexpected turn of events for everyone, and the internal dynamics of the organization had grown exceedingly intricate. Bao Ping needed to stabilize the hearts of the members, while the Ghost Blade would remain in the Wang city of Shiqi for the time being. The last time Chen Zhi visited the organization, he made a direct trip to the Jiang family's library, where he meticulously copied and relocated a significant portion of the ancient texts, transforming them into a vast repository of information stored within the ethereal luminal chart. This chart system, crafted by Chen Zhi using a powerful incantation, preserved all the library's records and the data on spirit stones, shrouded in utmost secrecy. It could only manifest under the influence of Chen Zhi's aura. Should he perish, it would vanish forever, thus alleviating concerns of any confidential information being disclosed. During this period, Chen Zhi's exceptional speed reading and memory retention capabilities came to the fore, enabling him to memorize all of the Jiang family spells, including defense, fiery incantation, offense, divine severing spell, transformation, the art of defying fate, utilizing spirit stones to alter destiny. Moreover, he had acquired a plethora of other spells, such as the one he employed on Ding Ning, which allowed him to perceive distant scenes. It could be said that the volume of information residing in Chen Zhi's mind was monumental. With his remarkable cognitive capacity, he had recorded an astounding amount of data, a feat likely unmatched by any of the previous patriarchs of the Jiang family. However, the vast collection within the library remained largely intact. When the luminal chart shimmered into view before Pang Wei, he was genuinely astonished. Wow, Chen, this is absolutely incredible. It's like a touchscreen. Can it actually be touched? Pang Wei exclaimed, reaching out, only to find that his fingers met with a dissipating luminescence. Not quite so miraculous, Chen Zhi smiled. This is merely the result of integrating my incantation with a touch of programming. I discovered that when I merge modern technology with spellcraft, I can consistently create astounding phenomena. With a wave of his hand, the chart began to turn pages, revealing human figures, each adorned with vibrant auras, clear and distinct. Is this the human aura? Amazing, Pang Wei remarked, his eyes widening in disbelief. So, does that mean you hold the fate of people's lives in your hands? You could be like a god, dictating outcomes at will. That is utterly impossible. Chen Zhi quickly refuted Pang Wei's assertion. The human aura is exceedingly complex. Through my in-depth research during this time, I have discovered that many auras can indeed be altered through one's own efforts. In other words, an individual's subjective consciousness can influence their aura. However, some auras are intriguingly enigmatic and exceedingly difficult to change. These auras are pervasive throughout the human body, exhibiting a multitude of colors. And I am still unable to fully comprehend their nature, yet they play a pivotal role in determining one's destiny. What I can ascertain at present is merely a tumult of emotions: anger, excitement, fear, extroversion, and aggregation, along with the enigmatic spirit stones. As Chen Zhi spoke, he shook his head slightly, indicating that the nature of spirit stones is far more intricate than we can fathom. To put it in perspective, theoretically, acquiring spirit stones could grant one dominion over the world, the power to reshape destiny, and the ability to act with impunity. However, this remains but a theoretical concept. The incantations passed down through the Jiang lineage for defying fate are merely theoretical as well. The practical application is tenuous at best, requiring legendary spirit stones to achieve such feats. At times, I ponder whether these divine spirit stones truly exist, and the tale of Jiang Zia's ascension to divinity 5 millennia ago might merely be a beautiful legend. Absolutely not. Fat Wei interjected emphatically. I've grown up hearing about your ancestor Jiang Zia and the matters concerning the investiture of the gods. Besides, did we not witness the steel of deification on Changbai Mountain? Chen Zhi, with a resigned smile, replied, Indeed, we did see a steel of deification, but we did not witness the entire process of deification. Let us not forget that ancient people were adept at weaving mystery. That steel may simply be a fabrication of their own making. Oh, that is impossible. Fat Wei waved dismissively. In any case, you should continue your research diligently. Once you unravel its mysteries, grant me deification as well. I seek not much, just to be a deity of tomb raiding, so that no one dares expose me as a grave robber." As Fatway said this, he cast a furtive glance at Chen Zhi, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "By the way, Orange, last time we ventured into the underworld, we came away with quite a haul. How many spirit stones do you possess now? Do enlighten me. Otherwise, let me sample the essence of those spirit stones myself." "Not a chance." Chen Zhi immediately waved his hand, causing the ethereal diagrams in the air to dissipate. "I do possess a few spirit stones, but their quantity is woefully scant, and most are of a lower grade. As for altering fate with spirit stones," Chen Zhi's expression grew exceedingly grave. "Fat Wei, I must caution you. We cannot be lured by the allure of spirit stones. Their nature is complex and even sinister. Some spirit stones are beyond my control. Thus, do not harbor any delusions of relying on them, or you shall inevitably be consumed by them." "Rest assured," Fat Wei replied, undeterred. "I have no need for you to change my fate. I cannot perish from such turmoil. Few possess luck greater than mine. However, there is one matter I still wish to inquire about." As he spoke, Fat Wei flicked his cigarette. "Orange, when it comes down to it, your identity remains unchanged. Do you intend to return to the organization?" Upon hearing that name, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, offering no response as he turned and exited through the concealed door. Fat Wei followed closely, continuing, "Orange, during this time, I've come to understand quite a bit. We must confront a certain reality. During our time in the underworld, Jiying acted without fault. My cousin was already beyond saving. Had we forcibly brought him aboard, none of us would have survived. It was Jiying who ultimately saved our entire team. I should not have involved my cousin. That was my error, and I cannot shift the blame onto others. I owe my cousin a debt that I shall never be able to repay in this lifetime. Please refrain from mentioning this matter again, especially in connection with Jiying." Chen Zhi seemed particularly averse to discussing this topic. "As for the organization, I have no intention of returning anytime soon. There are too many past events weighing on my mind, and I prefer to let bygones be bygones. From now on, we shall reside here. By the way, although I am stepping away from the organization, I still need your assistance with a task." Chapter 10. The plan. Chen Zhi shared with Pang Wei everything regarding Ding Ning and the conversations he had with Jiandi, as well as his recent strategies. Pang Wei burst into laughter upon hearing this. "I knew you were the brooding type, cooped up for so long, plotting something grand. However, the organization's offerings are indeed unpalatable. Venturing into the infernal realms yielded no rewards. I propose we embark on an entrepreneurial venture together, managing this destiny hall. Rest assured, I, Pang Wei, am both offensive and defensive. I can surely make it flourish. The question remains," he chuckled, "is using that lad Ding Ning as bait a reliable strategy?" "I'm not entirely certain," Chen Zhi replied with a shake of his head. "But this is the only option we have at present. For some time now, I have intentionally placed spirit stones in the hall and set up barriers around them, hoping to attract a demigod. Yet, despite the passage of time, not a single demigod has appeared. In truth, true demigods are exceedingly rare in the modern world. They are nearly extinct. Even if any remain, they have likely concealed themselves, rendering them impossible to find. Capturing a demigod is akin to reaching for the stars." "Ah, by the way," Pang Wei suddenly recalled something. "Your ancestor, Jiang Zia, didn't he leave behind a Fengxianjia? We once even glimpsed a fragment of a bamboo slip. If we could obtain that, it would surely be better than flailing about blindly. The Fengxianjia indeed existed, but only in that fragment. Its complete form has long since vanished, and no one knows where it has ended up. It may have been destroyed ages ago, or perhaps that bamboo slip was merely a forgery," Chen Zhi said with a hint of resignation. "According to records I found in the library, the Fengxianjia has not been seen since the era of Jiang Zia. Several generations of clan leaders have never encountered it, as though it vanished alongside him. How unfortunate." Pang Wei sighed, suddenly struck by a thought. "Wait, about that living immortal, while I cannot ascertain whether it is a demigod, I can certainly provide you with a genuine living being that seems even more formidable than a deity." "What?" Chen Zhi was somewhat perplexed by Pang Wei's words. "I assure you, I am not exaggerating," Pang Wei said earnestly as he produced a flyer. "Look, this is indeed a living immortal." Fat Wei presented a promotional flyer before Chen Zhi, who noticed an exaggerated advertisement featuring a grandiose illustration proclaiming, "The true divine Buddha world, delivering salvation to humanity." Atop this depiction was an elderly man with a flowing white beard, exuding an ethereal presence, his snowy brows accentuating his otherworldly aura. Chen Zhi recalled that this had been thrust into his hands by a group of elderly women on the train, who insisted that this venerable figure, Master Puang, was a divine being capable of curing ailments and guiding the lost. They claimed to have witnessed miraculous feats, such as transmuting stone into gold and healing a paralyzed man after a decade of affliction. Isn't that quite astonishing? Why not pay a visit? Chen Zhi felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He mused that Fat Wei had regressed during this time, appearing rather foolish. These were merely charlatans. True demigods would prefer to remain concealed rather than flaunt their images on promotional materials. Do not underestimate them, the elderly women had said, for abroad. A foundation has been established in honor of Master Puang, who travels the world to disseminate his teachings and offers free medical consultations, capable of resurrecting the deceased. Enough already. Chen Zhi interjected, finding the claims utterly implausible. He discarded the flyer into the wastebasket, feeling no desire to entertain such nonsense. In the days that followed, Chen Zhi sensed a return to the familiar rhythm of life, tinged with fond memories of Fat Wei, who quickly reverted to being the bothersome, rotund figure he had always been. Indeed, sometimes nostalgia proved sweeter than reunion. Yet, whether it was due to Fat Wei's innate fortune or his conspicuous demeanor, upon his return to the Destiny Hall, business unexpectedly thrived. The dusty trinkets that had languished on the counter began to sell, perhaps due to the psychological influence of customers or Fat Wei's persuasive marketing. The influx of individuals seeking love charms, particularly young women, became a steady stream. Reports suggested that these bracelets bore genuine mystical properties, prompting Fat Wei to occasionally wonder if Chen Zhi had cast some enchantment upon them. Initially, Lu Xiaohong assisted in crafting the bracelets, but her commitments at the restaurant soon rendered her unavailable, leading Fat Wei to enlist Ding Ning as a makeshift helper. Ding Ning, however, had long since abandoned his former studious nature, showing little interest in classes or homework, instead prioritizing basketball and video games. Fat Wei took a particular liking to Ding Ning, often tugging at his ear to discern what ailed him, much to Ding Ning's exasperation. Thus, they navigated a tranquil passage of time together. One evening, as Chen Zhi perused notes in the hall, Fat Wei incessantly chattered to Ding Ning, who was diligently crafting bracelets like a beleaguered soul. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, and a girl entered. "Excuse me, is this where the wish bracelets are sold?" she inquired softly, her voice tinged with nervousness. Chen Zhi glanced up to see an ordinary-looking girl with medium-length hair, large glasses, and an unkempt fringe framing her square face. "Senior," Ding Ning exclaimed, raising his head from his work. "What brings you here?" "Oh, Ding Ning, you're here too," she replied. "I have heard that the wish bracelets here are quite renowned, and I wish to purchase one," the girl replied plainly, glancing at Chen Zhi and Pang Wei ahead of her. She then retrieved her wallet and inquired, "How much does it cost?" "Not expensive. Not expensive at all," Pang Wei exclaimed excitedly upon noticing the business opportunity. "My dear, you have truly come to the right place. All our bracelets have been imbued with special enchantments capable of fulfilling any wish, especially concerning matters of love. It is as if even the deity of love would be rendered obsolete. Simply wearing our bracelet will attract a tall, wealthy gentleman. Handsome figures like Yang Yang and Lu Han will be everywhere, rendering mere mortals insignificant. For just 298, you can bring home your dream suitor. Senior, do not listen to his deceit. His bracelets are all a scam," Ding Ning suddenly shouted, interrupting Pang Wei's sales pitch. "You little brat, do you wish to perish?" Pang Wei was taken aback by Ding Ning's betrayal, wishing to silence him outright. Meanwhile, Ding Ning continued, "It is true. I saw you at the wholesale market buying those bracelets. They are nothing like the one Brother Zhi gave me. You purchased them for merely 20 each and are selling them for 298, deceiving people. Cease your nonsense." Pang Wei was furious, nearly ready to throttle Ding Ning, but the latter was fleet of foot and evaded him effortlessly. At that moment, the girl's voice rang out, 298, is it? I will take one." After speaking, she opened her wallet and produced the money. "Ah, thank you for your patronage." Pang Wei, somewhat taken aback, hastily retrieved a box and placed a bracelet inside to hand to the girl. "Since you are a classmate of Ding Ning, I will give you a discount." "No need," the girl said expressionlessly as she accepted the bracelet and turned to leave the Fate Hall. Once she had departed, Pang Wei swiftly turned back to pursue Ding Ning. "You fool, are you trying to get yourself killed? What have we taught you?" The matter of the spirit stones must remain confidential. If you dare to prattle on again, I will. Just then, he heard Chen Zhi's serious voice. That woman is not here to make a purchase.